Chapter 1. Rebirth. Xia Chu died. She came back to life. She sat dazed on the bed, staring intently at the number displayed on the screen, and dreamily swiped to answer the call. Chu, did you sleep well? The girl's voice was as soft as ever. Xia Chu thought she would feel hatred and anger, but in reality, her heart was as calm as still water. She heard herself say, "Pretty good." Xia Chu mumbled a response and prepared to hang up. Mu Qingyan hadn't finished her words. "You promised not to spend money on a birthday gift for me. Just give me that bead. Save yourself some money. See how good I am to you?" If being good meant turning gratitude into resentment, distorting right and wrong, and adding insult to injury by pushing her to her death, then yes, that was indeed quite good. Xia Chu patiently dealt with her for a few sentences before hanging up. With such a good opportunity for rebirth, she had no intention of wasting it on petty squabbles with Mu Qingyan. In the face of life and death, personal grudges were insignificant. She would rather spend that time pursuing Lu Yuxiu, that dog of a man, to discuss love. But by the time she hung up, Xia Chu had already determined the path she would take in the future. She took off the bead hanging on her wrist with a red string, a round bead about the size of a glass ball, made of a non-metallic, non-jade material, its color the most common. Light blue, resembling jade. This bead was a family heirloom of the Xia family. Her father had put it on her wrist the day she was born, and it had never left her side for all these years. When Xia Chu was 3, her parents passed away. Her illiterate grandfather painstakingly raised her until she was 16, and then he left her forever. From then on, she was all alone in this world in her previous life. Mu Qingyan coveted this bead and tried every means to get it from her, but she didn't give it. On Mu Qingyan's birthday, she gave her another gift, but the two fell out. She angrily decided to leave, but then the apocalypse struck. To save Mu Qingyan, she was scratched by an infected person, fell into a high fever and coma. She didn't die, she survived, but lost the bead. She thought she had lost it, but later found out that it was not the case. Mu Qingyan had stolen the bead while she was injured and unconscious. By the time she found out, she had been tricked by Mu Qingyan into becoming a useless person, worse than an ordinary person. At that time, Mu Qingyan was surrounded by a lot of admirers, and she herself was a guest of honor at various bases. In this life, the ownership of the bead could only belong to her. Opening the drawer of the bedside table, Xia Chu took a brow grooming knife and made a cut on the pad of her right middle finger. Bright red blood instantly gushed out, and she quickly pressed her middle finger against the bead. The light blue bead disappeared in an instant upon contact with the blood, and before Xia Chu could react, she found herself in a different place. Having long known that this bead was a space, it was only when she truly entered it and received all the information about the bead that Xia Chu realized it was actually a growing space. And oh wonder, in her previous life, Mu Qingyan ended up worse than her. It turned out that Mu Qingyan had never made the space recognize her as its master, only obtaining the initial usage rights. And because the bead could not become invisible, she was able to know that Mu Qingyan had stolen her bead. Chapter 2. Space. The crops grown in the space grew dozens of times faster than those outside, and the produce tasted better than anything outside. It could also provide energy for supernatural beings, satisfying their hunger while enhancing their abilities without any side effects. This temptation was hard to resist for most people. Relying on the produce from the space, Mu Qingyan, a woman with no combat ability and only a pretty face, managed to win the favor and pursuit of so many men and powerful figures from various bases. Once the space was closed and she could no longer provide any resources to satisfy those people's needs, her death would become inevitable. Xia Chu didn't want to end up like Mu Qingyan. She had no intention of hiding the existence of the space. She couldn't hide it anyway. In an era of information explosion, who hadn't read a few web novels filled with wild ideas. If she wanted to conceal the existence of the space, it would mean she would have to avoid using it for her entire life, which wasn't realistic. So, she needed to grow stronger. Her gaze fell upon the spring that appeared after recognizing its master. She took a cup from the space and filled it with water to drink. The cool, sweet spring water slid down her throat into her stomach. It instantly turned scorching hot, like a raging fire burning inside her body. This heat wave surged through her limbs, and Xia Chu felt as if she was being cooked, her entire body turning a frightening shade of red, emitting steam. Compared to the searing heat, the most unbearable part was the ferocious and destructive pain that followed. Cold sweat poured down like rain, the heat wave ruthlessly devouring and destroying every cell in her body. Her blood boiled like water in a pot, and her internal organs felt as if they were being torn apart. Xia Chu couldn't suppress the pain and collapsed to the ground, her delicate lower lip pierced by her white teeth, bright red blood oozing from the corner of her lips, and her skin began to exude beads of blood. In just a few breaths, Xia Chu had become a bloodied figure. Fortunately, the pain that came so ferociously also receded quickly. Just as Xia Chu was about to pass out from the pain, the destructive pain ebbed away like a tide, and her body was filled with an extremely powerful sense of strength, along with a feeling of lightness. Xia Chu looked at the layer of foul-smelling blood covering her body, gagged a couple of times, exited the space, and rushed to the bathroom to wash up. She rented a one-bedroom apartment that included a bathroom. Although it was small, it had a wash basin, toilet, and water heater. Washing up was relatively convenient. Holding a bath towel, she scrubbed herself with soap several times before finally getting clean. After coming out of the bathroom, Xia Chu changed into a pair of comfortable jeans and a white t-shirt, put on her sneakers, and casually tested her strength by lifting the solid wood bed with one hand effortlessly. The space's spiritual spring was indeed a good thing. Even if it couldn't directly trigger her supernatural abilities, it had significantly enhanced her physical strength, speed, and agility, giving her some basic self-defense capabilities. There wasn't much to pack. The big items like the bed, wardrobe, and desk belonged to the landlord, so she didn't have much to take with her. Having helped with chores and farm work since she was young, Xia Chu was very nimble. In less than half an hour, she had packed everything up and sent it into the space. Chapter 3: Preparation. Next, she spent a few more minutes cleaning up the place. Finally, she took one last look at the house she had lived in for over 3 years, picked up her backpack from the bed, locked the door with her keys, and went downstairs to return the rental to the landlord. The place she rented was in the urban-rural fringe. Although it was a bit far from the company and surrounded by a complex crowd, it was convenient for transportation and the rent was cheap. After calculating the utility bills, Xia Chu held the 838 yuan that Uncle Li returned to her and started to execute her plan. Currently, the only thing usable in the space was that spring of spiritual water. Everything else was non-existent. She needed to stock up on supplies and buy seeds, seedlings, and poultry, as well as farming tools, machinery, power generation equipment, and fuel. Over the years, she had saved a considerable amount of money by pinching pennies and taking private jobs after work, with about 600,000 yuan saved up. Originally, she had planned to save a bit more to buy a small apartment outright, but who knew the apocalypse would come? Well, she could forget about buying a house. Securing supplies was the priority. There wasn't much cash available in her account, only a few thousand for emergencies, with the rest all invested in financial funds. But that was fine. Her borrowing limit on a certain shopping site was high, and she also had several credit cards with decent limits. If that wasn't enough, she could borrow from various online lending platforms. The remaining loans had different due dates, but they would all be credited this month. That on a certain shopping platform, the loan was almost instantly credited. With a freshly minted 300,000, Xia Chu bought 2 buns and a cup of black rice porridge, then hailed a taxi on the way to the largest car rental company in Longcheng. After 3 years of the company, she had never taken a single vacation. Upon learning that she was going to take time off, her supervisor immediately approved it without a second thought. Once the work-related matters were settled, she quickly contacted a classmate working at the car rental company, explained her needs for a vehicle, and the classmate promptly assured her that it would be taken care of, guaranteeing that she could drive away as soon as she arrived. Her classmate was reliable. Upon arriving at her destination, Xia Chu completed the paperwork and waved goodbye to her classmate as she drove off. Once out of the car rental company, Xia Chu headed out of the city towards Qingshan County. During the following week, she visited several fruit seedling bases, seed companies, breeding farms, agricultural machinery markets, and electrical appliance markets around Jiangcheng. She purchased fruit seedlings, seeds, agricultural machinery supplies, poultry, cattle, sheep, pigs, rabbits, quails, fish fry, and power generation equipment, as well as the fuel, engine oil, and lubricants needed for the agricultural machinery. In addition, she also bought medicines, including common anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medications, fever reducers, and injury remedies, among others. She originally intended to buy clothing as well, but had to cancel that plan due to running low on cash. That in just 1 week, she borrowed over $1 million from various online lending platforms, combined with her own 300,000 from credit cards and other sources, totaling nearly $2 million. all spent like flowing water. Chapter 4. Consequences are yours to bear. On the morning of September 19th, at 8 o'clock, she went to return the car. Her classmate was off that day and not at the rental company, but he had arranged for a trusted colleague to handle the handover with her. By the time she left the car rental company, it was nearly 9 o'clock. She hurriedly hailed a taxi to Jiangxing Station, as she was heading to Longsheng to find Lu Yuxiu. The journey from Jiangxing to Longsheng was about 1,000 kilometers. She had a ticket for the 10:15 train, and it was now 9:35. With only 10 minutes left until boarding, she didn't rush to line up, but instead sat down and dialed a certain someone's number. As soon as the call connected, she covered her eyes and whispered, "Hello, I want to report a case." She had only said the beginning when she was interrupted. "Call 110 to report." The voice, buried deep in her memory, was both familiar and strange, like ice. And through the phone, Xia Chu could feel the bone-chilling cold. Knowing his temperament, Xia Chu anticipated he would hang up, so she quickly said, "Lu Yuxiu, if you dare hang up, they'll go to 8 Army and kill you." Lu Yuxiu, who never accepted threats, felt a chill down his spine. The sudden wave of bad premonition surged up in him. His sharp intuition told him he couldn't hang up this call, as the person on the other end was very important to him, and hanging up could mean the end of his life. "That I won't hang up." "You speak," he said. Xia Chu was momentarily taken aback. Was she that easily able to threaten him? This wasn't the cowardly temperament she knew Lu Yuxiu to have. "Are you dumb? Hurry up and say it," Lu Yuxiu urged her. Xia Chu replied, "Let's talk in person. TSK." Lu Yuxiu's voice lost its coldness, and his tone rose slightly, becoming more magnetic and slightly arrogant. "Sister, can I take this as you teasing me?" Even with 1,000 kilometers between them, Xia Chu could imagine the sexy and pleasing expression on his face as he squinted his eyes on the other end of the line. How nice the cowardly man was still alive, and so was she. Wiping away the moisture from her eyes, Xia Chu chuckled. "Of course I'm teasing you. Remember to come pick me up at the station. They'll send you the train information. If you dare not come, the consequences are yours to bear." In her previous life, she could never understand how that dog of a man, Lu Yuxiu, could fall in love with her. With his looks and abilities, he could have chosen any woman from the various bases. Yet he chose her, a woman who had been rendered useless and was a one-armed hero. This dog of a man was not only blind but also infatuated. He could have lived well in that harsh post-apocalyptic world, but because of her he stood against Mu Qingyan with his brothers and ultimately died at the fangs of a level 9 zombie beast. It wasn't until the moment he died that she realized she had deeply fallen in love with Lu Yuxiu, that seemingly unruly yet truly pure-hearted fool. But alas, she realized it too late, and she didn't have the courage to follow in his footsteps to leave that world. She still wanted to see Mu Qingyan get her comeuppance. His brothers left one by one to protect her, and she, the useless one, struggled alone for 10 long years, only to breathe her last the moment the news of Mu Qingyan's death reached her. In those 10 years of barely surviving, she buried her love for Lu Yuxiu and her gratitude and guilt toward his brothers, leaving only her unwillingness toward Mu Qingyan. She was unwilling that those she loved, cared for, and who loved and cared for her all left her, while Mu Qingyan lived on. She wished for a tragic and painful death. She waited 10 years, and Mu Qingyan finally died as she wished. Chapter 5. Am I really that kind of person? At the moment Mu Qingyan died, the enmity between them was finally settled. She had hated Mu Qingyan, constantly thinking of torturing her. But Lu Yuxiu's appearance dulled her hatred for Mu Qingyan. He said, "It's a waste of feelings to hate a woman who's heartless and forgetful. Don't bother. Trust me, she will eventually bring about her own demise." She asked, "What if she doesn't die?" "Don't worry, my husband will help you take care of her." He gently kissed her, and his peach blossom eyes, seemingly filled with stars, radiated affectionate love and deep indulgence. He couldn't take care of Mu Qingyan, and instead, she died first. But he was right. Mu Qingyan had truly brought herself to a dead end, leaving not even a whole corpse. Thus, her heart was satisfied. All her unwillingness vanished into thin air. She lay on the ground like a dead person, under the disdainful gazes and curses of the passing crowd, looking up at the azure sky above her. In the dazzling sunlight, she saw Lu Yuxiu walking toward her step by step, like a deity, with a gentle, indulgent smile blooming on his exquisitely handsome face. As if meticulously painted by an artist, he reached out his powerful, long hand and said, "Choo-choo him." Here to pick you up? She was so happy that she wanted to place her hand in his and leave with him, but her consciousness slowly sank into an endless darkness. When she regained consciousness, she found herself reborn. She didn't know what her rebirth meant. Was it a blessing or a punishment from heaven? Regardless of whether it was a blessing or a punishment, she accepted it calmly. In this life, she wants to live well with Lu Yuxiu and his brothers, to live with dignity and seek a pure land, to be their final home. Xiao Yu or I. Wen Yi, with bronze skin and tall stature in a plain training suit, walked in carrying large and small bags, only to see Lu Yuxiu staring blankly at his phone, causing his words to halt. What's so serious? He didn't even react when he came in. This wasn't like Xiao Yu's character. After putting down the bags he was carrying, Wen Yi quietly approached him, just about to sneak a peek at his phone when a soft voice rang out. Luzi, I want to ask you something. What is it? The one who asked was Gu Cheng, who had entered a moment later than Wen Yi. Have I ever had amnesia? Lu Yuxiu turned his wheelchair to face the two and asked, his peach blossom eyes filled with confusion. Lu Yuxiu was not someone who could stay put. With such a serious injury, he should have been lying in bed for at least 10 days to half a month, but here he was, having woken up from surgery only 5 days ago. Since yesterday, he had been refusing to stay in bed and, taking advantage of the nurse's inattention, sneaked out of the hospital room that if they hadn't coincidentally come to check on him and blocked him at the elevator, he would have successfully slipped downstairs. Those sisters who idolized Lu Yuxiu as a male god really should see what he was like in private. A male god? He was just a stubborn, willful, and arrogant brat with a bad temper. Lu Yuxiu scoffed, am I really that kind of person? Chapter 6. Going to pick her up. When you maintained his righteous demeanor. Yes, you are. You're a total brat. Seeing that he couldn't get an answer from Wen Yi, Lu Yuxiu turned to Gu Cheng and asked, Chengzi, tell me, did I lose my memory and forget that I got married and have a wife? What the hell? Were they hearing things, or had Lu Yuxiu's brain been damaged? He had been single for so many years, not even holding a girl's hand. Where did a wife come from? Did he get married in a dream? Their expressions were so strange that Lu Yuxiu couldn't stand it. He pursed his lips, recalling the messages Xia Chu had sent, and pinched his hot earlobe, saying, I just got a call. Once he said this, Wen Yi began to understand where the oddity was coming from. The caller must have been a woman, someone who knew Lu Yuxiu, but he had no memory of her. So the question was, what had that woman said to Lu Yuxiu on the phone that made him act like this? Looking at Lu Yuxiu's flushed ears, Wen Yi said earnestly, and then? Lu Yuxiu pursed his lips. She said she was my wife. The problem was, he really didn't remember having a wife. Well, he didn't even have a girlfriend. He had always been a bright and glorious single dog. But the messages from that woman were hard to dismiss. How could someone who wasn't a close acquaintance know so much about his little habits and quirks, as well as some of his private matters? He was confused. He sighed. She came from Jiangsheng and asked me to pick her up. In a way, your injury isn't healed yet. It's already the limit for you to wander around this floor. Want to go outside? Forget it, not even the door or window is open. Gu Cheng refused with a dark face. If we're calling something. He asked, be honest with us. Do you really not know that woman who claims to be your wife? No impressions at all? If he had any impressions, he wouldn't be confused. Lu Yuxiu raised his eyebrows, a bit impatient and annoyed. He really didn't like this feeling of losing control. He said coolly, no. What are you going to do then? Gu Cheng asked curiously. After years of knowing him, he understood that this brat was flustered. Go pick her up. Lu Yuxiu did not waste time on unnecessary talk. He supported himself on the wheelchair, ready to get up. He needed to clear up his confusion and find out who that woman was. He was a bit worried about the consequences. Although he didn't know what he was worried about, this feeling was simply infuriating. Looking at the self-righteous Wen Yi, Lu Yuxiu twitched his lips. No, she want me to go in person. Ji Yu Cheng raised an eyebrow. The little girl who dared to single-handedly storm a terrorist base is actually afraid of a woman. And it's a woman he doesn't even know? I could laugh at this joke for a lifetime, that he really wanted to meet this heroic woman and see how she managed to tame this famous brat, Lu Yuxiu, who had no memory of her. Lu Yuxiu shrugged, looking innocent and clueless. What time does she arrive? At 2:15. It's still early. Let's give you a bath, change your clothes, and dress you up nicely to meet your wife. What do you think? Wen Yi said, patting his shoulder with a teasing tone. Chapter 7. I have money. Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng couldn't help but let out a laugh, causing Lu Yuxiu, who was blushing with embarrassment on the wheelchair, to shoot him a fierce glare. When he twitched his lips and asked, "Are you serious?" Lu Yuxiu glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "I have money." It sounded quite arrogant and made others envious. But jealousy was pointless since they weren't born into good families. "Fine." Guqing looked at him with a complicated expression and said angrily, "You're such a big shot. Just wait, I'm going to buy something for you right now." With that, he turned and left the room. After Guqing left, Wen Yi went to the bathroom to get water to wipe Lu Yuxiu down. A bath was out of the question, his wounds hadn't healed yet. Lu Yuxiu sat in the wheelchair, letting Wen Yi wipe him down with a towel. He was obedient, which puzzled Wen Yi, who kept glancing at him anxiously, fearing he would cause trouble again. Little did he know that Lu Yuxiu's mind was filled with the selfies Xia Chu had sent him. A standard oval face, delicate features, a rounded nose, and pretty cherry pink lips. There was a dimple on her left cheek, but what stood out most were her peach blossom eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to his. Her pupils were a clean, transparent light brown, like flowing honey, warm and sweet. The way she focused on the front camera made his heart flutter. Wanting to see his own reflection in her eyes, he wanted to see her the moment he saw the photo. Lu Yuxiu wanted to meet her. It wasn't love at first sight at most. It was infatuation that a woman who claimed to be his wife and knew him so well was enough to pique his interest, especially since she had the kind of face he liked. It would be a disservice to himself not to feel something. Xia Chu had no idea what he was thinking. At that moment, she was on a high-speed train to Longcheng, looking out at the scenery rushing by. Memories of her time with Lu Yuxiu floated in her mind, and she couldn't help but smile. That dog of man was probably quite stimulated by her. When she arrived, something even more stimulating awaited him, and she hoped he could handle it. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the announcer's sweet voice began to announce the arrival at the final station, the train slowed down and stopped. Xia Chu grabbed her bag off the hook and walked out with the crowd towards the exit. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed from the front, causing the crowd to panic. "What happened?" "What happened? I don't know. Let's squeeze in and take a look, at it's too crowded. I can't get in. It looks like someone fainted. That person seems to have a severe skin condition. They suddenly have large purple blisters on their face, arms, and legs. It looks really scary. Can a severe skin condition cause someone to faint? Who knows?" Originally planning to take a detour, Xia Chu's heart sank when she heard the description. No way. She had to go check it out. "Excuse me, please clear the way." Xia Chu squeezed through the dense crowd, finally reaching the front, where she saw a young man squatting beside a girl, looking panicked and wanting to touch her, but afraid to, loudly calling out, "Moo, wake up. What happened to you? How did so many purple blisters suddenly appear on her body?" Chapter 8. Purple Grapes. Young man, calm down. We have already called an ambulance for your girlfriend, and the station staff are on their way. The old lady's words were lost on Xia Chu as she gazed at the girl's half face, overtaken by clusters of light purple blisters, her heart sinking heavily. Purple grapes. Clinging to her last hope, she approached and squatted down. "Hey there, I'm a doctor. Can I take a look at her eyes?" Upon hearing Xia Chu say she was a doctor, the young man quickly replied, "Doctor, please help me see what's wrong with my girlfriend. She suddenly developed these blisters all over her body." He was flustered and unable to express himself clearly. The girl's sclera was distinctly bloodshot, with red lines resembling purple grapes. Xia Chu didn't know how to comfort him, so she could only say, "Without any instruments, we can't determine the specific situation. The preliminary judgment is that it won't endanger life, and it isn't contagious at the moment. Whether it will develop into something worse requires a detailed examination at the hospital. Let's wait for the ambulance." In fact, going to the hospital might be useless. She didn't have a deep understanding of the purple grape phenomenon. She only knew that in her previous life, October 2nd was the date when the apocalypse officially began. However, before that, around 7 a.m., on September 23rd, a virus named purple grape herpes suddenly broke out on a large scale without any prior warning. This virus was not contagious in its early stages. Only when the herpes turned deep purple would it infect those nearby. It wouldn't cause death, but would make people weak and lead to a persistent low fever. If Planet U-89 hadn't exploded, Blue Star wouldn't have entered the apocalypse. And those medical experts might have been able to research and develop a vaccine to alleviate or cure purple grape herpes. But the planet exploded, cosmic dust, viruses, radiation. and other substances entered Blue Star. And to make matters worse, the sun mysteriously disappeared for a day. Countless people died on the day the sun vanished, turning into zombies, while those infected with herpes became creatures even more difficult to deal with than zombies. These ugly creatures, comparable to aliens, retained some human thoughts but lacked emotions. They could think but were controlled by the urge to kill and eat. Due to their existence, humanity's struggle for survival became extremely difficult. In the week following the apocalypse, plants and animals that absorbed cosmic materials began to evolve. Those that succeeded became exotic beasts and plants, while those that failed became zombie beasts and decay. In this life, Planet U-89 hadn't exploded yet, and cosmic materials hadn't entered Blue Star, but the purple grape phenomenon appeared 4 days early. With 12 days remaining until the planet's explosion, she sincerely hoped that those medical experts could develop a vaccine to alleviate or cure purple grape herpes within this time. Xia Chu took a deep breath and headed to the platform to meet Lu Yuxiu. She had delayed for a while, and the people on her train had long since left. There was no dense crowd, and from a distance, she could see 3 men standing at the exit, one in a wheelchair, dressed in military training uniforms and casual clothes, looking very conspicuous. The man in the wheelchair was Lu Yuxiu, flanked like a guardian by Wen Yi and Gu Sheng. It had been a long time, her dog a man and her life-and-death brother teammates. "Xiaoyu, why hasn't your wife come out yet?" Wen Yi said, shaking his head as he watched a fashionable woman with heavy makeup walking towards them. "This definitely isn't her. Xiaoyu's standards are higher. Xiaoyu, that girl is coming towards you. Be careful not to flirt, or else your wife will see and you'll be done for." "Are you stupid?" Gu Sheng shot him a glance and said irritably, "Were you sleeping during reconnaissance training? Open your eyes and see who that girl is looking at. It's obvious she's coming for you." Lu Yuxiu lazily propped his head on one hand in his wheelchair, his eyelids drooping, appearing as if he was about to fall asleep. Hearing Gu Sheng's words, he couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, merely giving a faint sound of agreement. He was self-aware. He was now a cripple in a wheelchair. And no matter how handsome his face was, it was all in vain. No woman would be foolish enough to come for him. "I don't like internet celebrity faces either," he thought, but didn't say it out loud. Just then, the fashionable woman approached them with a charming smile and extended her hand. "Hey, handsome, can we be friends?" When he ignored her hand and shook his head with a cold expression. "Miss, please don't disturb my work." "Work?" "Yes. Vanya no dit koldi." Fearing that the girl might still not give up, he added in a cold voice, "My monthly salary is 5,000, no house, no car, and no social insurance." The implication was clear. "Miss, I can't afford you. You can leave now." Upon hearing this, the girl turned around, a bit regretful. It was rare to encounter someone she fancied, but unfortunately, he was too poor and couldn't offer anything substantial. "You're wearing plain military training clothes. Yet you expect the girl to have hope in you?" Xia Chu had just walked over and heard this, and even without witnessing the development of the situation, she could imagine it and couldn't help but retort, "People respect appearance first before they respect the person. Plain military training clothes are indistinguishable from a civilian unless you're a soldier. It looks like something bought from a labor protection shop, too common. The only thing you have that money can't buy is that special watch, which isn't even sold on the market." It's normal for the girl not to recognize you and believe your words. As soon as the voice of Xia Chu rang out, the 3 of them turned to look. Standing before them was a stunningly beautiful girl, dressed in a lake green knee-length dress that draped elegantly. Her skin was fair and radiant, like flawless white jade. A pair of delicate eyebrows resembled the budding willow leaves of early spring, exuding beauty and a sense of vibrancy, infused with a touch of grace and poise. Noticing their gaze, the girl smiled, her lips curling up, and her eyes gradually filled with laughter, as her fluttering eyelashes blinked like butterflies flapping their wings. The dimples on her cheeks added a sweetness to her charm, evoking a sense of tenderness in their hearts. Wen Yi and Gu Sheng's eyes lit up in surprise, filled with admiration. Wow, this girl was incredibly beautiful on par with you. In terms of appearance, the two were a perfect match. And what was key was their resemblance as a couple. Looking at those watery, peach blossom eyes, aside from the difference in iris color, their similarity was as high as 90%. Such a high degree of similarity Early Summer, Chapter 10, coming for you. This guy who can't speak properly deserves a beating. At the beginning of summer, she glanced at him, half squatting and placing her hand on the back of Lu Yuxiu's hand, resting on his thigh. Looking into his eyes, she smiled and asked Xiao Yuer, "Are you happy to see me?" Wen Yi and Gu Sheng were taken aback by the term Xiao Yuer, and a sense of worry rose in their hearts. They instinctively tensed their muscles, preparing to rescue Xia Chu when Lu Yuxiu exploded in anger. They secretly felt sorry for this beautiful woman. Xiao Yuer was not something just anyone could call him, and Lu Yuxiu truly had a bad temper. However, things were not at all as they imagined. Xia Chu's crescent-shaped, light brown eyes, unguarded, met his gaze. Lu Yuxiu's mind went blank for a moment, and the pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes beneath his sharp brows gradually became vacant, staring at her with an empty gaze. Watching her every frown and smile captivated him. Reaching his heart, happy, great, the alarm was lifted, and they could finally relax. The two eased their bodies, and Wen Yi winked at Gu Sheng, indicating that Xiao Yuer was in trouble. Gu Sheng slightly nodded affirmatively, asking, "When have you ever seen this guy let a woman call him Xiao Yuer?" They could call him that because they were life and death comrades, but if anyone else tried, well, just wait to see the doctor. Xia Chuan laughed joyfully. "Lu Yuxiu, let's officially get to know each other. I'm Xia Chu here for you." Lu Yuxiu gazed steadily into her eyes, and only he knew how fiercely his heart was racing. He turned his wrist and held Xia Chu's fair, soft little hand in his palm. The warm and smooth touch felt like beautiful jade, and he couldn't help but caress it with his fingers. With every stroke, it was as if a current shot straight to his heart, a thrilling and pleasurable sensation. He knew he was done for. His initial attraction had turned into love at first sight, and now it had evolved into deeper feelings. He was incredibly happy. This girl, Xia Chu, was just perfect for him. He declared that from this moment on. He was in love and wanted to leave the glorious ranks of singlehood to join the ranks of being a girlfriend's slave. A brilliant smile spread across his handsome face. "I really like it. I like that you came for me. I like your smile, and I like the way your eyes are filled with me. Don't you think I'm crazy?" Xia Chu teased him. Lu Yuxiu raised an eyebrow slightly. "If I say yes, would you be angry and hit me?" As he said this, he leaned in slightly, but not excessively close. He maintained just the right distance, neither too distant nor too forward. His eyes, like ink stained with stars, shimmered with a light smile as he winked. "How about I lose out a bit and kiss you as an apology?" Gu Shengwenyi was left dumbfounded. The way these two interacted in their dialogue. Was it too familiar and comfortable? Both secretly puzzled, they glanced at Xia Chu, wondering what was going on between her and Lu Yuxiu. Could it be that they had also forgotten that Lu Yuxiu was married? Suddenly attacked by her. Lu Yuxiu's heart skipped a few beats, and by the time he reacted, she had already left. Chapter 11. If you have a problem, keep it to yourself. Just as he regretted not having tasted her sweetness, he heard her words and instantly smiled widely. He was undoubtedly very good-looking, even when he wasn't smiling. He was strikingly handsome, but when he smiled, it was like a blooming night blooming serious, breathtakingly beautiful. In early summer, unable to hold back, she leaned in and placed a gentle kiss at the corner of his eye. Her Lu Yuxiu was still alive, able to see his smile, feel his warmth, and smell his breath. How wonderful! Grateful to the heavens for allowing her to have him back. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness, making her ears tingle with sensuality. The deeply affectionate female lead, Xia Chu, suddenly stiffened, almost uncontrollably wanting to take a durian and make him kneel. Forget it. Forget it, don't get angry. All right, I'll listen to you." The expressions of the two changed drastically. Watching her with eyes that shifted from uncontrollable vigilance and suspicion, muscles tensed, gradually calming down, to relaxed expressions, and finally even managing a faint smile. They were truly curious about Xia Chu's background now. "I hope you can give us a satisfactory answer." In early summer, Xia Chu smiled and pushed Lu Yuxiu's wheelchair away, satisfied that they would definitely be pleased, though she wasn't sure if they could handle the excitement. Jinxiu New City is a well-established high-end garden community, founded in the early millennium. In Longcheng, a super first-tier city, the housing prices in Jinxiu New City are shockingly high. What Jinqiu New City is most famous for is not its housing prices, but its landscape. The entire community has more than a dozen scenic areas, each with different views. Beautiful like a paradise. This property is an inheritance that Lu Yuxiu received. He has several such properties in different first-tier cities, and, well, there are also a few commercial shops, as Lu Yuxiu told her in his previous life. In early summer, she had never been here before. She met Lu Yuxiu in the second year of the apocalypse, when the world had fallen and zombies, beasts, roamed everywhere, with mutated creatures and decay. There was no absolutely safe place on Blue Star, not even in the base, where dangers lurked everywhere. In this life, she had the chance to fulfill Lu Yuxiu's wishes, and she certainly didn't want to miss it. The first impression of summer was that it was indeed a garden-style community standing strong in Dragon City, an ultra-first-tier city. From the gate to Lu Yuxiu's home, the car surprisingly took nearly 10 minutes. The scenery of Jinqiu New City was truly beautiful, with lush green grass on both sides of the road, elegant landscaping arranged in a pleasing manner, complemented by rockeries, pavilions, and flower beds adorned throughout, making it a feast for the eyes. Along the way, Summer also saw alpacas, rabbits, swans, and various precious cats and dogs. These animals either strolled leisurely, played happily, or napped on flower beds or lawns, exuding a relaxed and comfortable vibe that made one envious. Chapter 12. Cherish me no matter how many times I come here. I feel jealous each time. Gu Cheng looked at the alpacas slowly walking by the side of the car and sighed. If I can afford a house like this in my lifetime, my life would be complete. Lu Yuxiu squeezed Summer's hand and glanced at him. Then you'll never achieve completeness in this life. It wasn't that he looked down on him, but rather it was the truth. A soldier's salary is limited, and there are age limits in frontline units. Once past that limit, physical ability declines, and regardless of willingness, it becomes unsuitable to continue serving in the Thorns. Whether promoted or retired, relying on a salary, one could work until death and still not afford a house in Jinqiu New City. He was just lucky, born into a good family with parents who were daring, hardworking, and could make money. Although his parents passed away in a plane crash when he was 20, they left him a considerable inheritance. Otherwise, he could only afford an ordinary small apartment. Wen Yi, being pragmatic, said, I don't want a house like this. I just want to buy a 2-bedroom apartment to propose to Xiao Xiao. Stop dreaming. Summer splashed cold water on him mercilessly. The apocalypse is coming. Proposing, or whatever. Let's survive first. Did I offend you? Did the mosquito offend you? Two voices rang out simultaneously. The former was the party involved, Wen Yi, and the latter was Gu Cheng. Lu Yuxiu remained silent, only holding her fingers and looking at her with interest in his enchanting peach blossom eyes. At the beginning of summer, she wanted to make a joke, but remembering the early appearance of the purple grapes, she chose to swallow her words instead, saying, I haven't offended anyone. What I said is true. The apocalypse will officially arrive on October 1st. Now, you three continue. In the gaze of the three men, who seemed to be urging her to show her true skills, Xia Chu smiled slightly. Don't believe me? Hurry up and come inside. I'll broaden your horizons. All right. The car stopped, and Gushin got out to take the wheelchair from the trunk. Wen Yi came over to help Lu Yuxiu, but Xia Chu waved her hand, saying, No need for you. I can do it. Fine, if you want to do it, go ahead. Wen Yi stepped aside to make room. In early summer, Xia Chu bent down and reached out to Lu Yuxiu inside the car. Baby, do you trust me? Lu Yuxiu was taken aback for a moment. A radiant smile appearing on his face, his voice unusually gentle. I trust you. Her Lu Yuxiu is really obedient. Xia Chu was completely softened by his trusting demeanor. As he slowly moved his legs out of the car, she bent slightly, placing one hand on his knee and the other on his back, lifting him horizontally in a princess carry, full of heartache, saying, You're light, but that's okay. I'll make you fat. Lu Yuxiu was tall, standing at 188 meters, and being carried by Xia Chu, who was 168 meters, made even his thick-skinned face blush with embarrassment. However, he couldn't bear to let her put him down. Seeing her carry him effortlessly, he wrapped his arms around her neck and rested his head on her shoulder, looking like a little bird relying on her, which left Gu Cheng, who was holding a wheelchair, and Wen Yi, standing nearby, dumbfounded. They were shocked by Xia Chu's strength and also felt nauseated. Even more nauseating was what he said next. You were the first woman to carry me in a princess carry. I have no way to repay you. So I've decided to dedicate myself to you. From now on, I am yours. Please treat me well, cherish me, and don't bully me. Chapter 13. Is it sweet? Their tough little Jade, who could face surgery without anesthesia and remain unfazed, surprisingly had such a delicate side. The two of them made a few retching sounds, about to scold him, when they looked up and met his peach blossom eyes, which were filled with a hint of ruthlessness, a hint of cunning, and a hint of threat. They were so scared that they quickly made a gesture to zip their lips, indicating they wouldn't speak. Once inside and having changed their shoes, Xia Chu followed Lu Yuxiu's guidance to the living room, where she placed him on the soft sofa, took a look at the indoor environment and decor, and exclaimed, "TSK. It has style. I designed it." Lu Yuxiu proudly replied, smiling as he asked, "Aren't I great?" Xia Chu leaned in and gave him a peck on the corner of his mouth. "Baby, you're super awesome." Wen Yi and Gu Cheng, caught off guard by the sudden display of affection, felt choked. One of them quickly went to the fridge to grab some fruit, while the other decided to act as a super third wheel, standing between the two to prevent them from getting too carried away. Their little Jade's wound hadn't healed yet, so they really couldn't engage in any vigorous activities, as it could cause the wound to tear again. For their little Jade, he was truly working hard. He was such a good person. With no self-awareness, Gu Cheng stretched his long legs and sat down on the sofa opposite them, which was fine, but he also stared at them intently, making Lu Yuxiu want to punch him, but he could only give him a look to maintain his image. "Get lost already. Don't you know that interrupting people's romance can bring down lightning? I want to leave. I'm doing this for your own good. Once you're healed, you can make all the mistakes you want, but right now, you can kill me and I still want to go." Gu Cheng shot him a glance and slouched on the sofa like a boneless person. It was indeed high quality, much more comfortable than cheap sofas. He decided that once he had money, he would buy a set too. "Xia Chu, would you like tea or something else?" Wen Yi came out with a tray that had a fruit platter, a tea canister, coffee, yogurt, milk, etc. Despite the variety, everything was neatly arranged, not cluttered at all. Brother Wen is impressive. Xia Chu gave him a thumbs up, stood up to help him set the items on the coffee table, and then asked, "Is there hot water?" "The water isn't ready yet. You can have some snacks first." Halfway through, Wen Yi remembered something. It seemed they hadn't introduced themselves. He thought it was normal. This woman couldn't be judged by common sense. She was as strange as a female demon. "Cherry, do you want to eat?" He pushed a box of cherries in front of Xia Chu, his expression unchanged. "Thank you," Xia Chu replied, picking through the box and selecting a fresh, glossy cherry to feed to Lu Yuxiu, saying, "Open your mouth." Her slender white fingers pinched the dark red cherry, and her rounded nails looked healthy and pink, unlike the girls today who painted their nails or did manicures. The combination of the three colors was quite alluring. As he swallowed, he gently turned his eyes away and opened his mouth to take the cherry, asking, "Is it sweet?" Chapter 14. Do you really like me this much? He looked at Xia Chu and, under her smiling gaze, slowly nodded, "Sweet, sweeter than any cherry I've ever eaten." As Xia Chu's eyes curved, "I have the same good taste in picking fruits as I do in choosing men, don't you think?" Lu Yuxiu chuckled, realizing she was complimenting him indirectly. "Yes, I'm very happy to be chosen by you. You should have one too." Lu Yuxiu took a cherry and fed it to her, but his gaze remained fervently fixed on her eyes. The more he looked, the more he liked her. If he had known there was a woman like Xia Chu in the world, someone who made his heart rejoice upon meeting her, he would have sought her out and pursued her long ago. There would have been no need for her to take the initiative. In early summer, she couldn't help but smile with her eyes narrowed. In her previous life, Lu Yuxiu died from the fangs of a level 9 zombie beast while trying to save her, and she had forgotten how to smile. Later, as Wen Yi, Gu Sheng, and the others died one by one, only she and Jiang Xiao remained in the entire team. She was pulled out of hell by Lu Yuxiu, having experienced near-fatal betrayal. As long as she could live to witness Mu Qingyin's death, she could endure like a walking corpse. Jiang Xiao couldn't do that. She had been too well protected and lacked resilience. She hated her for causing the deaths of Lu Yuxiu, Wen Yi, and the others. She willingly bore Jiang Zhao's resentment, taking good care of her, even if it meant starving to the point of wishing to eat her own flesh. She wouldn't let Jiang Xiao go hungry, all just to hope she could live well. Wen Yi died because of her, so she had both the obligation and responsibility to take care of Jiang Xiao. She didn't know what kind of feeling she held while collecting Jiang Xiao's remains. She only knew that when she buried Jiang Xiao, she buried her last bit of humanity along with her. Those years, because of Mu Qingyan and the others, she became a figure that everyone hated and despised. And everyone bullied her, wanted to step on her. But she didn't care. She just wanted to survive, even if it meant living worse than a dog. She still wanted to live. Having witnessed too many deaths, she herself had brushed past death countless times. She not only forgot how to smile, but also forgot that she was a person. However, in front of Lu Yuxiu, her smile was radiant and sincere, making it easy for him to grasp her emotions. Just like now, he clearly knew that she was in a great mood. So good that her entire being radiated a joyful aura, infecting those around her, making them unable to help but laugh along with her. "Do you really like me this much?" he asked. In early summer, she nodded without hesitation, not just liking him, but loving him. Loving him to the point of being willing to do anything for him, to bear the world's burdens for him. Don't say she has a romantic mindset. In this world, when someone is willing to devote everything and love you at the cost of their life, it's hard for anyone not to be moved. Lu Yuxiu treated her exceptionally well, so well that it knew no bounds. He would almost offer the world to her just to see her smile. He used his kindness to penetrate the heart of Xia Chu, who had experienced betrayal, was physically disabled, and had grown cold and distrustful of others. Therefore, even knowing that the current Lu Yuxiu was not the Lu Yuxiu from her past life, and that to him, she was just a woman he was meeting for the first time, she still unconsciously relaxed and did not hide her feelings for him. Lu Yuxiu found the girl in front of him, with her honest demeanor, extremely likable. Chapter 15. No appetite, especially when her clear, watery eyes were fixed on him. Filled with his image, it made his heart feel exceptionally soft, as if soaking in a warm spring, indescribably comfortable, stable, and joyful. Wen Yi and Gu Sheng felt very full. Watching the two locked in gaze, the cherries that should have tasted sweet only remained sour, the kind that can make one's teeth ache. Gu Sheng glanced at the remaining cherries, sighed softly. Such an expensive treat. It was the first time he felt he couldn't swallow. Ahem. Clearing his throat, he pointed to his watch amid the dissatisfied gazes of the two. "Ladies, I apologize for the interruption, but it's getting late. If we don't clarify things soon, the hospital will call us looking for someone." In fact, he wasn't afraid of the hospital calling. He was worried that they would call his superior. Today, the leader had issued strict orders to keep a close watch on Lu Yuxiu and not let him do anything foolish that might affect his recovery. Now, not only had they failed to keep an eye on him, but they also aided and abetted his escape from the hospital. Just thinking about how furious the leader would be when he found out what they had done made his whole body ache. When he nodded along, looking at Xia Chu, "Miss, you should at least tell us about your background. Do you want to know?" Xia Chu looked at Lu Yuxiu, her expression serious. A shadow passed over Lu Yuxiu's eyes. Although he hadn't quite figured out why he trusted Xia Chu, whom he was meeting for the first time, so much, it didn't mean he would give up on his doubts about her. The human heart cannot withstand testing. Trust is trust, and distrust is distrust. Too much testing can wear down the heart. Based on this trust, he was willing to abandon all the conversational skills he had learned and engage in a heartfelt conversation with her. "Yes," he nodded firmly. "I have many doubts about you. Your attitude towards me is too familiar and natural, so natural that it feels like our way of interacting should be like this. But I have no memory of you. I remember things from when I was 2 years old. I can say with 100% certainty that before you called me, I didn't know you, but when I was about to hang up, I heard you say you wanted to come find me, and my body instinctively felt guilty. Later, when I saw you at the station, my body and mind were completely unguarded against you. Do you understand this feeling?" Xia Chu didn't understand much, but she knew a little. At this moment, Lu Yuxiu and Wen Yi, who was glaring at her next to him, were filled with confusion. Moreover, Gu Sheng and Wen Yi, besides their confusion, also had a sense of vigilance and scrutiny. If she didn't provide them with a satisfactory answer, she believed what awaited her would be arrest on the charge of investigating confidential personnel information. There was no way around it. The Thorn Brigade was somewhat special. Unlike other teams in the country, the Thorn Brigade was the only one that could directly communicate with the big boss at a higher level. The confidentiality level of the members' information inside was very high, and it couldn't be accessed without reaching a certain level. In such a situation, it was indeed too suspicious that she not only knew everything about Lu Yuxiu, but also the name of Wen Ye's and Gu Sheng's girlfriend. I originally didn't plan to hide anything from you. Xia Chu held Lu Yuxiu's hand and looked at Gu Sheng and Wen Yi, saying, I swear on my life that everything I am about to say is true. Under the ambiguous gazes of the two, she modified the events of her past life and revealed everything. Chapter 16. Fake, isn't it? She had already thought of a reason, precognitive dreams. Although this reason was quite irresponsible and hard to believe, it didn't matter. Since she dared to throw out such a ridiculous reason, she had a way to make them believe it. Gu Sheng and Wen Yi were truly well-mannered. Even though they were non-committal about her words, they never interrupted her. Only their expressions turned a bit complicated. After she finished speaking, the two simply contorted their faces to show her. Xia Chu knew that the two of them probably wouldn't believe it, but it didn't matter. She still had her trump card to play. Her gaze fell on Wen Yi, and she smiled, the smile carrying a hint of mockery. Wen Yi instinctively felt something was off and opened his mouth to speak, but it was already too late. In a voice that was cold yet carried a touch of warmth, she stated word by word, Mr. Wen Yi, when you pursued Ms. Jiang Shao, you weren't attracted to her fair skin or her gentle personality, but rather her delicate and exquisite little feet. Am I right? Lu Yuxiu, Gu Sheng. Wen Ye's body suddenly stiffened, his expression hard and twisted, his eyes still sharp. But only he knew the goosebumps that had sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain, betraying his uncontrollable and tumultuous emotions. Fake, it must be fake. When he began to doubt his life. The reason he pursued Jiang Shao was known only to himself, including Jiang Shao herself. He had never revealed this little quirk to anyone. How did Xia Chu know? Could it be true that the apocalypse is coming? At this moment, when he looked at Xia Chu with a hint of unnoticeable awe, seeing that look in Wen Ye's eyes, Lu Yuxiu and Gu Sheng understood everything. Wen Yi was actually a hidden foot fetishist, and the reason he pursued Jiang Shao wasn't the love at first sight he claimed, but because he was attracted to her feet. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of impending collapse of their worldview and life philosophy. In early summer, she didn't care how they thought. She held on to Lu Yuxiu's fingertips, her gaze landing on Gu Sheng, her red lips slightly curved, her voice teasing, Mo Xiaozhua. Do you need me to make it clearer? Mo Xiaozhua, Gu Sheng's first love hidden in his heart, before Bai Xiuwei passed away. Everyone knew Gu Sheng had a first love, but no one knew her name. The reason Xia Chu knew about these things was that during an outing to search for supplies, they fortuitously found a considerable amount of alcohol. And most people got drunk that day. Gu Sheng and Wen Ye's private matters were also revealed that day while they were drunk. No need. Gu Sheng reacted violently and jumped up, saying, I believe you. Please don't say any more. Just be a decent person. Lu Yuxiu's mind was quick, and upon seeing Gu Sheng's reaction, he guessed Mo Xiaozua's identity. Chapter 17. At least no regrets. He widened his eyes slightly. It was simply amazing that Chu even knew this. Glancing at the two people whose expressions had drastically changed, his own expression also shifted slightly. He turned to Xia Chu and asked, You didn't come here this time just to find me, did you? In early summer, she looked at Lu Yuxiu, who had a serious expression, filled with trust and gravity, but without any defense or vigilance. She couldn't help but laugh. Not angry? Angry that I used you. Angry that I came to see you with an ulterior motive. No. Lu Yuxiu shook his head, his expression becoming even more serious. What do you want to do? What to do? Of course, cooperate with the higher-ups. The apocalypse is global, and individual strength alone cannot change the situation. In the last life, the apocalypse came too suddenly, coinciding with a day of national celebration, catching the higher-ups completely off guard. By the time the big bosses reacted and got various departments operating at the fastest speed, it was already a hell on earth, with corpses everywhere. What if the higher-ups could prepare in advance? In the days since she returned, she had thought a lot. In her previous life, she encountered betrayal and witnessed the malice of human nature. Couples turned against each other, relatives became enemies, Friends betrayed one another, abandoning wives and children, enslaving and oppressing ordinary people. Cannibalism and other evils were everywhere. The collapse of order, the loss of morality, and the absence of law led to the worst aspects of human nature being unleashed to the greatest extent. To survive, countless people acted with the greatest malice, also trying to guess others' intentions with the same malice, afraid to trust anyone. But there were also some people with justice and the welfare of the people in mind, willing to protect others, helping with the greatest goodwill, always walking in the light while holding on to their true selves. She had experienced evil and witnessed goodness. She didn't want to comment on the actions of those who did evil, nor did she have the right to do so, but she wanted to do her utmost to uphold the kindness and justice of those who held justice and the welfare of the people in their hearts. The darker it got, the more light was needed. She had considered being self-sufficient, but later realized that it wouldn't work. She died in the apocalypse 15 years later, when humanity was already at the bottom of the biological chain and the national machinery had long been replaced by self-governing bases. Global decline, crises everywhere, and the living space of humanity was being squeezed tighter and tighter. In a struggle for limited resources, major bases were fraught with contradictions. She had no doubt that if this continued, the only outcome awaiting humanity was destruction. She had a small wish, which was to live well with Lu Yuxiu and his brothers. But in the apocalypse, how easy is it to live well? After much contemplation, she finally made a decision. She would take a crazy risk and expose herself right under the eyes of the higher-ups. She never doubted the cohesion and action of the Ding Kingdom. In her previous life, if the apocalypse had not come so suddenly, and the national machinery had time to react, the outcome might have been different. She wanted to fight for that little glimmer of hope. Even if the outcome wasn't satisfactory, at least she could face herself without regret. She sighed lightly and slowly uttered a sentence under the gaze of the three. Thorns have the right to speak directly to the big boss. Looking at the three, she fell silent. But the meaning of her unfinished words was understood by the three, and because they understood, they felt horrified. Daring to think this way was too crazy. Lu Yuxiu's throat became dry, but he showed no signs of panic on his face. He said, "Do you know what this means?" "I know. Xia Chu not that." If the big boss believed her words, everything would be negotiable. If not, the result awaiting her was predictable. "Are you afraid?" Chapter 18, what are your thoughts? Of course. I'm afraid, but fear doesn't mean she wouldn't act. In life, one must do some meaningful and memorable things. The apocalypse is a terrifying abyss. All living beings are either being dragged into this abyss or have already entered it. The national machinery is the only existence that can resist the abyss. Lu Yuxiu's dark eyes stirred up a wave, gripping Xia Chu's hand too tightly. With her current strength, she felt pain. But he was always a member of Thorns, who had undergone harsh and brutal training. Countless encounters with death had forged his excellent psychological quality, allowing him to always control his emotions and body movements at the first moment. Therefore, apart from Xia Chu, neither Gu Cheng nor when he noticed his momentary loss of composure. Both of them were feeling dizzy at the moment, looking at Xia Chu with astonishment. Everything they encountered today had stimulated them greatly. Gu Cheng said, "Sister, from now on, I admire you." When he added, "Sister, you are a good person," Gu Cheng said gravely, "But sister, it's not that I want to pour cold water on you. What you said, we believe you, doesn't mean others will. Do you understand what I mean?" Wenya's expression was serious. "Actually, I don't recommend you say it out loud, because it's too unrealistic. It's already 2028. No one believes in the apocalypse theory anymore." Early summer. In early summer, she no longer knew what to complain about. She turned to Lu Yuxiu and asked, "What about you? What do you think?" Lu Yuxiu was equally shaken, his voice a bit unsteady. "What you said isn't convincing enough. Compared to such a significant matter as the apocalypse, what she said truly wasn't enough to make people believe." Gu Sheng murmured, "If only we could add a few more compelling facts, there might be hope." Early summer. In early summer, Yansu looked at Lu Yuxiu's watch with a serious expression. It was 3:52. Good, there was still time. She took out her phone from her bag and unlocked it. It was 4:07. A chain car accident would occur at Qianjiling Tunnel in Changjia County, resulting in 23 deaths and 7 serious injuries. Gu Shengwenyi remained silent. but his body honestly moved away from the sofa and came over to watch the phone in her hand with Lu Yuxiu, ready to witness how accurate her precognitive dream was. The atmosphere in the room became silent. At that moment, no one was in the mood to talk, just patiently waiting for 4:07 to arrive. Time passed second by second, and when it reached 4:07, the news of the car accident at Qianjialing Tunnel appeared on major portals, with the death toll and injuries exactly as she had said. When he looked at her with admiration, unable to help but exclaim, "Girl, you must have been kissed by the heavens. You're incredibly lucky to have precognition like this. What kind of fortune must it take to know about the coming apocalypse ahead of nearly 8 billion people globally?" Gu Sheng murmured, "Your existence is simply unscientific." Early summer. Xia Chu was almost in despair. Is this really the time to talk about it? The end of the world on October 1st. Aren't you worried about your future? Gu Cheng felt a bit awkward and quickly adjusted his attitude, saying, don't be angry, I'm just too shocked." As he spoke, he looked at Lu Yuxiu, asking, "What should we do?" Lu Yuxiu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but found it useless. He raised his eyes and saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him, with a hint of expectation on their faces. He simply asked Xia Chu, "Is there anything else like this?" Chapter 19. Chu, you're the best. Xia Chu nodded solemnly. "Yes, quite a few. I can't say I understand everything that happened before the Apocalypse 100, but I did foresee several major events, and one of them will occur tonight." The purple grapes spread rapidly. It only takes 8 to 9 hours from the onset of the disease to turning deep purple. When she got out of the car, she encountered a case of early infection. Based on the timing, a large-scale outbreak would begin around 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. She flipped her wrist, and a red, fragrant apple appeared in her hand. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the 3, her eyes bright and determined, she said, "I need your help. Not only did I have a precognitive dream, but I also awakened my space ability in advance. Do you know why I have the strength to easily lift Lu Yuxiu?" The eyes of the 3 brightened instantly, looking at the apple as if they had seen a bone, filled with longing. It was a pure longing, like the gaze of an ordinary person desiring something good, without greed or malice. Xia Chu knew they were mistaken, thinking her change was brought by the apple. Otherwise, they wouldn't be looking at the apple in such a way. She smiled and handed the apple in her hand to Lu Yuxiu, indicating him to eat it, then took 2 more to share with Wen Yi and Gu Sheng. Seeing the 3 of them holding the apples like treasures, she explained, "Don't worry about eating it. It's just a slightly better tasting apple. The effects are not as extraordinary as you think. The truly useful thing is the spring water, which has effects comparable to the gene optimization liquid in sci-fi novels. It can refine the human body. For me, it enhances strength, agility, and speed, but I'm not sure what it does for you." After a pause, she slowly smiled at the 3 of them. "Come on, before you go find a leader, let's refine your bodies first." The 3 of them clapped like seals, showering her with compliments as if they were free. Chu, you're the best. You're so great. From now on, you're my boss, and I promise to treat you well." In early summer, she almost lost her composure and wanted to beat up Wen Yi, but she forcefully suppressed her desire and seriously took out 2 bottles of spring water from her space. She hurriedly drank them, knowing that it would be very painful afterward, but she just had to endure. She wasn't worried about them not being able to handle it. After all, there were people who had gone through layers of selection and endured brutal training, with strong willpower, pressure resistance, and physical fitness. The only one she was concerned about was Lu Yuxiu. Leaning slightly forward, she gazed into Lu Yuxiu's bright eyes and gently advised, "You're injured. If you drink now, the pain will be several times worse for both of them. Why don't you wait a bit?" Lu Yuxiu felt somewhat helpless. Did he look so weak? Why did Chu think he couldn't handle a little pain? He placed his arm in front of Xia Chu and playfully said, Chu, give it a squeeze." In early summer, Xia Chu really got the hang of it. Lu Yuxiu was a tall man. He looked quite slim, and his muscles weren't as bulky as Wen Yi and Gu Sheng's, who seemed almost ready to burst out of their clothes. But that didn't mean he wasn't strong. If Wen Yi and Gu Sheng were the extroverted muscle types, Lu Yuxiu was the more understated kind. Beneath his unexaggerated muscles lay a powerful explosiveness. "All right, your injury should heal soon, and I'll be able to relax." Chapter 20. Chubby, you're slacking off again. She felt at ease, but Lu Yuxiu was still worried. He refused the third bottle of water that Xia Chu offered and turned to Wen Yi and Gu Sheng, who were about to drink, saying in a deep voice, "Don't rush to drink yet." Since the moment he applied to the military academy and officially donned the military uniform, he had been prepared to sacrifice for his country. Joining the Thorns, he had carried out many dangerous missions, brushing death countless times. Was he afraid? Not really, because that was the meaning represented by his military uniform, as well as the responsibility and duty he should bear the moment he wore it. He wasn't afraid of death. After all, everyone dies eventually, and that's a law that can't be escaped. Instead of dying meaninglessly, it was better to die for a purpose. At least his name could be forever engraved on a martyr's tombstone. But now the situation was different. In the past, he was alone, but now he had a wife. Even if this wife was someone he met for the first time, even if she appeared before him because of a precognitive dream, so what? She came, traveling thousands of miles to find him, giving him her utmost trust and revealing her secrets without reservation. She was a girl with a big heart. Her spirit was even more beautiful than her appearance, which moved him deeply. He had lived freely and carelessly for nearly 30 years, never having any thoughts about any woman. Yet the moment he saw her photo, waves stirred in his heart. And when he saw her in person, his attraction turned into love at first sight. He actually regretted not having met her sooner, but regrets were useless. The situation was already before him, and all he could do was face it. He understood what the apocalypse represented, and because he understood, he couldn't refuse Xia Chu's proposal. It wasn't just one or two lives, but countless lives. He couldn't bear to watch the hell on earth unfold before his eyes, nor could he stand by as countless people died in front of him. Some things needed to be done. If everyone only thought of protecting themselves and ignored their own responsibilities, humanity would face a hopeless future. But doing what needed to be done didn't mean he was willing to put the girl he cared for in danger. Since she trusted him, he had to live up to that trust and consider her well-being. The matter of precognitive dreams could be discussed, but the issues of space and spring water had to be kept secret. "I need your guarantee." He looked at Gu Sheng and Wen Yi, his expression serious. The military off-road vehicle shot out from the beautiful new city like an arrow, weaving through the heavy traffic, heading straight for the military camp. Gu Sheng was a show-off. After Wen Yi helped Xia Chu with the registration and got on the vehicle. He stepped on the gas and drifted all the way into the area where the Thorns were located. The off-road speed soared, and they came to a sudden stop at the gate. "What's going on? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate, driving so fast?" Gu Sheng's reckless driving stunned the passengers beside him, who couldn't help but curse. Bang! Gu Sheng got out of the car, his face dark as he scanned the surrounding people, exuding a heavy aura of hostility. Those people, upon seeing him, widened their eyes in shock. "Orange, did your girlfriend get stolen? Why else do you look so grim? Get lost. You're the one whose girlfriend got stolen. You can't expect anything good from a dog's mouth." Gu Sheng's brows furrowed in anger as he shouted at the loudest one, "Li Shaoqing, chubby, you're slacking off again." Chapter 21. You snuck out again? Li Shaoqing, with a grass root in his mouth and a sleepy look, walked over and hung on Gu Sheng. "Orange, please be a decent person and stop staring at me like you're some miser. I'm so sleepy." "Whoa, where did this beautiful girl come from?" Seeing Xia Chu emerge from the car, Li Shaoqing snapped to attention, suddenly wide awake, and with energy, he quickly approached Xia Chu, wagging his tail like a large dog. "Hey girl, how old are you? Do you have a boyfriend? Do you think I'm good enough for you?" When he had just settled Lu Yuxiu in a wheelchair when he heard Li Shaoqing and took 2 steps forward, kicking him, "Get lost. This is Xiao Yu's daughter-in-law. If you interfere with Xiao Yu's relationship, how many lives do you think you have left?" "What the hell?" Li Shaoqing stumbled back a few steps, unable to believe it, staring at Xia Chu with a heartbroken look. "Xiao Yu's daughter-in-law?" Xia Chu smiled and nodded. "Yes, indeed. Li Shaoqing, how is it that that little Yuer, who is always rude to women, can find a wife, while this elegant and refined gentleman like me can't find a beautiful wife? It's truly unbearable jealousy. By the way, when did little Yuer find a wife? And such a beautiful one at that. His secrecy work is quite impressive." Lu Yuxiu's lips curved into a smile, his bright peach blossom eyes flashing with a cold light. Then who would she have good taste in? Of course, me, Li Shaoqing, who felt something was off halfway through, turned his neck like a rusty robot, and met the crescent-shaped eyes of Lu Yuxiu, who was sitting upright in a wheelchair with his hands resting on his knees. Immediately, he awkwardly chuckled and struggled to change what he was about to say to my brother little Yuer. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Yuxiu in surprise. Wait, how did you get out of the hospital? Your face is so pale. It really makes one feel pity. Did you sneak out again? Again? Xia Chu turned her head to look at Lu Yuxiu. Do you often sneak out of the courtyard? Lu Yuxiu. Oh. Xiao Yuer has encountered her nemesis. A group of onlookers shouted like thunder. What does this have to do with you? Lu Yuxiu glared at them coldly. Just wait for me. Once this is resolved, I'll make sure to beat this group of scoundrels. After saying that, he reached out a hand to Xia Chu. Chu, let's go meet the boss. In early summer, Xia Chu chuckled as she pinched his face, saying, we'll settle the score after the business is done. On the way here, because Lu Yuxiu had a history of sneaking out, the doctors and nurses couldn't manage him, so they didn't contact him directly but called their boss, Li Tao, instead. These three guys were tough and didn't consider Li Tao's feelings at all. They immediately started blabbering about the apocalypse and the things they had already verified over the phone. Chapter 22. No one believes you. Xia Chu didn't know much about Li Tao's character. When she met Lu Yuxiu, the two highest leaders of the Thorn organization, Li Tao and Qin Mosh, had already sacrificed themselves. The Thorn organization had a new leadership, which was highly utilitarian and focused on personal interests. Under the new leadership, Thorn had faced countless casualties and was on the verge of collapse. The Thorn team, composed of 3 standard groups with nearly 5,000 members, ended up with fewer than 300 surviving veteran members, with the remaining population filled by new recruits. Compared to the rigorously trained veterans, the quality of the new members was mixed. They slacked off during training and fled when faced with danger during missions. If these were their only 2 shortcomings, they wouldn't be so heavily criticized. As the saying goes, even ants are greedy for life, let alone humans. Who isn't afraid of death? In the face of life and death, retreating and acting out of fear is a very normal behavior. Others may morally criticize them, but to say they deserve to die for it is simply not true. Few people can face death calmly and serenely. However, the new members, besides the 2 shortcomings mentioned, also bullied the weak and oppressed ordinary people. Ordinary people in the post-apocalyptic world lived worse than dogs, lacking dignity and constantly overshadowed by death. They were the ones doing the dirty and hard work, and when faced with alien creatures or zombies attacking, they had to serve as bait and meat shields, giving the ability users a chance to attack or survive. They had no right to refuse those who volunteered to be bait and meat shields. If they were unfortunate enough to die, at least their families could receive some food. If they refused, they would get nothing and might even be killed by those ability users for not contributing to the base. The reason Lu Yuxiu took Wenyi and left Thorn was not only because Mu Qingyin and those flower protectors were too aggressive and wanted to put her in danger, and he wanted to protect her, but mainly because the state of Thorn at that time left them disheartened. They had lost faith and a sense of belonging to Thorn. When Li Tao and Qin Mosh were around, the ideals, military style, and regulations of Thorn were engraved in their bones and souls. While Lu Yuxiu and the others wandered through various bases and the wilderness, the group of men most missed the times when Li Tao and Qin Mosh led Thorn. In Lu Yuxiu's heart, Li Tao and Qin Mosh, who had been partners for over 20 years, were both upright and protective in character, treating the officers and soldiers of Thorn like their own sons and brothers, deserving their respect and remembrance. In the early summer, because she had not seen the real person, she had always had no feelings about it. It was not until this moment, when she saw Li Tao and Qin Mosh talking to them, that she understood the deep feelings that Lu Yuxiu and the others had for Li Tao, Qin Mosh, and the thorny issues. She looked at the middle-aged man opposite her, who was dressed in ordinary clothes and had an elegant demeanor, and her nervousness eased. She said, I swear, everything I said is true, and I can prove it. The unknown always brings unease and fear, even for those with a spirit of exploration and adventure in research. Chapter 23. Doubt. Moreover, the apocalyptic scenario described by Xia Chu was too terrifying, instilling despair, so it was normal for them to feel dazed due to anxiety. Heaven ultimately favors us by sending you to us in advance, giving us a chance to prepare. With 13 billion people in Dinghua, as long as we unite, we can always overcome the apocalypse. Although Qin Ma's name sounds elegant and scholarly, in reality, he is a rough man with a loud voice. We spoke. His powerful voice filled the entire conference room. Our belief is useless. The key is that the bosses must believe too. Shundong is the political commissar, mainly responsible for political ideology, personnel appointments, and dismissals, and his thinking is close to that of politicians, so he tends to think a lot. He looked at Xia Chu and, with an ambiguous expression, raised a different opinion. I'm curious, with 13 billion people in Dinghua, why is it only you who had the prophetic dream? I can't see what sets you apart from the masses. Lu Yuxiu, Gu Sheng, and Yi Xin were shocked. They heard hostility in this statement directed at Xia Chu. The thing they feared the most and did not want to face it still happened. Xia Chu was equally taken aback. She opened her mouth to speak, but Li Shaoqing, who had taken in the expressions of the four, blinked once, then blinked again, and then grinned, half jokingly and half seriously said, Political Commissar, I can't agree with you on that. How do you know that among the 3 billion people, only Xia Chu had a prophetic dream? After all, not everyone has the courage and boldness to report this decision like Little Yu's daughter-in-law. After a brief moment of panic, Xia Chu's heart regained its calm, but anger also surged within her. If it weren't for Lu Yuxiu and the others being in a thorny situation, and if she hadn't received so many favors from the military in her past life, she could have easily kept this secret to herself and patiently waited to meet Lu Yuxiu in Longcheng after the apocalypse arrived. There was no need for her to sit here under the scrutinizing, suspicious, and vigilant gaze of others. To be honest, it felt quite unpleasant. In her previous life, the hardships of survival had dulled her edges, but that didn't mean she didn't have a temper. At a time like this, still doubting her was truly enough. Commissioner Chun, you should know that the reason I am willing to speak about this seemingly unreliable prophetic dream is not because I want to be a hero, but because of Lu Yuxiu. If the apocalypse were a figment of imagination, I would be the one ending up in prison. She licked her somewhat dry lips and continued calmly and rationally, saying, What you need to do now is not to doubt me here, but to verify what I have said and report it. The apocalypse is not a joke. Those who have not witnessed it cannot imagine the hell on earth it represents. But I have seen it with my own eyes and my dreams. I am just an ordinary citizen, without power, influence, parents, or family. I cannot change the arrival of the apocalypse, nor can I solve the crisis it brings, but you can. Have you considered that if your negligence leads to catastrophic consequences when prevention was possible, can your conscience remain at peace for the rest of your lives? Chen Dong was rendered speechless by her words, his face turning pale. Lu Yuxiu and the others also looked at Xia Chu in surprise, perhaps not expecting her to be so bold in her statements. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, she had come a long way to seek them out for help because of a prophetic dream, so it wasn't surprising that she would say such things. Chapter 24. What do you say? Li Tao and Qin Mo's Hun, however, maintained their usual expressions. After a moment of silence and exchanging glances, Li Tao spoke up, saying, There will be an outbreak of a viral infection tonight. I encountered the first case of the pathogen when I got out of the car. I'm not sure which hospital it was sent to, but I do know one thing. The mutated purple grapes are highly infectious, with transmission routes including bodily fluids, shared utensils, human contact, and droplets. Given the large flow of people in hospitals, once it spreads, it will lead to a widespread outbreak. Looking at the attentive crowd, she continued, If all goes well, we should receive news by 9 or 10 tonight. Qin Mo's Hun asked breathlessly, Is there any way to resolve this? Xia Chu fell silent for a few seconds, and under the intense gaze of the crowd, she spoke heavily, I'm not sure. The purple grapes I saw in my dream didn't initially have infectious properties. Once the mutation broke out, the dream transformed into another disaster. Li Tao and the others were anxious, and Qin Mieshu slammed the table, making a loud noise. Are we just going to watch the virus break out? No. Xia Chu quickly interjected, You can contact the Longqing Health Department. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she said, It's not even 6 o'clock yet. If we have the health department send an expert investigation team over, it might make a difference. What do you all think? Qin Mieshu's gaze swept over everyone's faces. Old Li is right. It's not about being the best, but having it as our merit. Shun Dong nodded in agreement. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If their intervention brings in the health department's expert team and saves not just one life, but countless lives, it will be worth more than we can imagine. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu couldn't help but show a joyful smile. The willingness to step forward meant there was a chance for change. As for the butterfly effect, she couldn't worry about that too much. Whether a vaccine for the purple grape disease could be developed or not, she had done her best. She had a clear conscience. Phone calls came in one after another, and the atmosphere in the conference room became tense and silent as everyone waited for news from the health department. Shun Dong stepped out for 2 or 3 minutes, and after almost half an hour, the logistics team brought in the meals. The food in the military was quite good now, with a mix of meat and vegetables, soup, and fruit. However, Li Tao and the others had no appetite. The impending events were simply too overwhelming, even for their psychological resilience. Xia Chu has a good psychological quality. She's someone who has died once. In those 15 years of the apocalypse, she has experienced and seen everything, so this little thing really doesn't affect her appetite. Therefore, she's not at all polite and eats her meal with peace of mind. She is truly hungry. Today, apart from breakfast before taking the high-speed train, she hasn't eaten anything proper. Not only is she eating by herself, but she also insists that Lu Yuxiu eat with her, saying, "You're still injured. You can't go hungry, drink some soup first." She places the rib and yam soup in front of Lu Yuxiu and adds, "After you finish, I'll check your wound." Li Shaoqing is amazed by her good psychological quality when he hears her words. Chapter 25. Are you a doctor? He is instantly surprised. Wide-eyed, "Sister, are you a doctor?" What kind of doctor? She was forced into this by that damned apocalypse. In a time of scarcity of clothes and food, where various medicines are urgently needed, if you don't learn to handle wounds and identify some life-saving medicinal herbs, you're just heading for death. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, she says, "I only know how to treat external injuries." She doesn't yet know the specifics of Lu Yuxiu's injury. But that doesn't stop her from checking his wound to see if it's torn and needs stitching. Of course, her main purpose is to take the opportunity to clean his wound with spring water to see if it can speed up the healing process. Internal medicine can refine the body, so external application should have some effect too. Lu Yuxiu is completely unaware of Xia Chu's thoughts. He obediently finishes his meal and, after seeking the agreement of Li Tao and the others, let Xia Chu push him back to the dormitory. Li Shaoqing wants to follow. He has a lot of questions about the development between Lu Yuxiu and Xia Chu, but unfortunately he is stopped by Wen Yi, Gu Cheng, and Xiaoling Tian. Wen Yi even retorts at him, "It's rare for the young couple to have some private space. Can't you be a little perceptive? Do you know that interrupting people's romance can lead to thunderstrikes? No wonder you, a single dog, have no women interested in you." Xiaoling Tian nods in agreement. "Stop thinking about being a beast all day. It's a dead end." Li Shaoqing is in despair. WDF. As the saying goes, don't hit the face when hitting someone, don't expose flaws when scolding someone. Yet these two beasts, Mosquito and the Emperor, are determined to go against the grain, poking at his scars every day. Is having a girlfriend that impressive? Who is he bothering as a single dog? Just wait until he sees Jiang Xiao and Ruan Mengmeng. He will definitely make sure to boost the favorability of Mosquito and the Emperor in front of them. Lu Yuxiu's dormitory is a single room with a bathroom and shower, not very large and without a kitchen, but enough for him to live alone. As he speaks, he looks up at Xia Chu with a smile and says, "I need to accompany you, otherwise I won't feel at ease." While talking, his fingers write a few words in her palm, then he winks at her. When he sees her give a barely noticeable nod to indicate she understands, he finally lets go of her hand and says, "Dear, I'll trouble you to make the bed." In early summer, she pinched his face and waited. As she spoke, she turned and went to the wardrobe, taking out a blanket, pillow, and sheets, quickly making the bed. Then, she lifted Lu Yuxiu from the wheelchair and placed him on the bed. "Where are you hurt? Let me see. There are 3 places. Which one do you want to see?" He leaned back on the bed, squinting and smiling at her. His deliberately lowered magnetic voice, combined with his current appearance, created a strange, yet sexy sense of temptation. Xia Chu felt a slight stir in her heart. as if a kitten's paw had scratched her chest. She turned her head, took a deep breath, and leaned down to gaze into his eyes amidst his light laughter. You. Chapter 26. Be good, you wish. Although his voice was very sexy and his posture alluring, Xia Chu mercilessly pinched his cheek, twisting it. Don't think that just because you're injured, I'll cater to you. If you irritate me, you'll be punished. So, be good, understand? Lu Yuxiu. Chu, don't you think the script you're following is wrong? It shouldn't develop like this. He looked at her and said softly. The correct development should be me. In early summer, she took a deep breath and gently spoke. Lu Yuxiu. Lu Yuxiu felt a sense of comfort from her gentle call, letting out a soft, nasal sound with a hint of hoarseness. Xia Chu leaned close to his neck and sniffed, then looked up into his eyes and asked seriously, You haven't bathed for several days. Just wipe yourself with water, right? Can he be blamed for this? He is an injured patient. 5 days ago, he was unconscious, and now, 5 days later, he is awake but can't get out of bed. He got out of bed yesterday, and she appeared today. He feels helpless. Inside, Lu Yuxiu had a million alpacas running through his mind. He asked Xia Chu with a serious expression, Does it smell bad? Not really, Xia Chu comforted him. Not very sympathetically. It's not obvious unless you get close. Do you want me to clean you up? At that moment, Lu Yuxiu had no thoughts left. He lowered his head and gloomily muttered, Yeah, clean it up, make it smell better so it doesn't bother you. So, Xia Chu began to busily prepare things to clean him up. Taking advantage of the moment when she went to the bathroom to fetch water, she secretly brought out some spring water, then took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. The tall and strong man's body was filled with strength and beauty. His healthy, sun-kissed skin was marked with intersecting scars, both new and old, with knife wounds and bullet marks. It was almost impossible to find a piece of intact skin. Xia Chu had seen these scars countless times in her previous life and knew the story behind each one. She thought that seeing them again wouldn't stir much emotion in her, but unexpectedly, she still felt a pang of heartache. Lu Yuxiu looked at her reddened eyes and then at his own scars, feeling secretly satisfied. It's good that she feels pain. It means she cares about him. There were 3 wounds that needed to be checked and treated, located on the abdomen, the inner thigh, and the calf. After 15 years in the apocalypse, Xia Chu had a deep understanding of how to treat wounds and could be considered quite experienced. Soon, the wound on his abdomen was treated, and she raised her eyes to look at Lu Yuxiu, silently asking if it felt effective. Lu Yuxiu's expression didn't change, but his eyes brightened significantly. Seeing this, Xia Chu smiled slightly. As she expected, the spring water was effective for external injuries. She let out a breath and continued to treat the wound on his inner thigh. This area, to be honest, was a bit sensitive. She had no particular thoughts about it and focused solely on treating the wound. Lu Yuxiu, however, was different. He let out a soft grunt and lowered his gaze to watch Xia Chu, who was focused and busy between his legs. Her clear, light brown eyes sparkled under the light, almost enchantingly, stirring something in his heart. What exactly that something was, he couldn't say. All he knew was that just looking at her made him want to. He let out a low breath, raised his finger to touch her. But in the next second, she skillfully dodged and pinched him, extinguishing the fire of desire with the pain. He looked at the half-smiling, half-teasing expression in Xia Chu's eyes and quietly lowered his finger. Chapter 27. Lu Sansui. Xia Chu glanced at him, said nothing, and continued to tend to the wounds on her calves. Once all the wounds were taken care of, she began bustling around to pack things up. Behind her, Lu Yuxiu watched her busy figure intently, thinking about her earlier gaze and her gentle movements, his eyes softening uncontrollably. He stroked his chin and thought, since Chu cares about him so much, she must be willing to indulge him. Chu, help me put on my clothes. Okay, Fine. Seeing her so fierce, Lu Yuxiu's momentum immediately softened, and he pouted a bit aggrievedly. Didn't you say you would cherish and love me? Chu, big liar. This guy should be renamed Lu Sansui. He's simply immature to the extreme. Xia Chu wanted to laugh a little, but she held it in and comforted him in a gentle tone. Your injury isn't healed yet. If I help you get dressed, you'll have to stand up and salute me again. Isn't that uncomfortable? Uncomfortable. Lu Yuxiu nodded without hesitation. After so many years of drought, it would be a lie to say it wasn't uncomfortable. He was an honest person and never told falsehoods. Wait until your injury is healed, and then you can salute however you want. For now, hold it in, Xia Chu said softly. Lu Yuxiu felt a bit helpless as he slowly put on his clothes, then opened his arms towards Xia Chu, asking for a hug. Okay. Lu Yuxiu leaned closer to her, his nostrils slightly flaring, a faint smile appearing on his pale lips. Chu, you smell so good. When he was close to Xia Chu, he could smell the fragrance on her, a light scent that was refreshing and addictive. Is it fragrant? Xia Chu couldn't smell anything on herself. She raised her arm to sniff, but didn't detect the scent he mentioned. Maybe it's a shower gel. She didn't use perfume, not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't bear to spend the money. That stuff was too expensive, a small bottle costing several hundred, equivalent to half a month's living expenses for her. Her grandfather was just an old farmer who worked in the fields his whole life, lacking any skills. By the time he raised her to 16, he had exhausted his life. Therefore, he left her nothing. She had to ask the relatives in the village who hadn't worn mourning clothes to help pay for her grandfather's funeral. And that money was what she had exchanged for the family land. Her tuition was covered by student loans, and her daily living expenses came from scholarships and part-time wages. Over the years, the expensive items she bought, aside from her computer and phone, were discounted off-season brand clothes. Because of work requirements, she also spent money to learn to drive, which made her so heartbroken that she couldn't eat for days. Due to her frugality, her social life wasn't great, earning her the nickname Xia Chu, Xia the Stingy. She didn't mind, continuing to do her own thing. The end of her previous life came without warning, and she regretted being so stingy with herself while the money she had saved up turned into mere numbers, almost making her vomit blood in frustration. In this life, however, she spent money freely, but unfortunately, what she bought were all necessities. As for perfume, something you can't eat or drink, she might as well skip it. Chapter 28. Good fortune in early summer. She pushed Lu Yuxiu to the door of the conference room. Just as Lu Yuxiu raised his hand to knock, the door was open from the inside. Xiao Lingtian, who walked out and closed the door behind him, had a serious and gloomy expression. It was just right. The news had been confirmed. Remembering the message from the Longqing Health Department, Xiao Lingtian gave Xia Chu a deep look, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. You did well. Xia Chu understood his meaning, curling her lips in a smile and saying, Thank you. I only seek to have a clear conscience. The phrase have a clear conscience sounds simple, but it's quite difficult to achieve. Xiao Lingtian chuckled and sighed. The existence of prophetic dreams is too magical and mystical. When an ordinary person has such a dream and then finds that it has come true, most would choose to hide away and quietly stockpile resources, waiting for the apocalypse to arrive before taking action. More than a decade ago, apocalyptic novels were incredibly popular, and he had read quite a few. Very few protagonists reported the situation, almost none at all. But today, he encountered someone who went against the grain and chose to report it, wanting to rely on the Guojiao machine to fight against the apocalypse. This operation not only surprised him, but also earned his deep admiration. The real apocalypse would be far more brutal than the artistic portrayals in novels and movies. In the face of the impending disaster, some people choose to hide away and shrink back without taking any risks, while others choose not to fear difficulties, putting their own safety last, and actively confronting the harsh world that is about to come. Xia Chu is one of them, and she has a remarkable sense of the bigger picture. No matter what decisions the big boss and the others make, with her rare perspective among women, her future won't be too bad. No wonder Xiao Yuer is indifferent to numerous suitors, but has chosen her. This girl deserves Xiao Yuer's sincere treatment. He casually told Lu Yuxiu, Xiao Yuer, you are so fortunate. I hope you can hold on to this fortune for a lifetime. Lu Yuxiu's heart tightened, and he exchanged a glance with Xiao Lingtian before lightly laughing, I will. The curve of his lips was joyful and charming. And what about you all? Yes, what about them? Brothers who are willing to risk their lives for each other have never been just talk. Xiao Lingtian slightly nodded and wanted to continue speaking when Gusheng suddenly pulled open the door and shouted, Hurry up and come in to discuss important matters. Stop chatting at the door. As he said this, he rolled his eyes a bit, and his fingers seemed to move unconsciously a few times. Lu Yuxiu and Xiao Lingtian's expressions changed slightly, while Xia Chu remained calm, her mind racing. This gesture was something she often saw in her past life. It was a coded signal commonly used by Lu Yuxiu and the others, similar to the Sherlock Holmes code. However, its secrecy was stronger than that of the Holmes code, as few could understand it, since it was privately created by Lu Yuxiu and his group and was not as widely known as the Holmes code. The message Gu Shang conveyed was that Chen Dong wanted to stir up trouble, so be alert. Lu Yuxiu and Xiao Ling Tian nodded slightly, indicating they understood. Gu Shang relaxed, and the four of them entered the room, where everyone's gaze turned to Xia Chu. When she came over from Jinxiu New City, Xia Chu changed into a black casual outfit, which made her skin look even whiter than snow, and her lips a bright red. As she pushed Lu Yuxiu to the conference table, her expression remained calm, unaffected by their gazes or the heavy atmosphere in the room. She truly had composure. Chapter 29. I am not a hero. Letting go of the wheelchair, she walked to the chair beside Lu Yuxiu, slightly bent forward, and said, I apologize for keeping you leaders waiting. It's fine. Li Tao eagerly interjected, Xia Chu, the situation is urgent. Can we get straight to the point? The querying tone he used, however, was one that brooked no refusal. At the beginning of summer, she understood their urgency, but it was impossible to confront them at such a critical moment. She slightly curved her lips and nodded calmly to indicate her agreement. 2 minutes ago, we received a message from the health department that currently 137 cases of the pathogen have been identified, among which 56 cases have shown the changes you mentioned and have already been isolated for treatment. The source of infection is also being investigated, but as you know, the difficulty of tracing the source of infection increases when the pathogens are in a comatose state, and the health department needs time. Furthermore, it is still unclear whether the pathogen is only in Longsheng or if it is present nationwide. Regarding this, we are powerless and can only place our hopes on the health department and the Dingwa Center for Disease Control. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu never expected that in just a few hours, there would be 137 cases of pathogens in Longsheng. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't feeling heavy-hearted, but feeling heavy-hearted was useless. She wasn't a professional, and she had no idea what stage the vaccine research for the purple grape was at in her previous life, so she couldn't provide any help. Sighing, she asked, has the health department reported the matter of the purple grape to the Guojia Disease Control Center? It has been reported. Li Tao nodded and continued, now, I am preparing to report the situation of the apocalypse to the big boss. You. He paused, showing a troubled expression on his face. Seeing this, Xia Chu directly spoke up, if there is anything you need me to do, just let me know. As long as it is something I can do, I will not refuse. The implication was that if it was something she couldn't do, he shouldn't bother her about it. They were all smart people, and she was sure they understood the underlying meaning of her words. Chen Dong was somewhat dissatisfied with her attitude and said in an official tone, Xia Chu, since you chose to speak about your precognitive dreams, I know you are a good girl. Commissioner Chun, Xia Chu impatiently interrupted him, please don't flatter me. I still stand by what I said. I am not a hero, nor do I want to be one. My demands are not high. I just want to survive. To live, I am willing to cooperate with all official actions, but the premise is that it is within my capability. You are such a high-ranking figure. I believe you wouldn't force me into a difficult position, right? After saying that, she muttered under her breath, otherwise it would be bullying. Although she said it quietly, her voice was not small at all, and everyone present heard her. Chen Dong's complexion darkened instantly. Since he was transferred to Jingtian as a political commissar, very few people dared to speak to him like this. Look at what she was saying. If he made things difficult for her, it would be bullying. In this situation, what else could he say? He couldn't say anything or do anything. Otherwise, it would indeed become bullying. The apocalypse hadn't even arrived yet, and if he really did that, he wouldn't have a good outcome. Oof. A young girl who is sharp-tongued and unwilling to suffer any losses. He wanted to see what good outcome she could achieve when the apocalypse came. Xia Chu was unaware of Chen Dong's thoughts and didn't care. She looked at Li Tao and sincerely asked, are you planning to go in person or report over the phone? I will go to Beijing, he replied. The matter of the apocalypse was too significant. He felt uneasy not going in person and was also afraid that he couldn't convey it clearly over the phone and wouldn't capture the big boss's attention. Chapter 30. Not afraid of laughter in early summer. Upon hearing the voice, she took a notebook out of her bag, stood up, and respectfully handed it over. Sing. Please take this with you. I have written down all the disasters that will occur in the dream before October 1st. This was something Lu Yuxiu had asked her to write on the way here, mainly to see if these notes could help her escape from her predicament. After the apocalypse began, I also summarized some weaknesses of zombie-like creatures and other beings, combat techniques, and which cities would fall first and need to be evacuated. I hope this can be of some help. Li Tao quickly grabbed the notebook and opened it. What came into view were neat lines of handwriting. He glanced at a few lines and found the content substantial, clearly showing that she had put in effort. While reading, he asked Xia Chu, "Don't you want to come with me? You do know that reporting this matter can bring you great benefits. The key is that it can also catch the attention of the big bosses." Can Xia Chu really not know? That's a joke. If she were a smart person, she would happily seek more benefits for herself, but she isn't. Rebirth only increases experience, not IQ. She is self-aware and knows she doesn't have the ability to become a powerful figure in the apocalypse just because she was reborn. She's just an ordinary person who got a lucky chance at rebirth. The reason she could be calm around Li Tao and the others is that they were often mentioned by Lu Yuxiu in her past life. Even if she hadn't interacted with them, she had a good impression of them, which gave her a baseline of trust. Moreover, because Lu Yuxiu, Wen Yi, and Gu Sheng are backing her up and willing to protect her, she feels more confident in maintaining her composure. However, the big bosses are different. They're like the heavens in the eyes of the 13 billion people in the empire, each one a formidable figure in their own right. If she were to stand in front of the big bosses, there's a high chance she wouldn't be able to say a word, let alone boast about anything, because she would be too nervous and excited. Furthermore, she doesn't want to deal with those people. As she said, with her lack of intelligence and common sense, when facing the big bosses, there's a great possibility that they would extract all her cards. The matter of her precognitive dreams is easy to explain. As for the space and spring water to be safe, it's better for Li Tao and the others to take the credit. She put on a serious face and self-deprecatingly said, "I'm just an ordinary citizen, not afraid of your laughter. On my way to meet you, I was so scared that my limbs went soft and my heart was pounding with anxiety. If it weren't for Lu Yuxiu and Wen Yi constantly reassuring her in the car, giving her psychological support, and saying that you're all very good leaders, what you would see is a stuttering and trembling version of me." Saying this, she cupped her hands in front of Li Tao and the others and pleaded, "Uncles, I'm shamelessly calling you uncles. Please, for Lu Yuxiu's sake and for the sake of reporting the news, don't mention me in front of the big bosses." Okay. Li Tao and the others didn't check her identity because Lu Yuxiu, Wen Yi, and Gu Sheng had corroborated her story, insisting that she was Lu Yuxiu's girlfriend who hadn't had a chance to report their relationship yet, effectively guaranteeing her identity. The big bosses, however, are different. She is certain that as long as she nods and agrees to go to the capital with Li Tao, while still on the plane, her 24 years of life would be thoroughly investigated and then presented in document form on the big boss's desk. Chapter 31. His fortune. She isn't afraid of investigating her life a week ago, but her life after rebirth is truly not something that can withstand scrutiny. So it's better for Li Tao and the others to take the credit. Li Tao and the others exchanged glances, instinctively wanting to refuse. This credit belongs to Xia Chu. Although they also want this huge credit, they haven't become shameless enough to snatch it from a young girl. "Uncles, please don't refuse. I have my considerations. The apocalypse is brutal. If you want to protect the thorny paths, the 8 armies, Dragon City, and even the residents of several surrounding cities, please trust me and use this credit to exchange for promotions. In the apocalypse, strength is everything. Some things she can't explain too clearly. Political correctness is very important. Since the apocalypse hasn't come yet, she doesn't want to eat free meals. She just wants to quietly stockpile resources, helping Lu Yuxiu spend the money accumulated over the years. Otherwise, when the apocalypse arrives, money will become useless paper and a string of numbers." Hearing her words, the few who wanted to firmly refuse fell silent. Gu Sheng's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. This girl, Xia Chu, revealed her cards to them at first sight, indicating that she trusts them, but it also shows she is naive. Originally, they thought that such a naive girl would capture Xiao Yu's heart, and they would have to protect her, not for any other reason, but for her trust in their brother Xiao Yu. Yet unexpectedly, this girl is not naive at all. She is instead remarkably clever. Exposed under the watchful eyes of the big bosses, being thoroughly investigated would yield mixed results for her. The good outcome would be that she catches the attention of the big bosses, who appreciate her contributions and give her benefits. The bad outcome is that she would lose her freedom and be monitored. Human hearts are complex. Human nature cannot withstand testing. Xia Chu's precognitive dreams are too bizarre and their accuracy too high. Who knows if the big bosses would overthink things or feel that she is hiding something? Whether for her precognitive dreams or for what the big bosses think she is hiding, they would not let her leave. People like her can only be kept under close watch to ensure others' peace of mind. If one's vision is narrow and lacks a broader perspective, they wouldn't even need to think. They would definitely choose to meet the big bosses. To meet the big bosses, who only appear in the 7:30 news and international news, to have a personal meeting, to have friendly discussions, and perhaps even sit together for a meal and take photos is a tremendous fortune for an ordinary person and something to boast about for a lifetime. This kind of temptation is truly hard for many to resist. But Xia Chu chose to refuse. Not only did she clearly refuse, but she also pointed out the current political direction of the empire. This girl is quite capable. Xiao Yu is secure now. What Wen Yi and Gu Shang could think of, Lu Yuxiu, Xiao Ling Tian, and Li Shaoqing could think of as well. Lu Yuxiu happily held Xia Chu's hand and squeezed it, then turned to look at her, his eyes filled with warmth. My Chu, how can you give me so many surprises and make me like you so much? Meeting her in this life is his fortune. Chapter 32. Living Awake in Old Shun. Are you sure? Two voices rang out simultaneously. The former was Li Tao, who was very dissatisfied with Chun Dong's words, as could be heard in his voice. The latter was Xia Chu. She didn't expect to speak at the same time as Li Tao. After a moment of surprise, she said to him, Uncle Li, I'm very willing. Please don't think you're taking advantage of me. Honestly, meeting the big bosses is an honor and a matter to be proud of for you. But for me, it's only pressure, and not just a little pressure. I really can't handle it. As she spoke, she cupped her hand again and bowed slightly. Uncle Li, I beg you please agree. Just pity this child of mine. Okay. With her past life experiences, fame and fortune are all clouds to her. She just wants to live well with Lu Yuxiu and the others, waiting for the day the apocalypse ends. This process may be long, cruel, and arduous. But so what? She would rather fight for her life against zombies and other creatures in the wilderness than join the rat race of fame and fortune, fighting wits and engaging in schemes. People like her are only suited to be a knife, not a leader or a sage. A person can only live clearly to treat themselves and everything rationally. And her greatest strength is clarity. In her past life, after losing the protection of Lu Yuxiu and the others, she survived alone for 10 years, relying on this clarity. Li Tao unconsciously set down the notebook in his hand. Are you sure? If it weren't for Xia Chu's clear logic, calm words, and good personal qualities, Li Tao would think she was mocking him. After all, this credit is indeed significant. I'm sure. See it you not that for me, Li. Seeing her determined expression, Li Tao fell silent for a few seconds before agreeing. If time were ample, he would definitely continue to persuade her, but the current situation is urgent, and he really can't afford to waste more time. At most, they would include the little girl in their protective circle in the future. As long as they lived for a day, they would protect her for a day. Thus, the matter was settled. Before leaving, Li Tao patted Lu Yuxiu's shoulder and said, Take good care of Xia Chu. Don't bully her, or I'll deal with you. Li Tao and the others, Gu Sheng and the others, all gave Xia Chu a thumbs up, saying, Girl, you managed to make the biggest thorn in the thorn bush obedient. Even saying you would deal with him if he misbehaved, that is quite impressive. Understanding the looks from everyone, Xia Chu chuckled and said, Lu Yuxiu is quite obedient. Lu Yuxiu shamelessly agreed, Yes, I'm super obedient. The heavy mood of the crowd lightened a bit due to Lu Yuxiu's self-praise. But after sending Li Tao off in the helicopter, their mood returned to normal. Everyone knew that the real challenge lay ahead when Li Tao met the big bosses. Qin Mozhui felt as heavy as if several large stones had dropped on him, but he really didn't have time to dwell on it. Li Tao's departure meant he would be very busy in the coming time. So, he came in front of Xia Chu, stood with his feet together, and saluted, saying, Good girl, thank you. He thanked her for trusting them and reporting such incredible news despite the danger to herself. Chapter 33. I want to be discharged. He also thanked her for not claiming credit and giving them the opportunity to prepare. Xia Chu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently. You're too polite. This is what I should do. After all, I'm also a citizen of this country. Who doesn't want their country to be better? Shindong closed his eyes for a moment. This girl, although sharp-tongued, had a good heart. In the end, they had taken advantage of the situation this time. So be it. At his age, why bother to argue with a young girl over her ungracious words? With this thought, Shindong stepped forward, raised his hand to salute her as well, and his tone softened remarkably. Xia Chu, I thank you too. Xia Chu was a bit surprised, but quickly smiled and said, You're too kind. As if feeling that her words lacked sincerity, she cleared her throat and added, Actually, I also want to thank you for believing in me. Shindong couldn't help but laugh. We can't accept your thanks. The ones you really should thank are Lu Yuxiu and the others. If it weren't for these 3 boys vouching for her so confidently, they wouldn't even have met her, let alone believe her words. I want to be discharged. Lu Yuxiu made his request without hesitation. Qin Mozho didn't think twice before refusing. No, you just had surgery a few days ago. You need a rest. The hospital isn't safe right now. Even normal people can get infected, and someone with my injuries is even more susceptible. Seeing that everyone fell into thought because of his words, Lu Yuxiu shook Xia Chu's hand and said, I just need you to take care of me. I wasn't seriously hurt to begin with, and I've already stayed in the hospital long enough. There's really no need to continue wasting medical resources. His determination to leave was strong, and knowing his personality, Qin Mozho and the others thought for a moment and felt he was right. Previously, he was forced to stay in a hospital mainly because no one was there to take care of him. Now it's different, with Xia Chu to care for him. Being discharged was acceptable. Thus, Lu Yuxiu's request was approved. In the end, bidding farewell to everyone, Xia Chu drove Lu Yuxiu's dusty modified military vehicle, which had been parked in a lot for who knows how long, straight to the military hospital to handle the discharge procedures. Upon arriving at Jinxiu City, since the wheelchair was returned to the hospital, Lu Yuxiu once again enjoyed a princess carry from Xia Chu. Lu Yuxiu had no sense of shame, but at the moment he was lifted into the air, he slowly brought his face closer to Xia Chu's eyes, a hint of darkness in his gaze. At the beginning of summer, she almost lost her grip and dropped the person. Seeing the unkind glimmer in those light brown, peach blossom eyes, Lu Yuxiu chuckled softly, slowly turning his face away, then burying his face in her neck and rubbing against it. At first, was it me chasing you in your dreams? Chapter 34. Actually, not beautiful at all. Yes. Lu Yuxiu perked up upon hearing this, his eyes sparkling as he asked, Tell me, how did I chase you? I believe our encounter must have been very beautiful. In early summer, Xia Chu's first encounter with Lu Yuxiu was not a pleasant one at all. At that time, her ability core had already been destroyed, and her entire left arm was severed by Mu Qingyin's top protector, devotes, with a single blow. Her fallen left arm was even fed to a mutated dog by him. She didn't die. Rather, it should be said that devotes didn't want her to die. He wanted her to live in torment and suffering, so he had the healer in the team mend her wounds. Thus, she became a one-armed hero. She wasn't bad-looking, and before her ability core was destroyed, even though her ability wasn't a main combat type like water, no one had designs on her, simply because she dared to wield a big knife and fight for her life. She won the team's favor with her fearless courage and numerous injuries, as well as her personality that didn't like to stir up trouble. Although her life at that time was not particularly good, it was still much better than that of ordinary people. At least she lived with dignity and was quite happy. But devotes destroyed her ability core, severed her left arm. Even though he had the healer mend her wounds and keep her alive, she became a useless person with no combat power, weak and needing care. Furthermore, devotes had also declared that anyone who protected her would be against Qingyin's battle team, which made her an existence that everyone avoided, fearing that any association with her would bring the wrath of Qingyin's team. The Qingyin team was the top battle team of the Nanan base, with strong military power and nearly 300 members, none of whom were ordinary people, with combat-type ability users accounting for more than half. In addition, they had a continuous supply of resources. In such a team, it It was too late to appease them, and no one was willing to offend them. The team she was in was called the Hope Squad, a small team with only 32 combat members who could go out on missions to search for supplies, among which a few were mutated beings without abilities. As for those staying behind, they were all family members of team members and ordinary people rescued along the way, mostly elderly and weak. Her joining the Hope Squad was an accident. During a mission issued by the authorities, she coincidentally saved the team leader, Xia Chu, who was as simple and honest as his name suggested, like a bear. Upon learning that she hadn't joined any team, Xia Chu clung to her, and she knew that being a lone wolf was not a long-term solution. Having a team to rely on would be beneficial for her. However, after experiencing Mu Qingyin's betrayal and harm, she was afraid to trust others easily and did not agree to Xia Chu's proposal. But fate is indeed quite dramatic. Xia Chu was someone who couldn't understand rejection. After numerous missions and fighting side by side, her bond with the Hope Squad deepened. In the end, she was drawn in by the atmosphere of the Hope Squad and couldn't resist Xia Chu's persistence for half a year, so she joined. The day she got into trouble was also coincidental. There was not a single teammate around her. And by the time Xia Chu and the others heard the news and rushed to find her, she had already become a waste. Xia Chu and the others wanted to take revenge for her, but the enemy was from the Qingyan team. What could they use to take revenge? Chapter 35, A Betrothal Gift? She could see clearly the struggles, pain, guilt, and despair of Xia Chu and the others. She also knew that staying in the Hope Squad would endanger everyone, so she chose to leave voluntarily. When leaving, Xia Chu, after seeking the consent of everyone in the Hope Squad, gave her most of the collected food. With that food, she survived her period of weakness and went to sign up to be a meat shield to draw aggro. The death rate for meat shields was very high. Few of the meat shields who worked with her survived 3 missions, most dying tragically on their first mission. Thanks to her previous rich combat experience and the fact that devotes had severed her left arm instead of her right arm, she survived time and again against the odds. But wandering too much at night would eventually lead to encounters with danger. She didn't expect that Mu Qingyin's good friend Lu Yuxiu would also be present during that mission. And the meat shield was supposed to draw the monsters away to buy time for the ability users and mutated beings, but she was betrayed by Lu Yuxiu. Thus, she was surrounded by countless mutated plants and beasts. During the mission, the meat shield had to rely on herself to survive. No ability users or mutated beings would abandon their tasks to save a meat shield. She could clearly feel the blood in her body being drained by the mutated plants and clearly felt the extreme pain of her flesh being torn away by those mutated beasts. She couldn't escape the encirclement of the mutated plants and beasts and felt powerless in her desperate situation. The feeling of waiting for death was too despairing. And it was at this moment that Lu Yuxiu appeared. He saved her when she was close to death, her appearance terrible. Upon discovering she was still alive, he sarcastically remarked that it was impressive she hadn't died after being bitten into such a state, and then he carried her like a sack to Junyi. After waking up, she found herself away from Nanan, at the Mingwang base where Lu Yuxiu and the others were. That dogman Lu Yuxiu had a sharp tongue. Upon learning she was awake, he casually came to see her, but said at first glance that she was uglier than a ghost and warned her not to go out during the day, lest she scare people and plants. Remembering Lu Yuxiu's words and actions that made her so angry she wanted to explode, Xia Chu bit her back molars, suppressing the impulse to give that dogman a good beating. Don't be angry, don't be angry. These are all matters from a past life. She had to be magnanimous and not stoop to his level, she told herself. She had to dote on him, treat him well, and make him as dependent on her as in their past life. Seeing her gaze lingering meaningfully on him, Lu Yuxiu, who was lying on the sofa, immediately hugged himself tightly and warily stared at her. What else with that strange look in her eyes? He felt like she was up to no good. Wanted to do something with him. Sigh. Actually, he was quite willing to give his innocence to Xia Chu, but unfortunately his injuries hadn't healed yet, so he could only wait a bit longer, at least until he was mostly healed. As soon as Xia Chu saw his eyes moving around, she knew what he was thinking. Ignoring his vigilance and anticipation, she directly reached out and said, "Come on, hand over all your savings." Lu Yuxiu, a betrothal gift? Betrothal gift my foot, I'm buying supplies. She chuckled lightly, thinking that if she didn't find a way to spend the money before October 1st, there would be no place to spend it afterwards. Lu Yuxiu's deep gaze fixed on her. The Guojia machines will definitely get involved, so what you're worried about won't happen. That said, he still handed her his phone, kindly providing the password. Chapter 36. Chu, don't cry. Xia Chu shook her head while checking her bank balance on her phone and said word by word, "You're thinking too simply. After the apocalypse, the magnetic field will be disrupted and there will be no communication signals from satellites or on the ground. It won't be restored in the short term." Given Ding's current national situation, do you think banks or online shopping platforms can operate normally when everything relies on network data? The power of the Guojia machines is indeed formidable, but they would struggle to cope with such a global magnetic field disruption. Thus, Lu Yuxiu fell silent. Once Xia Chu finished checking the amount, the two began to discuss what supplies to stock up on. They talked and took notes, discussing for nearly 2 hours before finally finalizing the list. Looking at the list Xia Chu had compiled, Lu Yuxiu couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank goodness I have money, otherwise, I'd only be able to stock up on instant noodles and biscuits." Lu Yuxiu was indeed wealthy, with nearly 100 million in savings. He had minimal expenses while serving in the army, and had saved all his salary over the years. Additionally, he collected several million in rent each year, not to mention the dividends from his investments. Unfortunately, the prices of his properties and shops were too high to sell in the short term. "We have 11 days to spend the money. This task is a bit daunting." Patting the list, Xia Chu's eyes sparkled as she pushed Lu Yuxiu down onto the sofa and, seeing his puzzled expression, began to remove his clothes. "Now that you're out of the hospital, there's no need to worry about your wounds being discovered. Let us quickly strengthen your body for our actions tomorrow." Saying this, she fetched him a cup of water. "All right." Lu Yuxiu didn't waste any time, taking the cup and drinking it down. After finishing the cup of water, he smacked his lips, somewhat confused by the lack of taste. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a muffled groan, curling up on the sofa, with veins popping on his forehead, neck, and arms, as visible heat and the smell of blood began to rise from his body. No wonder soldiers have such good physiques. This effect is much stronger than when I drank it back then. Seeing him sweating profusely in pain, Xia Chu hugged him tightly, enduring the moment. "Just hold on. You'll be fine after this wave of pain." Because of his injury, his physical condition was significantly weaker than before, and he was truly struggling to cope. On top of that, he felt extremely thirsty and hot, as if he were being roasted like a pig over a fire, making him unable to resist holding onto Xia Chu tightly, trembling in her embrace. He closed his eyes, gasping, feeling the rapid changes occurring within him and realizing that his wounds were healing at an astonishing speed. The effect of the spring water was simply incredible. He glanced at Xia Chu and saw her eyes reddening with concern, tears shimmering as she trembled, squeezing out a comforting phrase. "Don't cry. Chu, I'm fine. I know my little Yuer is the best." Xia Chu didn't mind his blood-soaked body reeking, leaning in to kiss the corner of his mouth. Perhaps due to his constitution, Lu Yuxiu's pain lasted longer than hers. She only experienced it for about 10 minutes, but his pain persisted for more than twice that duration. Chapter 37. Stench filling the air, the impurities expelled from his body created a strong, foul odor in the room, making it hard to breathe. Just when Xia Chu was about to faint from the stench, Lu Yuxiu's body stopped trembling in her arms. She let out a long sigh of relief. It had finally ceased. "Are you all right?" She patted Lu Yuxiu's back and gently asked. "Very well." Lu Yuxiu released her, slowly standing up to move his body, then closed his eyes to carefully feel the changes within him, assessing his current state and strength. In early summer, she pinched her nose against the overwhelming stench and sat cross-legged on the sofa, pulling out an apple and nibbling on it while glancing at him. Under the warm yellow light, her flawless skin, as white as porcelain, was smudged with the blood that had been expelled from his body. The dark red spots not unpleasant, but rather possessing a strange beauty. Lu Yuxiu opened his eyes and looked over, his gaze slightly dim, slowly bending down to bring his face closer to hers, making him seem suddenly a decade younger. His body felt warm and light, while also brimming with strength. This feeling was damn good. As a member of the Thorns, they could be said to be walking on the edge of a knife. with injuries both big and small never ceasing. Even with meticulous post-operative care, hidden injuries remained. But now, he could clearly feel his physical condition. Healthier than the most vibrant period of youth, full of energy. Warm breath brushed against her face, and as Xia Chu looked into his dark, joyful eyes, she held the partially eaten apple to his mouth, allowing him to take a bite before slowly saying, "Let us see how strong you are now." He took another bite of the apple, holding it in his mouth and puffing his cheeks as he walked around the room. Finally, his gaze fell on the marble coffee table, which measured 180 by 80. This thing was nice, heavy and solid. It should be perfect for testing his strength. He was a man of action. As soon as Xia Chu noticed his gaze, he bent down and effortlessly lifted the coffee table over his head. Then, like a juggler, he alternated tossing the coffee table back and forth between his hands. Early summer, Xia Chu watched him toss the coffee table around for a while before putting it down, and then he was like a husky who had just got a new toy, darting around the room with a beaming smile, lifting the coffee table, then the sofa, and after that, the refrigerator. As long as it was movable furniture that wasn't fixed down, he lifted it all. Just as he was about to head to the door to see if he could lift the car with one hand, Xia Chu finally couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Hey, shouldn't you go take a shower first?" He was covered in a thick layer of blood and dirt from head to toe. Didn't he feel uncomfortable and stinky? Lu Yuxiu was so taken aback by the changes in his body that he really hadn't had time to notice this. Upon hearing Xia Chu's words, he instinctively raised his arm to sniff it. Oh my God! The smell was simply a mix of durian, rotten eggs, stinky tofu, and socks that hadn't been washed in years, so foul that it made him feel dizzy and want to shut himself away. He didn't have a cleanliness obsession. Even if he did, it had been dulled by the training from the Thorns. A truly clean freak wouldn't be able to stay in Thorns because they wouldn't pass the selection. But that didn't mean he didn't like cleanliness. Honestly, he was so smelly right now that even he was disgusted with himself. It's a wonder that Chu didn't mind him and still hugged and kissed him. That was undoubtedly true love. At the beginning of summer, she felt that Lu Yuxiu was looking at her like a dog looking at its beloved bone, which made her a bit uneasy, fearing that he might pounce on her and take a bite. Chapter 38, Level 1 Alert. She opened her mouth to speak, but Lu Yuxiu chuckled and pinched her cheek, saying, "I'm going to take a shower." "Wait, come on, I'll take you there." Xia Chu placed her hand on his, got up, and followed him out of the living room. While the two were washing up, Li Tao had already finished reporting the situation in the central conference hall, and he also submitted the information he had copied from the notebook Xia Chu had given him on the plane regarding how to cope with the apocalypse. In early summer, the handwriting of Xia Chu was too delicate. It was obvious it came from a woman's hand. To avoid leaving any doubts, he wrote vigorously on the plane. Now his hand was sore. It had been many years since he had written so much, but thanks to the detailed information left by Xia Chu, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the brutal and bloody reality of the apocalypse during the transcription process. The data detailed the crises humanity would face after the apocalypse. The types of zombie-like creatures and alien beings, their weaknesses, the process of evolution, as well as human evolution, the emergence of supernatural powers and mutants, the conditions under which these powers would be activated, how to upgrade them, and the magnetic field disturbances, climate changes, natural disasters, and other meticulous details following the apocalypse. With this information, they would find it somewhat easier to cope with the cruel apocalypse. The atmosphere in the conference hall was very quiet, with the bosses attending the meeting, each having a copy of the materials to examine closely. Li Tao sat at the end of the room, pretending to be a wooden man, patiently waiting for the bosses to finish reading and speak up. He was not worried that the bosses would doubt the source of the information or disbelieve its contents, as Xia Chu had also written about several important events that would happen in the coming days. There was no need for extensive verification, just confirming the earthquake of magnitude 5.7 that would occur at 7:52 a.m. tomorrow from Mingchong Valley, Huqing Township, Sichuan Province. As for the purple grape, the director of the CDC had received the latest news about it 5 minutes ago and had reported it. Purple grape was not limited to Longqing. Most cities in the entire Ding Kingdom had it. As time passed, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually shifted from initial quietness to seriousness. When everyone put down their materials with heavy expressions, Li Lao, dressed in a green military uniform and one of the 9 ministers, spoke up. I suggest that the entire country enters a first-level alert state, and emergency reserves must be put in place. First-level alert? Director Li, do you know what that means? Questioned another minister, Zhang Lao. The emergency reserve is not a big issue. Only the various government departments are busy, and ordinary citizens cannot know what is happening specifically. But once we enter a first-level alert, it could lead to social unrest. Of course I know. The problem now is that the apocalypse is coming, and we don't have much time left. If we don't hurry, what awaits us all will be a cruel and bloody world. Director Li clearly had thought this through. He said, the public cannot be kept in the dark, nor can we hide it. Therefore, I suggest we release the news of the impending apocalypse, allowing the public to cooperate with official departments and personnel to prepare in advance. Chapter 39, A Major Incident. I second that. Zhao Lao, who was in charge of legislation and legal construction, said forcefully, in the face of a global disaster, if we do not release the news early to let everyone prepare, countless lives will be lost and blood will flow like rivers. I agree with the first-level alert and emergency reserves, but I do not agree with releasing the news. Chang Lao, who oversaw political law, social security, public safety, judiciary, and national security, wore a worried expression. This matter is too significant. Once the news of the apocalypse is released, it will affect many aspects, including social disorder, rising prices, and more. Is the news accurate? Are we sure that the apocalypse will come on October 1st? Lei Jiayin, the only woman present, still had doubts about the arrival of the apocalypse despite having read the materials. It's already 2028. No one believes in apocalyptic theories anymore. Rather than believing in the apocalypse, she preferred to think that Shaoli had been influenced by an apocalyptic movie and had been dreaming about it. Hearing Lei Jiayin's doubts, Li Tao was both amused and exasperated. He said, Lei Buchong, I'm very busy. Even eating feels like going to battle. When do I have time to watch apocalyptic movies? Furthermore, if such a significant matter had not been verified, he would not dare to report it. It's not like I don't want a future. Besides purple grape, have you verified anything else? Ji Zihong asked Li Tao. Yes. Li Tao nodded, maintaining a calm expression as he recounted the words of Lu Yuxiu and others when they reported the Changjia car accident, speaking in a serious tone, and added, it was precisely because the Changjia accident was identical to what I dreamed about that I began to suspect the purple grape issue. After discussing with Lao Qin and the others, we decided to call Shunbin. Shunbin, the director of the Longqing Health Bureau, came from the medical family of the Shun family, whose ancestors had produced several imperial physicians. The century-old Minjiatang in Ding Kingdom was founded by Shun's ancestors, and Shunbin's father had previously been the health doctor for the #1 boss before retiring a few years ago. After a pause, he smiled wryly and continued, I hope more than anyone that the dream is false, but unfortunately, the emergence of purple grape shattered my fantasy. Everyone's gaze fell on Yang Haishu, the director of the CDC. Yang Haishu nodded and said solemnly, yes, Shunbin mentioned in his report that the source of the news came from Li Tao. Upon hearing his words, the remaining people present, excluding Li Tao, had their last glimmer of hope shattered. Thus, the group held a lengthy meeting lasting over 5 hours on how to respond to the impending apocalypse, which did not conclude until after 3 in the morning. Immediately after, a series of directives and newly drafted policies were issued by the chief secretary and guard of the major boss to the secretary team, which were then communicated down by the members of the secretary team who had rushed into work. Orders were issued layer by layer, and soon, the highest leaders of various provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions in Ding Kingdom were awakened from their dreams, and upon receiving the news, their hearts sank. Something major had happened. For a small number of people, this night was destined to be one of unrest. However, she, who was used to waking up early, still woke up on time at 5:30 a.m. She pulled back the quilt, went barefoot to the window, opened the curtains, and opened the window. The air outside, filled with the scent of dew, grass, and osmanthus, rushed in with a wild roar. Chapter 40. Feeling happy, she looked at the tall osmanthus tree adorned with dewdrops and blooming small yellow flowers, as if she were a soul enamored with the mortal world. Deeply inhaling and exhaling, lingering in a mundane world, truly feeling that she was still alive and healthy. Living is truly wonderful. Lu Yuxiu is also living well, happily. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu thought she had woken up early enough, but unexpectedly, Lu Yuxiu was even earlier. The man was wearing a black tank top, paired with matching pure cotton sweatpants. His face was drenched in sweat, and the exposed muscles were smooth, fit, and powerful, with long, straight legs that were tightly toned. Along with his face, he was undeniably a walking embodiment of hormones. When he saw Xia Chu, he quickly walked up to her, slightly leaned in closer. His captivating eyes fixed on her, and with a playful smile, he asked, "Why not sleep a little longer?" "I've had enough sleep," Xia Chu said, narrowing her eyes slightly as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Her nose gently brushed against his neck, reminiscent of a kitten sniffing its owner, which stirred something deep within Lu Yuxiu, making his heart flutter, as if it had been lightly scratched, leaving him both tingling and yearning. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, slightly tilting his head to whisper in her ear, "What's wrong?" "I feel happy," she sighed contentedly, nestled in his arms, murmuring that being able to smell his scent again and embracing him felt truly blissful. He looked down at the girl in his arms. Her eyes narrowed with a sweet smile, and felt as if a fire was burning in his chest, something inside him clamoring to break free, making him want to possess her, to savor her deeply. Her warmth and scent, every inch of her radiated an instinctive urge for closeness and conquest that he found familiar. But it wasn't time yet. He had to take it slow and not scare her. His lips unconsciously brushed against her hair, and his strikingly clear eyes, which seemed to be in a daze, now sparkled with a mesmerizing light. "I'll make you even happier in the future," he said, gently patting her back with a large hand, the smile at the corner of his lips holding a deep meaning. Xia Chu was startled by his words, and the madness of their previous life in bed unconsciously flashed in her mind. She twisted her body gently and slipped out of his arms, squinting her eyes and putting on an extremely fierce expression. "Don't think about all sorts of things all day long." "Okay, I won't think about it." Not wanting to think about it means you're not a man. He is physically healthy and has feelings for her, so how could he not think about it? "What do you want for breakfast?" In early summer, Xia Chuqing's attention was successfully diverted. She touched her flat stomach and asked, "What are you doing?" Pinching her face. Lu Yuxiu chuckled and praised himself. "I'm a great cook. I guarantee that after you try my food once, you'll want to eat it again." This was the truth. Lu Yuxiu's cooking skills were indeed impressive. According to him, the reason he was such a good cook was entirely because of his mother's pressure. Lu's parents were quite a unique pair. Unlike the typical family dynamic where the husband works outside and the wife takes care of the home, the roles in the Lu family were completely reversed. Lu's dad was a popular romance novelist who wasn't very good at handling interpersonal relationships. His daily life revolved around taking care of the kids and writing novels, or taking the kids out to play for inspiration. She looked at the tall osmanthus tree adorned with dew and blooming little yellow flowers, like a spirit lingering in the mortal world, deeply inhaling and exhaling, savoring the fleeting moments of life, truly feeling that she was still living healthily. Living is truly wonderful. Lu Yuxiu was also living well and happily. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu thought she had woken up early enough, but unexpectedly, Lu Yuxiu was even earlier. The man was wearing a black tank top and matching pure cotton sports pants, his face covered in sweat, with smooth and powerful muscle lines exposed. His long, straight legs were taut with muscle, and combined with his face, he was dazzlingly sexy, making it hard to breathe. Upon seeing Xia Chu, he quickly walked up to her, slightly leaned in closer, and with his strikingly clear eyes that seemed both intoxicated and not, he stared at her, smiling lightly. "Why don't you sleep a bit more?" "I've had enough sleep," Xia Chu replied, slightly squinting as she took 2 steps back, her nostrils gently flaring as if a kitten were sniffing its owner's scent. This action stirred something in Lu Yuxiu's heart, as if something had lightly scratched it, both sweet and tingling. He reached out to hold her wrist, asking, "Are you hungry?" His fingertips subtly stroked the skin of her wrist, and he continued, "What do you want for breakfast?" Xia Chu's attention was successfully diverted, and she forgot the itch on her wrist. She looked down at her flat belly and asked him, "What are you making?" Lu Yuxiu pinched her cheek and chuckled. "Boasting, I'm a great cook." I guarantee after you try it once, you'll want to eat it again. This was true. Lu Yuxiu's cooking skills were indeed impressive. According to him, the reason he was such a good cook was entirely due to his mother's insistence. Lu Dad and Lu Mom were a rather extraordinary couple. Unlike the typical family dynamic where the man works outside and the woman takes care of the home, the Lu family was completely reversed. Lu Dad was a popular romance novelist who was very good at handling interpersonal relationships. His daily life consisted of taking care of the kids and writing novels at home or taking the kids out for inspiration. On the other hand, Lu Mom was the opposite. She used to be a career woman, later left her job to start her own business, and within a few years, she became quite successful in the business world. She was a beautiful, confident, and powerful woman, but she had a little-known hobby, cooking. Unfortunately, she had no talent for it whatsoever. Every time she cooked, she ended up making visually appealing but inedible dishes. Lu Dad wasn't much better in the kitchen either. He could only manage to prepare meals that wouldn't cause food poisoning or stomach issues, but they certainly weren't delicious. Thus, the couple treated cooking as a couple's pastime, and whether they ate or not, they mostly prepared meals just to appreciate the presentation before throwing them away. When Lu Yuxiu was young, he didn't understand much, but seeing his parents enjoy spending time in the kitchen made him think it was a sacred place, thus sparking his interest in cooking. In the 3rd grade, he could no longer suppress his curiosity about the kitchen. After getting his parents' approval, he learned a few dishes from the nanny. For his first cooking attempt, his parents had to show support, or it might hurt his confidence. The couple, determined to finish the meal even if it tasted bad, discovered to their surprise that their son had a knack for cooking, as the dishes he prepared were unexpectedly delicious. As time went on, Lu Mom became more enthusiastic and thought, why bother with a nanny? It was better to just hire a part-time cleaner. They had their son to cook. So, Lu Yuxiu was forced to take on the responsibility of feeding himself and his parents. In Lu Yuxiu's own words, "It's really tough for me." Whether it was tough or not, Xia Chu didn't care, as she was the one benefiting. Thinking of the roasted exotic beast meat that Lu Yuxiu made in her previous life, she felt her mouth water. I want to eat roasted meat. Lu Yuxiu, early in the morning to eat roasted meat? Absolutely not. Looking at Xia Chu's sparkling eyes, he couldn't bear to disappoint her, and thought for a moment before saying, how about we have it for dinner? Let's keep breakfast light. It's better for our health. Dinner? Yes. All right then. Good. He raised his hand and rubbed her head, a faint smile appearing on his handsome face. I'll take a shower first. You can go play in the cat garden for a bit. Xia Chu was taken aback. There was a cat garden here? She had always thought that the pets were kept by the residents. It turned out they weren't. With a light smile, she said, I don't want to go. I'll wait for you. In her previous life, she quite liked fluffy animals, especially the good-looking ones. Unfortunately, the apocalypse had given her a psychological shadow over all animals. Just thinking about those small, stocky, beautiful, or cute fluffy creatures turning into aggressive exotic beasts or ugly, bloodthirsty zombie beasts after the apocalypse made even the prettiest appearances unattractive to her. Rather than going to the cat garden to see the cats, she preferred to stay where he was. That's fine. Men who were used to quick showers were fast. Xia Chu had barely sat in the living room for a few minutes when Lu Yuxiu emerged in casual clothes and greeted her before heading to the kitchen. He didn't need her help. Checking the ingredients prepared by the part-time cleaner in the fridge, he found what he needed, put on a deep blue apron, and began to get busy. Leaning against the doorframe, Xia Chu quietly watched his busy figure, feeling a sense of softness and peace in her heart. Given that there was a lot to do today, Xia Chu noticed the ingredients Lu Yuxiu took out and asked, making porridge? That takes too long. Let us make something simple. We have quite a few places to go today. Lu Yuxiu thought her reasoning was valid. They didn't have much time left, and it couldn't be wasted. How about we have a Western-style breakfast? It won't take long. Sure. Western-style breakfast was simple and convenient to make. Toast was cut into triangles and put in the toaster. Figs and blueberries were cut and placed on a plate, and since there were no fresh vegetables, Lu Yuxiu boiled some pasta and fried a few eggs. Once the eggs were done, the milk was heated as well. Being considerate, he poured a glass of milk for her. He placed all the breakfast items from the countertop onto a tray and carried it out. As he passed by the door, he used one hand to pull Xia Chu, who was holding the glass of milk, to the dining table. Shall we go to the clothing bays first today? In early summer, She murmured that it was better to go early for peace of mind. After the apocalypse, temperature changes became extreme, with spring and autumn completely disappearing, leaving only scorching summers and freezing winters. This year's heat would last until the end of the year, directly followed by a harsh winter. Both northern and southern temperatures had reached historical lows, with the north dropping to over -60 degrees. In Chapter 42, it was noted that the temperature in the harbor city near Yangcheng was over -20 degrees, while the damp and cold Jiangnan region approached 40 degrees. Due to this rare low temperature, countless people had died of cold in her previous life. Of course, there were also many zombie-like creatures and other beings that froze to death. The cruel nature treats all life equally, showing no favoritism. This time, the situation would likely be better. The government couldn't just stand by and watch the people freeze to death. For those in dire straits, they would have to distribute winter supplies. Where would the winter supplies come from? Emergency reserves. Emergency reserves encompass various aspects, including winter supplies. She didn't intend to go against the government. But on the contrary, before the emergency reserves began, she wanted to stockpile a batch of winter supplies. The harsh winter lasts too long. Without early preparation, even the mutated and ability users, who are much stronger than ordinary people, wouldn't be able to endure. In her previous life, there were cases of mutated individuals and ability users freezing to death. Moreover, there were numerous examples of ability users and mutated beings dying from the cold. After Lu Yuxiu and the others left in her previous life, she had a very difficult time. Every winter was a life-and-death test for her, and when she curled up in a cave, wrapped in tattered cotton, she dreamed of having a warm quilt or a down jacket. This time, having the chance to avoid freezing, she certainly wanted to stockpile winter supplies. Every clothing manufacturer was ramping up production of winter wear, but these had already been pre-ordered by businesses. Clothing companies wouldn't sell them. If they did, production wouldn't keep up, and they wouldn't be able to deliver to customers. However, Xia Chu's goal wasn't the latest seasonal styles. The design didn't matter at all. Fighting against zombie-like creatures and mutated beings in the wind and snow, covered in blood and dirt. Even the most beautiful style would be useless. Out-of-season stock was perfect, with good warmth and practicality being far more important than how it looked. The key was that stock clothing was much cheaper than seasonal clothing. How much to prepare? The more, the better. Western-style breakfasts, although simple to make, are not inferior in nutrition compared to Chinese breakfasts. Lu Yuxiu cooked the eggs just right, neither overcooked nor undercooked, which suited her taste. Lu Yuxiu originally had a big appetite, and after physical enhancement, his food intake increased even more. Since Xia Chu had also drunk spring water, he made a lot for breakfast. The pasta was also a large portion, filling the plate to the brim. With so much breakfast, the two of them managed to eat it all cleanly. Xia Chu leaned against the back of the chair, rubbing her belly with a satisfied expression. "I'm so full. Should I get you some digestive tablets?" "I'm worried you overate," Lu Yuxiu said as he reached out to touch her belly. "No need, I didn't overeat." Xia Chu blinked and leaned in playfully. "Little Jade, you promised to take me for barbecue tonight." "I remember," she said happily, giving him a peck on the cheek, which made him chuckle softly, as if he couldn't do anything about her, and he affectionately hugged her and patted her. The day after they met, the two enjoyed a warm breakfast together. The clothing production base is located in the northern part of Longqing's Xinjiang district. If there is no traffic, it takes about an hour to get from Jinqiu New City to the clothing production base. If they are unlucky and hit traffic, the travel time can vary. Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu left the house at 6:15. At this time, it wasn't rush hour, so they arrived at their destination around 7 o'clock without any obstacles. Chapter 43. This is your sister-in-law. Lu Yuxiu has a retired comrade whose family is in the clothing business. On the way, Lu Yuxiu called his comrade, intending to ask him for help as a local insider. After all, he and Xia Chu had never been in the clothing business, so they didn't understand the market well and didn't know which clothing companies had stock. Having an acquaintance to help would make things much easier. The car came to a stop, and the two got out. Xia Chu looked around and noticed a man emerging from a tall SUV about 10 meters away, slowly making his way over. She nudged Lu Yuxiu with her elbow and gestured for him to look. "Is that him?" Lu Yuxiu glanced up and responded, "Yeah." As he spoke, he took Xia Chu's bag and slung it over his shoulder, then took her hand and walked towards a man. Luo Changsheng, our big brother. Luo Changsheng was a fierce-looking man with a close-cropped haircut and a nasty scar on his face. He wore a short t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, with bulging muscles in his arms and calves. A thick gold chain hung around his neck, about the width of her thumb. His overall appearance and demeanor didn't resemble that of a businessman. He looked more like someone from the underworld. Seeing Xia Chu subtly examining the scar on Luo Changsheng's face, Lu Yuxiu didn't know what to think and said, "Don't be fooled by his fierce appearance. He's actually cold on the outside but soft on the inside." Of course, this softness was only for his family and their group of brothers. "Don't be afraid. He's a really nice guy. At the beginning of summer, with you here, I'm not afraid at all. Forget it. Since he thinks she's scared, let her be scared. It won't cost him anything just to make him happy." With a light laugh of joy, he looked at her brilliant light brown eyes, squinting affectionately. "I'll introduce you. Does this count as entering your circle of friends?" Xia Chu instinctively asked. "It counts. He's a responsible man. Since he has feelings for her, he'll treat her sincerely and give her the respect she deserves. Meeting friends is nothing. After all, his parents are gone, and his only relative, his aunt, is married overseas. Otherwise, he would have taken her to meet his family." Originally planning to give him a hug, Lu Yuxiu stood frozen with his hands outstretched, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? His cousin is a mixed-race child with black hair and blue eyes, and she's only 15 now. Xia Chu, although young-looking, wasn't that young, was she? Luo Ge has a problem with his eyes. Just as Lu Yuxiu thought this, he saw Xia Chu reaching out her hand to Luo Changsheng, smiling brightly. "Hello, Luo Ge. I'm Xia Chu, Lu Yuxiu's girlfriend, not his cousin. Not a girlfriend, but a wife, the kind that wants to get a marriage certificate and spend a lifetime together." Before Luo Changsheng could respond, Lu Yuxiu wrapped his arm around Xia Chu's shoulder and emphasized solemnly. After saying that, he turned to Luo Changsheng and smugly reminded him, "Bro, this is your sister-in-law. Take care of her." Luo Changsheng felt shocked after hearing this. "Wait a minute. When did you get a girlfriend? How come I didn't hear anything about it? A few days ago, when I went to the hospital to see that brat, he didn't mention her at all." Thinking of the hospital, he coldly took off his shoes and held them in his hand. Lu Yuxiu instinctively felt something was wrong and wanted to run. But it was too late. Luo Changsheng had already started to hit his buttocks with his slippers, making a loud smack sound. Chapter 44. Big moves recalling the things Lu Yuxiu had done under his command. Luo Changsheng wished he could just beat him to death, showing no mercy at all. "Why should I show any mercy? He doesn't even cherish himself. Why should I cherish him?" Lu Yuxiu cried out in pain, dodging and begging for mercy. "Bro, you're wronging me. I didn't sneak out. I legally came out after completing the discharge procedures. Legally." Luo Changsheng's hand stiffened. "Legally discharged?" "Yes. With the consent of Dean Fong and Dr. Mo. I believe your nonsense." Luo Changsheng was so angry that he hit harder with his shoes, saying, "And you say Dean Fong and Dr. Mo agreed? Why don't you say the big boss agreed? If you think you can fool me, I'll beat you to death today, you little brat who can't speak the truth. Dare to joke with your own body. I see you want to retire like me." Early summer. In early summer, watching her man being beaten and screaming, she silently moved aside without any sympathy on her face, casting an admiring glance at Luo Changsheng. He dared to beat Lu Yuxiu until he jumped around like a monkey, yet managed to have him cooperate respectfully instead of turning hostile. Luo Changsheng was quite a capable man. The camp leader's skills had not diminished at all over the years. A strange murmuring voice suddenly sounded in her ear, startling Xia Chu, who gasped and turned to look at the buzz-cut man who had appeared beside her. She pointed at Luo Changsheng and Lu Yuxiu, asking, "Are they comrades?" After saying that, she realized what she had just said and felt awkward for a couple of seconds. Then, as if nothing had happened, he introduced himself to Xia Chu, Huang Changyu, originally from the same squad as Lu Yuxiu, now brother Luo's assistant. In early summer, she reached out to shake hands with him. Xia Chu, Lu Yuxiu's girlfriend. She was about to speak when the notification sound of message came through. She took out her phone and saw a series of messages all sent by Wenyi. "When stockpiling supplies, make sure to get some for us too. The money has already been transferred to your account. As for what to stockpile, you could decide." In the dorm, Wenyi, dressed in camouflage, raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Zhao Hua and others, who were next to Li Xiaoqing and Gu Xingxiao Ling Tian, and began tapping on his phone screen. The message hadn't come through yet, but in my judgment, it would probably be delayed by a few days. A few days' delay was understandable. The interests of the country outweighed personal interests. Completing such a massive and comprehensive emergency stockpile in such a short time was not an easy task. If the news were released in advance, it would cause many problems. To ensure the smooth execution of the emergency stockpile, everything would be pushed back. However, the higher-ups were too idealistic. This world has never lacked smart people. And such a large-scale action for emergency stockpiling wouldn't stay hidden for long. Chapter 45. Recall order, but this was not her concern. Her concern should be the big bosses. They were all skilled politicians. Since they made such a decision, it meant they had the ability to keep things under control. Luo Changsheng and Huang Changyu sat on the sofa, looking frightened as they watched Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu on the opposite sofa. The story began 5 minutes ago when Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu had just arrived at the office with the two of them, and their phones started ringing. Since the establishment of Dinghua over 120 years ago, except for the initial years when the situation was a bit dire and the people's lives were very hard, things gradually improved, entering a period of rapid development, and finally reaching the current era of Ding Tai Shengshi. During peacetime, it's impossible for countries to have no friction at all. Where there are people, there are conflicts, especially between nations, where economic, technological, medical, cultural, and other fields can all be arenas for competition. People in Dinghua and globally have become accustomed to such nonviolent struggles. Other countries have experienced wars, but Dinghua has never had such a history. This indicates that the situation in Dinghua has become extremely urgent and severe, signaling that a war is imminent. But who would this war be against? Luo Changsheng shared the same question as Huang Changyu. Thus, Lu Yuxiu found himself under the scrutiny of two pairs of eager, inquisitive eyes. But what if they knew? Would they dare to speak? No, they wouldn't. Lu Yuxiu had discipline ingrained in him. After years of service, military rules and confidentiality regulations were part of his very being, etched into his soul, making it impossible for him to make such a mistake. At the beginning of summer, she simply didn't dare to. The matter was too significant. Once it was spoken, if it didn't cause any problems, that would be fine, but if it did, she would be hard-pressed to absolve herself of blame. She glanced at Lu Yuxiu, who looked at the two of them and asked, "What is the latest time to return to the team?" Luo Changsheng sighed and replied, "Before 5 o'clock this afternoon." If his precious daughter knew he had broken his promise again, she would take a long time to ignore him. Just thinking about it was heartbreaking. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu didn't like to hear this. She pointed at Lu Yuxiu and then at Luo Changsheng, saying they were not strangers. They were sitting here as brothers. Lu Yuxiu snorted, saying that he didn't consider them brothers at all. Luo Changsheng rolled his eyes at Huang Changyu, saying, "You eat my food, live in my place, wear my clothes, and even spend the salary I give you lavishly. Do you think I'm just a fool in your eyes? We're not brothers, right?" Chapter 46. Money is a bastard. Huang Changyu touched his prickly crew cut and smiled foolishly. "You all know that's not what I meant." At his smile, Luo Changsheng's indifferent expression softened a bit. "I should have hit you with a feather duster long ago." Both Lu Yuxiu and Huang Changyu felt an impulse to cover their behinds. They glanced at the feather duster on the bookshelf and silently straightened their backs, trying hard to appear obedient and well-behaved. In early summer, Xia Chu and Luo Changsheng exchanged a glance, smiling as they talked about clothing, pretending not to see the two's cowardly appearance. Besides Xia Chu, Lu Yuxiu whispered, "His attitude towards us is really bad, but he treats you women well. Our Luo Ge is really infuriating with his preference for women over men." Xia Chu remained silent, only poking him with her finger. When he looked over, she gave him a glance, signaling him not to be talkative, as there were important matters to attend to. Lu Yuxiu, who immediately understood her meaning, asked Luo Changsheng, "Lao Ge, which clothing company has a lot of inventory?" Luo Changsheng chuckled lightly, saying, "All clothing manufacturers have inventory. I'm not sure how much, and I can't just ask people about their stock, can I?" Seeing the awkward smiles of the two, he paused and continued, "But I don't know how much inventory my own company has." "How much?" "Over 600 down jackets, and quite a few others as well." Originally, Manufacturers and suppliers in the clothing industry did not allow returns or exchanges, but now business is tough and competition is fierce. If you don't allow returns and others do, customers will be lost. You have so much. Other companies must have even more. Hurry up and get in touch for me. I need as much as you can get. Clothes aren't a problem if there are too many. The worry is not having enough to wear, Xia Chu had said. After the apocalypse, due to the harsh natural environment and survival pressure, industries related to people's livelihoods cannot guarantee normal production and operation in the short term. Even if Guojia intervenes, there is little that can be done. This is something beyond human control. Once it's settled, remember to let them give you a commission. Lu Yuxiu raised an eyebrow at him. Is that okay? Luo Changsheng, seeing his expression, was almost ready to hit him with a feather duster. Was he doing this for the commission? He was struggling with whether to take it or not. When Lu Yuxiu continued, by the way, Lao, do you think those companies would be willing to give me the new styles as well? I'll pay in full. What is money? Money is just a pile of useless numbers if you don't spend it. As for safety concerns, there's no need to worry. Soldiers are on the front lines, and their families are behind them. Guojiao 1T lets soldiers sweat and bleed while their families cry. Everyone has been young, and young people's preferences are generally the same. He was no exception in the past, having engaged in gang fights, flirting, going to bars and internet cafes, among other things. Chapter 47. Keen intuition in the modern world of information explosion. Few people are not connected to the internet. In online novels, post-apocalyptic themes were an unavoidable trope 10 years ago, and even now, there's still those who write them, and disaster and zombie films exist. Moreover, this disaster is very likely to be global. It must be said that Luo Changxing's intuition is sharp and accurate, and besides that, his style of doing things is very decisive. After he clarified his thoughts through Lu Yuxiu's words, he quickly contacted several inventory owners. After a few brief exchanges, he had Huang Changyu lead Lu Yuxiu and Xia Chu to meet those bosses. Meanwhile, he decisively contacted a friend who runs a supermarket to get the phone numbers of wholesale suppliers for food and oil, ordering a large batch of long-lasting supplies to be delivered to his designated warehouse before noon. But that wasn't all. Just after hanging up, he quickly called a familiar acquaintance working at the Drug Administration Bureau, asking if he had a channel to get a batch of anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicine, and wound medicine. Fearing his acquaintance would refuse, he added that he wouldn't cause any trouble for him, and that there would definitely be benefits for him. Money can make the world go round, especially for people. The acquaintance, knowing Luo Changxing's character, readily agreed. The Drug Administration Bureau is primarily responsible for checking the safety of drugs and food, so getting a batch of medicine is not a difficult task for him. It's just a matter of a few phone calls. While he was busy, Lu Yuxiu and Xia Chu were also occupied. Under Huang Changyu's guidance, the two directly went to several clothing companies to talk face-to-face with the bosses. With no shortage of money, they didn't press too hard on the inventory prices. The main reason was that the bosses, under Huang Changyu's watchful eye, didn't quote prices that were too outrageous. As peers, they all knew the cost price of a piece of clothing, and daring to quote an outrageous price would not only risk losing the business, but could also offend Lao Luo. With both sides being reasonable, the transaction went smoothly. This smoothness was limited to inventory. None of the new styles were willing to provide large quantities, only offering a sample size for each style and color. A sample size is a professional term in the clothing industry, meaning one piece in sizes small to large. A clothing company produces multiple styles. Even though it was only a sample size, the total was still quite substantial. In this regard, Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu were very satisfied and happy. There is certainly a difference between new and old styles. The production technology in the clothing industry is innovating every year, and so are the raw materials. They could use the new styles for themselves and trade the inventory for crystal cores and other items later. Clothing production bases have warehouses for rent, and before going to Luo Changxing's office, they first rented a warehouse. When they came out of the last company, the goods from the first two companies had already arrived at their rented warehouse, and the later ones were in full swing. The rented warehouse was located at the very last row next to the wall, a place that rarely saw anyone coming by. Chapter 48. Different responsibilities. The rented warehouse was at the very last row next to the wall, a place that rarely saw anyone coming by. Once all the goods were in, They could close the gate and transfer the goods into the space without worrying about being discovered. The wait was not long. Before noon, the last batch of goods arrived at the warehouse. Once the delivery people and vehicles left, Xia Chu signaled to Lu Yuxiu to take Huang Changyu away, indicating that she could handle things here. Understanding her glance, Lu Yuxiu quietly gave her an okay gesture and used the excuse of stepping aside to smoke to lead Huang Changyu away from the warehouse entrance. After they left, Xia Chu looked around to ensure everything was fine, then closed the door leaving only a crack, walked to the pile of goods, waved her small hand, and the goods entered the space, leaving the warehouse empty. In her previous life, when the space beads were with Mu Qingyan, she only had the initial usage rights since they hadn't recognized her as the master. Mu Qingyan had to touch items to store them in the space. She didn't need to. As long as she thought about it, she could store items from several meters away without touching them. However, this method could only be used in the mid and later stages of the apocalypse. In the early stages, contact with the object was still necessary. There was no way around it. After all, she was pretending to be from the space system. In her previous life, no one could retrieve items from afar before reaching level 3, and even afterward, most couldn't do so. Only those with exceptional talent, who developed skills like space extraction, division, compression, and overlapping, could achieve this. Therefore, before the space system capable of retrieving items from afar appeared, she had to hide her abilities well. The saying "the nail that sticks out gets hammered down" was never just a joke. Glancing at the empty warehouse, she turned and walked out. As she left to find Lu Yuxiu and Huang Changyu, she locked the door tightly with an iron lock, casually putting the key in her pocket, and hurried towards the two. Lu Yuxiu, holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers, was talking to Huang Changyu, who was enjoying himself like an addict. Hearing footsteps behind him, he tossed the cigarette away and turned to greet Xia Chu. All done. In early summer, when Xia Chu nodded, Lu Yuxiu held her hand and called Huang Changyu to go eat. There were quite a few restaurants across from the clothing production base. By the time the three of them arrived, the dishes ordered by Luo Changsheng, who had come earlier, were already served, just waiting for them to start eating. Half an hour later, the four of them said their goodbyes at the door. This parting left them unsure of when they would meet again, and no one could predict the upcoming situation. I have only one request for both of you. No matter what, you must survive. Looking at Lu Yuxiu and Huang Changyu, Luo Changsheng said earnestly, once war breaks out or a major natural disaster occurs, casualties will follow, leading to a decrease in numbers and disruption of formations. Perhaps a comrade still in the same team today could be reassigned to another team tomorrow. As an active duty soldier, Lu Yuxiu would certainly not escape the fate of being on the front lines. As the instructor who had specially recruited Lu Yuxiu trained him in the thorns, and later fought alongside him for 5 years as a captain and comrade, Luo Changsheng truly couldn't rest easy about him. Chapter 49, Not Stopping. Lu Yuxiu and Huang Changyu instinctively exchanged glances and then nodded in unison at Luo Changsheng. Luo Changsheng continued, saying that neither of them was married or had children yet. For the sake of their future wives and unborn children, they must cherish their lives and not act recklessly. In early summer, Huang Changyu immediately knew they were talking about Lu Yuxiu. The two of them glanced at him and found that he was about to argue, but was immediately silenced by a glare from Luo Changsheng. He quickly shut his mouth and pretended to be a quail, looking quite cowardly. Xia Chu couldn't bear to look, feeling a bit heartbroken. She quickly stepped in front of Lu Yuxiu and said to Luo Changsheng, "Don't worry, brother Luo. I'll keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't go too far." Luo Changsheng was taken aback, then nodded immediately, his expression clearly showing some happiness. This kid Lu Yuxiu really needed someone to keep him in check, and now that someone was there, it was a good thing. You've worked hard. Managing a troublemaker is not an easy task. I remember being so furious with this kid every day back then. Now when I see him looking so fierce, it's all because of them. However, this kid was indeed strong. His military quality was something to be proud of. Lu Yuxiu lifted his chin and said, "Of course," then turned to look at Xia Chu. Seeing her smile at him, he barely suppressed the curve of his lips, stepped forward to hug Luo Changsheng, and then Huang Changyu. "Trust me, we will be able to fight side by side soon. Indeed, very soon. On the third day after Luo Changsheng and the others returned to the team, Lu Yuxiu and Xia Chu ran around for 2.5 days, spending money like water to buy countless supplies. They purchased medicinal herbs, traditional Chinese medicine seeds, fruit and vegetable seeds and seedlings, side dishes, grains, rice, flour, oil, seasonings, bathing products, shoes, socks, agricultural machinery, diesel engines, water pumps, rice mills, oil presses, flour mills, gasoline and diesel generators, and solar power generators. In just 2.5 days, they traveled to 4 cities to buy so many things, exhausting both of them. They originally wanted to continue buying, but then they received news from Wenyi. Xia Chu didn't know what the two talked about, but soon Lu Yuxiu told her that he wanted to report back to the team. At that moment, Xia Chu was sitting in a wrought tan chair opposite Lu Yuxiu, checking the list for any omissions. Hearing his voice, she looked up at him. He was backlit, his exquisite and handsome face partially in shadow, with a high nose, thin lips, and a smooth yet firm jawline. His smile was gone, and the gaze he fixed on her was unmistakably resolute. She pinched her brow, looking at him with some helplessness. I wasn't thinking of stopping you from returning to the team, so you don't need to look at me like that. Lu Yuxiu raised an eyebrow in surprise, thinking he would have to put in a lot of effort to convince her. You're really not going to stop me? Not stopping. Xia Chu shook her head. It wouldn't work anyway. You wouldn't listen. The fact that you're openly choosing to report back after recovering from your injuries proves that the situation has become serious enough to warrant such news. As expected, entering a military management state was just a matter of a day or two. What are you thinking? Noticing her distraction, Lu Yuxiu asked. I was wondering if I could join the Thorns. Xia Chu instinctively voiced the thought that had popped into her mind. I could be a medic. I'm skilled at bandaging and treating external injuries, and I can stitch too. My combat skills are decent as well. I promise I won't hold you back if I join the Thorns. The key point was that I can't feel at ease without you by my side. Lu Yuxiu stared at her with a complex expression for a while, then stood up, striding over to the wrought tan chair, pulled her up, sat down himself, and then let her sit on his lap. Rubbing her belly, he spoke softly. I know you love me deeply, and a minute apart feels like 3 autumns. But Chu, the Thorns are not an ordinary unit. I can't guarantee that I can meet your wishes. I can only say I'll try. Xia Chu also knew that it wasn't easy to get into the Thorns now. She thought for a moment, hooked her arm around Lu Yuxiu's neck, and said, let's give it a try. If we can get in, then great. If not, we'll talk about it when the apocalypse arrives. Xia Chu was moved by the compliments, and had indeed hoarded quite a few clothes, shoes, and socks. However, those items focused solely on practicality. They weren't ugly, but they didn't look as good as the new styles of the season. There is no woman in the world who doesn't love beauty, and she was no exception. The space could be used for planting, and she had already stocked up on what was necessary. As for the cold weapons that Lu Yuxiu hadn't hoarded, he had also found a way to acquire them and paid a deposit. Now, they were just waiting for the sellers to come to collect the goods and pay the remaining balance. In the mid-apocalypse, until her death, countless women took pride in owning a lipstick, and many strong women were willing to trade special attribute crystals for a useless lipstick. She could easily stock up on more and become the richest woman in the apocalypse. Well, she could also trade crystals with those women. It was a very profitable deal. All right, let's hurry up, she urged, patting his shoulder. You little heartless one. You're willing to leave me the moment you hear about shopping and spending money. She lowered her head, feeling a bit down. Lu Yuxiu, half pampering and half helpless, softly complained as he gently kissed her forehead. Then he picked her up horizontally and walked towards the door. Xia Chu enjoyed his attentive service, her hand around his neck, gently kneading the soft flesh at the back of his neck, teasingly rubbing it in a light, intermittent manner. A jolt of electricity coursed through her body from the back of her neck, and Lu Yuxiu, caught off guard, trembled all over, almost losing his grip on her. He stared at her in disbelief. You, what's wrong with me? Xia Chu looked up at him, her eyes tinged with a smile, innocent yet cunning. He watched the woman in his arms, smiling like a little fox, gently nudging her delicate, rounded nose with the tip of his, chuckling softly. Do you know this from a dream again? In early summer, she smiled with her lips curved. Yes, you. Stop rubbing. If you keep rubbing, I don't mind doing something improper with you. Early summer. In early summer, she obediently admitted defeat, stopping her movements and wrapping her arms around his neck. her eyes downcast and gentle like a little kitten. Lu Yuxiu noticed her expression and smiled. Chapter 51. You are the most cautious. Don't worry. I have to take responsibility for you, he said gently, unable to help himself. Now that they were officially registered, she was safe. In early summer, Xia Chu's ears twitched as she buried her face in his neck. The car stopped steadily at the thorny gate. Lu Yuxiu didn't rush to get out. Instead, he unbuckled his seatbelt and pulled Xia Chu into his arms. Chu, be careful with whatever you do these days. Try not to use your abilities unless necessary. If you really have to, make sure there's no one around and no cameras. Okay. Lu Yuxiu's 10 years after they left weren't wasted. Given her situation back then, if her vigilance wasn't strong, she couldn't have survived for so long. However, she still listened earnestly. I'll call and text you every day. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He cupped her face, kissing each side gently, and said softly, if you miss me, you can call me too, as long as your phone is on. Even if I can't answer at that moment, I will call you back as soon as I see it. Xia Chu nodded and handed him a bag containing 4 bottles of spring water. Wen Yi and Gu Sheng would trigger their abilities early on, while Xiao Lingtian and Li Shaoqing, although they had no abilities, showed signs of ancestral return, so there was no need to worry about safety. Only Li Tao and Qin Mozhui, due to their age and significant decline in ability, didn't make it through the early stages. For the thorns to remain stable, these 2 must stay alive. You hold on to these 4 bottles for now. When the time is right, find a way to get them to drink. Lu Yuxiu shook his head. The effect of the spring water is too extraordinary. It's not suitable to give to them yet. If we do, it should be during the final countdown. He looked down at Xia Chu, who was serious, and gently smiled. Right now, your safety is the most important. My Chu is a little fool. I have to protect her. Otherwise, with her trusting nature, she would be eaten down to the bones, and I can't bear that. There's no rush with the spring water. I'll come and get it when the final countdown starts. Oh. Xia Chu took the water out of the bag and stored it in her space, then reached out to touch his stomach. Your injury is healed. Have you thought about how to explain it? No need to explain. Lu Yuxiu chuckled and rubbed her face. Everyone knows I was injured. Even if I apply to return to the team now, they won't assign me any heavy tasks. Are you reassured? Xia Chu was pleased to hear this. That's good. But when it comes to acting, we have to go all out. The gauze still needs to be wrapped, and remember to use some medicine. You people have a keen sense of smell. If there's no scent of medicine, they'll definitely be suspicious. Lu Yuxiu found it somewhat amusing and patted her. So you're going to apply ointment and wrap gauze on me before I go out? Xia Chu raised her chin without any hesitation and said, I am being cautious. In early summer, Xia Chu lazily responded, feeling reluctant to part ways. Lu Yuxiu chuckled lightly upon seeing her, opened the car door, and after getting out, he didn't rush to close the door. Instead, he stood by the car door with his bag and said, I'll watch you leave. Okay. Xia Chu was not polite and waved her hand at him before starting the car and driving away. Lu Yuxiu stood at the door, watching her disappear into the distance, only turning around to enter the gate after the car was completely out of sight. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around and the chatter of greetings, he headed towards Li Tao's office. Chapter 52. Famine. There was evident irritation in the voice. Those infected with the purple grape disease were all isolated, which was understandable, as it was for the safety of healthy individuals. At least the bosses didn't take the initiative to eliminate the patients who were destined to become abnormal beings. Don't talk about humanity. When collective interests outweigh personal interests, it's always about sacrificing the individual for the collective, never the other way around. The safety issue was the same. What if it was inhumane? If the higher-ups truly decided to eliminate the hidden dangers, no one would dare to say otherwise or stop it. It wasn't a big deal to enter military management. After all, the troops were there to serve the country and the people during emergencies. But why were only so few people allowed access to the base? What about the rest? Were they just going to be ignored? Seeing Qin Mishu's shocked and somewhat confused expression, Li Tao could understand his feelings. There was no choice. The time we had to prepare was too short. Even if the bosses issued orders immediately, achieving this was already the limit. With a population of nearly 1 billion, even if a significant number disappeared on October 1st, the remaining population would still be considerable. All staff members, even if they worked overtime to establish new defensive bases or expand existing ones, like large prisons, had limited capacity to accommodate. Furthermore, the lack of food was very serious. You mean, remembering a rumor that had circulated internally in the past few days. Qin Mishu's eyes widened in shock. Was that rumor true? Li Tao sighed sadly without answering. Yes. Who would have thought that those selfish bastards would risk everything for their own benefit and set the granaries on fire again? It wasn't just one granary, but several. Dingwa was a populous country, an agricultural powerhouse, and also a major grain importer. The imported grain had various uses. Only a small portion was for direct consumption, while most was used for animal feed. Even though Dingwa's agricultural technology lagged behind that of the grain exporting powers like the U.S. alliance, the grain stockpiled over the years was enough to feed the entire nation for 2 years. But now, several large granaries had caught fire, and the loss of grain was enough to feed the 3 billion population for over half a year. This wasn't the first time granaries had caught fire. It had happened a decade ago. At that time, the boss was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. Many people were implicated, with some being dismissed and others sentenced. In recent years, management of the granaries had been quite strict, and every October, officials were sent to inspect them. This year, the inspection hadn't even begun when the news was reported. After he reported the situation, the boss assigned the granary issue to Boss Jean, who managed Dingwa's state assets. The news was delivered at around 3 in the morning, and just a few hours later, the news of the granaries burning came in. The boss was so furious that he suffered a hypertension attack. Those few hours were truly nerve-wracking, almost making people's heart stop. Until he left, the boss's health hadn't improved significantly, yet he continued to oversee everything despite being ill. This news could not be leaked. If it got out, chaos would ensue. Famine. Dingwa had eradicated famine for half a century. Except for a few elderly people who had lived through those hard times. At least 90 of the current Dingwa population had never experienced hunger. Chapter 53. Big Moves. The number of deaths from famine in difficult times was a terrifying figure. Now, Dingwa's population was several times that of the difficult era. If people suddenly learned about the existence of famine and encountered an apocalypse, it wouldn't be a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Everyone would likely go mad. Even those who could face a mountain collapsing calmly would lose control of their emotions. It's easy to imagine how terrible the consequences would be if this news leaked. The base could be built slowly. Those who entered early might not survive until the end. With production unable to keep up, the years that all military supplies could support were limited. Patting Qin Mishu on the shoulder, Li Tao said earnestly, "Old Qin, I can't guarantee much, but as long as the big boss is around, he won't abandon anyone." What he feared was the unexpected happening to the big boss. It wasn't that he thought negatively. He was just worried that the big boss might not last given his age. Xia Chu once said something right. If we want to protect our soldiers and safeguard Longsheng and several surrounding cities, military force is crucial. We don't know what the future will hold, but if we know the future direction in advance and squander our resources, that would be our incompetence, wouldn't you agree? Qin Mishu was taken aback, staring into Li Tao's eyes. After a long silence, he squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. "Are you planning something big? What do you want me to do?" As longtime partners, Li Tao never doubted Qin Mishu's sharpness and quick reaction. Leaning closer, he whispered a few words in his ear and then echoed Li Tao's question. "So, are we doing this or not?" "Of course we're doing it," Qin Mishu replied firmly. Why wouldn't we? He had never forgotten why he joined the army in the first place and what his military uniform represented. The darker the times, the more people needed to bear the burden. As long as they were clear about their goals and walked the right path, even if they had to sacrifice, it would be worth it. Li Tao smiled upon hearing this. "Who do you intend to send to carry out this task?" Qin Mishu rolled his eyes. "Who else could it be? That kid. Right now, only that kid had the time to handle this matter. I'll call him to come over." Saying this, Qin Mishu picked up the phone to dial a number, but a knock on the door suddenly sounded, followed by a familiar voice. "Old Li, old Qin, I'm coming in." Perfect timing. The two exchanged glances, and Li Tao called out, "Come in." As Lu Yuxiu entered, he was met with two pairs of eyes gleaming with a wolf-like light, causing him to pause slightly. These two old men must be up to no good. Lu Yuxiu maintained his expression and strode to the desk. throwing his bag onto the table. He sat on the desk, his long legs crossed, back straight as a pine tree. He glanced at the smiling Qin Mishu and then at Li Tao, who looked like a hungry wolf, and said with a hint of displeasure, "What are you plotting this time?" "Brat." Qin Mishu slapped the table, his tone fierce. "How do you speak to your superiors?" After a helpless smile, he leaned in and whispered a few words in Lu Yuxiu's ear, then echoed Li Tao's question. "Just tell me, are we in or not?" "Of course we're in," Lu Yuxiu replied firmly. "But are you serious?" He asked solemnly. "This isn't a joke. At this critical moment, if we choose this path, if nothing is exposed, fine. But if we are exposed, we will face accountability and being tried in a military court, and losing everything would be lucky. Otherwise, we might end up suffering the consequences." Chapter 54. Doing good. The two nodded in unison. They wouldn't joke about something that could cost them their lives. It wasn't that they were looking for trouble. Lu Yuxiu was taken aback for a moment, but he did not show any shock. He slowly got up and walked around the office a few times. "Old man, have you been promoted? Got any benefits?" Turning his head, he looked at Li Tao and asked, "I need to know the detailed address. Wenyi, Gusheng, Li Shaoqing, Shaoling, Tianhu, and Hai brothers. I need to take them away. I guarantee to complete the task." Lu Yuxiu touched his feet together and saluted. Li Tao and Qin Mozhun stood at the door, watching him leave, and it wasn't until he was out of sight that Li Tao said to Qin Mozhun, "Let's go and communicate with Old Fawn." After leaving the office, Lu Yuxiu headed straight to the office of the first team. He glanced at Zhang Hua and Yang Qing, saying, "Zhang Hua, Yang Qing, Oldie is waiting for you in the office. Hurry up and go." Seeing his serious expression, they did not doubt his words. Although they were puzzled as to why their leader would call for them at this time, they still obediently went. Once the others left, Lu Yuxiu immediately closed and locked the door, leaning against it. He looked at the people inside and said, "Pack your things and come with me." "Go." "Where to?" Wenyi asked curiously. "To do good things," Lu Yuxiu said seriously. "I need to hand over the team's matters to the deputy team leader immediately. I give you 10 minutes, and you must gather at the old place on time." "Okay." Shaoling Tian put down his bag and said in a deep voice, "Do we need to equip ourselves with weapons?" "Weapons are not needed," implying that other equipment would be necessary. The few of them nodded, and Wenyi asked again, "Just a few of us?" Until that day arrives, he could only be cautious. At the beginning of summer, she had no idea that Lu Yuxiu had set his sights on her. At that moment, she was in the most famous luxury shopping mall in Longcheng, frantically shopping, which made the sales assistant smile brightly and caught the attention of passers-by. After leaving store A, she was about to head to the next one when her phone rang. She took it out and, seeing the number displayed, was stunned for a few seconds before hanging up without hesitation. In her previous life, the moment she took her last breath, her grievances with Mu Qingyan were completely settled. In this life, as long as Mu Qingyan didn't provoke her, she had no intention of doing anything to her. If she did provoke her, then she shouldn't blame her for seeking revenge. Just as she put the phone away in her bag, it rang again. Annoyed, Xia Chu prepared to turn it off. But upon taking it out and seeing who was calling, she smiled and answered, "Is the leave of absence paperwork done?" On the other end, Lu Yuxiu responded with an urgent tone, Chu, I need your help. You need to come to the intersection of Qingyang Road immediately." Chapter 55. The Book Enterer. Need her help? A call like this at this time, in early summer, knowing that time was tight, did not dwell on this issue. When they met, it would be the same. "Okay, I'm leaving right now," Lu Yuxiu said. "I'll wait for you," and then hung up the phone. In early summer, looking at the black screen of her phone, she quickly unlocked it and added Mu Qingyan's number to her blacklist. Having been childhood friends and classmates with Mu Qingyan for 9 years, they both ended up at the same university, but in different majors assigned to the same dorm. This Clich D fate made her deeply aware of Mu Qingyan's personality. She was someone who would not give up until she achieved her goals. If it weren't for her past life's experiences, she would have gladly answered Mu Qingyan's calls. But now, answering her calls would only put her in a bad mood, and she was too lazy to deal with her or argue over the phone. So, blocking her was a clean solution. It saved her trouble and Mu Qingyan's as well. Mu Qingyan did not feel relieved. Instead, she felt incredibly frustrated. Transmigrating into a novel was not scary, but becoming a mere cannon fodder character in a post-apocalyptic romance novel was terrifying. Moreover, She was a cannon fodder character described in just 1,000 words. The original body not only shared her name, but also bore a striking resemblance to her, though the original's features were more delicate and beautiful, as if enhanced by 10 levels of beauty filters. But what good was beauty in a hellish world where zombies roamed, chaos reigned, and crises were everywhere? Without enough strength to protect herself, beauty was a sin. After the apocalypse began, the original body had survived for over 10 days by relying on ability user. But their mixed group was soon surrounded by zombies, leading to their complete annihilation. The original died a terrible death, being eaten alive by zombies. Just thinking about such a death sent chills down her spine. So she had to find a way to save herself before the apocalypse arrived. She took a curious glance, just 2 glances. The first was at the tragic death of the cannon fodder character who shared her name. And the second was when the female lead, Xia Chu, sighed upon learning of the original's death and did not look further. It wasn't that she didn't want to see more, but she had to rush to class and didn't have time. She originally planned to catch up on the story after class, but unexpectedly, an earthquake struck before the class ended. She lost consciousness during the earthquake, and when she regained it, she found herself engaging in physical intimacy with a very handsome man, considering she didn't even have a boyfriend. The shock of suddenly being with a man was unimaginable. Kai Muyong, the boyfriend of the cannon fodder character who shared her name, was also a scumbag who had sent the original body to several ability users as a public lover in the apocalypse, seeking a protector or support. The female lead had a golden finger and a halo, and surely, following her would allow her to survive the entire story. Therefore, she rushed to the female lead's company without having the time to stock up on supplies. In Chapter 56, she had an urgent matter and tried to contact the female lead by phone, but the call wouldn't go through. It was always busy. As for why the female lead had blocked her, the transmigrator Mu Qingyin felt confused. However, her confusion vanished upon seeing the farmer's market. She quickly told the driver, "Master, I want to go to Xinhui Garden anymore. Just drop me off at the entrance of the farmer's market." The driver slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a stop. 16 yuan, thank you. Without cash in her bag, Mu Qingyin took out her phone and paid the fare, grateful that the original body had left her memories, allowing her to know the original's phone password, payment password, and credit card password. Speaking of which, the original's family was quite wealthy, and her father had extensive connections. If she couldn't benefit from the female lead, she could at least benefit from the original's father, a poor, uneducated man from the countryside. After working outside for a few years, had managed to become a big boss and bring his family to settle in the city. Such achievements were not possible without some capability. Thinking of the original's father, she felt a spark of inspiration in her eyes and walked briskly into the farmer's market. She found a grain and oil store and placed a bulk order of various grains and cooking oil totaling 200,000 yuan, paying a third as a deposit and leaving her address before excitedly exiting the market to catch a taxi to her original father's company. She needed to inform him about the impending apocalypse, and given her original father's doting nature, she was not worried about convincing that man. Xia Chu was completely unaware of all this. After leaving the mall, she drove towards Qingyang Road. The distance from the mall to Qingyang Road was quite far, over 40 kilometers, with many red lights along the way. It took Xia Chu almost an hour to arrive, and by then, Lu Yuxiu had already been waiting. 3 military-registered vehicles were parked beside him. Inside were Wen Yi and the others, who, perhaps bored from waiting, were either playing games on their phones or smoking. When they saw Xia Chu pull up beside them, they waved and greeted her as she poked her head out the window. Xia Chu smiled and waved back before asking the camouflaged Lu Yuxiu, "What do you need help with?" Lu Yuxiu leaned closer to her ear and said, "Go to Yushan and bring back some supplies. In early summer, does Yushan have what they need? It can't be, right? Yushan is not a single mountain. A more accurate description would be a range of mountains, with dozens of peaks of various sizes, located at the junction of Dinghe Province and Jiangfeng Province. Unlike the scenic areas of Qianlinshang and Yunxi, which are also at the border of the two provinces, Yushan's geographical location is shockingly remote, truly an untouched primitive forest. It is said that there isn't even a road leading into the mountains. How did the things that Lu Yuxiu mentioned get transported in there?" Xia Chu was curious, but kept her questions to herself, just nodding and saying okay. I'll drive, you sit in the passenger seat. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu obediently moved to the passenger seat, allowing Lu Yuxiu to take the driver's seat. Thus, Lu Yuxiu's car led the way, followed closely by 3 military green warriors as they headed towards Yushan. Chapter 57, No Morals. September 23rd is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and today is the 22nd. So they were fortunate enough to encounter traffic after getting on the highway. At first, the cars could still move a little, but as 2 car accidents occurred and drivers got out to negotiate, those who realized the cars couldn't move for a while also got out to join the commotion. The cars became completely stuck, as if glued together, unable to move at all. In early summer, Xia Chu leaned on the car window to watch the excitement, while Lu Yuxiu took a look at the bags piled high in the back seat, examining the items she had bought. The items in the first few bags were quite normal, but when he picked up a black and gold bag and opened it to see what was inside, his expression was like this. Then it changed to this. "Oh, Q, how did you buy this?" he asked softly, pointing at the pink makeup sponge in the bag. Xia Chu peeked over and asked, "Is there a problem?" "It's a big problem." Lu Yuxiu leaned in with a mischievous smile and said, "Are you missing me?" Too shy to say it. "So you bought this thing to remind me?" Xia Chu felt increasingly uneasy. What kind of nonsensical talk was this? She glanced at the makeup sponge and then at Lu Yuxiu, astonished as she asked him, "What do you think this is?" Lu Yuxiu blushed and replied, "A toy." Xia Chu was silent for 2 seconds. "An adult? What else could it be?" Lu Yu retorted confidently. He glanced at Xia Chu, then lowered his eyes, his thick, curled eyelashes fluttering. Xia Chu's heart raced along with the fluttering. Just as she was about to speak, he added, "Since we've bought it, let's keep it well for now. We'll use it later." Before his words finished, he added, "Or should we pick another one? This one doesn't look very exciting." In early summer, "Do you know what I want to do right now?" Xia Chu asked him softly. After saying that, she pouted and leaned closer. Xia Chu stretched out 2 fingers and pinched his mouth. "I want to turn you into a pig's head and then make you kneel on durians." Lu Yuxiu was taken aback, looking confused. "Huh? This is a makeup sponge, used for makeup." Xia Chu released her grip on his mouth, quickly unwrapped the packaging, and pressed the makeup sponge against his face. She never expected that he would think the toy was something for makeup. Lu Yuxiu stammered, I've never seen a woman. This thing, it looks like a toy, so I thought it was." Xia Chu teased him, "You must have bought it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be thinking randomly." No, I didn't buy it. Stop talking nonsense," Lu Yuxiu denied with a wave of his hand. Afraid she wouldn't believe him, he pointed to Wen Yi, who was sitting in the car next to them. "The mosquito has bought a lot. He likes to buy this stuff. And we even helped him with some references." He couldn't control his volume on the last sentence, and Wen Yi vaguely heard it, not quite clearly, but it didn't stop him from sensing the urgency in Lu Yuxiu's words. With the intention of backing up his buddy, he smiled and nodded at Xia Chu when she looked over, saying, "Yes, that's what Xiao Yu said." This was really too unfair. Chapter 58. You're just showing off. He really wanted to see the expression on Jiang Zhao's face when she found out the reason the mosquito was pursuing her. It would definitely be interesting. When you didn't know what he was thinking, he was busy questioning Lu Yuxiu. Unfortunately, Lu Yuxiu ignored him. Not just ignoring him, but also raising the car window to block his voice, focusing entirely on pleasing Xia Chu. "Wen Yi, so annoying. Xiao Yu is really infuriating. I want to hit him." "Of course, you're just as bad." The Hai was right. Gu Xing nodded in agreement. "If you go disturb their little world now, later on, you won't have a little world with Jiang Zhao either. We're all brothers. Why fight and love each other?" Feeling too bored, Li Shaoqing, who was chewing on a cigarette from another car, caught the end of the conversation and curiously asked, "What are you guys talking about?" He wasn't expecting an answer and continued speaking to himself. "How long is this traffic jam going to last? Why don't we go check ahead? If it really doesn't work, we can help direct traffic." At this rate, they were afraid they wouldn't reach Yushan until dawn. "All right, let's go take a look." So, except for Xiaoling Tian in the driver's seat, the Jiang brothers and the rest of the group all rushed to the front to join the fun and help direct traffic. Before they left, they enthusiastically invited Xia Chu to join them. In early summer, "Thank you. It's inconvenient for me to wear a dress." In late September, the weather was as hot as ever, but it had been windy these days, and she really didn't want to stand on the highway with the wind blowing up her dress. "So beautiful." Lu Yuxiu glanced at Xia Chu's pride, then looked at his own hand and suddenly felt a warmth in his nose as warm liquid began to flow down. Before he could react, Xia Chu's helpless voice sounded in the car. Stop thinking about it. As she spoke, she shoved 2 small paper balls into his nostrils, then lifted his chin with her hand and said, "Breathe through your mouth. I see your temper is too high. You need to eat something to cool it down." Lu Yuxiu. The poor Lu Yuxiu, due to the nosebleed incident, was forced by Xia Chu to drink lotus root water every day after they arrived at Yushan, which became a tragic experience for him. Of course, they hadn't reached Yushan yet. He was eating diuretic grapes and cooling pears. He didn't know where Xia Chu bought the grapes and pears, but each grape was as big as a winter jujube, and the pears were twice the size of regular pears, but they tasted really good. Xia Chu wanted to roll her eyes. "Have you filed your love report and marriage report?" Lu Yuxiu's gaze was deep. "I didn't have time. Then I'm powerless." Xia Chu shrugged and laughed. Chapter 59, People on the Same Boat. This man belongs to her, whether they have a certificate or not. She wasn't planning to let go of his hand. Of course, having a legal certificate is definitely better than not having one. In early summer, Xia Chu smiled lightly good. Lu Yuxiu held her hand, so happy that he could almost jump in place. "You agreed, and once we say it, you can't back out." Saying this, he held the back of Xia Chu's head and kissed her passionately. After a long time, Xia Chu was finally released by his mercy. Exhausted and gasping for breath for quite a while before she finally calmed down. Breathing heavily, she reached out and pinched his face, giving him a good squeeze. "Next time, remember to let me catch my breath. I don't have your lung capacity. Otherwise, I might faint from lack of oxygen. If when Yi and the others find out, they won't say anything bad about me, but they'll laugh at your skills. I'll listen to you." Lu Yuxiu poked Xia Chu's puffed-up cheek, thinking he might be the only man in the world who had to consider his wife's lung capacity while kissing her, letting her take a breather mid-kiss. Xia Chu still wouldn't let him off the hook, saying, "Your skills are really lacking. How can you be kissing and licking the girl's teeth and biting her lips? This is my first deep kiss, and if your skills were good, you wouldn't be so uneasy." Lu Yuxiu felt a bit embarrassed by her words, and for once, he showed a rare look of awkwardness as he tried to save face, insisting that with a few more tries, his skills would become proficient. "If you don't believe me, let us try again." Lu Yuxiu gave her a meaningful glance and said, "Arms Depot." In his past life, there were rumors that there was a large arms depot in Yushan, which contained not only heavy and light weapons but also tanks and planes. No one knew if the news was true or false, but the sudden rise of the War Dragon and the increase in heavy weaponry was a fact. The highest leader of the War Dragon base was Guan Yi, who had a military background and held the rank of colonel. During peacetime, someone of Guan Yi's rank would not have the qualification to know the exact location of the arms depot. She didn't know where Guan Yi's sources of information came from in her past life, but she knew where Lu Yuxiu's sources came from. Sure enough, Lu Yuxiu gave her a confirming answer, saying, "What you said is true. Military force is everything." Thus, Old Manly kept this in mind. They all remembered it. Giving Xia Chu an appreciative look, he said, "That's why we need your help." Early summer. In early summer, she choked on her words, nearly suffocating herself. After a moment of silence, she asked gloomily, "Is it too late for me to get off the ship now?" "It's too late. We're all in the same boat," Lu Yuxiu said with a smile, handing down her death sentence. At the beginning of summer, she was extremely frustrated. Her new life was really damn exciting. After reporting the events of the apocalypse, she now had to undertake a task where even the slightest mistake could cost her head. But what could she do? She had willingly boarded this pirate ship. She sighed deeply. Did she have the confidence to crack the security system? The armory, as one could imagine, had a very high security level. Without some technical skills to disable the security system, not only would she not be able to get in, but she was also afraid of triggering the defense system, which could turn the weapons into rubble or Swiss cheese. This man was hers, and whether they had proof or not, she was not prepared to let go of his hand. Of course, having a legal document was definitely better than not having one. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu smiled lightly good. Lu Yuxiu, holding her hand, was so happy that he almost jumped up on the spot. "You agreed. Once we made a promise, you can't go back on it." Saying this, he held the back of Xia Chu's head and gave her a series of playful kisses. After a long time, Xia Chu was finally let go by his mercy. feeling exhausted and panting for a while before catching her breath. Gasping, she reached out to pinch his face, giving it a good squeeze. Next time, remember to let me breathe. I don't have your lung capacity. I easily get hypoxic. All right, I'll listen to you. Lu Yuxiu poked Xia Chu's puffed-up cheeks. It's just breathing. I promise, I'll agree to everything. A wife deserves to be spoiled. In early summer, she smiled and patted his head, saying, "Good boy. Your sister loves you." "Sister, you big-headed ghost, you're clearly several years younger than me." When she called him sister, Lu Yuxiu felt a little embarrassed, and a rare look of awkwardness appeared on his face. He said, "Call me brother, or I'll hit you." In early summer, she wasn't afraid. She glanced at the moving traffic and urged him, "We can go now. By the way, what's the purpose of going to Yushan?" Lu Yuxiu started the car and gave her a meaningful look. The armory. There were rumors in her past life that there was a large armory in Yushan, containing not only heavy and light weapons, but also tanks and planes. No one knew if the news was true or false, but it was a fact that the sudden rise of the war dragon had brought about a significant increase in heavy weaponry. The highest leader of the war dragon base was Guan Yi, who had a military background and held the rank of colonel. During peacetime, someone of Guan Yi's rank wouldn't have the qualification to know the exact location of the armory. She didn't know where Guan Yi's sources of information came from in her past life, but she knew where Lu Yuxiu's sources came from. As expected, Lu Yuxiu gave her a definite answer. "What you said is true. Military power is everything." Thus, old man Li kept this in mind. They also remembered it. Giving Xia Chu an appreciative look, he said, "That's why we need your help." Early summer, Xia Chu Qing was choked up and almost suffocated. She remained silent for a while, then asked gloomily, "Is it too late for me to get off the boat now?" "It's too late. We're all in the same boat," Lu Yuxiu said with a smile, giving her a death sentence. Xia Chu was feeling extremely frustrated. Her new life was really freaking exciting. After reporting the events of the apocalypse, she now had to undertake a task where even the slightest mistake could cost her head. But what could she do? She had voluntarily boarded this pirate ship. She sighed deeply. Did she have the confidence to crack the security system? The armory, it was obvious, had a very high security level. Without some technical skills to disable the security system, not to mention getting in, she was afraid that triggering the defense system would turn the weapons into rubble or turn them into a sieve. Lu Yuxiu said that Xiao Lingtian specialized in this area and had brought a decoder, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Oh, Xia Chu was a genuine liberal arts student and knew nothing about these things. Since Lu Yuxiu said it shouldn't be a big problem, she believed him. Mainly, it was useless not to believe him. Anyway, regardless of whether this trip was successful or not, they had to run. Chapter 60. How some sympathy for single dogs. Ding country has a large population and many vehicles, and coupled with the mid-autumn festival holiday, the highways were so congested it was almost despairing. Primarily, it was also due to the poor quality of some drivers in Ding country, as cutting in line and stealing lanes was a common occurrence. Even with fewer vehicles, traffic accidents were likely, and with more vehicles, accidents became even more probable. In less than 100 kilometers, they encountered 4 traffic accidents, and they were stuck for over 2 hours before their car finally reached the Baikogwan service area. In early summer, Xia Chu felt an urgent need to pee. Her bladder was about to burst. As soon as the car came to a stop, she didn't even have time to say a word to Lu Yuxiu before she opened the car door, grabbed her bag, and dashed out to find a restroom. Her speed amazed Gu Sheng and the others. Xiao Lingtian, with a blank expression, commented that no matter how beautiful a girl is, she can't care about her image when she's in such urgent need. Jiang He's focus was different. He noted that her shoes must be 7 or 8 centimeters high. Running so swiftly in such high heels was impressive. Wenigre que lit a cigarette, remarking that women who often wear high heels tend to have unattractive feet. The few people who were drinking water, smoking, and moving their bodies turned to glance at him before looking back at Lu Yuxiu. Lu Yuxiu was squinting as he lit a cigarette, sensing everyone's gaze. He lowered his eyelids and said lightly, "My Chu-Chu's feet are not ugly." Even if he wasn't a foot fetishist, he couldn't deny that Xia Chu's feet were beautiful. Her size 30 feet were petite and exquisite, with perfectly proportioned toes resembling young silkworms just peeking out of their nest, pale and plump, complemented by her delicate ankles that were both ample and naturally graceful. If she painted her nails, they would surely look even better. He thought about finding time to paint her nails and buying some nail polish to keep on hand, as it seemed girls like to fuss over their nails. Wei Wei's feet, on the other hand, were ugly and deformed, with her big toes severely angled outwards. She often complained of foot pain, yet stubbornly refused to wear flat shoes. Thinking about his girlfriend's feet, Gushing twitched his lips in complaint. She says high heels are her life. I completely don't understand her thinking. Lu Yuxiu had a forehead full of black lines, commenting that this topic was quite off the mark. Can't we show some sympathy for these single dogs without partners? He asked. The few with partners, well, forget it. They looked quite pitiful, so he decided to show some understanding. A faint smile appeared in Lu Yuxiu's eyes as he said, let us get off at Tongwan and take the national road to Yushan. If I remember correctly, the person selling them cold weapons lives near Tongwan. So soon? When he looked at her in surprise, aren't you going to touch up your makeup? He remembered that every time Xiao went to the restroom, it took a long time for her to come out, and it took forever to wait for her when they went out. Her face could take her 1 or 2 hours to fuss over. Of course, if she spoke the truth, her mother might not even recognize her. And then Xiao would give her a good thrashing. I didn't wear any makeup. Xiaoyer, I'm a bit envious of you. A few of the guys with girlfriends looked at Lu Yuxiu with envy. Nowadays, it's rare for women to go out without makeup. Applying makeup can be troublesome and time-consuming, which makes these men impatient. Lu Yuxiu is great. He doesn't have to face the same troubles as them. So lucky. Lu Yuxiu. The few of them without partners, like Li Xiaoqing, didn't quite understand what the mosquito was saying. Xia Chu understood, but she didn't say anything. So, are you guys going to the restroom? If not, let's go. In such an atmosphere, only Xia Chu could so calmly assert her presence. Chapter 61. First look at the goods. So, are you guys going to the restroom? If not, let's go. In such an atmosphere, only Xia Chu could so calmly assert her presence. Several men shook their heads, indicating they were not going to the restroom. Lu Yuxiu's lips curved into a faint smile, saying if we go down, there will be food. Otherwise, do you want to buy some snacks at the service area supermarket to eat on the way? No need. We have fruit. Thinking of the fruit, Xia Chu opened the back door of the car, using a pile of paper bags as cover, and actually took out some fruit from her space to share with Wen Yi and the others. Although the space was in a primary state, it was not small. Before she sought out Lu Yuxiu, she would buy supplies during the day and diligently cultivate and fish in the space at night. There was a time difference of 2 to 1 between the inside and the real world. 2 days inside equaled 1 day outside. Logically speaking, the fruit saplings she planted should not grow into fruit-bearing trees so quickly, but the effect of the spring water was too incredible. On the day she planted them, she curiously poured a cup of spring water into the soil and then witnessed a miraculous scene. In less than 10 minutes, a sapling that was only as thick as her pinky finger grew into a flowering, fruit-bearing tree laden with large red apples. The key was that the apples produced were extremely crisp and sweet, making people want to eat more. Thus, she watered all the fruit trees, medicinal herbs, and vegetables she planted that evening with spring water. The fruits wouldn't rot if left hanging on the tree, so she didn't pick them, thinking she could do so when she wanted to eat. The space recognized its owner and didn't require her physical presence, allowing her to control it entirely with her mental energy. Although she wasn't a mental-type ability user, her mental strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary person after 2 lifetimes. If it weren't for the memories and experiences from her past life backing her up, she wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. The fruits in her space were very different from those in the outside world. Looking at the fruits in the bag, which were more than twice the normal size, Wen Yi, who had first met Xia Chu and seen the apples, remained calm, while Li Xiaoqing and the others expressed great surprise. These fruits were simply too large, and the key was their strong fragrance, which made them seem delicious just by smelling. After tasting a grape, they found it indeed delicious. The group, with shining eyes, ate while asking Xia Chu where she bought them. Thus, they got back in the car and set off again. At 8:20 p.m., they finally exited the Tongwan toll station and got off the highway, first finding a restaurant on the roadside to eat before heading to Kongning village to pick up goods. Not only did Dinghua have a gun ban, but knives were also regulated. The knives available on the market could injure people, but they were ineffective against zombies and other biological entities. In early summer, there was no way for Xia Chu to buy these things, but Lu Yuxiu had the connections. So, leaving Wen Yi and the others waiting at the intersection, Lu Yuxiu took Xia Chu to a small villa at the innermost part of Kong Village, near the foot of the mountain. On the way, Lu Yuxiu contacted the seller, Zhang Hengxing. As the car came to a stop, the villa's main door was open from the inside, revealing a chubby man wearing only shorts. Upon seeing Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu, he greeted them warmly. "You're here?" "We're here," Lu Yuxiu replied, holding Xia Chu's hand as they stepped up the stairs. He got straight to the point. "Where's the stuff?" "It's ready. You can check it out first, and if you're satisfied, you can take it. If not, I can prepare something else for you." After closing the main door, the chubby man led them to the backyard. Chapter 62. The Great Summer Dragon Sparrow compared to the villa's grandeur. The backyard looked like a junkyard, cluttered with all sorts of items, leaving hardly any space to stand. The chubby man walked confidently to a large jar in the right corner of the yard and squatted down, using his arms to move the jar aside, revealing a dirty and thick wooden board. Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu exchanged glances as he placed the jar down, moved the wooden board, and pried up a layer of green bricks, followed by a large iron plate, revealing a basement entrance that could only accommodate one person at a time. "You've hidden this basement quite well," Xia Chu couldn't help but comment. The chubby man chuckled, leading the way as he said, "It's safer that way." He had no other hobbies, just a passion for making cold weapons, but the government was strict about it, and he had been in trouble twice. Although his shop had been inspected multiple times without being shut down, the chubby man was quite skilled. Looking at the several large wooden racks against the walls of the basement, where various styles of weapons were neatly displayed, Xia Chu finally understood where Lu Yuxiu's remark about Zhang Hengxing being a talent for cold weapons came from. He truly was a talent. There were all sorts of knives, guns, swords, and halberds here, as well as some oddly shaped cold weapons. However, what attracted Xia Chu the most were a tang knife and a replica of the Great Summer Dragon Sparrow hanging on the wall. The Great Summer Dragon Sparrow is one of the famous ancient swords, often mentioned in historical texts, measuring 3 feet and 9 inches in length. Xia Chu didn't know if this one made by Zhang Hengxing could compare to the historical Great Summer Dragon Sparrow, but the materials and craftsmanship were top-notch, and it was sharp enough that she could hear the sound of the blade slicing through the air when swung. After testing the feel and sharpness, Xia Chu was satisfied. She sheathed the knife and cheerfully asked the chubby man, "Will this knife get dull after a few uses?" "It won't. I have an exclusive ancestral blacksmithing technique, and the materials used are top-grade steel. The quenching water is special too. It can definitely cut hair and sever strands. The strength and toughness are at their peak, so don't worry," the chubby man confidently guaranteed, patting his chest with pride. "If you do encounter the issue you mentioned, bring it back, and I'll refund you every penny." Cutting hair isn't practical. Being able to chop off a head is what is truly useful. Xia Chu actually wanted to ask him if this knife could do that, but she didn't dare, afraid that the fat guy would think she was a murderer and call the police. So she could only smile and say, "I trust you." The fat guy was overjoyed to hear this, opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Yuxiu's voice interrupted. "Fat guy, I've picked it out. You calculate the bill." The key was that he had picked almost all of his stock from the past few years, leaving the shelves nearly empty. "You want this much?" the fat guy asked incredulously. This wasn't just a couple of items, but dozens, each of fine product, and together they wouldn't cost less than $1 million. Lu Yuxiu replied lightly. Seeing this, the fat guy didn't say much, first counted the items, then took out a calculator and started crunching the numbers. In the end, after deducting the initial deposit of 200,000, Xia Chu transferred him another 130,000, making a total of 150,000. Wen Yi and the others knew that Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu had come to Kong Village to get goods, but they didn't know exactly what they were getting and didn't think to ask. Chapter 63. Not backing out thus, the two parties regrouped and set off again toward Yushan. It was over 100 kilometers from Tonggu to Yushan, and around 1 in the morning, they arrived at their destination, a small village that had been abandoned for many years. It was indeed small, with only a few dilapidated houses sparse and far apart. There were no streetlights, but the moon and car headlights provided some brightness. The wind picked up and the leaves rustled, while the swaying branches cast claw-like shadows in the moonlight and headlights. making the abandoned houses, which either had holes, half-collapsed walls, or missing doors and windows, look particularly eerie. This kind of environment could directly serve as a horror movie set. The mountain roads were already hard to navigate, and since the only village in this area had long been abandoned, the roads were unmaintained, overgrown with weeds and full of potholes. Lu Yuxiu and the others were jolted around, but Xia Chu was unfazed and slept soundly, even snoring. Wen Yi and the others were stretching their stiff bodies when they saw Lu Yuxiu get out and quietly asked, "Is he asleep?" He nodded, opened a trunk, took out a mat and spread it on the ground, then turned on a searchlight and called to the others, "Come, let me tell you about this mission." The few people who were not clear on the specifics of the mission instantly brightened up and gathered around. They eagerly shouting urged, "What is it?" "Arms Depot." Lu Yuxiu didn't hesitate and threw them a bombshell. Everyone fell silent. This mission, honestly, was easier than any they had executed before. But the danger was no less. "Are you serious?" Wen Ye's throat felt dry. On the way here, he had made many guesses about this mission, but he never expected it to be an arms depot, a group of active duty soldiers. This was a big deal. "Serious." Lu Yuxiu confirmed with a nod. "This time, we must succeed. The consequences of failure will fall on us. If you want to back out, now's the time." "That's no fun." Hearing this, Gu Sheng protested. "We've come all this way. How can we back out?" Backing out was impossible. The ordinary public was currently unaware of the apocalypse, but they were fully aware. So what if supernatural beings appeared? Without special training and practical experience, it would be lucky to survive against zombie-like mutated creatures, let alone protect others. Relying on those supernatural beings to defend the country? Forget it. No one knew what the future held, and the ratio of supernatural beings was even more uncertain. But at the beginning of the apocalypse, regardless of whether there were supernatural beings, the main combat force would definitely be the active duty soldiers like them. But soldiers were not invincible. They could be injured, die, and feel fear. Having weapons and not having them made a world of difference. Not just for themselves, but also for their comrades. They had to fight. "I'm not backing out. I haven't even been to an arms depot yet." Jiang, he said casually, as if he were going shopping rather than going to an arms depot. "I just want to know if there are tanks and cannons inside." When you looked at Lu Yuxiu eagerly, "Lu Yuxiu, how would I know?" But Oli said this arms depot is very large. As for where Oli got his information, he wasn't sure. Chapter 64. Definitely dreamingly, Xiaoqing chimed in. "Did Oli give you the exact address?" He felt the chances were slim. After all, that was an arms depot, not a garage. It wasn't something just anyone could know the exact location of. That's the frustrating part. He then looked at Xiao Lingtian. "I need you to hack into the National Defense Satellite System." National Defense Satellites are far more powerful than ordinary satellites. In some areas where signal interference is used domestically, even in restricted zones, ordinary satellites can't detect it. But national defense satellites can. However, hacking into national defense satellites is much riskier than hacking ordinary satellites. The different functionalities lead to a vast difference in importance. National defense satellites are primarily used for military purposes, connecting various important authorities and departments, and controlling the launch pads of major missile bases in the country. This results in the security systems of national defense satellites being crafted by the country's top information engineers. The security level is solid and unbreakable. Xiao Lingtian, usually expressionless, showed a rare look of daze. He was silent for a while before finally squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. "I can't guarantee success. I can only say I'll try." His hacking skills were indeed impressive, ranking among the top 10 internationally, but no matter how good his skills were, they couldn't compete with the top information engineers in the country. It wasn't just one top expert, but many. Facing a group of top experts alone was incredibly difficult. "Is this something we can just try?" Jiang Hai slapped him on the back, irritated, and said to Lu Yuxiu, "Stop trying. We'll find it ourselves. With a rough range, we can always locate it. I don't want to fail the mission and end up being caught and sent to a military court by colleagues dropping from the sky." Lu Yuxiu thought for a few seconds, but still didn't want to give up. So he asked Xiao Lingtian, "How confident are you?" 50-50. Xiao Lingtian readily gave an answer. "If I had a helper, the success rate could be higher." "I'll do it." Lu Yuxiu opened his computer. "I'll cover you. No need to hack. And no need for cover." "I know, but I can't guarantee 100 accuracy." As soon as Lu Yuxiu got out of the car, Xia Chu groggily woke up. She originally wanted to continue sleeping, but gave up due to their whispering. Leaning against the car window and eavesdropping for a while, she finally couldn't help but chime in. Wow! A group of men was startled by her sudden voice and nearly jumped up. Once they realized what she meant, they all looked surprised. You know? How do you know? I know. It must be a dream. Speaking of which, precognitive dreams are really amazing. Not only do I know the apocalypse is coming, but I also know where the arms depot is. Why don't we take advantage of the few days left to clear out all the arms depots? With your imagination. Why don't you just fly to the sky? That's enough. We are all comrades. Let's leave them a way out. No one said not to leave a way out. We could just provide more support later. It seems a bit feasible. Right. I think it's quite feasible. Just think about it. Stop thinking. I only dreamed of the coordinates of this one arms depot. Seeing a few people stirred. Xia Chu couldn't help but interrupt their conversation with a mix of laughter and tears, then squeezed a kneel beside Lu Yuxiu. She actually wanted to sit cross-legged, but unfortunately, wearing a skirt made it inconvenient. Chapter 65. Seeking protection. One must be realistic and not daydream. Saying this, she pushed the computer over and said, "Come on, connect to the satellite map. I'll help you find the coordinates." Fortunately, she had memories from her past life and happened to know about the Yushan Arms Depot. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to help. "I'll do it." Lu Yuxiu typed a few keys on the keyboard, and a satellite map centered on them appeared on the computer screen. With the satellite signal as a reference, their location and surrounding environment data were clearly displayed on the 15-inch high-definition screen. Xia Chu stared at the map for a while, then pointed to a certain area and said, "This area, I don't know the exact point, but the longitude is 123. 63 and the latitude is 24. 64. Lu Yuxiu nodded, knowing that it would be easy to find with the coordinates. He pointed to that area, which was roughly the same range that Oldley had mentioned. "All right, let's look for it," as Xia Chu suggested. "If we can't find it, we can hack into the National Defense Satellite System." The others nodded in agreement. He glanced at Xia Chu, who was leaning on Lu Yuxiu's shoulder, and asked, "I have a question. Is Xia Chu going along too? What's wrong? Am I not welcome?" Xia Chu pretended to be unhappy. "Not at all. It's just that this unexploited mountain terrain is hard to navigate. You're a girl, and I'm worried you can't handle the hardships and slow us down." He bluntly stated, not leaving any face for Xia Chu. She wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed and teased him. "It's fine. If I can't walk, I'll let Xiaoyu carry me." "Sure, I'll carry you," Lu Yuxiu readily chimed in. Jianghe's expression became quite complicated. "As long as you're happy." Wen Yi and Gu Sheng exchanged glances with Lu Yuxiu, who subtly nodded. The two then grinned and said in unison, "If Xia Chu doesn't go with us, we won't be able to bring the weapons out." "That's true," the two affirmed. And Xia Chu nodded along. Wen Yi pointed at her with a smile and said, "Let me formally introduce you, Xia Chu, the wife that Lu Yuxiu is going to get a marriage certificate with, and also an awakened spatial ability user." It seemed like they were hearing things. The four of them simultaneously dug at their ears, looking at her with expressions that said, "Are you kidding us?" In early summer, Lu Yuxiu, Wen Yi, Gu Sheng, and four other informed individuals looked seriously at the four men who were unwilling to believe. The four of them were momentarily stunned. Xiao Lingtian, with a slack expression and vacant eyes, asked, "Are the space in the novel that can hold things?" "That's fake, definitely fake." He couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. Having precognitive dreams was already outrageous enough. Adding a spatial ability was like being the favored child of heaven, right? "Yes." Xia Chu flipped her wrist and took out 6 bottles of spring water. "You all seem quite energetic and not sleepy. So let's refine your bodies to increase your chances of survival." Watching this, several bottles of water appear out of thin air and drop onto the mat. The expressions of the group changed. They looked at the water and then at Xia Chu, who was smiling like a little fox in the moonlight. They immediately changed their posture and exclaimed, "Sister, I kneel to you. You're amazing. Sister, I won't say anything else, just 2 words. Please protect us." Li Shaoqing's eyes glistened with excitement. Good. No wonder Xiao Yu brought Xia Chu along. It was a great choice. With her around, as long as we find the arms depot, we can get everything. Chapter 66. The storm is coming. Wait, how big is the sister space? Immersed in excitement, Li Shaoqing finally remembered this crucial question and turned to ask Xia Chu. The others, equally curious, stared at her. Xia Chu thought for a moment and replied, "It's quite big, over 100 acres. Awesome." Li Xiaoqing excitedly did 2 somersaults. With such a large portable warehouse, whether it's for this arms deal or for gathering supplies in the future, we essentially have more leverage and an advantage. None of the people present were fools. They all understood that even with Guojia's involvement, they couldn't expect to live peacefully. In times of peace, bosses would act for their own power and interests, each with their own plans. In the chaotic and dark apocalypse, it was even less likely to expect them to work together. Although they were military elites, when it came to the power struggles at the top, they were merely pawns that could be easily moved. Having more leverage and the opportunity to escape their fate as pawns was beneficial for them and for the entire Thorn and Eight armies. No wonder old Li had his eyes on the arms depot. No wonder Lu Yuxiu insisted on taking on this task despite his injuries. The root of it all was that they had Xia Chu's portable warehouse as support. What kind of luck did Lu Yuxiu have to have someone like Xia Chu in his grasp? It was so infuriatingly enviable. However, they were all very happy. Wen Yi and Gu Sheng, who already knew about Xia Chu's space, remained calm, while Li Xiaoqing, Xiao Lingtian, and the Hahai brothers were almost going crazy with joy, their smiles bright to the point of being ridiculous. "That's enough. Don't keep laughing like fools." Although Lu Yuxiu's tone was serious, he couldn't help but let his lips curl into a bright arc. He pointed to the bottles of water. "Drink up quickly. It hurts. Just bear with it and don't cry out." The 6 of them responded in unison, picked up the bottles, and prepared to drink. Just then, they saw Lu Yuxiu and Xia Chu getting up to leave. When Yi hurriedly asked, "Where are you going? Aren't you staying with us?" Lu Yuxiu waved his hand. "You drink slowly and bear the pain. Xia Chu and I will go rest first." He pointed to the water pool near the foot of the mountain to the west. "After the pain, remember to jump in and take a bath." For Wen Yi and the others, that night was a mix of unbearable pain and extreme excitement. This excitement lasted for 3 days until they reached their final destination, the arms depot in the mountains, and their emotions finally stabilized. In contrast to their calm, everyone in Dinghua was shocked into a state of panic. Soon, the shrill sound of police sirens approached, followed by police cars and military trucks roaring down the streets. The overcast sky felt suffocating. Apart from the clueless children, the same word appeared in everyone's mind. A storm is coming. Chapter 67. Countdown half an hour ago. In the Kyoto Central Palace Conference Hall. In just a few days, the once imposing boss with graying hair and an aura of authority appeared to have aged over a decade. His face, marked with the traces of time and illness, still held sharp, clear eyes. He scanned the crowd and said solemnly, "Are we all ready?" Looking at the bloodshot eyes, the boss sighed heavily. This moment had finally arrived. After managing to stabilize and enter a prosperous period, Dingle was about to be stained again with the chaos of war and blood. This disaster, beyond human control, was uncertain when it would end. The only thing they could do was to try their best. "Let's begin." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison and filed out of the conference room. As these bosses left, orders were issued in layers. Soon, the Ministry of Defense released an urgent notification about the infectious virus purple grape and the apocalypse officially arriving on October 1st. The highest leaders of provinces, cities, and autonomous regions in Dinghua began to act according to the directives issued from above. All departments sprang into action. The Education Department announced school closures. The Price Bureau began to monitor and regulate market prices. The Publicity Department dispatched trucks loaded with apocalypse survival guides to various areas and streets for distribution, while community workers notified residents to come and collect the booklets. Armed security, traffic police, anti-explosion police, and teams of armed soldiers appeared on the streets. Dinghua officially entered a period of martial law. It was at this time that Li Tao called Lu Yuxiu. "Little Lu, the countdown has begun. You must succeed." "I know." Lu Yuxiu, with a serious expression, took Gu Sheng's phone and opened the browser. Almost the entire internet, including this dating site, was flooded with the emergency notifications released by the Ministry of Defense. In an information society, rumors spread at lightning speed, let alone such urgent notifications issued in the name of Guojia. Li Tao nodded. "All right, you all be careful." "Okay, you too." Lu Yuxiu hung up the phone and looked at the others who were staring at him. "The countdown to the apocalypse has begun. Xia Chu exclaimed in surprise. Isn't it risky to release the news now? No, since the bosses chose to make the news public at this time, it means they are already prepared, Gu Sheng said with a heavy expression. But no matter how well prepared they are, they cannot control people's hearts. Just wait and see. There will definitely be someone who gets caught in the crossfire. There have always been those who like to take advantage of chaos, and it's not something we should worry about. We just need to focus on doing our own jobs. Furthermore, in chaotic times, strict measures are necessary. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't choose to come out at this moment. However, some people had already emerged, and those who did were the middle class, wealthy but not top billionaires, with connections that were all within the same social tier. Being in such a class meant that their information was slightly more reliable than that of ordinary people, but it was still far from what the upper circles knew. Chapter 68. Martial law. The country's emergency reserves were made urgently and secretly, with the military and government systems coordinating their actions. The informed upper circles, even if they couldn't accurately discern Guojia's movements, could catch a glimpse of things through the cooperation of the military and political sectors in the past few days. Thus, these individuals, thinking of being prepared for the unexpected, used all means to stockpile supplies and purchase weapons without being detected by Guojia. As for transferring assets and fleeing overseas, it wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they were afraid. Since the establishment of Dinghua over 120 years ago, even during the years when spies were rampant after the founding, Guojia had never made such a large move. At such a time, if one were to transfer assets, success would certainly be good, but what if it failed? No one dared to challenge Guojia's authority. When Guojia didn't want to touch you, you might be a significant figure. But once Guojia decided to act against you, no matter how astonishing your personal wealth or family business power was, it would all be futile in front of Guojia's machinery. Therefore, those at the top of the pyramid, even if they wanted to transfer assets and leave, chose to remain still out of concern, only daring to quietly stockpile supplies and weapons. When the Ministry of Defense announced its news, those who had stockpiled supplies and weapons felt a bit relieved, but still, the saying goes, there is never too much supply, only too little. After seeing the emergency notice released by the Ministry of Defense, this group prepared to continue stockpiling. But bad news came. Dinghua, which had entered a military management and martial law period, began to implement purchasing restrictions. Not only were there restrictions, but purchases could only be made at designated locations. All wholesale departments, stores, supermarkets, etc., were taken over by personnel from the military and city management. And merchants were not allowed to privately raise prices for sales. Armed soldiers stood guard, and supplies were sold according to ID cards and household registration books, with city management supervising and recording everything in a newly established system for registering purchases that could be checked nationwide, ensuring that individuals could not use different locations to buy supplies. In this situation, the middle class, who could not use private channels to stockpile supplies, even with money, had no choice but to come out. Thus, unrest ensued. Within a short hour, numerous violent and bloody incidents erupted across the country. It wasn't the public fighting among themselves, but rather the fearful and angry public turning violent against personnel from the military and political departments. At first, it was only verbal attacks, but it soon escalated to physical confrontations. However, martial law is not to be taken lightly. Using force during such a time means severe consequences. They did not take lives, and the injured were quickly taken into ambulances for treatment by waiting medical personnel. A stern-looking lieutenant, dressed in a sharp military uniform, gently nudged his hat with his gun and scanned the crowd of terrified individuals with sharp eyes, his cold yet somewhat gentle voice booming through loudspeakers. During the martial law period, everyone must obediently follow orders. We're not preventing you from buying supplies. It's just a restriction. Do you know why there's a restriction? It's to protect everyone's interests, ensuring that regardless of age, gender, wealth, or poverty, you can all obtain supplies. As he spoke, he glanced at those whose expressions ranged from indifference to sarcasm, suddenly raising his voice. Our task is to maintain order, and we mean no harm. However, if anyone tries to take advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble, our guns are not for show. Now, line up properly and go in one by one. With a wave of his hand, the lieutenant signaled for them to proceed. Chapter 69. Am I to blame? Due to the outbreak of bloodshed, the unrest was temporarily quelled, but no one knew if there would be larger riots to come. However, the educated populace living in peaceful times mostly wished to live a stable life without conflict, lacking the ambition of schemers and exhibiting a modern indifference typical of people focused on their own affairs. Unless pushed to a dead end, they would not resort to extremes. Moreover, the policies introduced by Guojia in some ways were indeed protecting the interests of most ordinary people. If purchasing restrictions were not implemented, ordinary people might not be able to buy the supplies they relied on for survival. After all, merchants seek profit, and Dinghua is not short of wealthy individuals. Of course, the number of wealthy people cannot compare to those without money. If Guojia did not intervene to curb price increases, those wealthy individuals could wave their cash and buy supplies at prices many times higher than what ordinary people could afford. Then they would end up with nothing. For this, they should be grateful to Guojia. Those whose assets were not sufficiently wealthy were full of gratitude, while the wealthy began to curse internally. But it was useless. They could not compete with Guojia, and all they could do was accept it. At this moment, the middle class felt particularly distressed. The Mu family, being in the same class, was somewhat better off. It wasn't that they didn't want to complain, but because Mu Qingyan had stockpiled 200,000 worth of supplies. Compared to those who had no time to stockpile anything, at least they still had a considerable amount of supplies, right? They could have stockpiled more. But Mu Jiangwo didn't believe his daughter's words, thinking that her claims about an impending apocalypse were nonsense. No matter how much Mu Qingyan tried to convince him, he was unwilling to stockpile supplies. So when the purchasing restriction policy was announced, the three of them looked at the bulk of grains, cooking oil, and seasonings that Mu Qingyan had stored in the basement of their villa and began to worry. Daughter, why did you only buy things that need to be cooked to eat? Why didn't you think to buy more instant noodles, biscuits, bread, and bottled water? Mu Jiangwo asked with a frown. I don't blame you for not believing me, but you stopped all my cards and locked me at home for Mom to watch over me. I couldn't buy anything even if I wanted to, she sighed and continued. But thinking about it from another angle, at least we still have these supplies. If we ration them, they should last our family of 3 for a few years. Luckily, water and buckets are not restricted. Let's hurry to buy water and buckets. Yes, let's hurry. The survival guide for the apocalypse says that water sources and soil will be contaminated. Without stocking up on water, we can't live on rice and flour alone. Hurry, go get the household registration book and ID cards. Let's take all the family cars out. At this point, Mu Jiangwo knew it was useless to regret and could only do his best to prepare. So, the family of 3 changed into comfortable sportswear and shoes and drove 3 cars to the supermarket. Currently, the only items restricted are grains, instant noodles, biscuits, bread, and other foods. Other items have not yet entered the restricted state, and various supermarkets and stores still have them for sale without needing to show household registration books or ID card for registration. But no one is a fool. One could say that the big boss is a very decisive person, since he decided to release the news of the impending apocalypse. He could not possibly just issue one message. Chapter 70. Unwillingness. Thus, after being initially edited by Xia Chu and copied by Li Tao, various experts carefully reviewed and discussed it, adding a lot to the survival guide. After the Ministry of Defense issued an emergency notification, it was also released. It is common knowledge among those who have seen the survival guide that soil and water sources will be polluted and organisms will mutate. Therefore, when Mu Qingyan and her family of 3 arrived at the nearest supermarket, they found it overcrowded with people buying various packaged mineral water, water buckets, basins, and other containers. The family looked at the crowded scene, glancing at each other. Dad, should we push in? Mom, let's push. You clear the way in front. Mu Qingyan. Mu Qingyan watched as her mother swung her arm, and her father's massive body charged through the crowd like a human tank, trampling over everyone. This triggered a chorus of complaints. But who are Mu Dad and Mu Mom? Although they are now considered wealthy and put on a decent front, their experiences living in the countryside made them formidable when they truly got riled up. Thus, Mu Qingyan followed her parents and managed to push through to the interior of the supermarket, even though her clothes were torn and her hair was a mess. And her feet had been stepped on countless times. At least they got in. Moreover, they successfully snatched a few containers and 3 packs of 24 bottles of water from a group of aunts and uncles. While the public was busy purchasing supplies, the big boss and his team were working tirelessly, without even time to eat. After confirming the news of the apocalypse, they considered humanitarian reasons to relay the information to various countries. This global disaster would have no escape for anyone. In this disaster that concerns all of humanity, profit was no longer the only concern. However, the oppression that Ding country has faced internationally over the years has been too severe. Ding country started late and developed too quickly, leaping from a poverty-stricken nation to one of the three major economic systems in the world, attracting the attention of many countries and becoming a headache for many. For 120 years, this has never stopped. But this year, the military parade was canceled. And this news was not good for those overseas countries. Why did Ding country cancel the annual military parade? What were they planning? With questions in their hearts. They certainly wanted answers. Spies who can remain undercover in other countries, regardless of their identity, possess skills. It is usually difficult to catch them red-handed. But now is different. The bait has been laid, and all they have to do is wait to catch them. At 10:35, in an underground parking lot in Haigang City. Report, successfully captured Tang Lizi from Weixin Technology. The message has been intercepted. At 10:36, in a public restroom at a community park in Yuqing City. Report, successfully captured Shizaki Yui from Yuhang Technology. The message has been intercepted. Chapter 71, found at 10:45, on the top floor of a residential building in Furong City. Report, successfully captured Lois Carlton from Shuyuan Group. The message has been intercepted. The big boss listened to the good news one after another, but his brows were furrowed into a tight knot. It seemed that all sorts of strange creatures were emerging. Just as he was about to issue further instructions, the secretary approached him. Boss, the Prime Minister of the Eagle Yuan Empire requests to speak with you. Did we receive news so quickly? Do you think our Ding country is a sieve with holes? Focus on your work. I don't have time to chat with you right now. The big boss suddenly got angry. At 10:55, Yushan. Is this the place? Xia Chu, carrying a large machete, asked while surveying the surrounding environment and inquiring with Lu Yuxiu and the others. The group looked at Xiao Lingtian, who was typing on the computer. He nodded, confirming the coordinates were correct. Now that Guojia machinery was still operating normally, he didn't dare to invade the military weapon storage. So they had to resort to the clumsy method of checking one by one. The final location checked happened to match the coordinates Xia Chu reported. Okay, then let's start the operation. Lu Yuxiu had a lot of trust in Xiao Lingtian's abilities. Thus, the group began using military detection equipment to find the entrance. Xia Chu didn't know how to use these things, so she carried the knife and stood guard to prevent any wild animals from ambushing them. The Yushan mountain range, perhaps undeveloped, had a very good ecological environment, and many wild animals lived there. Since entering the mountains, they had encountered wild goats, monkeys, wild chickens, wild rabbits, snakes, and other animals. In addition, they also discovered protected animals like black bears, black deer, leopard cats, sparrowhawks, snake eagles, and white pheasants. Xia Chu managed to collect the smaller animals into her space, but she wanted to capture the black bear. However, due to its large size and strong wariness, it ran away before she could pull it closer, so she had to give up. Thinking of that black bear, Xia Chu still felt regretful and hoped it would appear again. Unfortunately, animals living in the wild are generally very cautious. If she were alone, the black bear might have been attracted by the aura of her spirit spring and come to her. But there were 8 people in their group, and, aside from her, the other 7 were all-seasoned Special Forces soldiers, exuding both righteous and sinister energies. With so many people around, the black bear could easily sense that they were not to be trifled with and instinctively fled far away. Just as she was feeling regretful, cheers erupted behind her. In early summer, she happily ran over and found it. Lu Yuxiu joyfully opened his arms and hugged her, with such force that it felt like he wanted to merge her into his own body. It was well concealed. The vines naturally hung down to cover the mountain wall, and the entrance was camouflaged with materials of the same color as the mountain wall, making it very easy to overlook. At the beginning of summer, when Sheng was a bit puzzled and asked, "How did you find out?" Shou Qing, feeling a strange sensation, hit the mountain wall with his hand. "I'll listen to you." He deeply pressed a kiss on her forehead and then let her go, calling a few people to get to work. Chapter 72. Cracking the password. The Arms Depot is not a place you can just walk into. Even the deep mountains and forests, the security is always strict. The Arms Depot employs a security system similar to that of major bank vaults. This system has its own operational formula, and to open the door and enter, the correct password is required. If not, the defense system will be triggered, and the explosives stored inside are enough to turn a person into minced meat, leaving no trace behind. However, cracking the password is not that easy. For systems with their own operational formulas, every second generates a new set of passwords for the locks or computers that have this system installed. Only the corresponding decoder can receive the correct password generated in that second, allowing successful entry. They certainly do not have the matching decoder, so they can only calculate the password themselves using a computer. Xia Chu peeked in and found the formulas extremely complicated. Even though she was a liberal arts student, she knew that calculating the correct answer with such complex formulas wouldn't be easy. Seeing them focused on their computers, Xia Chu didn't want to disturb them, so she quietly stepped out to start preparing lunch. They hadn't had a proper meal in the past few days and had been making do with dry rations and fruit. None of them were picky eaters. Lu Yuxiu and the others had grown accustomed to hardship due to their profession. In her past life, Xia Chu endured too much suffering, and when she was starving and on the verge of collapse, she had even eaten dirt. For her, even things like earthworms and rotten food were considered delicacies. Dry rations were still normal food, and besides, the military rations were decent in taste and nutrition. But still, it's true that compared to steaming, fragrant dishes, no matter how good the taste and nutrition of the dry rations were, they couldn't compare to the latter. The choice was certainly the latter. After all, only hot dishes and rice could provide enjoyment and satisfaction to the eater. Given that Lu Yuxiu was wealthy, Xia Chu didn't skimp on stocking up on supplies, which included cooking and kitchenware. She hoarded over 100 small and large gas tanks, since there was plenty of space and she couldn't immediately clear the land for planting. She simply designated an area away from the planting and breeding zones to store her supplies. She took out 3 small gas tanks from the space, one for cooking rice, one for stir-frying, and another for simmering soup. It was simply perfect. For those who are good at calculations, verifying formulas is an enjoyable task, but for those watching, it can be quite boring. Some people can endure the boredom and quietly watch from the side, while others cannot hold their patience and continue to observe. Watching Xia Chu with her crescent-shaped eyes and smiling face, as well as when Yi and Xiao Yuer, this daughter-in-law always manages to do things that surprise people. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu didn't quite get what Wen Yi was doing. She quickly took out the pot and then swiftly set up the folding table, arranging oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, Sichuan pepper, starch, and other seasonings neatly on the table. Next came the kitchen knife, chopping board, bowls, chopsticks, plates, and basins, all of which she handled with such skill that the entire process took no more than 5 minutes, as if she had done it 1,000 times before. Wen Yi was astonished, his mouth agape at this scene. Nowadays, it's rare to find a girl who can cook. For instance, his own Xiao Xiao can't. When they were together, he always did the cooking. Xiao Xiao would either lounge on the sofa like a lord, watching TV, playing on the computer, or scrolling through her phone. Or she would hang onto his back, watching him cook while waiting for him to feed her. Chapter 73. How to Eat Fish. Xia Chu can actually cook, and she seems quite skilled at it. After the surprise came jealousy, when you couldn't help but turn and size up Lu Yuxiu from head to toe. Well, he's just a bit thinner, a bit taller, a bit better looking, and a bit richer. Okay, not just a bit, but a lot. No wonder he could find such a beautiful wife, unlike him, who had to work hard to pursue one. At first, Lu Yuxiu didn't pay much attention to Wen Yi's scrutiny, but as Wen Yi's gaze became increasingly peculiar, he finally couldn't help but glance over, only to meet Wen Yi's eyes, which were filled with a mix of envy, jealousy, indifference, and a hint of disdain. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he looking at him like that? He wanted to punch him. Licking his back gums, he quietly asked, "Did you get water in your brain? Do you need me to shake it out for you?" Wen Yi, sure enough, brothers are all no good. Your wife is preparing to cook. You should hurry and help. Patting Lu Yuxiu on the shoulder, Wen Yi said warmly, "I'm not sure about Xia Chu's cooking skills, but I know for sure that Xiao Yu's skills are top-notch. So, hurry up and help with the cooking. Let them enjoy a delicious meal." As for herself, She took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it into a basin. It was indeed a luxury, but there was no water source around. Next, she pulled out a large piece of beef tenderloin bought from the supermarket, along with fresh vegetables like greens, cucumbers, and peppers. Looking at these ingredients, Wen Yi was drooling and couldn't stay still any longer. He rushed over to offer help, and Xia Chu directly handed him a knife, instructing him to cut the beef into strips. Both men were used to being in the kitchen, and in terms of knife skills, they were much better than Xia Chu. Wow, this cooking guy is really well equipped. Chu, how do you want to cook the fish? Steamed with chopped chili fish heads, and for the fish body, should we make sour fish soup or braised fish? Sour fish soup, that's appetizing. Li Xiaoqing shouted, and Jiang He and the others nodded in agreement. In early summer, Xia Chu glanced at Lu Yuxiu, who helplessly replied with a good. The three of them collaborated, and the preparation work was much quicker than if one person were doing it alone. After about 10 minutes, all the ingredients and materials were ready. In early summer, Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu were in charge of cooking, while Wen Yi was responsible for steaming rice. Without electricity, they used a pressure cooker, and the rice was ready in 8 minutes. The remaining dishes came out one after another, and after 40 minutes, Wen Yi proudly walked towards everyone, carrying the last dish. Chopped pepper fish head, swaying his waist and stepping lightly, looking particularly satisfied. The onlookers, waiting for the dishes to be served and eager to dig in, couldn't help but want to smack him for his disgusting display. The sky was very blue, with fluffy clouds floating in the air. The wind was gentle, and the lush branches and leaves swayed, creating a vibrant scene. The air was fresh, but what was more enticing was the wafting steam and rich aroma of the dishes on the table. These dishes looked incredibly delicious. Chapter 74, Sister Lin. In fact, they were truly delicious. Besides being tasty, the presentation was so appealing that it looked as if it had been filtered with a high-level filter. Just by looking at them, it made one's appetite soar. However, looking at Xiao Tian, who was engrossed in his computer with his back to them, those who had tasted the food couldn't bring themselves to reach out for a second helping with their chopsticks. What do you think? Zhang He asked softly. If we call the emperor to eat, could we wake him up? At the beginning of summer, can you wake him up? Lu Yuxiu and the others can't wake him up. The emperor's brain, once in work mode, automatically blocks out everything from the outside. He will return to normal only when the work is completed. In early summer, is it true? But someone like Xiao Tian, who blocks out all external information as soon as he enters work mode, she really has never encountered before. Truly, a few of them nodded in helpless agreement. Should we wait for him to finish and eat together? Xia Chu asked. She was hungry, very hungry, and didn't want to wait. However, leaving Xiao Tian alone, their diligently working while they feasted seemed a bit lacking in camaraderie, making them feel guilty. Wait for what? I'm not waiting. Li Xiaoqing was the first to oppose, asking Xia Chu, Lin Mei, do you have a thermos? I want to ask you, what is the title Lin Mei? Her surname is Xia. If you're going to call her, it should be Xia Mei. Lu Yuxiu and the others also found it strange and looked at Li Xiaoqing. Seeing their expressions, he sighed, somewhat speechless yet enviously teased. You are like the little wife who fell from the sky, just like Lin Mei. Everyone was momentarily speechless. This reasoning was quite valid. However, he did say one thing correctly. Xia Chu's appearance was indeed like she fell from the sky. After living so many years, they could never have imagined that a girl would travel thousands of miles to find her husband from a dream. And the key point was that the husband showed no resistance at all and was instead very happy to accept it. This kind of bold operation made people envy beyond measure. Of course, it was Li Xiaoqing and the others who were envious. As Wen Yi and Gu Sheng were not envious. They had girlfriends. Lu Yuxiu felt quite pleased, having picked up a wife for free, and his wife treated him wholeheartedly well. He must have been a savior in his past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such good luck. This is fine. Gu Sheng immediately took bowls and plates to prepare to serve food, and the others quickly helped. Leave a piece of fish head meat for him. The meat here is delicious and tender. Xia Chu took a spatula and scooped a large piece of fish meat into a plate, even thoughtfully drizzling some soup over it. Leave him some more spicy beef strips. He likes to eat those. Lu Yuxiu divided a third of the spicy beef strips into an empty plate. And when Yi protested unhappily, "I like to eat too. You're taking too much." Chapter 75. Ancestral Return. Gu Sheng sighed upon hearing this, patting Wan Ye's shoulder. "The emperor has it tough. We should be considerate of him. What's wrong with giving him a bit more?" While pointing at the remaining food in the plate. "We have more." When Yi huffed, "That's different. We are 7 people sharing, and he is hogging it all by himself. There's no way to compare." Jiang Hai retorted him, "Go wake the emperor up, and you 1T have to share." When Yi's face darkened, his expression subtly looking at him. "Wake him up? Is he someone that can be woken up once he's in work mode? If he had that ability, he would have become a god in the morning. Why would he still be human? You bastard, just wait. One day I'll push you into the sea and wash you with seawater." Thinking of this, when he looked at the remaining spicy beef strips in front of him, gritted his teeth, and said, all right, the one who works is the biggest. Everyone, it's just a bit of beef strips. Does a mosquito need to be so concerned?" It really did matter. Anyway, after finishing a meal, even if Xia Chu and the others left most of the beef strips for him, he was still drooling over the portion left for the emperor. That pitiful appearance made Xia Chu feel really sorry for him. So she took out a pack of vacuum-sealed beef jerky from her space. 100 a day. It could last over a month. That cow must weigh at least 3,000 or 4,000 pounds. Do cows in the post-apocalyptic world grow this big? Lin Mei Mei. Do animals get bigger in the post-apocalyptic world? Li Shaoqing, not knowing what he thought, said with bright eyes, "I want to get a tiger as a pet." Lin Mei Mei, what do you think of this idea? Facing 6 pairs of bright eyes, Xia Chu twitched her lips. The idea is quite nice, but its feasibility is also quite high, just. Recalling Li Shaoqing's ancestral return, she helplessly said, "You can barely be counted as a furry creature yourself." In her previous life, when the apocalypse arrived, the entire blue star became unrecognizable, with all sorts of strange, illogical, and scientifically impossible things appearing. Among them, the most magical was the ancestral return, whether it was ability users, mutants, or zombies, even if they hadn't seen it before the apocalypse. They at least heard of it, as apocalyptic novels can't escape these tropes. But the ancestral return, a human without any animal genes suddenly exhibiting animal characteristics. Scientists couldn't find the cause of the ancestral return phenomenon, nor provide a reasonable explanation. They could only attribute it to external cosmic materials. Anyway, by the time she died in her previous life, the number of survivors remaining in various bases was evenly split between ancestral return humans and ability users. In some aspects, the combat power of ancestral return humans was not weaker than that of ability users. However, ancestral return humans had one drawback. Ability users could rely on zombies, mutants, or even their kind's energy nuclei to enhance their strength and level up, while ancestral return humans could not. They couldn't absorb or refine the power of energy nuclei. To level up, carnivorous ancestral return humans needed a large amount of meat to replenish energy, while herbivorous ancestral return humans required fruits, vegetables, and grass. However, normal meat and fresh fruits and vegetables weren't easy to come by in the post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 76. Don't cry, mutants are strong, especially those that can freely change their size. As long as they aren't besieged by a group of ability users, they can be considered invincible. Such creatures are incredibly difficult to hunt. In her previous life, many carnivorous ancestral return humans died because they couldn't obtain enough food and were starved to death by energy depletion. Li Sheng, his ancestral return, was known for speed, being a golden leopard with wild patterns. A definite carnivorous ancestral return. In the early days when Lu Yuxiu and the others were still around, he didn't have it too bad. He could eat his fill without worrying about starving. Later, as Lu Yuxiu and the others left one by one, Zhang Xiao had no combat power at all. She did have combat power, but she was disabled, and her combat ability was limited, providing little help to Li Shaoqing. Eventually, Li Shaoqing could no longer bear the hunger, tortured by energy depletion to the point of feeling worse than death. To keep himself from losing his sanity, he chose to go hunting alone to replenish energy, leaving her and Jiang Xiao behind. And then he died. When she and Jiang Xiao followed the traces he left behind to find him, he lay in the forest with wide-open eyes in a position that no normal person could possibly assume, his entire body shattered. yet he had a piece of meat in his mouth. She and Jiang Shao couldn't pull that piece of flesh from his mouth, showing just how desperately he had been starving. Thinking about how each of them had a more tragic death in their previous lives, Xia Chu's emotions became somewhat uncontrollable. Xia Chu's eyes are beautiful, and this is the consensus they reached after seeing her. They're like peach petals, with a larger eye shape and warm, clear, honey-like light brown pupils that appear particularly affectionate and emotional. The slightly upturned corners of her eyes give her a pitiful look, making her incredibly charming. They have seen her smile, which is stunning and breathtaking, but what they don't know is that her tears can break hearts and make one want to comfort her, only hoping for her to smile again. It's not that they have any feelings for her. She is their brother's wife, and they cannot and dare not have any thoughts about her. It's simply a matter of heartache, but knowing she is their brother's wife, they cannot act on it, and can only desperately signal Lu Yuxiu to hurry and comfort her. Lu Yuxiu didn't catch their glances at all. At this moment, he was staring at Xia Chu's sorrowful eyes, suddenly flustered, not knowing what to say or do. In a moment of impulse, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her. Chu, don't cry. You don't look good when you cry. Actually, she does look good, but no matter how good she looks, he doesn't like it. He prefers her smile, which doesn't make his heart feel like it's being stabbed repeatedly with a dagger, causing him to want to go mad and do something about it. Jiang Hai sighed. Although I'm single, my instincts tell me that little Yuer's way of comforting isn't good. Instead, it will make her even sadder. Gu Sheng sighed. I'm desperate for little Yuer's low emotional intelligence. He just happened to meet Xia Chu. Otherwise, he would definitely be destined to be single. Li Shaoqing rolled his eyes. His low emotional intelligence isn't something new. The real question is whether we should help him or not. Chapter 77. Is he still a person? Jiang, he shook his head. No help. Let them solve it themselves. Let's go see how the emperor is doing. Wen Yi nodded in agreement. Let's hurry and leave so we don't disturb the couple. It's impossible for them to be loving. They're more like a love-hate relationship. Lu Yuxiu twisted his face, staring at the tearful little woman in his arms, his large hand firmly gripping the mischievous little hand at her waist. Damn it, this hurts so much. His kind-hearted comfort was met with a deadly grip. His waist is probably not going to recover. Dear, I have a question. Where did you learn this skill of pinching? He asked through gritted teeth. Xia Chu buried her face in his chest, rubbing it from side to side, and her tears soaked into Lu Yuxiu's short t-shirt. Then she looked up, sniffing in a rather ungraceful manner. In his eyes, filled with a mix of speechlessness and helplessness, she slowly said, I learned it from you. In her past life, when Lu Yuxiu made her angry, she would pinch him, but he was all muscle, and it didn't hurt him at all. Later, she learned to be clever. Every time she pinched, she wouldn't pinch a big chunk of flesh, just used her thumb and the tips of her fingers to pinch a little bit of skin. Then she would twist it around 360 degrees, and even a tough man like him would grimace in pain. With such an answer, what else could Lu Yuxiu say? Nothing at all? And he didn't need to ask because this technique was definitely something she had seen in a dream and applied to him. He sighed, feeling powerless as he rested his head on her shoulder, and said pitifully, Wife, I want a dream too, to have a precognitive dream like yours. I want to know just how much we will love each other in the future. It's better not to dream, Xia Chu said, stroking his head, her reddened eyes staring into the void. She knew their ending in the past life was not good, and knowing it would be unbearable, her own suffering was enough. In this life, she wouldn't let the events of the past life happen. Whether it was Lu Yuxiu or Wen Yi and his comrades, or Jiang Shao and her friends, she would protect them all. For this, she would spare no effort. This was what she owed them. Her hatred for Mu Qingyan had long since dissipated with the deaths of both her and Mu Qingyan in the previous life. In this life, with nothing having happened, she wouldn't actively seek out conflict with Mu Qingyan or think about revenge. After all, in this life, Mu Qingyan wouldn't have the chance to do anything, and she didn't want to become a person consumed by hatred, turning into something unrecognizable. A new life, a new beginning. She had always lived with clarity. But being clear-headed didn't mean she would forget the kindness that Wen Yi and the others had shown her. While hatred could dissipate, kindness could not be forgotten. Lu Yuxiu also knew that dreaming the same kind of precognitive dream as Xia Chu was impossible, and he didn't dwell on it. Holding her, he asked, "Do you think Xiaoqing will turn into a fluffy one?" Xia Chu was not vague and explained, "It's not about becoming furry. It's about reverting to an ancestral form. Xiaoqing's ancestral form is the clouded leopard, which will exhibit features like a leopard's tail, claws, and ears." "What?" Li Xiaoqing was shocked and widened his eyes. Pointing at himself, "I will exhibit features of a leopard?" He looked at his hands and touched his tailbone. If his hands turned into claws and he grew a tail, was he still human? He might end up being a creature that was neither human nor beast. His mouth ran ahead of his brain, and he blurted it out. The crowd. Calling himself a monster, Xiaoqing's ability to accept this was quite strong. Chapter 78. Anger from humiliation. Don't worry. You're not a monster. You're human. People like you are called revertant humans, and there are quite a few of them. Xia Chu pointed to Xiao Lingtian, who was facing the rock wall with his back to them, and said gently, "He is one too." It's uncertain whether it was a porcupine or a hedgehog. Covered in spikes, with strong lethality but a high energy cost and a short duration. Xiao Lingtian was a prickly human tank. In his past life, during every battle, Lu Yuxiu and the others would throw Xiao Lingtian out to lead the charge. However, Xiao Lingtian's ability had a downside. It consumed clothing. Each time he unleashed those spikes, his clothes would be riddled with holes, so tattered that even using them as rags would be too shabby. Men with thorns, regardless of height, had outstanding physiques. In female ability, users loved to invite them to join their teams, hoping to get close to them first. Xiao Lingtian received the most invitations because only he had been seen by those women in just a pair of shorts, showcasing his good physique. This made Qian Ruan, who often got angry with him, complain in front of them that he attracted too much attention and was a playboy. Xia Chu used the excuse of prophetic dreams to bring these matters up, successfully diverting the attention of several single men who were now filled with jealousy. Li Xiaoqing asked, "Are those female, supernatural beings beautiful?" Jiang Hai said, "Are they all interested in the emperor? What about us? Is there no one who likes us?" Jiang He remained silent, just staring at her with bright eyes, as if little stars were twinkling. Clearly, he also wanted to know the answer. The few who had girlfriends all curled their lips in unison, and instead of retorting at them, they urged Xia Chu, hurry up and tell them. Yes, these guys are so crazy about wanting a girlfriend that he dreams of his wife at night, hugging a pillow and calling out for his wife in a perverted way that makes you want to beat him up. You're full of shit. You're the one hugging a pillow and calling for your wife. Jiang He, furious, clenched his fist and punched Lu Yuxiu. I'll let you slander me. Don't think I 1T hit you just because Lin Mimi is around. Lu Yuxiu couldn't be bothered to respond, lazily cuddling Xia Chu and acting spoiled. Look, he is so angry. Chu, you have to protect me. I'm afraid he'll hit me. Jiang He's face turned a pig liver color, dark with a hint of red, not from shyness, but from genuine anger. Xia Chu smiled and patted Lu Yuxiu, saying, "Don't let Tian bully Day." Lu Yuxiu immediately looked aggrieved, saying, "Clearly, he is the one bullying me. He hit me." In early summer, Xia Chu found herself at a loss for words as she comforted the thick-skinned Lu Yuxiu, who was pouting and asking for a hug like a spoiled child. As a result, everyone was forced to eat a mouthful of dog food. Jiang He, already irritated, was immediately filled with sorrow and anger, almost bursting into tears. Seeing him looking as pitiful as a large dog, Xia Chu hurriedly told him, "I dreamed of your wife. She's a stunning girl with a cheerful personality, nicknamed the Red Rose. But she's too filial, and that filial piety only moved her, not her exceptional parents, which ultimately led to her downfall." Chapter 79. No disgrace to the mission. Li Xiaoqing and Jiang Hai turned to look at Jiang He, surprised that he had found such a beautiful girlfriend. "Is that girl blind?" Jiang He exclaimed, "Is my wife really that beautiful? A woman worthy of being called a rose is rare." He was eager to meet her, but it was impossible, at least for now. The future held uncertainties. After all, changes in this world were considerable. However, Xia Chu believed in the saying that if there's a fate, they will meet, but if not, they won't. If they truly had a connection, she'd be willing to help Zhou Tianyin rid herself of her problematic parents and brothers. If not, she would help Jiang He find someone else. After the apocalypse, many girls abandoned their pride to rely on men to live easier lives, while many decent girls took up weapons to fight and strive for dignity. With Jiang He's looks, character, and abilities, finding a good girl wasn't difficult. Li Xiaoqing and Jiang Hai were also easy to find partners for. Their singleness was not due to a lack of opportunities, but because they had no time to look, with heavy training and numerous missions leaving barely any days off throughout the year, unless they were injured. Among everyone, only Ye's girlfriend was pursued by him. Gu Sheng and Xiao Ling Tian's girlfriends were introduced, and as for Lu Yuxiu, it's better left unsaid. She came to him herself. Just as Xia Chu was about to speak after glancing at Lu Yuxiu, a sudden crack sound came from behind. Everyone froze for 2 seconds before jumping up like cats with their tails stepped on, looking towards the mountain wall, where 3 heavy steel doors were slowly opening to the sides. The simultaneous opening of the 3 doors caused vibrations that shook the mountain wall, sending small rocks tumbling down. Xiaoling Tian let out a loud shout, stood up to stretch his stiff body, wiped the sweat from his face, and turned to smile excitedly. We did it! Wow! The others' eyes lit up as they rushed to embrace Xiao Ling Tian. Lu Yuxiu gave his shoulder a hearty pat, his eyes clearly filled with excitement and joy. Wen Yi and Gu Sheng were ecstatic, continuously repeating phrases like the door is open, I'm so happy, while Jiang He and Jiang Hai grinned like fools. Only Li Xiaoqing, laughing heartily, gave Xiao Ling Tian a series of playful punches. You did well, kid. Just a few hours, and you've managed to crack the code to open the door. No wonder you're a hacker up there. Having drunk from the spring water, they all felt their bodies enhanced significantly. Li Xiaoqing, overly excited, didn't control his strength, causing Xiao Ling Tian to furrow his brows in pain. Just as he was about to retaliate with a shoulder throw, Li Xiaoqing burst out laughing and let him go, running towards the door. I want to see what's inside. Let's go, hurry up and see what good things are inside. Before Lu Yuxiu could say a word, Li Xiaoqing's excited howl came, followed by his wild laughter. We struck it rich. We struck it rich. Oh my God. This armory could very well be one of the major arsenals of the general headquarters, filled not only with various models of firearms and ammunition, but also armored vehicles and helicopters. This is simply incredible. In early summer, they quickly caught up, and a group of people was stunned by the weapons hidden behind the door, gleaming with a cold, dark sheen. The chilling yet solemn color made one's heart flutter. Chapter 80. The groundhog screams, holy crap. Tanks. When he stared in disbelief at the 6 tanks lined up against the metal wall, glinting with a cold light. I'm going crazy. I feel like I've gone to heaven. Gu Sheng, the groundhog, screamed, his excited face flushed. It's rare for a man not to like these things, especially since they were soldiers themselves. At this moment, seeing so many beautiful machines in person, his ability to remain calm without rushing over to hug them was already a result of immense restraint. A group of men was shouting and howling in the cave, while Xia Chu was stunned to the point of ear pain. She poked Lu Yuxiu, who was lost in a daze, and when he looked over, she softly asked, How long are you guys going to be this excited before you calm down? In early summer, Xia Chu didn't know how to use a gun. In this life and the last, she had no way to get one. Therefore, when she saw these military supplies, she felt excited, but it was only excitement, and she calmed down in just a few seconds. Lu Yuxiu still didn't have the composure of a husband. He had to work hard to become a man who could protect his wife and shield her from all harm. So let's start from now. Clearing his throat, he said, Isn't it just a bit of military equipment? It's enough to be excited, but look at you all, what a pathetic sight. TSK. Really like a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Xiao Ling Tian turned to retort without thinking. Are you blind? Is this just a bit of military equipment? It's clearly enough to arm the entire thorny area. Have you ever seen the world? Where have you seen this? Looking at Lu Yuxiu, who was about to argue back, he snorted coldly. Don't speak. Who doesn't know who among brothers for so many years? You're just a show-off. No matter how calm you pretend to be on the surface, you can't hide the little person inside you doing a hula dance. Do you need me to provide some music? Lu Yuxiu, bring it on. If you dare to play music, I'll dare to dance. Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Ling Tian took out his phone, ready to play music. In early summer, she glanced at the 2 childish fools, then looked at the cave filled with people who were acting like madmen, running around touching guns here and hugging shells there. With a twitch of his mouth, he stepped forward, placing his hand on various weapons, which were then collectively taken away. The originally spacious, all-metal cave now appeared even emptier due to the cleared areas. Bang! The sniper rifle in one Ye's arms fell. Ow! Gu Sheng relaxed his grip, and the light machine gun he was holding dropped as well. He reacted quickly, reaching out to catch it as it fell, but still let out a startled shout. Hiss! Jiang, he was testing the sharpness of a dagger, and his hand shook, cutting a gash in his left thumb that was quite deep, causing blood to gush out immediately. Jiang Hai and Li Xiaoqing, however, didn't drop anything. They just stood there, looking dazed. Xiaoling Tian's phone went directly to meet the metal ground, but it was a specially made phone, and its quality was guaranteed, so it didn't break. Chapter 81. Keeping secrets, it's no wonder they were like this. Her abilities were just too astonishing. Seeing a few big men nearly bury their heads in their chests after being spoken to by Xia Chu, Lu Yuxiu, with a sense of brotherhood, spoke for them, saying, honestly, seeing you collect things in such large quantities is truly amazing. It really is amazing, no matter how many times he saw it. Each time felt like watching a sci-fi blockbuster. He felt this way, so it was normal for Wen Yi and the others to react like this for the first time. In life, as long as the main direction is correct, having a little selfishness is only natural. While she couldn't use firearms, Lu Yuxiu and the others could. With an entire arsenal's worth of weapons, unless they asked for a list from above, they wouldn't know the exact number. But obviously, as the masterminds, Li Tao and Qin Mozui wouldn't be foolish enough to send themselves to a military court. So the route of asking for a list had been blocked from the very beginning. Without knowing the exact quantity, they could easily hide some and submit fewer. Yeah, why hadn't they thought of that? Having weapons and being thorny are two different things. It's not about wanting to hide weapons away from the thorns. But still, as the saying goes, clear waters have no fish, and the internal situation of the thorns isn't entirely peaceful either. It wouldn't be peaceful after the apocalypse. So planning a bit for oneself isn't a bad thing. Lu Yuxiu looked at the few people who were visibly tempted, their eyes lingering on those weapons, sparkling with eagerness. What do you say? Xiaoling Tian lovingly hugged a single-use rocket launcher. Grinning as he nodded, I support Xia Chu's proposal. I agree too, the remaining few said in unison. In early summer, Xia Chu smiled and snapped her fingers, quickly picking out items. Once chosen, I'll set them aside for you. And once he take them out during the handover. Great. The group cheered and dashed around the cave. Even though Xia Chu had taken some weapons inside, the remaining quantity was still considerable. So, a few of them became dazzled by the selection. This sniper rifle is amazing, I want it, set it aside. This heavy machine gun is powerful, I love it. The mortar is also good, I'll take it. This tank is impressive, how about? Noticing Lu Yuxiu's gaze, Xia Chu looked at the tank next to him. Can you drive this thing? Yes, Lu Yuxiu nodded confidently. The members of the Thorns come from the 3 military branches, land, sea, and air. Their daily training is tri-service on ships, in the air, on land. And regular training includes becoming proficient in various weapons and foreign military equipment. Not to mention tanks, we can even operate aircraft and vessels. And yes, we can dive too. However, everyone has different talents, and their areas of specialization vary. Moreover, knowing something doesn't mean being skilled at it. In any profession, only by reaching the extreme can one truly be called proficient. There is a significant difference between knowing and being skilled, just like Xiaoling Tian. His specialization is in hacking technology and intelligence analysis, and his daily work focuses on these 2 areas. His combat ability is not bad. He can handle 3 or 4 ordinary soldiers without issue. But when facing them, he becomes the one getting beaten. He thought Xia Chu didn't understand, and, like many ordinary people, mythologized them, so he explained it to her this way. Xia Chu really didn't expect that her question would lead to Lu Yuxiu's wild imagination. She waved her hand in exasperation, urging him to choose a weapon. I understand. I didn't mean to put you on a pedestal either. Chapter 82. Change your mind? The reason she asked whether they could drive tanks was that in her past life, she had never seen them operate such things. She had never seen planes or ships either. Mainly, by the time she got to know them, the world had already fallen into chaos. And everyday necessities like food and clothing were considered consumables, let alone gasoline, engine oil, diesel, and aviation fuel. Having planes without fuel rendered them useless scraps of metal. The same went for tanks. Lu Yuxiu blinked, then blinked again, pulling her along to choose. Let's go together. I'll pick a few for you too. Xia Chu's heart stirred. She glanced at the gun she had never seen before and told Lu Yuxiu, I don't know how to use them. The only time I touched a gun was during military training in college. It's okay, I'll teach you. Little Lin, we can teach you too. Li Shouqing Shota. Then turned to Wen Yi and the others who were looking over. Brothers, don't you agree? The few of them glanced at Lu Yuxiu's sullen face and burst into laughter. Yeah, we can teach Little Lin too. Why are they everywhere? They are simply a bunch of annoying pests. Xia Chu rolled her eyes at them, then slightly bent down, bringing her face close to Xia Chu's, and complained with righteous indignation. Chu, they are teaming up to bully me again. He got too close, their breaths mingling. Xia Chu gazed at his long, distinct black eyelashes, admired them for a few seconds, and smiled lightly. What do you want me to do? Do you want a kiss? Saying that, she slightly tilted her head and brushed her lips against his soft pink ones before pulling away. How's this for comfort? Looking at the teasing light in her eyes, Lu Yuxiu's ears felt a bit hot. Dear, are you unhappy because you're not speaking? Xia Chu's lips moved. I should be unhappy. We've only completed one of the kisses, hugs, and lifts, so shall we continue? The whole set of actions was as smooth as flowing water, but the expression on his face was too wooden. Gu Sheng and the others, who had witnessed the entire process, felt a mix of frustration and amusement, wanting to shout at him. But then they thought it was better to let him continue being a coward, since he was already so annoying. Xia Chu raised her eyebrows, saying it was fine if it wasn't needed. Lu Yuxiu looked into her eyes and hesitated for a long time, before finally saying, Chu. Xia Chu waited for a while, but didn't get a response. What exactly do you want to say? Perhaps her question gave him the courage. He puffed up his cheeks and smoothly spilled out a long string of words in one breath. I want to say you look so experienced and flirty. Whether it's our first meeting or this time, every time you flirt with me, I can't handle it. Just tell me honestly, am I your first love? Damn, so experienced and flirty. Isn't this all learned from you in a past life? The romantic mood instantly dissipated, and at this moment, Xia Chu just wanted to punch Lu Yuxiu. And she did, clenching her little fist and landing a punch on his stomach. Chapter 83. Where's my food? Then she pushed him again. Hurry up and pick your beauty. Come back and talk to me after you're done. Lu Yuxiu had a strong survival instinct. Even though he didn't know why Xia Chu hit him, he knew he had said something wrong that upset her. He immediately said, I'll be quick, wait for me. Saying this, he took a couple of steps back and vanished from her sight at an incredibly fast speed. Xia Chu watched him happily pick out his favorite weapons in the cave like a mouse that had entered a rice warehouse. She smiled and walked towards the rack that held the military knives and daggers. She couldn't choose firearms, but she could still pick cold weapons. Half an hour later, 7 men selected their preferred and skilled weapons, all of which were portable yet lethal, including some heavy weapons like rocket launchers, artillery, and sniper rifles known for their long range and great power. They didn't choose tanks or helicopters, but they did pick 2 armored vehicles, 1 armored car and 1 armored transport vehicle. Are you sure these are the ones? Xia Chu asked. Yes, just these. They replied in unison. In early summer, without wasting any words, Xia Chu placed her hand on the armored vehicle, and the weapons piled together vanished into her space. Then she began walking along the cave, collecting weapons as she went. 5 minutes later, the large cave filled with weapons and equipment had turned into an empty expanse. Looking at the empty cave and then at the calm-faced Xia Chu, the others, except for Lu Yuxiu, blinked, keeping their shock and amazement to themselves. I'm hungry. Touching his stomach, Xiao Lingtian could no longer ignore the rising hunger. He just remembered that he hadn't eaten. If you hadn't mentioned it, we would have forgotten to save some food for you, Li Shaoqing said, putting his arm around his shoulder as they walked toward the cave entrance. Jiang he followed behind. It's already cold. Do you want me to heat it up? No need. It's hot now. Eating something cold is fine. Xiao Lingtian refused his suggestion. Where did the food come from? From Sister Lin and Xiaoyu. Gu Sheng replied leisurely. Xiao Lingtian wanted to ask what it was made of, but upon hearing it, he immediately shut his mouth. With a space available, it wasn't too surprising to have some cooking tools. Then I need to look forward to it. Sure. The word "look forward" got stuck in Lu Yuxiu's throat as he looked at the floor covered in broken bowls and dishes, stunned for 2 seconds. Then he turned to Xiao Lingtian and said, "Your food is gone. Just eat some dry rations." Xiao Lingtian's expression was blank. "What do you mean it's gone?" He glanced outside and was filled with despair. "Don't you all clean up your stuff properly?" His food had just disappeared like that. "I've spent a whole morning, and my brain cells have died countless times just to crack the code. I don't care. I want to eat, not just dry rations." After days of eating dry rations, he really had no appetite for them anymore. How about making him a new one? When you looked at Lu Yuxiu and Xia Chu, "We definitely can't leave the forest today. It's already past 4, almost 5 in the afternoon, so we're not sure on cooking time, right?" Lu Yuxiu looked at Xia Chu, who nodded, then let us cook. "Thank you, Sister Lin. You're really a good person. A beautiful heart makes for a beautiful person." Xiao Lingtian was delighted upon hearing this, praising her with a blank face. Gu Sheng patted his shoulder and said, "You can't favor one over the other. You still have to praise Xiao Yu. No need, a dog can't spit out ivory. As long as he doesn't scold me, that's enough. I don't expect him to praise me." Before Xiao Lingtian could speak, Lu Yuxiu waved his hand, a look of polite refusal on his face. Chapter 84. Little Tiger Cub, if a dog could spit out ivory, that would really be a ghost. Xiao Lingtian muttered, then looked at the messy floor and asked, "How did it end up like this?" Jiang Hai had already gone to check the situation. Hearing the sound, he solemnly reported, "An animal has been here. From the traces, it looks like a feline." Feline? The group instinctively looked at Li Shaoqing. Li Shaoqing, with a twitching corner of his mouth, weakly said, "It wasn't me. I haven't devolved into a beastly monster yet." "Chu Chu, did you find something?" As they got closer, they noticed the bushes shaking, accompanied by a very faint, strange sound that resembled both snoring and the sound of someone smacking their lips while eating. What on earth is hiding behind the bushes? Everyone was curious. Xia Chu was no exception. She gestured for them to conceal their presence, then took a cup of spring water from her space and poured it on the ground. The trembling bushes paused for a moment, then began to shake violently. Something was about to come out. As Xia Chu began to back away, just taking 2 steps back, a scrawny little tiger with pure white fur, yet dirty all over, emerged from the bushes. Its ice blue, wet eyes eagerly gazed at Xia Chu, then at the cup in her hand, making her heart soften as she couldn't help but think to herself that this was a clever little creature. This little tiger must have been abandoned, otherwise it wouldn't be this thin. I wonder how there could be a tiger in Yushan. Did it escape from a zoo? That seemed unlikely, as Jinfeng doesn't have a zoo, and the nearest wildlife park is over 300 kilometers away. If a zoo's tiger really escaped, it wouldn't end up in Yushan. Should we take this tiger with us? If we did, there wouldn't be enough meat to feed it. We could raise it while it's still a cub, but once it grows up, the consumption would be too high, at least dozens of kilograms of meat every day. While the men were talking, the little tiger had already walked up to Xia Chu. Its target was clear, and it was quite bold. Despite several people around Xia Chu, it wasn't afraid. It came right in front of her, squatted down, and then raised its right paw to show her, letting out a soft cry with its tender little voice. That sound was both delicate and charming. Not all like a tiger's roar, but rather like the sound a kitten makes when it is being affectionate. Early summer, at the beginning of summer, Xia Chu squatted down and tentatively reached out her hand toward the little tiger, originally intending to test its reaction. To her surprise, as soon as the little tiger saw her reaching out, it immediately rubbed its furry head against her hand, showing affection without any signs of aggression. Are wild tiger cubs this friendly? Several men expressed their astonishment, eager to pet the little creature. Although it was a bit thin, it didn't matter. As long as it was a tiger, it was worth petting. Chapter 85. A favor returned. Lu Yuxiu stared at Xia Chu and the little tiger without blinking, saying, "Chu Chu is an exception." If his guess was correct, this little tiger must have been attracted by the scent of the spring water, as they had washed their pots and bowls with mineral water for lunch, and the food included the spring water that Chu Chu had brought out for body tempering. While the Bengal white tiger and the snow tiger also had white fur, they at least had lighter colored stripes. This little tiger, however, was entirely white without any mixed colors. Such a little tiger is rarer in the wild than the Bengal white tiger and the snow tiger. But in the eyes of the mother tiger, it is considered an anomaly. Moreover, Although there are many wild animals living in the Yushan area, adult tigers in the wild have a large appetite, averaging 40 kilograms of food a day. Wild mother tigers are not single-birth animals. It is common to have 2 or 3 cubs, and sometimes even up to 5. If it were a single birth, the mother tiger would not abandon this cub. But now the cub has been abandoned, and judging by its bony appearance, it has been abandoned for quite some time. However, this little tiger is also remarkable. It has survived despite being so thin, and fortunately encountered Xia Chu. With Xia Chu around, this little tiger will definitely survive. Unaware of his thoughts, Xia Chu had already started to bond with the little tiger. Little tiger, how about you come with me? If it could evolve into a magical beast, that would be even better. If not, it didn't matter. A big tiger's power is not to be underestimated. In her previous life, devotes' dog could be a battle pet, so she didn't believe that the tiger she raised couldn't compare to devotes' dog. Devotes fed his dog with his left arm, and she could feed the tiger with devotes' left arm, a fair exchange. Far away in Haigang City, the impeccably dressed and cold-faced devotes was busy flirting with Fu Qinglian, the granddaughter of the largest chain department store owner in the country. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous sneeze that not only startled the affectionate beauty, but also sprayed her face with saliva and clear mucus. Qinglian, holding a tissue prepared to wipe her face and apologize, devotes watched her run away, all his words stuck in his throat. He calmly set down the tissue, stood up, and followed her, thinking about how one of his lovers was thinking about him quite intensely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sneezed so violently. If only Xia Chu knew his thoughts. If she did, she would definitely nod in agreement, as she was indeed thinking quite intensely, even considering using his left arm to feed a tiger. With the little tiger in her arms, Xia Chu felt complete. She touched the little tiger's bony body, tenderly rubbed its forehead, and promised, "Sister will make sure you grow chubby." The little tiger let out a couple of purrs from its throat, as if agreeing with her words. Xia Chu was very pleased and took out a piece of imported fresh beef, tore off the packaging, and fed it to the little tiger. "Be good, little tiger. Eat enough before drinking water. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the pain. This is a tiger, although it belongs to the feline family. It is really not a cat." Chapter 86. Pig brain supplementation. Raising a tiger is truly too dangerous. Xia Chu knew the dangers of raising a tiger, of course. But she also knew she had to raise one. In the post-apocalyptic world, animals that hadn't turned into monstrous beasts were both lovable and fearsome. The love came from their combat power, while the hate and fear also stemmed from that same power. In any case, humans' feelings towards these creatures were quite complex after the apocalypse, and she was no exception. In her previous life, she had neither the opportunity nor the ability to acquire a battle pet, but in this life, a tiger cub had come to her door. It would be foolish not to raise it. Holding the tiger cub, Xia Chu stood up and addressed the several men nearby, each with different expressions. "From today on, this tiger cub is the child of me and Xiao Yuer. You uncles must treat it well." Lu Yuxiu chuckled upon hearing this. As a man who had only developed his relationship with his wife to holding hands, hugging, and kissing, never even sharing a bed, he suddenly found himself with a tiger cub. His wife was truly a remarkable person. Ever since she came into his life, his worldview had been refreshed every day. And the key point was that he was more than willing to embrace it. It was simply hopeless. "All right, when our daughter is born, let's have the tiger cub protect her." Everyone else had made Lin Mei pregnant. At the beginning of summer, I couldn't be bothered to deal with this brainless guy, so I turned around with the little tiger cub. Lu Yuxiu shot him a resentful glance. Thinking about pregnancy, how could he be pregnant when he hadn't even slept? He wasn't a hermaphrodite capable of asexual reproduction. Wen Yi reacted quickly, shouting at his back, "I don't need to replenish my brain. I was a bit confused earlier. Your frequent confusion just proves that your brain isn't functioning well. Listen, eat more pig brain to boost your brain power." What seemed like concern was actually laced with heavy sarcasm. Although Xiao Lingtian's face was expressionless, his mouth didn't hold back at all. However, the feeling of annoyance was only temporary. When Summer brought out the barbecue grill and charcoal, Wen Ye's eyes immediately lit up, and he bounced over to ask, "Are we having barbecue tonight?" Before Summer could respond, he started ordering food for himself. "I like chicken, lamb, beef, fish. As long as it's meat, you like it." I think you're pig. Seeing him ramble on, Gu Cheng covered his mouth and mocked him. You make it sound like you don't like meat and only eat vegetables. Wen Yi rolled his eyes and swatted his hand away, eagerly asking Summer, Sister, do you have any stock? Yes, Summer nodded affirmatively, but I need to give the little tiger a bath first. It's too dirty. The little tiger seemed to understand her words, raising its little head in her arms and letting out a pitiful sound. Summer squeezed its paw, saying, You'll look pretty once you're clean. The little tiger didn't want to take a bath, looking at her with its big, watery eyes, full of pity. Seeing that she was unmoved and directing a few men to start cleaning the camp and pouring water into the basin, it tapped her hand with its paw. When she looked over, it gave her another pitiful look. Chapter 87. Too dirty. The little tiger cub was so thin that it was just skin and bones. Now, putting on this pitiful act was almost too much to bear. Jiang Hai, who had the least resistance to small animals, couldn't help but say to Summer, It's too small. It might not be suitable for a bath. How about just wiping it down with a wet towel? In early summer, Xia Chu was resolute, saying it was too dirty to clean. Jiang Hai fell silent, slinking over to Lu Yuxiu's side, and softly said, Actually, just wiping Xiao Hu a bit would be enough. Lu Yuxiu stood firm, stating, My wife said Xiao Hu is dirty and needs a bath, so it must be done. Listening to her is never wrong. Jiang He, who had been listening the whole time, muttered, You weren't like this before. In the past, you were so bold and confident, you wouldn't lack backbone like this. Whatever your wife says goes, you have no opinions at all. The few people who had initially wanted to chime in, including Li Shaoqing, chose to remain silent. There is nothing to say. This man with a wife was no longer in the same league as them, and they had no common language. But just because they were silent didn't mean Lu Yuxiu was. He not only spoke, but also took jabs at the single man, riling them up until they teamed up to give him a good beating. The group of men quickly turned into a chaotic scene, while Xia Chu ignored them. She placed Xiao Hu on the ground, fiercely ran her hand over its fur, and then showed her dirty hand to it, saying, You're so dirty. If you don't take a bath, I won't hold you. Do you hear me? Xiao Hu looked at her hand, then at its own fur that was hard to distinguish its original color, and let out a couple of grunts from its throat, seemingly agreeing with her decision to bathe. At the beginning of summer, she was finally satisfied and took out a small piece of beef from the space, placing it in front of the little tiger. Eat up. Obediently. Sister will go prepare the bathing tools for you. The little tiger was probably so hungry that it couldn't help but dive into the food as soon as it saw it, completely ignoring her. In early summer, Xia Chu touched two fluffy things that didn't feel very good and started to get busy. She had just prepared her things after taking a shower when Lu Yuxiu and the others, having finished their break, ran over to ask for ingredients. In early summer, Xia Chu vaguely waved her small hand and handed them a pile of ingredients. Seeing that a few people were excitedly carrying the ingredients to get busy, she brought the little tiger, who had just finished eating and was licking its paws, to the edge of the basin. She didn't rush to put it in, but first dipped one of its paws in to let it gradually adapt and get used to the presence of water. This process lasted about 5 minutes, and when she saw that the little tiger had gotten used to it, Xia Chu finally placed it in the water. Its dry fur made it look thin, and once it was in the water, its fur clung to its body, making it look shockingly thin, which broke Xia Chu's heart. Perhaps sensing her concern, the little tiger licked her hand with its tongue and let out a playful sound. In early summer, she thought for a moment, reached out to grab a bowl, and poured out a small half bowl of spring water. She didn't dare give too much, with little tiger being so thin. She was afraid it couldn't bear the pain. As soon as the bowl was presented to little tiger, its eyes lit up, staring intently at the palm of Xia Chu's hand. Then it gently let out a sound, as if asking her if it could drink. It's for you. Go ahead and drink. Xia Chu patted little tiger's head and fed it the small bowl of spring water. Once the little cub finished drinking, it immediately squinted its eyes in comfort and kept rubbing its wet little head against her hand. All right, it's time for a bath. Xia Chu patted its head and began to wash it. Chapter 88. Want to eat? After drinking the spring water, little tiger was in a good mood, and the entire bathing process went incredibly smoothly. Although its little body was stiff, it didn't struggle at all as Xia Chu applied human shower gel to it. It wasn't that she didn't want to use animal-specific products. It was just that she didn't have any. Besides, since it was only for this one time, she figured it shouldn't be a big problem. so she made do with what she had. Little Tiger was really dirty. The bubbles that came out were all gray. Its paws and belly were cleaner, probably because it licked them more, but its back and ears were simply filthy. Xia Chu changed the water several times before finally washing the little tiger clean, wrapping it in a large towel and placing it on her lap while she dried its fur and checked for external parasites. The final result of the check wasn't very good. The little tiger not only had parasites but also wounds. Fortunately, the wounds were not serious, and some had already scabbed over. After treating its slightly inflamed wounds with a first aid kit, Xia Chu began to catch the parasites. Without any deworming medication, she had to carefully part the little tiger's fur bit by bit, catching and killing one after another. It was exhausting, and the process was tedious and time-consuming. By the time the little tiger was clean and beautiful, possibly still with a few parasites, the dinner prepared by Lu Yuxiu and the others was almost ready, with only a fish soup still simmering in the pot. A few men were gathered around, waiting for the soup to be ready while grilling ingredients like eggplant, oysters, shrimp, pork belly, and beef on the barbecue grill. When Lu Yuxiu saw Xia Chu approaching with the clean, fluffy little tiger that looked plumper, he looked up and asked, "Are you hungry?" He asked while brushing seasoning onto the meat. The aroma of the seasoning mixed with the rich scent of the meat wafted through the air, and Xia Chu couldn't help but swallow. She wanted to eat. A few days ago, Lu Yuxiu had grilled for Xia Chu and knew her taste. Once the honey was brushed on, he used tongs to place the grilled meat and vegetables onto a plate, sprinkling some chopped green onions on top before serving. Xia Chu unceremoniously took it, first sniffing the aroma, then picking up a piece of pork belly with her chopsticks and bringing it to her mouth for a bite. Her eyes instantly lit up. The taste was as good as ever. Her man is excellent at both grilling and cooking. The little tiger she was holding also caught the scent and was scratching at her arm, stretching its neck towards the plate. "This is not for you," Xia Chu said as she placed the plate on the table, first patting the little tiger's round belly. She couldn't give it any more food. It would overeat. She set the little tiger down on the mat and searched in her space, finding a ball that Lu Yuxiu had played with when he was a child and stuffed it to the little tiger. "You play with this first. I'll come keep you company after I finish eating." With that, she happily ran to the table and started eating, alternating between meat and vegetables. In the later stages of the apocalypse, people were extremely obsessed with and cherished food, and Xia Chu was no exception. In her previous life, when Lu Yuxiu and the others were still around, she could still eat normal food. But later, as each of them left one by one, her food consisted mostly of grass cakes, leaves, tree bark, and earthworms. Now, her eating appearance wasn't bad, but it easily aroused people's appetites. Watching her chew slowly while quickly demolishing the meat and food on her plate, her mouth glistening with grease and a look of enjoyment on her face. The few men by the barbecue grill and iron pot swallowed hard. Chapter 89. Missing I think Lin may make a do a food broadcast. The way she eats is so appealing. Remembering how Xia Chu had eaten compressed biscuits a few days ago compared to her current appearance, Li Shaoqing made an evaluation. He picked up food from the rack and put it on a plate, then handed the plate to Xiao Lingtian, telling him to eat. Xiao Lingtian, whose eyes were green with hunger, let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he could eat, as Xiao Lingtian left with the plate. The remaining food was gradually grilled and plated. Looking at the fish soup, Wen Yi sprinkled a bit of salt and called everyone to start eating. This dinner was even richer than lunch. Under the evening breeze, the few of them chatted and ate around the table, while the little tiger came over to act cute and beg for food, feeling relaxed and extraordinarily satisfied and happy. After eating and drinking to their fill, Xia Chu picked up the little tiger from her feet and placed it on her lap to pet it. Remembering the impending disaster, she sighed, unsure of what the situation outside was like now. The relaxed atmosphere was shattered by her words, falling into a freeze. After a long silence, Lu Yuxiu spoke. "The situation isn't bad. It's not chaotic yet." The situation indeed wasn't bad. Although there had been some small disturbances initially following the news release, the national forces were strong, and the visible disturbances were quickly resolved. As for the underlying issues, the national forces couldn't spare the manpower to handle them at present, and those underlying disturbances didn't dare to escalate to the surface, so the situation remained relatively stable. Everything was proceeding according to the carefully planned schedule. It was just busy, This busyness wasn't limited to a specific department or person, but involved all departments and everyone. The public was busy hoarding supplies, purchasing self-defense tools, ropes, and other items, and going to designated places to learn self-defense and combat skills. Public servants were busy sticking to their posts, striving to solve problems encountered during work as quickly as possible. In the entire Ding country, apart from clueless infants, bedridden patients in hospitals, and the immobile elderly, no one was idle. Everyone had a sense of urgency, racing against time, wishing time would slow down just a little bit more. Compared to the bustling Ding country, leaders from various countries that had been paying attention to Ding country were now completely bewildered. In the 8-country parliament hall, Prime Minister, the situation in Ding country. The man speaking seemed unsure how to evaluate it, and after a moment of silence, he reorganized his thoughts and said, "It's very strange." Staring at satellite images, the Prime Minister couldn't even be bothered to raise an eyebrow. "I can see with my own eyes. Where's the Intelligence Department's report?" "Sorry, Prime Minister. Ding country has entered a military control and curfew state, and all our people have gone missing." "What? We must contact them at all costs." "Yes." At the same time, in a certain place in the Trosman Empire, is Ding country really under military control due to the apocalypse? "Yes, but there's something very strange." "What is it?" "It seems there's an issue internally. death.She has gone missing." "So, the virus hasn't been released?" "It should be. We currently cannot contact death.She." "Then, do you think Ding country's military control and curfew might not be due to the apocalypse, but because of death.She and his group?" Chapter 90. What I want is certainty. The possibility is low. death.She's identity is the best protection for him. I personally lean towards believing the news released by Ding country is true. I don't want leanings. I want certainty. Investigate it for me. Yes. Situations like this were occurring in various countries around the world. On this day, Ding country attracted immense attention, welcoming countless foreign observations. In Yugang City, Zhou signaled to his subordinates. Seeing them reach for their guns at their waists, he raised his hand and knocked on a household's door. "Who the hell is knocking? Can't anyone sleep?" The grumpy voice from inside was thick with sleepiness. "Fellow villager, I'm the resident downstairs who forgot my key. I want to borrow your balcony for a moment." "Is that convenient? Borrow the balcony?" "Sure, come on in." The door clicked open, and as the homeowner peeked out, heavily armed security burst in, pushing the homeowner to the ground. "Don't move, security." "Security." The homeowner hadn't even finished shouting before something was shoved into his mouth. The security officer who blocked his mouth patted his face mockingly and with disappointment. "Kid, why don't you be a good citizen of Ding country instead of serving your foreign masters? I'm curious to see if your foreign daddy will come to save you." At the foot of a mountain in Shuiyuan City, standing at the intersection of national and provincial roads, a man in a military uniform pondered for a long time, then lowered his head to tap on his phone, muttering to himself, "In terms of traffic, the location is decent. The mountain is a big problem. There's no way to flatten it. Give up? Where else can I find such a good location? Should I keep looking?" He turned in place, facing the mountain wall quietly for a while, then looked down at the blinking red dot on his phone screen. At a naval base in Sea country, a submarine entered the water, heading towards the East China Sea of Ding country. Ding country's military control and curfew had attracted countless strange beings. However, none of this had anything to do with Xia Chu and the others. As day turned to night, the mountains and forests were shrouded in mist, and sunlight gradually lifted the hazy veil. Inside a 2-person tent, a fluffy, pure, white tiger cub crawled out from under a thin blanket. Seeing Xia Chu still asleep, the tiger cub gently tapped her face with its paw. In early summer, Xia Chu held Xiao, whose paw padded to her lips, and kissed it, then opened her eyes to get up, only to find a hand at her waist. Listening to the steady breathing beside her, she glanced at her watch for 36. A hint of dawn was just appearing in the sky. No wonder it was so quiet. Time to get up. She placed her hand on Lu Yuxiu's hand, preparing to gently move it away, but the hand at her waist suddenly tightened. Slightly tilting her head, she met Lu Yuxiu's eyes, which were shimmering with a hint of haziness. "Did I wake you?" "No, it's time to wake up." Lu Yuxiu smiled as their eyes met, exchanging a morning kiss entwined in breath. After parting, Lu Yuxiu brushed her long hair, which had fallen down, and asked, "What do you want for breakfast?" Her voice was low and hoarse from just waking up. Xia Chu was particularly sensitive to voices, but she greatly liked Lu Yuxiu's voice, reminiscent of the moon goddess Artemis, gentle yet mysterious. Under the cover of night, it stirred her nerves, making it hard for her to extricate herself from the enchanting world woven by her smile, while also allowing her soul to find peace in its gentle allure. Chapter 91. Spoiling the mood just now. Everything was harmonious. Otherwise, she wouldn't let him off so easily. At least she needed to enjoy a delicious, juicy orange before calling it a day. Noticing her gaze, Lu Yuxiu raised an eyebrow slightly, leaned over, and patted Xiao Hu, saying, "I senti it beautiful and enviable. I can give it a squeeze, both the chest and abs. Want to try?" Spoiling the mood, truly spoiling the mood. When it came to ruining the atmosphere, no one could beat his Xia Chu. He was really impressed by her. Lu Yuxiu felt as if a herd of wild horses was galloping through his heart as he looked at the girl with curved brows and eyes. Unable to hold back, he playfully bit her cheek, releasing her when she let out a soft "ah." "You, why are you so unromantic?" He pinched her face and whispered in her ear. The warm breath brushed against her earlobe, making Xia Chu's ears feel a bit hot. She took a deep breath. There was a hint of sweat. Seeing his expression stiffen, Xia Chu comforted him with a peck on the corner of his mouth, saying, "It's not smelly." Okay. She felt bad for Xiao Hu. Last night, a few people teased it too much. The little guy held a grudge. When it saw Lu Yuxiu trying to hug it, it pressed its ears back and growled, showing its claws and scratching. If Xia Chu hadn't stopped it in time, Lu Yuxiu's hand would have quickly retracted, and it might have ended up getting scratched. "Forget it. I'll take it instead." Lu Yuxiu steadily picked up the little tiger cub with one hand, ignoring its angry growls, and said, "No, it's a male, so it can only stay with me." At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu wanted to say that it was still a little cub, but Lu Yuxiu had already taken the little tiger out of the tent, so she had to give up. They rested in the armory at night, leaving a small gap in the door for ventilation, and the vines at the mountaintop had all been let down. A few men gathered materials at the door to set up some traps, and with no safety concerns, Wen Yi and the others were sleeping soundly in the other 3 tents. The early risers, Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu, didn't plan to wake them up. Instead, they washed up and went outside the armory to prepare breakfast. The breakfast was not too complicated. A pot of thick congee, 40 buns, and steamed buns, 4 packs of 12 spring rolls, 2 servings of pickled vegetables made by Xia Chu herself, a plate of stir-fried vegetable hearts, a cold dish of shredded chicken, and scrambled eggs with chives, all set. The food for the little tiger was simpler, just 2 pounds of fresh beef along with a pear and an apple for its breakfast. Tigers are purely carnivorous animals, but will eat grass because wild tigers generally consume both skin and meat together. They also like to groom themselves, which leads to a lot of hair stored in their stomachs, forming hairballs, needing some long, fibrous grass with serrated edges to help expel the hairballs, similar to how house cats eat cat grass. However, it had never been heard that tigers love to eat fruits. Yet they encountered one, the little tiger, who was the special one that loved fruits. It enjoyed watermelon, pears, apples, tomatoes, and cucumbers, undoubtedly a little foodie. At 5:10, the sleeping group was awakened by the noise outside. After waking up and washing up, they took down the tent and brought it to Xia Chu to pack away. Chapter 92. It has transformed. They sat nearby, waiting to eat, playing with the little tiger. At 5:20, Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu called everyone to eat. Li Shaoqing and the others set up the table and chairs, bringing all the breakfast to the table, and the group began to eat. 15 minutes later, with empty bowls and plates, they cleaned the pots and utensils, and along with the gas canister, Xia Chu stored them in the space. After resting for a few minutes, they set off down the mountain. However, this year, the temperature difference between cities and mountainous areas was not significant. The temperature in Yushan remained around 33 to 34 degrees both day and night. Not long after the 8 of them set off, their clothes were soaked with sweat. Seeing Xia Chu's clothes and hair drenched in sweat, Lu Yuxiu glanced at the little tiger, which she had hung in front of her from her backpack, and asked, "Are you tired? Why not let me carry the little tiger?" Xia Chu initially wanted to agree directly, but she was afraid that Xiao would act up like before. The little guy originally followed them, but its legs were too short to keep up. When Wen Yi and the others tried to carry it, They were all driven away by its fierce little antics, leaving only her to handle it, whether she admitted it or not. Even though her body had undergone body refinement, and her strength, speed, and agility had significantly improved compared to her previously subhealthy state, she still couldn't compare to Lu Yuxiu and the others who had undergone professional training and could carry dozens of kilograms like it was nothing. With them, she felt like a burden. It was no different now. She wanted to get out of the mountains quickly and didn't want to waste several days in the mountains like she did when she arrived. Today was already the 27th, with only 3 days left until the apocalypse, and she was eager to return home, believing that Lu Yuxiu and the others felt the same. After thinking for a moment, Xia Chu decided to negotiate with Xiaohu. Xiaohu, let Dad carry you, and I'll give you an apple, okay? Xiaohu was in a good mood now, and upon hearing apple, its ears perked up and it stretched out its paw from the bag and barked a few times at Xia Chu, making its intentions clear. With an apple, everything could be discussed. In early summer, Xia Chu quickly understood, took a bright red apple and stuffed it into its paws for it to hold. Then, she moved the bag from her chest onto Lu Yuxiu. All right, let's go. This little glutton needs to be taught not to eat food offered by others. Otherwise, I'm worried it might be lured away by an apple. Lu Yuxiu patted the little tiger's head and turned to Xia Chu with a serious suggestion. In early summer, it was necessary to teach a lesson. Little Tiger sat comfortably in the bag, leaning against Lu Yuxiu's chest, expressing dissatisfaction with his words by whining and turning its head to paw at him, its fluffy little face showing an adorable, fierce expression. Li Shaoqing, who witnessed this scene, widened his eyes in shock. Had it become a spirit or evolved? He had noticed last night that Little Tiger was smart, but being this clever was too extraordinary. Everyone's gaze fell on Xia Chu, who was also surprised. It was impossible for it to have become a spirit, and evolution seemed unlikely as well. In her past life, the evolution of plants and animals relied on materials from outer space. Moreover, evolution required a process that was about half a month later than the mutations of ability users and zombies. There were no materials from outer space available for it to evolve now. After thinking for a moment, Xia Chu hesitantly suggested it might be the effect of the spring water. Chapter 93, Leave it to Fate. After considering it further, Xia Chu couldn't find any other reason besides this. Lu Yuxiu just smiled, saying it didn't matter whether it was a spirit or an evolution. It didn't hinder them at all. In fact, the smarter it was, the better. If all of Xia Chu's dreams were realized, Little Tiger had a good chance of becoming a mythical beast, which would ensure Xia Chu's safety in the future. Well, it might even serve as a mount. After all, according to Xia Chu, mythical beasts could vary in size. In early summer, Xia Chu was quite daring in her thoughts, but she liked it. Wen Yi and the others thought, this idea is really making them want to try raising an unusual beast as well. Lin Mei has spring water, so there's still a lot of hope. Gu Sheng is a man of action. Since he had the idea in mind, he prepared to do it. However, before doing so, he first asked Xia Chu for her opinion. Sister, can you help me raise an animal with your spring water? Xia Chu was momentarily stunned, then reacted. Why should I help you raise them? What if the animals only recognize me? But I can provide you with spring water for you to raise them yourself. Saying this, she looked at the few people whose expressions showed interest. You all too, I'll provide spring water. The eyes of the few people instantly brightened. Thus, the serene mountain forest, with its layers of mountains and vegetation like satin covering the peaks, lost its tranquility, now filled with a few ambitious individuals wanting to catch animals. They were currently in a deep mountainous area where the villagers nearby hardly even came to dig for bamboo shoots, indicating that it was truly sparsely populated. The undeveloped region, seldom visited by humans, had preserved its primitive appearance intact. The tall, lush trees stood proudly, casting large shadows from their canopies. There were no mountain paths. One had to use a machete to clear a way through. The stream was clear and rushing, with the occasional fleeting glimpse of small animals. Medium to large-sized animals were rarely seen. The only black bear they spotted from a distance also fled before they could get close due to their numbers. It was too sensitive. After walking all morning without any gains, Li Shaoqing looked in the direction where the black bear had vanished in the blink of an eye and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Wild animals this alert were too difficult to catch. In early summer, Xia Chu patted her calf muscles and took advantage of the break to tell everyone to quickly set up a few traps. I'll see if I can use the spring water to lure some animals over. Lu Yuxiu took the little tiger bouncing in his bag out and placed it on the ground. He watched as it joyfully ran around Xia Chu's feet, and he walked over to help her brush off the grass and leaves from her clothes, saying, "That's a good idea, but it's not very feasible. Although there are plenty of wild animals around you, Sean. Most are small, and not many are suitable for becoming battle pets." "Who said that?" "I think that black bear looks pretty good." When Yi voiced a different opinion, having taken a liking to the black bear. But that was obviously not possible. Reluctant to give up, they ultimately decided to give it a try, leaving it to fate as to what they might attract. Chapter 94. Popping water bubbles. A place with a water source would definitely attract animals to come and drink. With the addition of spring water, as long as they set it up well, they had nothing to fear about catching something. Just then, they stopped at a spot with a bubbling stream. The water rippling and crystal clear, with drooping branches gently creating small waves on the surface. Feeling tired? Seeing Xia Chu's face flushed and her hair damp with sweat, Lu Yuxiu wiped his hand across her face like wiping a cloth, getting rid of the sweat. "I'm not tired, just hot," Xia Chu said with a smile. Finding a shady spot to sit down, she took out a fan from her space to cool herself. The little tiger, hanging in the bag on Lu Yuxiu's chest, was enjoying the view of trees and grass from the comfort of the bag, still excited and lively. But when it saw Xia Chu sit down, it began to whine loudly, wanting to get down. It was too noisy, and its little paws were scratching around, which annoyed Lu Yuxiu, so he let down. The moment it touched the ground, it dashed straight to Xia Chu's feet. She picked it up and placed it on her lap, petting its fur, and then gave it a cucumber to hold and nibble on. Seeing this, Lu Yuxiu smiled and let Xia Chu rest there while he, along with Wen Yi and the others, used their portable tools to gather materials and set up traps. They were all skilled in outdoor survival, so making a few traps was not a difficult task for them. Xia Chu could do it too, but she was too lazy to move. After the body tempering, her skin was so delicate that it was almost unbearable, and her feet were covered in blisters. So by the stream, several men were sweating profusely as they dug traps and set them up, while the only woman, Xia Chu, sat there barefoot, using a needle to poke at her blisters. After finishing a cucumber, the little tiger, which she had put down, crouched beside her with its two fluffy front paws, staring intently as if curious about what she was doing. Blisters don't hurt when they're intact, but once they burst, the sensation is incredibly sharp. If you apply saline or iodine for disinfection, it feels even more stimulating. The soles of her feet, especially near the heels and big toes, turned yellow-brown after applying iodine. The little tiger tilted its head in surprise for a while, then nudged its furry head closer and gently rubbed against her foot, before extending its tongue to lick it. Xia Chu, caught off guard by the lick on her foot and the little tiger, unexpectedly licking iodine off its tongue, instantly fluffed up, yowling and jumping around. Xia Chu quickly reacted, scooping it up and placing it on her lap, then took some water to rinse its tongue. After rinsing, she fed it half a cup of spring water. The little tiger drank the half cup of spring water from her hand, then lay limply in her arms, calling out with a tender and aggrieved little voice, occasionally rubbing against her, clearly trying to act cute. "You silly thing, don't lick things randomly next time. If you get poisoned, I can't save you, you know," Xia Chu seriously advised while holding its paw. Xia Chu tried several times to put it down, but was stopped by the loud cries of the little tiger and its small paws tugging at her clothes. Helpless, she had to let this fluffy ball stay in her arms. This little thing was truly energetic. Holding it felt like embracing a fireball, which was simply a sweet burden for Xia Chu. Chapter 95. A good start. But what could be done? The green jungle camouflage blended in with the surrounding shrubs and grass, as Xia Chu hid among them, playing a claw patting game with the little tiger. Lu Yuxiu and the others were scattered around her, compared to her ease. The several big men focused their gazes on the traps set by the stream that contained spring water, barely able to breathe. In the quiet forest, the sound of flowing water was exceptionally clear. As time passed second by second, Lu Yuxiu suddenly spoke up, warning that they were coming. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu quickly patted Xiao Hu's head, signaling it to be quiet, and then focused intently on the deep thickets across the stream. I wonder what the first animal to arrive is. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden rustling sound from the grass nearby made her anticipation soar. Lu Yuxiu and the others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before continuing to lie still and watch. A few minutes later, a black, fuzzy little head peeked out from the thicket by the stream, looking particularly clumsy with its round head and round eyes, adding a touch of interest to the picturesque landscape. Upon seeing that black head, the 8 of them were instantly filled with excitement, their faces flushed. What a great start, a little bear cub right off the bat. They were in for a treat. Indeed, they were in for a treat. Under normal circumstances, a mother bear wouldn't allow such a small cub to wander far. But this cub had an unreliable mother. Originally, it had come out with its mom to drink water, but unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the stream, its mother suddenly went crazy, grabbed it, and ran off. Run if you want, thought the little cub. I don't have to run. My mom is carrying me. But the problem was, after a while, its mother became distracted by the smell of honey and left it behind to go steal some. After successfully raiding a beehive, its mother was stung and fled in a hurry, completely forgetting about it. What could the little cub do? It had no choice but to embark on a journey to find its mom. With short legs and unfamiliar terrain, it got lost after wandering for a bit. Just as the little cub was feeling anxious, it caught a whiff of an incredibly sweet and enticing smell, even more alluring than honey. So, it followed the scent. The little cub was quite cautious. Even though it was tempted by the smell, it didn't rush out, but instead hid behind the bushes to observe quietly. Its curious little appearance making the others quite pleased. Such a small creature with such good vigilance was worth nurturing. However, no matter how cautious the little cub was, it ultimately lacked experience and patience due to its young age. Sure enough, the little cub was clever enough to notice that the trap it was drawn to had the most enticing things, spring water and fruits. And Xia Chu had even placed a cup of honey inside it. However, before it could enter the trap's range, Xiao Hu, who had been lying quietly beside Xia Chu, suddenly sprang up like it had been injected with adrenaline, charging out and growling fiercely at the little bear. Ow, ow, ow. Chapter 96. It's the feeling of heart-fluttering, oh no. Xiao Hu, with its short legs, couldn't run fast, but at that moment, it was as quick as lightning, disappearing from her side before she could even touch its tail. All she could do was shout, "Hurry, don't let the little bear escape." It was better late than never. Hearing the fierce growl, the little bear was so frightened that it fell to the ground, forgetting to run, only able to stare wide-eyed as the all-white, adorable creature lunged at it. Just then, several unfamiliar bipedal creatures jumped out from the bushes, causing the little bear's fur to stand on end. It quickly yelped and scrambled towards the thicket. "Hey, where do you think you're running?" Xiao Hu bravely pounced, biting the little bear on its rear. "Woo!" The little bear cried out. "Wah, the outside world is so dangerous. There's an animal biting me. I'm so scared. Mom, help." But Mom wasn't coming to save it because she was too busy enjoying the honey, with her big bear head having no room for her cub. The little bear regretted it deeply, regretting being lured in by the smell. But it was too late. The animal biting it wouldn't let go. And being timid and cowardly, it could only hold its head tightly with its paws and whimper. The pitiful cries startled Xia Chu and the others, who were rushing over. "It's okay to be timid, as long as it's cute." When he chuckled, "I really like this bear cub. I'm having it." Saying this, he planned to go over and pick up the bear cub. "I want it too." Jiang He stepped forward, directly blocking Wen Yi. Jiang Hai wasn't going to back down either. He bent down to grab the bear cub, but a large hand suddenly appeared and firmly grabbed his wrist. Looking up, Gu Cheng's handsome face broke into a bright smile. "Sorry, this one's mine. My turn first." "You're of no use, I saw it first." In an instant, the group erupted into a chaotic argument over the ownership of the little bear cub. Without joining the fray, Shaoling Tian's eyes lit up. He quickly dashed in front of the little bear cub, first roughly handing Xiao Hu to Xia Chu, then gently picking up the little bear cub and patting it like a baby. "Don't cry, Daddy loves you." His voice was so gentle it seemed like it could drip water. The arguing group, Xia Chu, who was comforting the howling Xiao Hu, and the onlookers, Lu Yuxiu. The little bear cub, suddenly scooped up, trembled in fear. "Baby, drink some water," ignoring the gazes of the others. Xiaoling Tian crouched down and placed a bowl of spring water by the little bear's mouth. Let us drink water first. Then we'll have some honey for a sweet treat. He gazed tenderly at the little bear in his arms. It was an incredibly cute bear cub, with a round head, adorable upright ears, big bright eyes, and a small black nose surrounded by fur from dark to light, its little mouth open revealing a pink tongue. Looking up at him with teary eyes. Just one glance made his heart melt. Oh no, it's the feeling of heart fluttering. JPG, a blush crept onto his fair face, his ears and neck turning red, while his eyes sparkled brightly. Chapter 97. Save the child seeing Xiaoling Tian's expression. The others and Xiao Hu. This guy. Must be toxic? Whoa. The little bear's urgent and childish cries rang in her ears. Xia Chu looked down and saw Xiao Hu glancing at her as if seeking praise, then waving its paw at the little black ball in Xiaoling Tian's arms, making a patting motion with its little fierce look. Xia Chu understood its meaning immediately and hurriedly stroked its back fur to comfort it, saying, "Little tiger, be good. You can't bully the little black ball. It will become your partner in the future. You need to get along well. Do you understand?" Little tiger, on the other hand, firmly refused. It didn't want to be partners with a cowardly, crying black ball. Such a little brother would be too embarrassing to take out. It would ruin the tiger's reputation. Little tiger bared its teeth and roared at the little black ball. The little black ball curled up in Xiaoling Tian's arms, feeling less scared due to his gentle comfort, but then saw that white-haired creature pointing at it and roaring fiercely, causing the tears that had just stopped to flow again. Oh, so fierce and so scary. Who will save the child? Xiaoling Tian saw the little bear in his arms, trembling and crying, and his heart ached. He said to Xia Chu, sister-in-law, "Let little tiger stop scaring my child." Before Xia Chu had a chance to speak, Wen Yi and the others were already arguing. "How did it become your child? I was the one who noticed it first. It doesn't matter if you like it. This little bundle is of the same zodiac as me. We are a perfect match. Perfect match, my foot. There's no bear in the 12 zodiac signs. We're the perfect match. Where's the match? Are we both black? Enough arguing. Let us first take care of the little bear's bottom." Xia Chu interrupted their quarrel, shoving the little tiger into Lu Yuxiu's arms and grabbing a medical kit to treat the little bear's wound. The little tiger's teeth were really sharp. It had bitten the little bear's bottom, causing it to bleed profusely. The little tiger, held by Lu Yuxiu, saw Xia Chu running over to touch the bear's bottom and immediately became jealous, constantly roaring at it. "Hey, you black bundle, get away. Chu Chu is Tiger Lord's exclusive poop scooper. Stay away from it, or I'll bite you to death." The little bear trembled and burrowed even deeper into Xiaoling Tian's embrace. "Don't scare it." Lu Yuxiu patted the little tiger's head. The little tiger shot him a sideways glance and continued to roar at the little bear, noticing that the little bundle in his arms was shaking more violently. Xiaoling Tian helplessly said, "I'll handle it. The little tiger is too jealous. I'm afraid if you keep treating it, the little bear will be bullied to death by the little tiger in the future." Early summer, what can Xia Chu do? She can only hand over the medical kit and let Xiaoling Tian handle it himself. The injury is a bit tricky. The little bear can't sit and can only lie on its stomach like a flat bear on Xiaoling Tian's leg, while Xiaoling Tian is checking the wound. Wen Yi and the others crouch nearby, poking the little bear with their fingers. Surrounded by several powerful auras, the little bear is frightened and feels hopeless, until Xiaoling Tian uses tweezers to apply a cotton ball soaked in iodine to its wound. The little bear stops shaking and starts to cry loudly, its little paws wiping away tears. It looks truly pitiful. The poor little tiger can't bear to continue yelling at it and quietly watches it cry while lying in Lu Yuxiu's arms. After treating the wound, the little bear lies weakly on Xiaoling Tian's leg, completely turning into a useless bear. A bowl emitting a fragrant aroma appears before it. The little bear's mouth waters with desire. Chapter 98. Mama Bear appears. It wants a drink, but is too scared, staring intently at the bowl. Following the hand holding the bowl, it looks up to meet a pair of gentle eyes filled with laughter and lets out a soft woo. "Is it for it? Good bear. Drink it. After drinking, we'll have honey." Xiaoling Tian brings the bowl closer to its mouth. The little bear glances at the little tiger, raises its two paws towards it, and asks Owl, "Big boss, you drink first." Ow! The little tiger, feeling satisfied that the bear understands, allows it to drink on its own. This is a bear with good insight. Although it's a bit timid and foolish, that's okay as long as it understands. It can stay as its little brother. Thinking of itself as a big boss with a little brother, the little tiger feels very happy. Seeing that the big boss doesn't drink, the little bear becomes excited, holding the bowl and slurping it down. The spring water only fills half the bowl, and in less than 2 minutes, it finishes drinking, unwilling to put the empty bowl down, licking it. Shaoling Tian can't help but twitch his mouth as he snatches the bowl away and, before the little bear can react, shoves honey in front of it. This little foodie, with half a cup of honey, uses both its tongue and paws to lick the disposable cup clean, then starts sucking the honey off its paws. Seeing it lick so deliciously, the little tiger can't resist temptation, taps Lu Yuxiu with its paw, and points to the ground. The meaning is clear. Let it down. It wants to go find the little black ball. Lu Yuxiu instantly understands and complies. Once on all fours, the little tiger excitedly lets out a sound and rushes towards the little bear, still with honey on its paws. Seeing the suddenly appearing white-furred creature in front of it, the little bear can't suppress its fear and is startled again. Its little paw frozen by its mouth, forgetting to move, until the little tiger extends its tongue to lick it, then disdainfully howls at it, signaling it to lick itself. The little bear finally returns to normal. The little cubs in the nursing department are probably all similar. They laugh when happy, cry when hungry, and also cry when bullied, but smile again when given a little sweetness. The little bear is currently in this state, seeing that the little tiger isn't bullying it. It's no longer afraid and happily approaches to play with the little tiger after licking its paws clean. The little tiger is quite disdainful and doesn't want to play with it. But thinking about how this is its first little brother, it decides to play with it for a while. After all, being a big boss is not easy. To win over a little brother's heart, one must pay something. Thus, by the stream appears a scene of two furry balls cutely playing together. Watching the interaction between the black and white furry balls having fun, Li Xiaoqing and the others turn green with jealousy, glancing at the traps around them and exchanging knowing looks. Then Wenyi starts urging them to hide again and prepare to wait for the second one. All right, let us keep hiding. Without a second thought, everyone runs after him. They run for about 10 minutes when a large bear with a V-shaped white patch on its chest appears by the stream. It sniffs around, then runs to the place where Xia Chu and the others were hiding, searching for its little cub. Not finding it, it raises its head and howls in anger. Owl! Hearing the furious roar from behind, Xia Chu and the others instantly stiffen, their steps faltering, and turn to look at the little bear squeeze between Lu Yuxiu and the little tiger, thinking to themselves, could that roar be from the little bear's mom? Chapter 99, Getting Smarter. Just as this thought pops into their minds, the quiet little bear suddenly becomes excited, raises its head, and opens its mouth, preparing to howl with great momentum. However, it doesn't make a sound because Xia Chu quickly shoves a big apple into its mouth. With a delicious thing suddenly appearing by its mouth, the little bear is momentarily stunned, then tentatively uses its paw to hold and take a bite. The sweet apple makes it forget everything and focus on munching on the apple. Seeing this, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Although they aren't afraid of the big bear, they also don't want to confront it directly. Feeling guilty, after all, they did take its cub. They speed up their running, otherwise, the big bear will catch up. Lu Yuxiu decisively takes out a bottle of essential oil from his pocket, opens the cap, and tosses it out. The black bear has keen senses. It can smell scent from half a kilometer away and hear footsteps from 300 steps away. However, its vision is poor. As long as they speed up and leave this range and mix the scents, the big bear, unable to distinguish the smell, won't chase them anymore. Seeing this, Wenyi and the others do the same. The scent of the essential oil is strong. As soon as it's thrown out, some spills out, and the wind carries the sharp smell of the essential oil. The two little furry balls, one black and one white, dislike this smell and immediately bury their faces in Lu Yuxiu's embrace. Lu Yuxiu gently pats the two little balls, leading everyone to continue running. In fact, there is no need to run at all because the big bear hasn't chased them. Its attention is entirely captured by the spring water and fruit trapped inside. And after howling in anger at the absence of the cub, it sits beside the trap, contentedly drinking water and eating fruit. This is a bear that values food more than its cubs, a carefree bear. In early summer, they were unaware that the bear had not chased after them. A group of people ran through the mountains with 2 cubs for over an hour. Several men, who were already physically fit and had received professional training, were not out of breath and their faces were not flushed. Although Xia Chu, who had also undergone training, did not fall behind, her breathing became erratic, and her steps started to feel heavy. I can't run anymore, she said breathlessly. Not only was she tired, but she was also very hungry after running for so long without having lunch. Let's take a break for a while. The bear won't catch up from this distance. Seeing her panting heavily, Lu Yuxiu went over to support her, allowing her to lean against him to help her catch her breath. Wen Yi and the others stopped upon hearing her, either leaning against a big tree to drink water or lighting up a cigarette. The 2 furry cubs were also set down. Little Tiger had become familiar with a few people and started to run around happily as soon as he was on the ground. The little bear, however, was still a bit timid. It stood there watching Little Tiger and Wen Yi play, its bright black eyes shimmering with envy. It also wanted to play with the little white group and these 2-legged creatures, but it was so scared that these 2-legged creatures would bully it. As Xia Chu caught her breath, she noticed the little bear's expression and called out to Little Tiger. Little Tiger trotted over, looking up at her and barking, "What's up?" Successfully getting its attention, Xia Chu squatted down and patted its head, inviting the little bear to play along and take care of it a bit more. The little bear's eyes lit up, and it clasped its 2 paws together, nudging Little Tiger. "Big guy, take me to play too." "Oh, the little bear has become smarter," Li Shaoqing remarked in surprise, noting that it knew how to curry favor with Little Tiger. "It was already clever," Xiaoling Tian said gently, his gaze on the little bear soft as water, but also somewhat eerie. In the meantime, Wen Yi whispered to the Jianghai brothers beside him, "Honestly, I've never seen the emperor look at Ruan Mingming like that." Jianghai nodded in agreement, glancing at Wen Yi with a mocking expression. "The emperor isn't like you, who likes to show off affection in front of us single dogs. He is much more humane than you." "Hey, that's a bit much," Wen Yi retorted. "He never shows off affection in public. He is clearly a very reserved person, the kind who finds it hard to express his feelings." "You." Li Shaoqing's face twisted in disbelief as he looked Wen Yi up and down, also wearing a mocking expression. Wen Yi opened his mouth to argue, but Xia Chu's voice interrupted. "Come over, it's time for lunch." "Oh my, I didn't feel hungry until you mentioned it." The moment they heard it was lunchtime, several stomachs began to rumble. They didn't have time to bicker anymore and quickly headed towards Xia Chu. Their original plan was to leave the mountains in the evening, but time was too tight and they didn't have time to cook, so they were eating instant noodles. In early summer, Xia Chu took out a gas cylinder and a large stainless steel pot, added water, and brought it to a boil. Then opened 30 packets of instant noodles and put them in. When serving, she added a handful of greens and some fried eggs that Lu Yuxiu had made in a frying pan. Finally, they split a vacuum-packed pork knuckle and a large piece of soy beef weighing half a pound among themselves, leaving everyone with full bellies. The seasoning in the instant noodles was too oily, so Xia Chu didn't use it and instead made her own flavoring. Although it was delicious once cooked, the taste lacked the rich aroma of the instant noodle seasoning. This effectively prevented the 2 little cubs, Xiao Hu and Xiao Xiong, from coming over and demanding the same food as them. Instead, they were shooed away with raw apples. After tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, Lu Yuxiu glanced at his watch. It was not yet noon, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to leave the mountain tonight. Surprisingly, there were no unexpected events, just a lucky afternoon journey. Wild animals occasionally appeared in front of them, but they were all small creatures like wild chickens, rabbits, and birds. The group welcomed all of them, capturing everything that came close for Xia Chu. Their biggest catch was a level 2 protected wild animal, a Tibetan macaque. The Tibetan macaque is the largest species in the macaque genus. They live in groups, with a community consisting of 12 to 30 individuals. The one they found was a small juvenile, about the size of an adult's palm, with a white face and almost golden white fur, resembling a little old man. For some reason, it was alone and injured. It had a broken right leg, and when they found it, it was lying in the grass, crying in pain. "Well, No need to say anything else. Saving the monkey was the priority, and once saved, it would be theirs. Since Xiao Qing didn't get the bear cub, he set his sights on the monkey. To prevent Wen Yi and the others from competing with him, he sweet-talked and even acted pitiful. He successfully got their assurance that they wouldn't compete with him. Originally thinking that this would ensure he could get the monkey, he didn't expect that the monkey would not be interested in him, but instead took a liking to the muscular, handsome guy Wen Yi. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. He didn't want the monkey, but the monkey ended up liking him. Wen Yi smiled widely, checked the monkey's injury after hugging it, and quickly reset the fractured leg. Then used bamboo strips they had shaved on the spot and a fixing pad provided by Xia Chu to skillfully bind and stabilize it. He then asked Xia Chu for a banana for the monkey to hold and eat, like a golden doll, as they continued on their way. At 8:50 p.m., there was no need to discern direction or seek coordinates. They followed the marks made when entering the mountain. Along the way, aside from collecting small animals to stash in their space and addressing their physiological needs, the remaining time was spent hastily making their way down the mountain. The group of 8, along with 3 fluffy animals, finally emerged at the abandoned small village that looked like a ghost town where they had parked their vehicles. They had finally made it out. The moment Xia Chu saw the car, she cheered and ran over. Then, as the spotlight shone, she was startled by the layer of bird droppings covering the car. So much bird droppings. Had those birds taken their car as a designated toilet? How could they stand here? Lu Yuxiu, with a little tiger cub hanging in front of him, strolled over, and seeing her dazed in front of the car, he asked. In early summer, Xia Chu pointed at the car body and said, "Look, it's all bird droppings." Lu Yuxiu, along with the 6 others who had fallen a few steps behind him, looked at the mess. There was so much bird droppings, though only on the surface, with none inside the car, but it was still quite off-putting. So, should they wash it or not? Exchanging glances, the few people, each with a flashlight in hand, decided to wash it. Upon hearing they were going to wash the car, Xia Chu quickly brought out water, a bucket, a sponge, detergent, and a cloth for them. Then she went to prepare dinner. The 3 little cubs had only been born for a short time, with the biggest one, the little tiger, estimated to be only 2 or 3 months old. These 3 were authentic mountain cubs, curious and inexperienced, having never been down the mountain. The little monkey, with a broken leg, was still obediently propped up on a splinted leg, sitting on a lazy sofa that Xia Chu had brought in from Lu Yuxiu's house. Holding a banana, it munched while watching her and Wen Yi busy themselves. The little tiger and little bear, however, were not so well behaved. An entire afternoon was enough for the 2 little cubs to bond. Therefore, wherever the light shone, there were the lively figures of 2 energetic little cubs, accompanied by their tender, joyful calls. Just a few days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moonlight tonight was quite nice. Xiao Lingtian was puffing and panting while washing the car, watching the little cubs play. He also felt a bit timid. This global disaster, which humanity was powerless to change, was unknown when it would come to an end. They had to face it head-on. After all, death was just a part of it, not a big deal. Lu Yuxiu coolly added, noticing the others' grim expressions. He thought for a moment and asked, "Your family should be prepared, right?" The others remained silent, only giving him a "what do you think" look. Lu Yuxiu understood immediately and then chuckled. He was indeed worrying unnecessarily. As someone who had insider information, how could he not notify his family in advance, knowing that an apocalypse was about to happen? What was there to be afraid of? Once their families were settled, all they needed to do was to try their best to survive. Survival was everything. Only by living could they protect and care for their families and bear their responsibilities. They were all elite soldiers who had long been walking the line between life and death, possessing excellent psychological qualities and resilience. Their emotional control was also strong. Perhaps they were detail-oriented, cautious, or reserved. Yet they lacked the kind of sentimental melancholy often found in those who lament the passing of autumn or spring. Because those who are overly sentimental would not survive in a place filled with thorns and high pressure. If they couldn't even survive, how could they carry out their missions, let alone engage in combat with enemies? They would probably break down mentally at the stage of writing their wills. The stream cascaded down from the mountain, plunging into a large water pool in the small village, splashing water everywhere. The bright moonlight poured down from the sky, dappled on their faces. swaying along with the branches around them in the wind. Li Xiaoqing half squatted, wringing out the cloth, as the clear stream water flowed through his fingers, cooling his heart slightly. Jiang Hai tossed the cloth aside, leaning against the car body, one leg bent, looking up at the slightly reddened sky, occasionally seeing birds flying by. On such a night, he paused and said, "It reminds me of the night of my first mission." Gu Cheng's hands, which were washing the cloth, froze, and the water droplets slowly fell, plopping onto the surface of the water, creating ripples. He was silent for a few seconds before saying, "It's all in the past. Dwelling on the past is not good. Looking forward to the future is what we should do." Xia Chu was surprised, turning her head to look at the faces of several people half bright and half dark in the night. Lu Yuxiu glanced at them with a complex expression, his peripheral vision sweeping over Xia Chu's silent profile, her trembling eyelashes, and her tightly bitten lower lip. After a long time, he said, "We should call Old Li." It was like a bright light suddenly piercing through the fog, and a few people instantly looked up, the complex emotions in their hearts disappearing in an instant. Oh my, since the equipment warehouse opened yesterday, if it weren't for Xiaoyu reminding them, none of them would have thought to check in with Old Li. This matter needs to be kept secret, otherwise, Old Li would be furious with them. Who knows how worried he must be? We need to inform Old Li quickly. Who's making the call? 7 pairs of eyes turned to Lu Yuxiu. Lu Yuxiu, fine, I'll do it. Li Tao seemed to be staring at the phone, connecting the call immediately, and the first question he asked was, "Did you find it?" Lu Yuxiu replied with a sound of agreement, stating the facts. "We found it yesterday. We're already coming down the mountain now." "Wait, you guys are coming down? What about the items? Didn't you go in?" Mentioning this got Lu Yuxiu excited, and he said animatedly, "We went in, Old Li. You absolutely won't believe how much we gained this time. I'm telling you, the stuff we found is enough to arm the entire Thorns." "Really?" Li Tao's face turned red with excitement, and he couldn't believe it. "Is there really that much?" "Absolutely. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up right away." "No, it's better not to attract attention at this time." "Don't worry, Old Li. We have ways to sneak the items out without anyone noticing." There was silence on the other end of the phone, but Li Tao's breathing became much heavier. Lu Yuxiu didn't rush to speak, allowing him to slowly accept the reality. After a long time, Li Tao's voice finally came through again. "Okay, I'll wait for you at home." "All right, if all goes well, we should arrive around 2 or 3 in the morning." They had a good plan, but unexpectedly, things went awry. Because Guijiao released a notice early, countless residents returning to their hometowns with their families in the countryside flooded back. This wave of return was more intense and urgent than the spring festival travel rush. Fortunately, Guijiao was well prepared, with full power operations from water transport, land transport, and air transport under the Ministry of Transport. Most people were either already home or on their way home. The news of the apocalypse hung like a giant stone over their heads, capable of crushing them at any moment. Few creatures could face death calmly. No one wanted to die if they could live. Thus, the drivers returning home inevitably became a bit more anxious. One person being anxious is not scary. What's scary is a crowd being anxious. Moreover, driving at night with poor visibility, speeding under calm conditions can lead to accidents, let alone in a state of anxiety. Traffic accidents became unavoidable. Shortly after getting on the highway, Xia Chu and the others were stuck for nearly 3 hours due to a chain collision ahead. Even though the traffic police and rescue teams arrived at the scene immediately and handled the accidents quickly, they were still blocked for a long time. The main reason was that the chain collision was too severe, involving over 30 vehicles, resulting in 5 deaths on the spot, 3 seriously injured, and more than 10 with minor injuries. At 9:36 a.m. on September 28th, their vehicle exited the highway and entered the Dongjiang district along Longqing Avenue. On the highway, they hadn't noticed, but once they entered the urban area, they found that the overall atmosphere of the city was significantly different from before they left. Dongjiang district is located north of Longsheng, and compared to several other areas of Longsheng, its development mainly relies on agriculture, specifically the cultivation of flowers and seedlings. Along the way, they could see large patches of seedlings, flowers, outdoor succulents, and grass. However, such beautiful scenery went unnoticed. Compared to the usual hustle and bustle, the Dongjiang district, now under military control and curfew, had fewer vehicles and a bustling crowd, replaced by emptiness, solemnity, and gravity. Occasionally, pedestrians appeared, but they all hurried by. Everywhere were fully armed soldiers and various types of security personnel, claiming that there was a guard every 3 steps and a post every 5 steps would not be an exaggeration. The situation in the sky was not much better, with planes occasionally flying overhead. The types of aircraft included military planes, passenger planes, helicopters, transport planes, and so on. As the vehicle entered the main urban area, the atmosphere of solemnity and gravity intensified even further. In this situation, no one felt like talking, mainly because they were exhausted. After a night without sleep, not only were their eyes bloodshot, but their faces also showed signs of fatigue. On the other hand, the 3 furry ones, well-fed and well-rested, were in high spirits. Lying on the car window with bright eyes, excitedly looking outside and calling out. Xia Chu patted the heads of the 3 furry ones, signaling them to be quiet. It was impossible for them to be quiet. The mountain-dwelling fluffballs, who had never seen the world, were making a racket in the car. Because the 3 were too rowdy inside the vehicle, the traffic officer on duty noticed the 3 furry faces pressed together against the car window. This led to their car being pulled over. The traffic officer was quite good-looking, and even though 3 out of the 4 cars had military plates, he still maintained the demeanor of a professional. In early summer, Yuan took a look at the officer's ID and then glanced at the 3 fluffy creatures in the car who were curiously staring at him with wide eyes. He didn't know what he was imagining, but the professional smile on his face faded, and his expression suddenly became serious as he returned the officer's ID to Lu Yuxiu and saluted. "Thank you for your hard work, Colonel." After saying that, he asked, "Can we go?" "Yes, please." And Yuan waved his hand, and the checkpoint ahead immediately let them pass. Lu Yuxiu nodded and said thank you before stepping on the gas and leaving, while Wen Yi and the others hurried to catch up. As soon as the car left, Xia Chu hugged the 3 little cubs and started to rub them. "Can't you just stay quietly and be beautiful boys and girls? From now on, keep a low profile, or I'll spank you." As she spoke, she raised her palm and shook it. The little cubs didn't understand what keeping a low profile meant, but they understood spanking in her palm. The 3 of them froze in her arms, looking up at her with their fluffy faces, staring at her intently, as if trying to determine whether she was joking or serious based on her expression. Xia Chu wore a stern expression, looking at them seriously. "I'm not joking. All right. We'll keep a low profile. No spanking." As the little tiger, the eldest among the siblings, expressed their stance, it tugged at its tender little throat and earnestly promised her. With her strong mental prowess, Xia Chu caught onto its point and revealed a satisfied smile. "Good. You really know how to handle them." Lu Yuxiu, who had been watching the entire scene through the rearview mirror, spoke with a smile. "These 3 little cubs can be so adorable they make you bleed from cuteness, but when they're being mischievous, they can make you want to spit blood from anger. The key is, you can't even lose your temper with them." Who told them they could pretend not to understand human speech? You brought this upon yourselves. So don't blame anyone else, Xia Chu scolded unhappily. She just couldn't understand how several men who had seen blood could face terrors head-on. Yet when it came to a few fluffy creatures, they were completely helpless. It's all about pampering, nothing but pampering. At this rate, if she didn't take a firmer stance, once these little ones grew up, it would be chaos. Lu Yuxiu didn't dare to respond, afraid of being scolded by his wife. However, when he saw a large pet hospital still open, he couldn't help but speak up. "Aren't you going to buy some milk powder? There's a pet hospital right here." At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu turned her head and saw that they were indeed going to buy pets. And she also wanted to let the doctor check their health and age. Lu Yuxiu made a sound of agreement and used the intercom to notify Wen Yi and the others behind them. Soon, the once-empty pet hospital welcomed 1 woman, 7 men, and 3 fluffy creatures. There was only 1 young man in his late 20s in the hospital. He was both the owner and the doctor. When he saw Xia Chu and the others carrying 3 fluffy animals inside, he was stunned. What on earth was he seeing? A baby bear, a baby monkey, and a baby tiger, with the tiger being pure white. Shouldn't these little cubs be kept at a shelter or a zoo? How could they be brought to a pet hospital by a few people? However, they looked so petable, especially that pure white baby tiger, which was truly rare. Just looking at its stout little legs made him want to touch it. He could tell its paws were soft. The young man's gaze on the little tiger's paws was too intense, causing the little tiger to shrink back nervously into Xia Chu's arms and then tilt its little head up to her, letting out a soft owl. Chu Chu. This biped has thoughts about the tiger. You need to protect the tiger. Unfortunately, Xia Chu didn't catch its hint this time. She turned the little tiger toward the young man and said, "Doctor, could you please check its health and see how old it is?" The little tiger was stunned. What was happening? Chu Chu was actually giving it to this biped with ill intentions? No way, this must be a joke. Did Chu Chu not love it anymore? It refused to accept this reality. The little tiger howled sorrowfully, desperately turning its little head back to look at Xia Chu, hoping she would change her mind. The baby bear and baby monkey, who were loyal to the little tiger, were so frightened by its wailing that they joined in. Soon, the whole room was filled with the three sad howls. Luckily, since the three were small and young, and being held tightly, there was no chaos with them jumping around the room. Even so, Xia Chu and the others had to explain the situation for quite a while to convince the three that they were not being given away, but just being checked up on, and that they would leave once everything was fine. "Sorry for bothering you," Xia Chu said with a smile as she handed the little tiger over again. "Oh yeah, now I could openly pet the tiger." Okay. The young man took the little tiger as if he were receiving a treasure, secretly touching the little tiger's paws while smiling brightly and assuring them, "Don't worry, I'm a professional. I promise I won't hurt them." What can Xia Chu and the others say? They can say nothing. Even if they feel that this doctor doesn't seem very reliable, they can only smile and say thank you, and then watch as the young man takes the little tiger into the examination room. The examination doesn't take long. After about 10 minutes, the doctor comes out holding the little tiger with a serious expression, saying that the little tiger is over 3 months old and in good health overall, with no major issues, but is malnourished. If they want it to grow up healthy, they need to put in some effort. Xia Chu smiled faintly, thanking the doctor for the detailed advice on how to take care of the animals. They weren't professionals in raising animals, but it was okay. There was a specialist here, and they could just ask him. The doctor was quite reliable. After examining the little bear cub and the little monkey, he provided detailed information on what to pay attention to while raising the 3 fluffy ones. Besides treating pets, he also sold toys, milk powder, various flavors of pet food, and some adorable little clothes, all from well-known brands with guaranteed quality. They also received quite a few freebies. The 3 fluffy ones happily clutched their toys and wouldn't let go, carrying big and small bags. Xia Chu and the others bid farewell to the young man and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the young man spoke up, giving them a piece of advice. Don't let anyone see them. They could get taken away by the enforcement team. At times like this, those willing to spend so much money on animals probably wouldn't want their pets to leave them. Since that was the case, he thought it wouldn't hurt to remind them. As for what choices they made, that was not his concern. An enforcement team? When did such a unit appear in the Ding Kingdom? I haven't heard of it. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, the young man explained that it was mainly for management purposes. It was common knowledge among the people of the Ding Kingdom that animals could turn into zombie beasts, and zombie beasts were definitely in an antagonistic state with humans. As for, it wasn't certain, but no one could guarantee whether animals would become zombie beasts or when the apocalypse arrived. Therefore, the government specifically formed an enforcement team to capture all animals and isolate them in a specific area, reducing human casualties. No wonder there isn't a single animal here. When Yi realized, the young man smiled bitterly, saying, "They've all been confiscated, so of course there are none left." No one opposed this? Li Shaoqing asked emotionlessly. He had personally experienced how much those uncivilized pet owners valued their pets, and how protective they were. Oh, there are quite a few. But what good does it do to oppose? When the enforcement team says they can eat people, pet owners immediately send their pets away. He continued, with a hint of guilt, a bit of unease, and some indifference. No matter how deep the feelings are, they can't outweigh the threat to one's life posed by pets. Humans have always been hypocritical and indifferent animals. When their lives aren't threatened, they can overflow with kindness. But once their safety is at risk, they become cold and heartless. Just like those who treated their pets as sons and daughters earlier. Lu Yuxiu curiously asked, "What do those animals eat when they're locked up?" You don't have to worry about that. When pets are confiscated, their owners submit pet food, snacks, and toys along with them. Okay, we understand. Thank you for the reminder. Goodbye. After leaving the pet hospital, Xia Chu sighed. The starting point is good, but unfortunately, the method is wrong. What do you mean? Lu Yuxiu asked her, while Wen Yi and the others looked at her intently, clearly wanting to know. Zombie beasts and can evolve and upgrade through human flesh and blood or the flesh and blood of their kind. Thousands of animals locked together can indeed reduce human casualties in the early stages. But this essentially provides a lavish feast for the animals. Those zombie beasts, and that survive the brutal and bloody battles among such a large number will, once they escape, bring even more bloody cruelty and powerful lethality to humans. Then we should deal with it in advance, Gu Sheng said coldly. That's a good idea, but unfortunately, the situation doesn't allow it. Let's not even talk about whether we can spare manpower to solve this problem. Even if we could right now, how many people would have the heart to eliminate all the animals that are still in a normal state? By the time the apocalypse arrives, being merciful won't matter anymore, because those in zombie beasts will have become extremely difficult to deal with, unless we deploy heavy weapons. But doing so would disrupt the balance. One must know that existence is reasonable. Moreover, no authority figure would dare to waste resources like that. After all, in the current situation following the apocalypse, all resources are consumed little by little, and production can't keep up with consumption. She said this. The men didn't feel much about her earlier words, but when they heard the last sentence, their expressions twisted slightly, and Lu Yuxiu pinched her face, saying, "You seem quite happy?" Xia Chu wanted to say something, but felt it unnecessary upon reflection. It was undeniable that even though she lived with clarity, her education had taught her what to do and what not to do, and her past experiences had darkened her psyche. She was actually quite curious to see how people looked when they collapsed in despair, whether they were as hideous and loathsome as she had been back then. She had the courage to accept her darker side and didn't feel ashamed of it. After all, no one in this world could guarantee that they didn't have a dark side. But she feared that Lu Yuxiu wouldn't be able to accept it and didn't want to ruin the image she had in his heart. Concealing the darkness deep within her eyes, she smiled and said, "I'm not exactly happy. I'm just giving you all a heads up to prepare yourselves mentally, so you won't end up crying in grievance when you find yourselves without food or clothing later." Her ability to hide her emotions was quite impressive. Anyone else in front of her wouldn't be able to detect her emotional shift. However, the few people in front of her had military careers ranging from 5 to 10 years and had undergone special training. Their control over emotions had reached its peak, making them exceptional at it. At the same time, they were extremely sensitive to the emotions of outsiders. Her little skills in hiding emotions were truly insufficient in front of them. Wen Yi and the others couldn't help but feel a bit worried, but said nothing. Instead, they exchanged glances with Lu Yuxiu, signaling him to find an opportunity to ask or comfort her. When he slightly nodded to indicate he understood, they felt relieved. Lu Yuxiu was indeed quite worried about Xia Chu's emotional change just now, but he didn't plan to ask. It wasn't that he didn't want to know. Rather, some pains, apart from the person involved, others simply couldn't fully comprehend. Digging deeper might only bring about secondary or even tertiary harm, which couldn't be soothed by mere words of comfort or a few hugs. In front of him, Xia Chu had never concealed her situation. The hardships she had borne alone over the years were something he couldn't participate in. But in the days to come, he would give his all to protect and love her. That was the only thing he could do. So, there was no need to ask. It wasn't necessary. "Your eyes are red. How about you sleep for a while?" After fastening her seatbelt, Lu Yuxiu pressed his forehead against hers and gazed into her light brown eyes, speaking gently. "No, there's not much road left to the thorns. I should just get some solid sleep." Xia Chu rejected his suggestion, as the feeling of being woken up after just a few minutes of sleep was truly unpleasant. She would rather not sleep at all than to sleep for just a few minutes. "All right." Lu Yuxiu left a gentle kiss on the corner of her mouth, then got out to fasten his own seatbelt and started the car. The base where the 8th Army was stationed was far from the bustling main urban areas, located in a less prosperous outskirts of the J district with few residential buildings. Although it wasn't completely deserted, it always seemed quiet and spacious. At 11:10, 4 cars entered the 8th Army base, roaring towards the area where the Thorn Brigade was located. At the gate of the Thorns, Li Tao, Qin Mo's Hui, and others, who had received the news in advance, were waiting at the entrance. When they saw several people emerging from the cars one after another, faint smiles appeared on their previously gloomy faces. They had fulfilled their mission without fail. The 7 of them raised their hands in salute, and Xia Chu looked on and saluted as well. The reason for the smooth resolution of the matter likely lay with this girl, Xia Chu. After all, she was the one who had predicted global disasters, so it wasn't surprising that she had some unknown abilities. The process didn't matter. What was important was the result. They just needed to know that the outcome was good. Seeing the 8 of them looking fatigued and their clothes filthy, with remnants of blood, Li Tao asked with concern, "Weren't you supposed to help? How did you end up covered in blood?" The injuries were too severe. One car was completely crushed. "We had to dismantle the car to get the people out," Lu Yuxiu explained briefly, then rubbed his stomach and said, "I'm hungry. Can we eat first?" Qin Mozhui waved his hand. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat something special." "Old Qin, you're really generous today." Wen Yi immediately chimed in. "What a man." Qin Mozhui shot him a helpless glare and said, "Oh, if I don't treat you, I'm not a man." No one responded, but their faces clearly showed expressions of yes. "If you don't treat us, you're not a man," which left Qin Mozhui speechless while Li Tao and the others laughed heartily. The group turned to head towards the cafeteria, and Xia Chu quickly said, "The little cubs are still in the car." "All right." The 3 little cubs had been in the same car as Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu. If Xia Chu hadn't reminded them, they might have forgotten about the little cubs. "We take care of our own cubs." Wen Yi, Xiao Lingtian, and Lu Yuxiu hurriedly ran to the front of the car to pick up the cubs. Li Tao and the others, half curious and half puzzled, asked what little cubs. As they spoke halfway, they saw the 3 people carrying out furry creatures from a car, and they were stunned. Qin Mozhui, shaking his cheek flesh, asked, "Is this the little cubs you were talking about?" A tiger, a bear, and a monkey. These were indeed little cubs. But they were furry creatures, and they were protected by the National Jia. Where did these little rascals get them from? They weren't stolen from a zoo, were they? The group, experienced as they were, was indeed shocked for a few seconds at first. Once they regained their composure, they saw the 3 furry creatures nestled in the arms of the 3 men, looking very obedient. The pure white little tiger even raised its thick paw and waved at them, which drew them closer in curiosity. Having lived for so many years, they had never been this close to a tiger. Li Tao curiously touched the little tiger's paw, remarking how soft and thick the paw pads felt. "Animals are under unified management, you know. We've heard about it, but we don't plan to send them away," Lu Yuxiu said lightly. "It's also impossible for anyone to take them away." Chen Dong chimed in. "Your plans are useless. It's mandatory. Can the thorns not protect these 3 furry creatures?" Li Shaoqing scoffed lightly. "General, were they forcibly taken away? They're our comrades, just like you. They're not ordinary animals." Qin Mozhui widened his eyes and said, "Even if they really turn into beasts, we can handle it. Our military dogs are not under the jurisdiction of the law enforcement team. Whether they live or die is up to us. If anyone dares to forcibly take them, they will definitely come in bold and leave in shame. Then that's settled. These 3 are not ordinary animals." Lu Yuxiu patted the little tiger's head, provoking a paw swipe from it. "Is it impossible to live without touching its head? Tigers are really annoying." Seeing the little tiger's annoyed expression, Xia Chu stepped forward and picked it up. As soon as it was in Xia Chu's arms, the little tiger's mood instantly calmed down. But at the same time, it attracted the attention of Li Tao and the others again. The 3 looked at the obedient little tiger in Xia Chu's arms and then at Lu Yuxiu and the others. After a moment of silence, Li Tao asked, half expectantly and half anxiously, "Is it the meaning we understand?" The few of them nodded without hesitation. Li Tao and the others were taken aback. "How can you be so sure? This is a huge matter. If they could distinguish which animals would turn into mutant beasts and which would turn into monstrous beasts, the law enforcement team could be freed up to do other things instead of wasting time and energy searching for animals and negotiating with pet owners like they were now." Lu Yuxiu and the others knew the answer because of the spring water, but this answer couldn't be revealed, at least not before the 30th. So, the 7 could only remain silent. "You all can speak up." Seeing that a few people were pretending to be silent, thinking silence is golden, Qin Mozhui became anxious. He raised his hand and was ready to give Jiang Hai, who was closest to him, a slap. In early summer, She quickly stopped them and said, "Don't make things difficult for them. The reason lies with me. I can feel it." "Can you feel everything?" Li Tao turned around suddenly, his gaze burning as he looked at her. Qin Mosh and the other's eyes were no less intense. In early summer, she twitched her lips and said in confusion, "I don't know, but I can feel these three." In fact, it was clear that animals filled with spring water, even if they couldn't mutate, wouldn't turn into beasts. Instead, they would remain the same and continue to be ordinary animals. But she couldn't say that. If she did, she wouldn't be able to extricate herself. Li Tao and the others exchanged a glance at the sound, and then looked at Xia Chu in unison. Before Xia Chu could do anything, Lu Yuxiu turned to shield her with his body. He seriously told Li Tao and the others not to have any ideas about his wife. What kind of talk is that? It sounded as if they had ulterior motives. Li Tao shot him a glare, but seeing his determined expression, the others, including Wen Yi, also looked disapproving. They felt both angry and amused. This group of rascals really made him want to give them a good beating. They weren't thinking of anything like that. They just wanted her to help them check on the generals. He calmly explained, "You wouldn't want to see the generals turn into feral beasts, would you?" Mentioning the generals, the group fell silent. The active-duty military dogs of the Thorns were not simple. Saying they had outstanding military achievements wouldn't be an exaggeration. As partners who had executed multiple missions with them, they hoped more than anyone that the generals were doing well. How about letting Xia Chu take a look? With that thought, they turned to Xia Chu. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu never intended to refuse, mainly because she was reluctant. Chapter 110, The General. A military dog that has undergone strict training and carried out many dangerous missions. In public, they contribute to the country and the people. In private, their obedience is much stronger than that of the exotic beasts outside, and the key is that they understand cooperation. If this group of military dogs can be preserved, it would only benefit both Jingji and their strength, with no drawbacks. Thus, she readily nodded, "Okay. Good. Li Tao's face revealed a joyful smile. Just as he was about to say they should go see them now, he remembered they hadn't eaten yet and looked quite tired. So he said, "Let's go eat first, then take a nap. We'll talk about everything after we get some good rest." After they had eaten well and rested for a night, Xia Chu took the three little cubs to the military dog training base. As for Lu Yuxiu and the others, after a few hours of rest to alleviate their fatigue, they began to busy themselves with their comrades for the final countdown. On September 30th, the last day of the countdown to the apocalypse, almost everyone in Jingji, except for those on guard duty, was mobilized. The place was empty, and the only area that was somewhat lively was the military dog training base. Originally, these military dogs should have gone out with their partners. However, because of Xia Chu, they were all kept back. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu didn't know where the military dogs were, but it didn't matter as the squad leader from the dog training team came to pick her up. To facilitate her movement, after she entered the training base, the squad leader gathered all the military dogs. Then, looking at Xia Chu with worry, he said, "Sister-in-law, how about we leave a few people to accompany you? With someone accompanying her, how could she move freely? This wouldn't do, absolutely not. No need." Rejecting the squad leader's suggestion, Xia Chu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can tame even tigers. Military dogs are nothing. Trust me, it will be fine. You just need to tell me where to feed and water them." The squad leader, along with several dog trainers, twitched the corners of their mouths as they glanced at the neatly sitting military dogs arranged in 4 rows at her feet. They were indeed well trained, but these were puppies. There was a big difference between puppies and adult dogs. It's not just talk. Even among military dogs, the combat effectiveness of the weakest, the blade, could take on 3 of these little pups. Leaving Xia Chu alone with 3 puppies to be in the presence of a group of military dogs made them truly uneasy. But there was nothing they could do. They had received orders. Seeing her resolute expression, the squad leader could only lead her around the entire training area. He told her where to feed, water, where to play, where to rest, and where to train. After confirming that she remembered everything, the squad leader brought over the lead military dog, General, and let it sniff Xia Chu's scent. Then he instructed it to take good care of her and keep an eye on the other military dogs to prevent them from causing trouble. Then, like a salute in camouflage, he said, "Sister-in-law, we are leaving." Okay. On the way there, the squad leader informed her about the general. The general was a black-backed dog that had served for more than 3 years, strong, intelligent, and obedient. The only downside was its aloof personality, always looking at others with an expression that seemed to say, "You foolish mortals, dogs, don't come near me." It was not very approachable. Chapter 111. Despair. Xia Chu also noticed that among the 32 military dogs, 31 of them brightened up when they saw her. Only the lead dog, the general, remained unmoved. However, to her surprise, the moment the general saw her hand, it happily raised its left paw and came over, barking, "Woof." Its eyes sparkled as it wagged its tail and barked at her. This was the first time Xia Chu heard the general's bark, which was quite different from its serious and majestic appearance. How should she put it? It sounded somewhat delicate, with a high sugar content. As soon as the general barked, the other military dogs began to bark along as well. Not to mention the little tiger and the others, since even if they were quiet, they couldn't stay quiet for long. It was already quite obedient that they managed to hold back their barks until now and joined the general in barking. In early summer, Zhang opened her mouth, and you all, looking at the instantly chaotic fluffy ones, she closed her mouth in despair. At this moment, Mu Qingyan was also very desperate. For the past few days, she and her parents had been driving around Jiangjiang City and the surrounding areas to stock up on supplies. At first, it went quite smoothly, even though Guojia announced that the apocalypse would come on October 1st. Those uneducated, rural farmers who had been planting for years and whose thoughts weren't very open were willing to sell some of their unthreshed rice for money. With enough money, they managed to stock up on a large amount of grain, most of which came from their hometown. Then the problem arose. When they were ready to take the grain they purchased from the villagers, how could this be allowed? They had already paid. Moreover, even if she hadn't personally experienced the apocalypse, she had read enough apocalypse novels. What is most important in the apocalypse? Strength and supplies. They had strength. The bodyguard team they hired was not just for show. They also had supplies. If they added this batch of 5 or 6 tons of grain, it would be even more. No matter what, they had to take this grain away. The result of not reaching an agreement was that both sides started to fight. Just as they were in the heat of battle, blood splattering, the sound of cars came from behind. Turning around, oh my, more than 10 military trucks filled with soldiers appeared. With the fight going on like this, those soldiers definitely couldn't just stand by. One by one, soldiers armed with guns appeared. Who would dare to continue fighting now? Both sides cooled down, feeling wronged and wanting to seek justice from the soldiers. She thought that with the soldiers present, they would be able to take this batch of grain away smoothly. Who would have thought that the soldiers were there with orders to take over Taiyuan village? The grain they purchased at high prices also fell under the scope of the takeover. Not only that, but because of their behavior of buying grain at exorbitant prices, they were also equated with profiting from the national disaster. The higher-ups wanted to punish them for their actions. The penalty was not anything else, but half of the supplies they had purchased at high prices in the past few days. Well, Guojia didn't take advantage of them. Whatever they spent on that half of the supplies, Guojia would give them the same amount of money. But what good is money once the apocalypse arrives? No matter how much money you have, it will become waste paper, too hard even to wipe your butt. The high-price purchasing of supplies wasn't just something they were doing. Anyone with a bit of money was doing the same. Why should they be punished? She was very unconvinced and argued with the soldiers. The reason she gave seemed reasonable to her, but the soldiers countered with, yes, many people are doing this, but they are all doing it secretly, like thieves in the dark. No one is as blatant as you, with no idea how to cover up. If not you, then who would be caught? After hearing the soldiers' words, Mu Qingyan understood. At this time, people in various departments and units were busy and confused. Managing the obvious matters was an extremely difficult task. As for the behind-the-scenes stuff, they truly couldn't spare the effort to manage or care. But just because they couldn't manage it didn't mean they wouldn't. If they ran into trouble, they wouldn't show mercy. And they, being so flamboyant and clueless about covering up, crashed right into them. Being caught this time was really not unjust. Rather than saying the higher-ups wanted to punish them, it was more accurate to say they were being used as an example to warn others. By punishing them, it was like telling everyone to be cautious. Not to think that just because the apocalypse is coming, the higher-ups won't have time to deal with people. Understanding this, Mu Qingyan felt desperate and powerless. On the way to take the fine with the soldiers, she looked at her father, who was driving with a downcast face. and, for some reason, the fire in her heart grew stronger. It burned her eyes and made her confused as she started to scold her father. I warned you long ago to be discreet, to keep a low profile, and not to act like a nouveau riche flaunting your money. But you didn't listen. You came in such a high-profile manner, and still said the higher-ups wouldn't have time to manage us. What is the reality? The reality proves that they have been watching us all along. Now look, half of the supplies are gone, and all the hard work we put in these days, waking up early and sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a day, has all been in vain. Are you happy? Are you proud? What do you have besides that belly at your age? I really don't understand how someone with your intelligence managed to get rich. It's not because of illegal activities, is it? Shut up. Mu Qingyin's mood was bad, and her parents were not in a good mood either. Anyone would feel heartbroken if the supplies they painstakingly collected were suddenly taken away, and they didn't even have the right to refuse. But feeling heartbroken was useless. It was their failure, and it was only natural for the higher-ups to keep an eye on them. So, even if they felt aggrieved and angry in their hearts, they could only hold it in. While they felt extremely uncomfortable and wanted to vomit blood, their daughter suddenly spoke up with a gloomy face. But what she said was not good. Instead, she was scolding him. With just this one daughter, the couple didn't have any thoughts of favoring sons over daughters. They spoiled her when their family was struggling, and now that they were better off, they spoiled her even more. Although they didn't reach the point of giving her everything, they were not far from it. When she was young, it didn't seem like much, but as the child grew up day by day, they realized something was wrong. This kid seemed to have been spoiled by them. Vanity, selfishness, spending money lavishly, and her personality was also strong. But what could they do? The couple was older and not suitable for having more children. Also, due to the difficulties during childbirth when their wife had their daughter, they could only have more children if he found another woman to have them. He wasn't a good person, and his history of getting rich was indeed not very glorious. But he dared to swear that over the years, he had never done anything to let down his wife and child. There were no external affairs either. So, when he discovered that his daughter's personality had been spoiled, he didn't think about having another child outside. Instead, he planned to accumulate more assets while he could still move and find a good young man for her to marry and have children. With him watching over her, she wouldn't suffer any bullying. But the apocalypse was coming. Such big news. Even though he had seen the world and had a strong psychological quality, he was still afraid. But fear had to be endured. He was a man, the pillar of this family. If he was scared, what would happen to his wife and child? So, he endured the fear and began to integrate assets and stockpile supplies. It was truly exhausting, but seeing the smiles on his child and wife's faces every time he brought back a batch of supplies made everything worth it. He understood when his child was in a bad mood and angry. If he were in her position at that age, he might not have her level of composure and calmness, and maybe he would have performed even worse. Pretending to be timid in front of outsiders and venting anger freely in front of family is a common flaw of many people. He was willing to tolerate this flaw in his child, but some words shouldn't be said. Saying them could hurt feelings and easily lead to trouble. Through the rearview mirror, Mu Dad glanced at the frightened Mu Qingyin and, with a weary expression, said, "Shufan, keep an eye on her and don't let her talk nonsense." Mu Qingyin replied, "I know, you drive with peace of mind." Mu Mom glanced at Mu Qingyin, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and a fleeting chill flashed in her eyes. "My daughter, you're not a child anymore. You should know what to say and what not to say. Your mom has definitely taught you, right?" Mu Qingyin had absorbed all the memories of this body and knew that Mu's couple truly doted on the original owner. They had never spoken harshly to her, let alone yelled at her. During the few days she had been here, aside from their initial disbelief in her apocalyptic predictions and confining her at home, they had treated her very well. However, the time they spent together was too short, and she had a happy family in her original world, with a deep emotional bond with her parents. Even though she inherited the original owner's memories, her feelings for the original owner's parents were not particularly deep. Thus, when her emotions got out of control, she couldn't hold back her temper and spoke without thinking. This wasn't her first time losing control. Knowing the original owner's tragic fate genuinely scared her. While feeling anxious every day, she was also running around trying to figure out how to gather more supplies, which was exhausting and draining. The original owner's parents understood her, and when she lost her temper, Not only did they not get angry, but they also comforted her and tried to make her happy. She had thought today would be the same, but unexpectedly, she was yelled at. Moreover, through the rearview mirror, she caught a glimpse of the fleeting coldness in her father's eyes. From this look, she deduced that the original owner's father's past was indeed not clean. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Perhaps the things he had done were more serious than breaking the law, possibly involving a homicide. Images from novels she had read before uncontrollably flooded her mind, leaving her feeling a bit dazed. When Moo Mom spoke, she subconsciously said, "Yes, my mom is the best. She likes telling me stories, using them to teach me." As she spoke, her dazed mind finally cleared, and she instantly lowered her pale face. It was over. She had let something slip without realizing it. She needed to think of a way, quickly. Mu Qingyan was quick-witted. Tears came easily, as parents in this world generally couldn't withstand their children's tears. Her parents were like this, and so were the original owner's parents. As long as she could come up with a reasonable excuse, she wasn't afraid of not getting through this. Chapter 114. Then let's die together, Mom and Dad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just so scared that I lost control of my emotions and said some things a daughter shouldn't say to her dad. She cried pitifully, tears streaming down her pale, delicate face, truly looking like a weeping willow, evoking pity. No matter how hard-hearted one was, seeing her like this would cause them to feel heartache. However, among those who felt this way, only Moo Dad felt sorry, while Moo Mom felt cold and alarmed. Her daughter, whom she had raised and spoiled for so many years, she knew her temperament and personality very well. To put it bluntly, the moment the child squatted down, she knew whether the child wanted to poop or fart. Most mothers are observant, and Moo Mom noticed that something was off with Mu Qingyan. However, as they spent more time together, she realized that this child had changed a lot. Many of her daily habits, behaviors, favorite foods, clothing styles, and colors had all changed. What truly raised her suspicions was Mu Qingyan's earlier remarks. Her daughter, despite being difficult and having a bad temper, had one good trait. No matter how bad her mood was, she would never speak harshly to them. At most, she would say they were annoying and didn't want to talk to them. But now she had said those things, and if Moo Mom didn't suspect something was wrong at this point, she truly wouldn't deserve to be a mother. Thus, she tentatively said that sentence. Before saying it, she had held onto the hope that she might be overthinking things and deceiving herself. But upon hearing her words, she could no longer deceive herself. This was not her daughter. To be precise, this body belonged to her daughter, but the soul inside was not hers. She had read many novels about rebirth and transmigration, and this situation with her daughter was just like those stories. Moo Mom lowered her eyes to hide the coldness within and gently patted Mu Qingyan, who was crying and trembling against her. "Don't cry anymore. Mom knows everything. Your dad and I won't take it to heart and get angry with you." Occupying her daughter's body while wanting to live well, dream on. She had pampered and loved her daughter for so many years. Why should a wandering soul take over her daughter's body, enjoying everything that originally belonged to her daughter while using her body? Hearing this, Mu Qingyan let out a long sigh of relief and decisively hugged Moo Mom's arm, using the original owner's habitual tone to act cute and confess, "Mom, I knew you were the best. I love you." Sure enough, the parents in this world couldn't bear to see their children cry. She had played her cards right. A radiant smile broke out on Mu Qingyan's face. Seeing this, Moo Mom's lips also curled into a gentle arc, lovingly tucking Mu Qingyan's scattered hair behind her ear. "Mom loves you too." The emphasis on the word "you" was profound. Chapter 115. Deserving a thumping. Unfortunately, Mu Qingyan, the person involved, didn't catch the underlying meaning, nor did Moo Dad. He watched the mother and daughter cuddled together through the rearview mirror, his furrowed brows relaxing and a hint of a smile coloring his eyes. "Only love Mom and not Dad. I love you too, Dad. You're the coolest and the best." The sugary words flowed from Mu Qingyan's mouth, making Moo Dad laugh heartily, while Moo Mom's gaze grew increasingly obscure and dark, though her expression remained tender. Seeing this, Mu Qingyan felt her heart completely relax. Next time, she had to be more careful with her words and make sure not to slip up. June, he had the same thought. He looked at Lu Yuxiu's face, which was dark enough to drip ink, and his fists that were cracking for being clenched so tightly. Feeling guilty and timid, he hid behind Wen Yi. Big brother, calm down. You know I have a loose tongue. I really didn't mean it. If you didn't mean it, then it was intentional. You can say whatever you want about him, but you can't say anything about Xia Chu. He had never even seen Xia Chu's face and only believed the words of that vile woman, Song Jingyi, coming to him and stirring up trouble. This brat must be tired of living, deserving a thumping. Lu Yuxiu clenched his fists and was about to hit him when Gu Sheng grabbed his shoulder to stop him. He pressed down hard on Lu Yuxiu and glared at Junyi. How many times do I have to tell you? Song Jingyi is a poisonous peony. Stay away from her. You know that Xiaoyu can't stand her, yet you still run over to defend her and belittle Xia Chu. Honestly, I wanted to hit you just for those words. Xia Chu is such a wonderful girl, full of love and a broad perspective. Based on the principle of loving all that is related to her, I really have nothing to say about those people because of Xiao Yuer. Regardless of anything else, just looking at character, how can Song Jingyi, who relies on her family background to bully others, is full of princess syndrome and has a malicious mind, compare with Xia Chu? Junyi, that little brat, seems to have his eyes blinded. They all know that Song Jingyi has character issues and have kindly advised him to have less interaction with that woman, as he won't be able to outsmart her with his brain. In the end, he treated their words as if they were just passing breezes and came to speak up for Song Jingyi and gather information without knowing anything. If he weren't a brother for many years and knowing that Junyi is soft-hearted and a bit of a fool being used by that woman, he wouldn't bother to stop Xiao Yuer. Such a clueless and unthinking brat deserves to be beaten up to learn a lesson. Look, not listening to the elders has brought trouble right to his doorstep. Li Shaoqing, covered in dust, walked over and patted Junyi's head. Kid, be more mindful. Don't let someone sell you one day and then help them count the money. That's just hopelessly stupid. You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. Junyi couldn't stand being called stupid. Where is he stupid? He just had a single-mindedness and didn't like to think. Infuriated and with a red face, he shot a glare at Li Shaoqing. You fatso, don't even think about downloading movies from me in the future. The brat dared to threaten him. Li Shaoqing chuckled and turned to call Lu Yuxiu like a dog. Xiao Yuer, go beat him up. Lu Yuxiu gave him a glance with droopy eyelids, turned around, and left. This was another thick-skinned one who couldn't read the room and was too lazy to deal with him. Chapter 116. What if he doesn't come? Get lost. Lu Yuxiu elbowed Li Shaoqing away. Did Xia Chu not call you? Lu Yuxiu touched his pocket, paused for 2 seconds, and realized he had forgotten his phone in the car. Li Shaoqing flicked his wrist and threw the rice bowl down, turning to glare at Lu Yuxiu for a while, before finally squeezing out the words stuck in his throat. You really are quite carefree. Old Chen didn't come out today. He's on guard. When he also clicked his tongue. Quick, call Xia Chu. Don't let her get tricked by Old Chen. The veins on Lu Yuxiu's forehead throbbed, clenching his fists close to exploding. Li Shaoqing quickly dodged, retreating from the danger zone. The rice was already spilled, and he didn't want to suffer any more unwarranted disasters. Junyi picked up the rice bowl from the ground, glanced at the spilled food with some regret, and sighed internally. Such good food wasted like this, truly a waste. After sighing, he brought the rice bowl over to Lu Yuxiu and cheerfully asked, Boss, is my sister-in-law in trouble? Is there a problem? Lu Yuxiu replied with a question, his dark eyes fixed on Junyi, looking as if he would hit him if he dared to nod. No, fearing he might truly anger Lu Yuxiu. Junyi didn't dare to ask further. Shaoling Tian glanced at the busy people under the wall, dusted off his clothes. You should quickly call Xia Chu and ask how things are going on her side. Okay, I'm going now. With that, he quickly turned and left the construction site. Gu Xing shook his head and sighed. Xiao Yuer is so lucky. ISN, to your girlfriend good? Of course, my girlfriend is the best. Gu Xing rolled his eyes. But it doesn't matter if you can't see her. There's nothing to be done. Bai Shuowei has family, and she can't just abandon them to come to you at a time like this. Shaoling Tian said in a reasonable tone. Mosquito, has your Xiao arrived? She is here, already brought her uncle, aunt, and my parents in Area 3. When Lu Yuxiu's call came in, Xia Chu was watching the generals lead 3 little cubs performing a march. To be honest, they walked quite well, the formation was very neat, and their spirits were particularly high, looking mighty and impressive. Of course, this is under the premise of ignoring the 3 short-legged little balls at the back of the team. Especially the little black ball, round and chubby, well-fed, but with short legs, tripped over itself after a few steps, rolling like a ball for a few circles. Then it got up and continued walking, tripping again and rolling like a ball. It was simply a vicious cycle, making Xia Chu laugh until her stomach hurt. The result of laughing too hard was that when she answered the phone, her voice was soft and delicate, with a slight gasp. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yuxiu felt his nose heat up. He restrained his restless feelings, maintaining a handsome face, and said in a husky voice, "Be serious, don't gasp." Early summer. All right, if you don't want to breathe heavily, then don't. She rubbed her face, which had become sore from smiling, and tried to steady her voice to tease. "Miss me?" Lu Yuxiu replied softly. Xia Chu's lips curled into a smile. "I'm getting along well with the generals, so you don't have to worry. But how's it on your side now?" "It's all right. Whether or not we finish, we have to wrap up on time at midnight." Rubbing his dusty and slightly itchy left cheek, Lu Yuxiu thought for a long time, trying to find a more tactful way to say it, but in the end, what came out was still a dry statement. Chu, what if you don't come tomorrow?" Chapter 117, The Coming of the Apocalypse. On the 30th of September in my previous life, it was a sunny day. Now, on the 30th of September, it is a gloomy day with no rays of sunlight visible, just clouds covering the sky. Xia Chu looked up at the sky for a long while before whispering, "Do you hope it comes or not?" "Not coming," Lu Yuxiu replied without even thinking. Better to be a peaceful dog than a person in chaotic times. The end of the world, with its bloody and brutal slaughter, can be said to be even worse than chaotic times. Who would want to accompany death, blood, and killing if they could live a stable life? "I hope it doesn't come either," Xia Chu sighed. She hoped more than anyone that the apocalypse wouldn't arrive and that her experiences in her past life were just a dream. She wished that when she woke up from the dream, she would still be the Xia Chu who was busy with work, racking her brain to earn and save money for a house, rather than the Xia Chu who suffered greatly, witnessed countless deaths, and brushed past death numerous times, living a life worse than a dog. But everything was real. Her rebirth might trigger a butterfly effect. However, an event as significant as the apocalypse wouldn't be completely altered by the minor effects she caused. The timing of the apocalypse might change, either coming earlier or being delayed, but it would definitely come. "Let's wait for the last shoe to drop," she said. "The only thing we can do now is wait." Yes, besides waiting, there's nothing else we can do. They weren't the only ones waiting. The entire population of Dinghua was waiting, and those countries overseas were waiting too. However, the overseas countries were waiting with a mindset of watching a joke. They not only wanted to see Dinghua's misfortune, but also hoped that Dinghua would suffer greatly in this incident, ideally ending up in a state of despair. But they were bound to be disappointed, because at 9:10:05 on October 1st, the apocalypse announced its arrival to all living beings on Blue Star, filled with ominous blood-red light. The apocalypse had come nearly 2 hours earlier than expected. The moment the red light appeared, grayish-white fluff began to fall from the sky. If it weren't for the unusual temperature, one might think it was snowing. Lu Yuxiu, who was beside Xia Chu, was about to ask her if it had come. A buzzing sound suddenly erupted in his mind, forming a powerful electric drill that was drilling desperately. In an instant, his head felt like it was going to explode, and his vision began to darken. Chu, take care of yourself." He barely managed to say one sentence before losing consciousness completely. At the beginning of summer, she quickly caught him, enduring the intense pain in her head, gritting her teeth as she lifted him and placed him on the bed, saying, "I can do it." After that, she lifted his eyelid to take a look. His pupil color was normal, so there was no need to worry about him turning into a zombie. She felt relieved and bent down to kiss his lips. Then she turned around to pick up the little tiger that had collapsed on the ground, unable to scream, and placed it next to Lu Yuxiu. As she walked toward the door, she took out a thick mask from her space and put it on. Her head hurt a lot, to the point where she wished she could just die. However, since she had experienced pain in her past life, she could endure it. It wasn't to the point of fainting. Pain, once you feel it for a while, you get used to it. You could say the pain receptors have become numb. Chapter 118. Plant mutation. However, she looked truly disheveled at that moment. Her clothes and hair were soaked with cold sweat. Her face looked like it had been washed, with large drops of sweat sliding down her cheeks, absorbed by the thick cotton mask. Thanks to the news released early by Guojia, everyone in Dinghua, who knew the apocalypse was coming today, had tightly closed their doors and windows and stayed at home. other than the faint rustling sound of the fluffy substances falling. It was utterly silent. The fluffy substances were from outer space, containing viruses from beyond. They spread through the air, infecting the soil and water sources. They invaded living organisms without any gaps, damaging cells and causing mutations in all living beings on Blue Star. In her previous life, a versatile expert proficient in biology, medicine, mechanics, electronics, mathematics, and other fields had once said that the phenomena of humans and plants and animals reverting to ancestral traits, gaining special abilities, or turning into zombies were largely due to these viruses from outer space. Whether this was true, Xia Chu was unsure. She had no place to investigate or seek answers. After the apocalypse, transportation and communication were completely severed, causing the entire civilization of humanity to regress to a point where communication relied mostly on shouting. As it was before the founding of the country, transportation hadn't regressed to relying solely on legs, but going out felt like tying one's head to a belt. Just going to base could cost one their life, let alone crossing cities or provinces. In such circumstances, where the news came from and whether the expert who transmitted the information was still alive were things very few people knew. However, Xia Chu's subjective consciousness leaned toward believing what the expert said. Therefore, she prepared to do her best to use spring water to rescue those who had fainted due to unknown audio attacks. As for whether the spring water could prevent them from turning into zombies and instead turn them into superhumans, mutants, or revert to ancestral forms, she had no confidence. She could only say she would do her best and leave the rest to fate. Kicking open the door to one Ye's dormitory, Xia Chu was not surprised to see several people sprawled haphazardly on the ground. She simply approached to check their eyes one by one. Those with changed pupil colors were tied up with ropes from her space, their jaws pinched to pour a cup of spring water into them, and then their mouths were covered with their clothes to prevent them from biting anyone if they turn into zombies. If they encountered a bizarre creature, which would be an evolved type of zombie, covering their mouths wouldn't help. Those without color changes were left in a more comfortable position. There were quite a few thorny people, and there were even more soldiers in the entire 8 army, with a total of about 30 to 40,000. Due to the large area, different branches of the military were distributed in different regions. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu wanted to inspect all the troops in the 8th Army, but she couldn't even manage to cover the thorns, let alone the entire army. After finishing the inspection of one row of dormitories, Xia Chu, drenched in sweat and looking like a drowned rat, walked towards the next row of dormitories. Just after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly stopped. After 2 seconds of silence, she slowly closed her eyes, focused her mind, and listened attentively to the faint sounds coming from all directions. Thirsty, so thirsty. Hot, so hot. I am a seed. Hey ho. Hey ho, a little seed. Oh dear, I broke out of my shell, sprouted, and grew 2 little tender leaves green and beautiful. Oh, so lovely. Countless tender little voices giggled in her ears, singing cheerful songs. Xia Chu slowly opened her eyes, and her gaze swept around. The flowers, plants, and trees in the flower bed, the wild grass suddenly sprouting from the tightly packed muddy ground on the training field, and the tiny plants resembling bean sprouts joyfully swaying with 2 tender leaves under the surrounding wall. All moved as if stirred by an unseen wind, making the branches and leaves rustle. A sense of joy spread through the air. The apocalypse had arrived nearly 2 hours early. The plants that were supposed to begin their evolutionary journey a week later had mutated ahead of time. Surely, the mutations in animals were the same. The butterfly effect she triggered was truly messed up. These strange plants. Should she dig them up or not? Xia Chu looked seriously at those strange plants, lost in thought. Perhaps sensing the malicious intent in her gaze, the plants immediately stopped swaying, pretending to be normal plants. However, their outward changes could not be concealed simply by remaining still. Looking at the willow tree covered in blossoms, Xia Chu pinched her brow and twitched the corner of her mouth, muttering, "Willow brother, sister, those flowers all over your branches have already exposed you. Stop pretending." The willow tree's branches stiffened, asking a nearby evergreen, "I think I just heard that human talking to me. Is it an illusion? Oh no, it's bad." Getting older makes it easy to have illusions. JPG, a tree person with a head full of green hair, covered its face, looking sad. Early summer. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is this? Why are meme images popping up in my mind? Xia Chu widened her eyes, staring at the willow tree with a mix of vigilance and confusion. I think I heard it too. The voice of the evergreens sounded like that of a delicate little girl, and there was a hint of bewilderment in her tone. So scary. JPG, another expression of a little girl with a round, bun-like face and green hair, trembling all over like a sieve, appeared in her mind. We heard it too. Chattering voices came from all directions. These voices, whether childish, steady, charming, sweet, or deep, along with various expression packs, drilled into Xia Chu's ears and mind without any gaps. Well, in her previous life, she was a water-type ability user, but in this life, she couldn't even figure out what kind of ability she had. If it were a psychic ability, that wouldn't be right. Psychic abilities are divided into two categories. One is the auxiliary type, commonly known among ability users as the human radar. Those of lower levels have limited detection range and distance. Higher level ones can spread their mental tendrils to cover an entire city. However, as far as she knew from her previous life, there was only one auxiliary psychic of that level in the Qinglong base. The second type is the offensive psychic, which is a deadly weapon that can kill without a trace. But correspondingly, there are not many restrictions, whether auxiliary or offensive. They are both fragile and only suitable for long-range combat, not close combat. The most crucial point is that she had never heard of any psychic ability that could communicate with mutant plants and also produce expression packs in her mind. Therefore, it was evident that her awakening was not psychic. It wasn't wood type either. Like psychic abilities, it is also divided into auxiliary and offensive categories. Auxiliary wood type abilities are like farmers, relying on the wood energy within them to promote plant growth, but unable to control plants. Offensive wood types can manipulate plants to fight and can also tame plants as pets, but they cannot promote plant growth. To make their plant pets thrive, they either have to borrow the ability of auxiliary wood types to stimulate growth or desperately feed them wood-type crystal cores. Likewise, there is no wood type that can understand the thoughts of plants and produce expression packs. So the question arises, what exactly does her current situation count as? Chapter 120. The dung beetle encounters the honey badger. Is it an ability or something else? But seriously, which ability has expression packs? This is just too much to handle. Listening to the chattering voices coming from all directions and the expression packs crowding her mind, Xia Chu helplessly lowered her head and covered her face. This action, combined with her gloomy and dejected aura, made Lu Yuxiu, who had rushed over in a panic to find her, feel an instant sense of urgency, causing his eyes to redden. Why does Chu Chu look so sad and abandoned by the whole world? Chu Chu, you. He quickly ran over, opened his arms, and hugged her into his embrace, changing his words at the last moment. Don't be afraid, don't be sad, don't cry, just nestle in. He gently patted her back, his thin lips brushing against the top of her head. His aura was soft, but within his enchanting peach blossom eyes, a bloodthirsty storm was slowly gathering, and his elegantly firm jawline tightened into a sharp and cold arc. The mutant plants were frightened, stiffening their branches and watching him warily. Scary. Like a dung beetle encountering a honey badger, trembling. JPG, a dung beetle with a pink bow on one horn, looking terrified while holding a lump of dung, appeared out of nowhere, flapping its wings to avoid the honey pot. Early summer. What a ridiculous metaphor. How did her little ewer connect with the African honey badger? But it's so funny, how can it be? She really laughed, leaving Lu Yuxiu bewildered. Lowering his head, he lifted her chin with his large hand and looked at her crescent-shaped eyes full of confusion, asking, "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at you looking like a honey badger." Lu Yuxiu had a speechless expression, and upon seeing this, Xia Chu laughed even harder. She pointed at the willow trees and said, "It's not me saying it, it's him saying it." "What do you mean?" "I'm not sure." Xia Chu was extremely frustrated. She could indeed understand the thoughts of the mutated plants, and they could understand her words, but that didn't mean they could communicate. It should be noted that the premise of communication is that both parties are willing. She was definitely willing, but whether the mutated plants were willing was hard to say. From her current observations, this batch of mutated plants wasn't very brave. just like the newly mutated animals and plants in her previous life. Due to their fear of humans, animals and plants initially kept their distance from humans. Even when they grew larger, they weren't really afraid of fire or being cut, but they would still hide upon seeing humans, pretending to be ordinary plants. It wasn't until later that those mutated animals and plants realized they had become powerful and no longer needed to fear humans. Instead, it was humans who feared their branches whipping, their sharp thorns piercing bodies, their sharp teeth biting throats, their claws breaking and tearing bodies, leading to a transition from initial peaceful coexistence to bloody slaughter. Seeing Lu Yuxiu's confused expression, Xia Chu explained her situation. Lu Yuxiu's expression became strange, looking like he wanted to laugh but was afraid she would get angry, holding back his laughter until his face turned red. He finally said with a reluctant smile under a threatening gaze, "It's pretty good. Your ability is really quite good." At the beginning of summer, she lamented and asked him, "What's so good about it?" What she wanted was not an emoji, but combat abilities like lightning, fire, gold, or ice. At the very least, she would settle for support or strength types. What use is an emoji? She couldn't just throw an emoji at the enemy during a battle, could she? In Chapter 121, thank you for your grace. As soon as this thought emerged in her mind, I've grown tired of this kingdom. I gift it to my beloved minister JPG, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was slapped right on a Lu Yuxiu's face. The owner of the emoji was a chubby panda with a peony on its head, blushing cheeks, dressed in a yellow robe, and wearing a crown. Its beady eyes looked at Lu Yuxiu with a mischievous and defiant gaze, as if it was fluttering with spring feelings yet dared not meet the eyes of its beloved. Lu Yuxiu, Minister, Lu Yuxiu shouted, and in the midst of Xia Chu's bewildered gaze, he clapped his hands together, bent his legs, and knelt down straight on the ground, loudly reciting, "Thank you for your grace." In early summer, a few minutes late, when Yi and the others woke up to see Lu Yuxiu, who had a 360-degree perspective of the surroundings. Suddenly, with a bang, seeing the dog-like temper of Lu Yuxiu, who usually didn't care about anyone, kneeling in front of Xia Chu as if possessed and mumbling incoherently, when Yi and the others were stunned, dropping their weapons. Little Yuer. Is he really possessed? This is bad. She made her little Yuer embarrassed. Not possessed, but attacked. She quickly explained and then squatted down to pinch Lu Yuxiu hard. The pain brought him back to his senses, and Lu Yuxiu let out a sound. Looking up at Xia Chu with a confused expression, "Wife, what are you doing pinching me?" His voice was filled with grievance. "If you don't wake up, hurry and get up." Xia Chu smiled as she pulled his hand to help him up, only to realize that Lu Yuxiu was kneeling on the ground in shock. How'd he end up on the floor? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he recalled what had happened and looked at Xia Chu with a complicated expression. "Wife, I thought you could only receive emoji, but I didn't expect you could also send them. Sending them is one thing, but the emoji actually has an attack power." When Yi and the others came running over, just in time, they heard Lu Yuxiu's words, and the sweet and naive June immediately asked curiously, "What emoji?" He continued, "By the way, why are you kneeling on the ground? The kind where you're completely prostrated." When Yi and the others also looked at Lu Yuxiu with intense curiosity, clearly wanting to know, Lu Yuxiu remained silent, and so did Xia Chu, seeing the two of them with similar silent and twisted expressions. When Yi and the others quietly took a few steps back, the expressions and aura of these two were off, and they didn't dare to be curious or ask anymore, fearing they might get hit. Just when Yi and the others were about to give up on finding out, Lu Yuxiu's voice suddenly broke the silence. The few of them quickly raised their eyes to look at him, their eyes shining like little stars. Their faces were filled with expressions of "So, what happened next? Hurry up and tell us." Looking at them, Lu Yuxiu chuckled and said, "What is there to say? If you want to know, you might as well experience it yourself." He turned to the embarrassed Xia Chu and said, "Chu, send them a few emojis." In the early summer, with an O sound, I turned my head and, under the curious gazes of a few people, smiled and threw over an oversized meme that could cover them all. "Look at you, a bunch of clueless pups." JPG, a husky with slanted eyes, mockingly waved its paw at a cartoon character dressed in camouflage that it had pinned beneath itself. Chapter 121. I Call You Ancestor. Silent. Very silent. But not 2 seconds later, The expressionless Wen Yi and the others, covered in the meme, suddenly changed their expressions. They became particularly exuberant, particularly dreamy. Their eyes shining abnormally bright. Come on, enjoy life. After all, we have plenty of time. A ghostly, ethereal song began to play, like a kitten's soft paws brushing against the heartstrings, sending an electric sensation coursing through the body as the blood started to boil at an unbelievable speed. A single line of lyrics stirred emotions and created an atmosphere. Gu Xingque could feel it. Gu Shang's deliberately lowered ending stretched out, not loud. Yet it penetrated into people's ears without any gaps. Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu stood stiffly, dumbfounded, watching Wen Yi and the others dance gracefully to Gu Shang's enchanting singing. The otherworldly beings were all petrified at this scene. Come on, love, there is plenty of foolishness to go around. Gu Shang's deliberately lowered, seductive voice continued, utterly captivating. Damn, I just realized these guys have a talent for being mischievous. Suddenly, Lu Yuxiu, who had been in shock, jumped up like a cat that had stepped on its tail, running over and throwing a punch at each of them. Wake up! All of you wake the hell up. If you don't wake up, you'll embarrass yourselves all the way to the Pacific. He didn't care whether Wen Yi and the others embarrassed themselves. In fact, he hoped they would. But he really didn't want Xia Chu to see some eye-watering scenes. The enchanting singing and alluring dancing came to a halt with Lu Yuxiu's fists and shouts. He turned to look at Wen Yi and the others, noticing their faces were all getting worse and worse, and his mood instantly calmed down. Great. He wasn't the only one who was going to be embarrassed. Had found balance. In early summer, she cupped her face and squeaked like a groundhog, her burning blood completely ignited. She was ecstatic. Although the expression pack seemed a bit strange, it was amazing. It didn't matter if she couldn't be the main attacker in combat. She could be a support attacker. Just think about it. If during a battle, she threw an expression pack at the enemy, the disoriented enemy would be at their mercy, which could be considered winning without a fight. Even those who had undergone special training, like Lu Yuxiu and others with strong mental resilience, fell for it. She didn't believe anyone could escape the attack of an expression pack. Although she still hadn't figured out the principles behind the expression pack, that was fine. She had plenty of time to study it. As for research subjects, there were a few ready-made little white mice right here. Tell me, what did you all just see? She eagerly ran over to ask. After living for so many years, they had never been this embarrassed. They exchanged glances, whether it was Lu Yuxiu, who had fallen for it first, or Wen Yi and the others who fell for it later. They all looked at the sky or the ground, avoiding looking at Xia Chu. Early summer. Tell me what will happen? She was so angry that she was jumping up and down, threatening. If you don't say it, I'll just throw the watch. No, no, no. Several men hurriedly stopped her as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Yuxiu even covered her mouth with his hand. Ancestor. Can I call you Ancestor? Let's discuss it later, okay? Right now, glancing at his watch, he said, it's already 9:30. The unconscious time is only 3 hours. We need to get things done while the person is still unconscious. What do you think? Chapters 1, 2, and 3. Refusal. Xia Chu is not someone who lacks self-control. She was just too excited and momentarily lost control of her emotions. When she heard Lu Yuxiu's words, she immediately nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Yuxiu released her hand, and the now-free Xia Chu quickly said, you must tell me once you're done. Okay. The others nodded in unison, each agreeing more readily than the last. However, in their hearts, they thought, tell you? No way. Once the 3 hours of unconsciousness are over, they'll be too busy to care about her. The area occupied by the thorns was not small, and Xia Chu was not familiar with many places, so she stayed behind to take care of the dormitory area. Lu Yuxiu and the other men went to different regions. Before leaving, each of them took 3 rolls of dynamo rope and a large covered water bucket filled with spring water from Xia Chu. There was nothing that could not be solved. In her past life, she had killed numerous zombies and monsters and had never experienced trembling or fear. But that was in her past life. In this life, her persona was that of a normal person who hadn't seen much bloodshed. If she were to tell Lu Yuxiu that she wasn't afraid and could deal with zombies cleanly and efficiently, he would probably suspect that she had a lack of empathy and an antisocial personality. Therefore, to avoid suspicion, she obediently replied, I understand. I'll try not to be scared. Good. I'm leaving, Lu Yuxiu said as he leaned down to peck her on the cheek before quickly leaving with the rope and water bucket. Once his figure disappeared from view, Xia Chu took out the electric saw she had activated from her space. Approaching a willow tree, she looked up at the tree, full of willow flowers, and said, "Brother Willow, may I invite you to enjoy the feeling of being cut open by this electric saw?" After saying that, she glanced around at the flowers, grass, and trees, adding, "And you all can enjoy the warm feeling of being surrounded by raging fire." When she spoke, her tone was very gentle, her expression calm, and her aura as peaceful as water, devoid of any hint of danger. However, the willow tree and the group of exotic plants felt that this human in front of them was like a vessel filled with poison. Although it wasn't deadly upon contact, it was definitely not pleasant. The timid exotic plants were petrified and dared not speak. As the leader, the willow tree also remained stiff, afraid to move. But it was troubled by Xia Chu standing in front of it, holding an electric saw and looking eager to strike. It was so frightened that it didn't dare to play dead. With a 360-degree view, the leaves glanced at the electric saw in her hand and cautiously asked, "See, can I refuse?" It's not easy for plants to awaken their consciousness. It wanted to live well. As the leader of this area, it also wanted the other plants that had awakened their consciousness to live. It didn't want to be cut open by this human holding an electric saw. That feeling. Even without experiencing it personally, it estimated that it wouldn't be pleasant. Refuse? Xia Chu slowly put away the chainsaw. And in the expectant atmosphere of the willow tree and a group of alien plants, she said lightly, "I am a reasonable and kind-hearted person. You can refuse, but the premise is that you must not harm people. If you can do that, I want to use the chainsaw on you, or burn you with fire and dig you up with a shovel to chop you into pieces for compost." Did you understand what I said? The willow tree and the group of alien plants were stunned, rendered completely motionless by Xia Chu's gaze. Such a terrifying threat. How could they not understand? The saying "a wise person knows when to yield" was beyond their comprehension. After all, they were just awakened plants, with the smartest willow tree barely reaching the level of a 7 or 8-year-old elementary school student, while the others were more like toddlers. In this situation, they couldn't be expected to have much culture, but that didn't mean they couldn't read Xia Chu's expressions. Wanting to live and not wanting to be chopped by the chainsaw, burned by fire, or dug up, the alien plants obediently spoke in unison. "We understand whatever you say goes. We will listen to you." The green-haired tree babies, lined up from tall to short, bowed deeply to the cartoon character in front of them with green spikes, a big mouth with shark teeth, and crossed eyes. The sudden emergence of this expression made Xia Chu feel both amused and exasperated. How did she get the idea to threaten such a simple and timid group of alien plants? Also, was this how they saw her? As such an ugly figure? Good. She patted the trunk of the willow tree and said, "As long as you don't harm anyone and stay within this area." At this point, she remembered a question. "Can you now pull out your roots and run around?" It wasn't surprising she asked this. In her previous life, she had seen many alien plants that could run and disguise themselves. Although that ability was typically possessed by high-level alien plants, given the butterfly effect in this world, it was better to ask just in case. Pulling out roots and running around? The willow tree fell silent and tried it, then gave an answer. "I can't pull them out. If I use too much force, the roots will break." It had broken quite a few roots during its attempt. "Then I can rest assured. I don't have to worry about them sneaking out to cause trouble while I'm busy." Slowly curling her lips, Xia Chu said softly, "You all be good, and when I'm done, I'll reward you." Perhaps realizing she wasn't as frightening as they had imagined and was quite reasonable, the alien plant's fear of her lessened significantly. The seedling with only 2 tender leaves in the corner, being blissfully ignorant, boldly said, "Water, that water smells so good. I don't want a reward. I want you to give that water to those humans, okay?" The brave little seedling gave courage to the willow tree and the others, and one by one, they spoke up. That water was a good thing. The moment she took it out, they were tempted by its fragrant smell. It wasn't that the presence of those humans was too terrifying. They had long lost their reason and had knocked over the water bucket with a branch to let the humans fall into the soil for them to absorb. Okay, just a little spring water. I can afford that. But the water wasn't free. If they drank her water, they would have to become her alien plants. With proper nurturing, once they grew strong, it would be a great help for them. If nothing else, they could stay in 8 armies as guardian plants, with them stationed. Any crisis appearing from the sky or underground could be detected at the first moment. This deal was not a loss. It wasn't that difficult to deceive this group of newly awakened, low IQ alien plants. Thus, after receiving a satisfactory answer, Xia Chu swiftly turned and left to continue checking on the situation of the soldiers in the dormitories. Time flew by quickly, and 2.5 hours wasn't long. Just past 12 o'clock, those who had fallen into a coma due to an unknown audio attack began to wake up one after another. The awakened individuals included supernatural beings, mutants, ordinary people, and zombies. Thanks to the information released by Guojia, most of the residents of Dinghua, who had locked themselves in their homes, were basically in separate rooms. For those who couldn't afford that, they had used cabinets, storage boxes, and other items to create isolation zones between themselves and their friends and family. In addition, they had placed weapons like knives nearby, even if family and friends in the same room unfortunately turned into zombies due to the isolation, along with the fact that most initial zombies were not very agile and were stiff and slow. Those lucky enough not to become zombies could, as long as they overcame their psychological barriers and were bold and careful, rely on their own strength to deal with the zombies. However, this hurdle was not easy to overcome. Even if those zombies were grotesque and hideous, with yellow and foul-smelling saliva dripping from their mouths, countless people still clutched their weapons tightly, tears streaming down their faces, unable to strike. This was simply because they were once their loved ones, their friends. Every household had tightly closed doors and windows. Outside was a swirling gray and white dust, while inside was filled with mournful sobbing and wailing. On this day in Dinghua, regardless of one's social class, whether poor or rich, no one was without tears. The atmosphere of grief enveloped all the people of Dinghua. But compared to the sorrow in Dinghua, those overseas were plunged into a hellish despair. While the people of Dinghua tightly closed their doors and locked themselves and their families inside, those in overseas countries continued to live as they had before. In this age of information explosion, it was unrealistic for a country to completely seal off information. Through various channels, the high-ranking officials and citizens of overseas countries learned about Dinghua's announcement of the impending apocalypse. They basically all shared a condescending attitude, looking at Dinghua's misfortune as a joke. Some even ridiculed the news released by Dinghua's high-ranking officials on various social media platforms, mocking the ignorance of Dinghua's citizens. Only a very few, holding a better safe than sorry mentality, purchased a considerable amount of supplies and, on October 1st, put aside all their affairs, refusing to go out and staying home. With most people not believing, it meant that places like companies, subway stations, schools, libraries, hospitals, restaurants, etc. were still crowded. Thus, after 3 hours of unconsciousness, those who gradually woke up, whether they wanted to or not, were dragged into a bloody and cruel inferno of humanity. The sounds of crying, shouting, and screaming merged into a melody that had no beauty but struck at the heart. Some bravely picked up weapons to fight against the ugly zombies. Some, when danger approached, instinctively pushed those around them out as stepping stones for their escape. Some chose to save children in danger without thinking of their own safety. Some hid in corners, tried to call for help on their phones, only to panic when they found no signal, then broke down amidst the bloody slaughter. The arrival of the apocalypse was destined to amplify humanity's emotions and qualities of good and evil, courage and cowardice, perfectly illustrating the myriad forms of life. At 12:20, the dense dust from outer space combined with the water molecules in the air. Due to the increased density, they were absorbed into the soil after falling, and the Earth's atmosphere began to become distinctly clear again. But this did not mean the disaster was over, for the sky suddenly went dark. Chapter 126. Casualties. The clear sky, which had just returned to brightness a mere 2 minutes ago, rapidly descended into impenetrable darkness. The power system had not yet been interrupted, but overseas, those countries that were unprepared fell directly into hell mode. Even if some people in various departments were awake at their workplaces, they were too busy trying to survive to attend to lighting. The Ding Nation was different. Due to prior preparations, those who remained at their posts immediately activated the city lights. At 4 in the afternoon, after swiftly dealing with colleagues who had turned into zombies, various departments and units entered a working state. The moment the gray-white dust appeared, the entire magnetic field of Blue Star changed. Although the 7G and satellite signals had not completely cut off, they were intermittent. Relying on phone calls to report situations or receive orders from above could drive people to despair. Fortunately, this issue had been anticipated. If communication signals failed, provinces and cities could act according to the latest directives transmitted at 8 in the morning, adjusting their actions based on local circumstances. It was futile to forbid this. Those far removed from authority couldn't control it. However, no one dared to overstep, as the national authorities would seek to restore communication signals at the first opportunity. To avoid being held accountable later, one had to behave properly. Thus, all units and departments that received orders before 9 o'clock began to mobilize. The 8th Army. The casualties in the 8th Army were somewhat severe, according to incomplete statistics. The number of those who had turned into zombies or were infected and turned into zombies exceeded 5,000. Such heavy casualties should not have occurred. However, some soldiers could not overcome their psychological barriers and found it difficult to take action against their former comrades. This led to such devastating consequences. Not all infections resulted in zombification. Those who fell into a high fever state and became unconscious were isolated separately. Some even wished to shoot those soldiers who hesitated to act. From a moment the survival guide was distributed to each individual, they had repeatedly emphasized that if former comrades turned into zombies, they must not hesitate. The consequences of hesitation were something they could not afford. Yet, the actual casualties exceeded their expectations. But now that casualties had occurred, no amount of anger or anxiety would change anything. Therefore, regardless of their sadness or regret, all soldiers of the 8th Army gathered their emotions and entered a state of busyness. Military trucks loaded with fully armed soldiers left the base to fulfill their duties. Lu Yuxiu and the others were not among them, as they had more important tasks to attend to. In early summer, Xia Chu was accompanied by Lu Yuxiu, who was both her fiancé and a medic. Due to special circumstances, the Thorn's political department gave her a green light upon learning about Xia Chu's situation. Within 2 hours, their marriage application was approved. They originally planned to go and obtain their marriage certificate, but unfortunately, there were too many things to take care of, and they simply couldn't find the time. Chapter 127, Performing the Meow Meow Fist. In early summer, she traveled with the medics, so she took the same vehicle as the medics. At the beginning of summer, it was very quiet. She sat in the corner with a first aid kit in her arms. Little Tiger sat beside her, restlessly pawing at the car window, its fluffy tail wagging and its ice blue eyes shining brightly. Clearly, it was very excited about this trip. The 3 fluffy creatures and the military dog she had fed spring water had all transformed into strange beasts. It was still unclear how strong their combat abilities were, but they could change size at will. However, the duration of this transformation was short. The general could maintain a larger form for a bit longer, but the 3 fluffy cubs could only hold it for about 10 minutes at most. The little monkey was the weakest, shrinking back into a useless monkey after 3 minutes, which made Wen Yexin feel very sorry. Before they set off, the little bear, little monkey, and the general were taken away by their partners, leaving only little Tiger by her side. In the car they were in, there were 5 medics, including her, 1 driver, and 1 soldier, making a total of 7 people. Medics on the battlefield are protected by international customs and treaties, meaning that no matter how intense the fighting is, combatants cannot attack any medics on either side. But obviously, zombies and strange creatures would not adhere to these customs and treaties. Regarding this mission, Xia Chu, who had been observing Li Tao and their strategic deployment, was very clear about their purpose. They were headed to Longcheng Concord Hospital, the only third-class special hospital in Longcheng. All patients infected with the purple grape virus had been transferred here. The doctors, nurses, and family members caring for those patients began to evacuate the hospital starting at 8 o'clock this morning. However, the premature apocalypse shortened the evacuation time, and many people did not have the chance to escape. Now, Concord Hospital had fallen and had become a hell on earth. All patients infected with the purple grape virus had transformed into ugly, mutated zombies of various forms. thinking of the medical workers who held their posts and sacrificed themselves. Xia Chu sighed. Then, her shoulder was suddenly tapped by someone. Turning around, a female medic sitting next to her offered her a piece of chocolate, saying, "Chocolate relieves stress. Want a piece?" Xia Chu took it and nodded in thanks to the other party. Little Tiger, seeing this, stretched out its paw wanting to eat. This little foodie is interested in anything edible. However, Xia Chu really didn't dare to give it chocolate. It is said that the methylxanthine in chocolate can poison cats. And since tigers are felines, they probably can't escape it either. So, Xia Chu gave it a cucumber instead and said, "You can eat this." Little Tiger hugged her wrist with its small paw. Its round and translucent ice blue eyes blinked gently at her, and it let out a soft, childish call, "Ow woo." It seemed to say, "Not this. I want the one you have hidden in your pocket. It looks tastier." As their eyes met, a new meme popped into mind. Look at me perform a meow meow combo. JPG. The little tiger, with a flag stuck in its back, looked like it was drunk, striking a pose as if it were practicing drunken boxing. Even more astonishingly, there was a huge tiger-shaped phantom behind it. Wow, how amazing you are. You can even do the meow meow boxing. In early summer, Xia Chu smiled as she hugged the little tiger, stroking its fur, and then held one of its paws to lean down and give it a couple of kisses. Then, looking into its bright, expectant eyes, she poked its moist little nose and said, "It's a pity that I can't give you any after the performance. Chocolate will give you a stomach ache at best, and at worst, it could poison you and you'd need an injection." Chapter 128, The Flirtatious Tiger. Ah, the tiger is so pitiful. JPG, tears streaming down its face. It covered its bottom with its small paw, displaying a look of hardship typical of a tiger's life. In early summer, the little one was not only a foodie, but also a little drama queen who knew how to act pitiful. However, she remained unmoved, with a heart of stone. The medical soldier sister, who observed the interaction between the person and the tiger, really liked the little tiger and couldn't help but cautiously ask Xia Chu, "Can I touch it?" She had heard that Team Thorn's Captain Lu's wife brought a fluffy, pure, white tiger cub to the base, which sparked curiosity among countless people wanting to see it. She was one of them. Unfortunately, although they were in the same base, Thorn was in a different area. Moreover, Thorn had special regulations. Non-Thorn personnel were not allowed to visit without special circumstances. Now that she saw it, she realized that this little tiger cub was indeed very beautiful, with the only downside being that it was too thin. If it were a bit fatter, it would definitely make people swoon. "Sure," Xia Chu agreed with a smile. "Feel free to touch it. It's very well behaved and usually won't harm people." Upon hearing this, the sister's eyes curved into crescent moons, and her eye bags and full apple cheeks looked very friendly. She was a beautiful sister with a high level of approachability. She tentatively touched the little white tiger's head, and countless fireworks exploded in her mind. It was fluffy and soft, with a super nice texture. The smell of a shower gel was also pleasant. The refreshing green tangerine scent was just right, neither too strong nor too weak. She wanted to bury her face in it and take a deep breath. That feeling must be wonderful. Her soul might even be uplifted. The sister had great skills in petting cats. The little tiger, which usually became particularly irritable when others touched it, felt comfortable under the sister's touch, closing its eyes and purring contentedly, its tail wagging happily. "It's so cute," the sister said joyfully to Xia Chu, then reluctantly pulled her hand away. The little tiger immediately leaned its head towards her hand and let out a soft meow. "I think I'm in love with you. Do you know that?" JPG. The little tiger stood on its hind legs, covering its face with its front paws, revealing only a pair of watery ice blue eyes. Its expression shy and bashful, like a young girl experiencing a crush. Early summer. Because of her cat petting skills, she confessed using emojis. This is definitely a flirtatious little tiger. Eager to pick up this flirtatious little tiger and spank its bottom, but upon seeing the young lady's smiling face, she chose to give up and asked with a smile, "Do you want to hold it? The little tiger really likes you." "Yes, yes, yes." The young lady happily pinched the little tiger's armpit and gently held it in her arms. The little tiger cheered with a woof, its tail wagging especially joyfully. Little tiger waving a flag. JPG. The little tiger happily waved a flag taken from its back. "Hello everyone, my name is Xia Chu. said Lin Xiao, a boy with a baby face and dimples. Zhang Yinsheng, said the shy, handsome boy. Yang Qing, said the boy with naturally smiling eyes, cheerfully adding, "We know you." The wife of the jade-faced Yama, and the only volunteer willing to go to the front lines for medical services. Chapter 129, Volunteer. The only one. The report for recruiting medical volunteers was posted the night before last in the expanded military family residential area, and surprisingly, no one else signed up except her. Isn't that too tragic? Also, what the heck is the jade-faced Yama? It's such a silly nickname for her little ewer, isn't it? Xia Chu was surprised. The sister who was playing the claw game with Xiao, who first introduced herself as Mo Yuan, and then said, "We actually admire you." Admire me? Xia Chu pointed at herself in astonishment. What have I done that's worth your admiration? You're willing to go to the front lines? Zhang Yinsheng answered with a smile. To be honest, on the first day of the apocalypse, everyone was very anxious, especially after seeing and killing those zombies that could give people nightmares. This sense of panic and fear only deepened. Even though the survival manual said that as long as you protect yourself well and are a bit bold and careful. The danger of the early zombies isn't as great as they thought. They still couldn't control their fear. But fear is useless. Some things still need to be done. If it were possible, they would also want to back down. But there's no way around it. It's their duty. From the day they put on that military uniform, they had to take responsibility for it, even if they were just supporting the soldiers. Is that all? Xia Chu chuckled in disbelief. Don't take it lightly, Mo Yuan said, noticing her nonchalant attitude. The 8th Army has a medical work group, but there aren't too many people, so it's not enough for the task assignments. It became inevitable to recruit volunteers with medical experience from the family area where families were gradually settling in. As you can see, you were the only one who signed up among the families. Maybe it's too scary, Xia Chu said honestly. We're scared too. Mo Yuan turned to look at her seriously. But you can't let fear stop you from even going out, right? The survival guide clearly states that the early stage is the easiest time to accumulate experience and courage against zombies. Once this period passes, the days ahead will only get harder. When that time comes, you can't just rely on others to protect you, can you? But who in this world can always act as a protector? She sighed and continued. Moreover, the casualty rate of the soldiers fighting on the front lines is already high. They are essentially the first line of defense. But on the battlefield, casualties are inevitable. At times like this, we need our medics to step in. This time, Captain Lu and his team brought 300 people to Xia, including the soldiers who went ahead to scout the situation. The total number is estimated to be around 800 or 900. Yet there are only 5 of us medics. Once casualties occur, we simply can't handle it. Medics don't need to fight on the front line. They will always stay in the rear, so there's no need to worry about safety. But those medical workers with experience still refuse to volunteer, even though the benefits provided by the 8th Army are not bad. Even though those people, as husbands and wives, are soldiers, they still prefer to stay at the base rather than fight alongside their husbands or wives. Couples are like birds of a feather. In times of great danger, they fly apart. It's disheartening to see signs of this even before we reach that point. Human nature is inherently complex, and there are many people in this world who can share joy but not suffering. There are also quite a few who can only endure hardship but not enjoy happiness. She had seen plenty of this in her past life and had long since become accustomed to it. It will get better slowly, she said. As you mentioned, the days ahead will become increasingly difficult, those people. Organizing her thoughts in her mind, she patted Mo Yuan's shoulder and said, maybe they'll be fine once they come to terms with it. Let's hope so. Chapter 130. Saving people this time. The Thorn Gang dispatched 300 people, with medical personnel as the protected group in the middle of the convoy. Behind them was the core command vehicle for this mission. The Concord Hospital is located in the central area of Long City and is a top-tier hospital that integrates clinical care, research, prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and teaching. It has a superior geographical location, with a total construction area of over 200,000 square meters. Surrounding it are high-end office buildings, residential areas, and commercial centers. In comparison to other places, the area around Concord is truly devastating. Human and animal body parts are scattered everywhere on the ground, and dark blood stains remain on the glass, building surfaces, and ground. Looking at those corpses and blood, everyone lost the desire to speak, sitting in silence, holding their breath. As they got closer, the increasingly dense sounds of gunfire, explosions, and missiles echoed in their ears. Occasionally, they could also hear the buzzing of helicopters overhead. Ding country is densely populated, and there are always people in places like shopping malls and hospitals throughout the year. The malls are all closed today. Only the hospital remains open, as patients infected with the purple grape virus have all been concentrated here, and some doctors and nurses did not have time to evacuate. This resulted in a particularly high number of evolved zombies in this area. Evolved zombies are fundamentally different from ordinary zombies. While the latter are like low-level monsters that are easy to deal with, the former are akin to challenging mid-level mini-bosses. They are agile and retain some of their human thinking. They can think, and due to their heightened sense of smell and hearing, they follow their desire for fresh flesh and blood to seek out living humans to consume. These evolved zombies, comparable to aliens, possess all sorts of strange abilities. Some are covered in appendages resembling tentacles, while others have limbs that can stretch infinitely like rubber. Some have excellent climbing abilities like geckos. There are also abilities similar to those of superhumans, such as invisibility, fire breathing, and water spitting. Thus, those who, out of curiosity, opened their windows while hiding at home found themselves in unfortunate situations. By the time they arrived in early summer, many of these alien-like evolved zombies had already left the hospital and spread into various residential areas. The teams that had come in advance to clear the area had suffered many injuries while dealing with the roaming evolved zombies and rescuing panicked residents fleeing their homes. The medical resources were abundant, and the medical vehicles were fully equipped. Injured individuals were brought in one after another, and 4 medics with extensive medical experience were kept extremely busy. At the beginning of summer, things weren't much better, but 5 people really weren't enough. She had just finished treating one injured person's wound when someone outside shouted loudly for her, "Doctor, hurry, he's not going to make it." Xia Chu glanced at the heavily corroded injured person and immediately knew, without checking, that this was a victim of a dark-type evolved zombie. She skillfully connected the equipment to the injured person for examination, then proceeded with disinfection and applied bandages. Finally, she opened the unconscious and unresponsive injured person's jaw and poured some spring water mixed with anti-inflammatory medication into his mouth. Generally, unless they were supernatural beings, ordinary people corroded by dark-type, evolved zombies rarely survived. And this one in front of her showed no signs of energy fluctuations, clearly indicating he was an ordinary soldier without awakened powers, not even a mutant. So, saving one was better than none. Anyway, everyone was busy, and no one was paying attention to her. No one knew she had given the spring water. Chapter 131. Little Tiger worked hard. The effect of the spring water was significant. Shortly after it was administered, the injured person's heartbeat and pulse strengthened slightly. Once everything was handled, she stepped out of the medical vehicle and called out to the soldiers protecting them, asking for someone to come over. 2 fully armed soldiers immediately ran over, saluted, and said, "Doctor, please give your orders." She pointed to the injured person wrapped like a mummy and quickly wrote down the case report and medical advice in her casebook. She wasn't a professional doctor and couldn't summarize the injured person's condition in a few words like a professional would. She could only write as detailed as possible. As for the follow-up treatment and medication issues, she was powerless, and that would be the responsibility of the doctors at the main hospital. After finishing, she tore off the case report and handed it to one of the soldiers, reminding him not to forget to give it to the doctor. After saying that, she turned and walked toward another injured person. The medical supplies had run out several times, and Xia Chu was so busy she didn't even notice how many times she had replenished the medical kits. This busyness continued until midnight, and just as more than half of the medical supplies she had brought were exhausted, no more injured persons came in. When Xia Chu and Mo Yuan got out of the medical vehicle, they were stopped by a group of weary soldiers who thanked them for a long time. Given that Xia Chu was too busy to take care of herself, Xiao Hu left her side after they reached their destination and stayed with the soldiers around who were protecting the medical vehicle and medics. The area around Xia had fallen quite severely. Many residents who were originally confined at home escaped the first transformation into zombies due to the evolved zombies, but did not escape the second. Zombies infect at a very fast rate. As long as one is bitten or scratched, they can transform into a zombie at an alarming speed, with very few managing to escape. This means that one evolved zombie can create a large number of zombies. Moreover, not everyone can decisively deal with the zombies in the same room when they wake up. In such circumstances, the number of zombies is indeed not small. As a result, the area around Xia Hospital, which has many residential neighborhoods, has gathered a large number of zombies, significantly complicating the search and rescue efforts. In the area where Xia Chu and the others are located, the smell of humanity is particularly strong, coupled with the bloody scent of the injured. It is like a delicious cake in the eyes of zombies and evolved zombies, tempting them to come this way. Even though the frontline soldiers are steadfastly holding their positions and trying to eliminate the zombies, there are still some that slip through the net and charge and pass the perimeter. The warriors protecting them vow to defend their precious medics to the death, fully prepared to sacrifice themselves. However, they never expected that they wouldn't have time to aim at those fast-moving, running, or slow, stiff-bodied zombies and evolved zombies. Suddenly, a little tiger, which looked like a mascot to them, darted out and grew larger as it ran. Then, with great prowess, it smashed the heads of those zombies with its paws, swatted them away with its tail, or shredded them with its sharp claws comparable to blades. In short, the scene was quite bloody and brutal. Therefore, when Xia Chu came to pick it up, she was forced to hear all about its great achievement from the soldiers, and ended up with a tired, dirty little tiger that was exhausted. You worked hard, little tiger. Chapter 132. Sacrifice after taking the little tiger from a soldier's hands. Xia Chu gently stroked its back, eliciting a soft meow from the little tiger. You're tired. Chu quickly give you a kiss and a hug, and lift you high. The little tiger, with distinct air bangs and its paws on its hips, blushed and loudly made demands. So dirty, I can't eat. Xia Chu pinched its ears with a look of disdain, showing no mercy for the little tiger's fragile heart. The little tiger was surrounded by muscular, tight-pants tigers who were crying loudly. This group of muscular tigers was arranged in a fan shape, rotating, with fist-sized tears splattering in all directions. In early summer, what is Xiao Hu thinking about all day long? How can there be such silly expression packs? She is truly impressed. Not wanting to be poisoned by Xiao Hu's expression packs anymore, Xia Chu took a piece of chicken breast and gave it to him. Good boy. Eat some meat to replenish your energy. With his mouth stuffed, there was no room for his brain to wander, and without wandering thoughts, expression packs wouldn't appear. She felt relieved. Worrying that there would be more injured coming, Xia Chu and the others decided to take turns resting while treating. The three male medics initially wanted Xia Chu and Mo Yuan to rest first, but Xia Chu refused. Little did they know that they would wait until around 2 in the morning. At that time, Xia Chu had just sent off an injured person and was exhausted and sleepy, sitting in a medical vehicle with Xiao Hu in her arms, closing her eyes to rest. Next to her, Mo Yuan was soundly asleep on her shoulder, and due to her sleeping position, drool had soaked that part of Xia Chu's clothing. Familiar footsteps sounded, and Xia Chu, who had fallen into deep sleep, immediately paused and then opened her eyes to look outside the vehicle. She met Lu Yuxiu's gaze, which still held a hint of indifference. He was truly dirty, his clothes smeared with blood and brain matter. However, his face was clean, washed with water, with droplets sliding down his jaw. He wore a beanie that cast a large shadow over his face. Seeing Xia Chu looking over, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Xia Chu smiled and gestured for him to wait a moment. She then picked up Xiao Hu from her lap and placed him aside, carefully moving Mo Yuan, who was sleeping on her shoulder, to a more comfortable position. After arranging her, she mouthed to Lin Xiao and the others, who were smiling, I'll step out for a bit. The three made an okay gesture, and Xia Chu quietly got out of the vehicle. She glanced at the deflated gear bag on him, raising an eyebrow. Have you run out of gear? Yeah. Lu Yuxiu replied, reaching out to hug her, burying his face in her neck. His voice was rarely weak. Chu, Xiao Lu has sacrificed. Xiao Lu's full name was Huawei, Lu Yuxiu's soldier. Xia Chu wasn't very familiar with him, but she had seen him a few times. He was a tall and robust northern man, always talking nonsense and never serious. Xia Chu couldn't say she had a good or bad impression of him. However, when a good person, someone with strong overall abilities, suddenly disappears, it's hard not to feel a bit uncomfortable. How did he sacrifice himself? As soon as the question left her lips, Lu Yuxiu's aura suddenly turned sharp, and her heart sank. She thought to herself that Xiao Lu's sacrifice must have been unusual. Sure enough, as soon as that thought crossed her mind, Lu Yuxiu's cold voice rang out. The person he protected was pushed out to block the evolved zombies. He raised his eyes, his crimson gaze fixed on Xia Chu. Chu, would you push someone who is risking their life to protect you out to face danger when it comes? Chapter 133. Want to cry? Xia Chu held his hand and led him to a nearby wooden bench to sit down. Actually, your question is quite unrefined. Turning to gaze into his eyes, she softly said, but since you asked, I'll give you an answer. No. Lu Yuxiu remained silent, and Xia Chu smiled. Don't you believe me? It's normal not to believe. Chukmoy said that the mountains are dangerous, but human hearts are even more treacherous than mountains. This shows just how perilous human hearts can be. Under normal circumstances, when reason controls emotions and desires, few are willing to do things that harm others without benefit to themselves, exposing their own ugly sides. In abnormal situations, however, it's not necessarily the case. Especially when danger strikes, most people cannot remain calm and rational. When the mind goes blank, instincts take over the body, not reason. The heart may not want to, and one might regret it afterward, but at the moment, actions are taken instinctively. Only a very small number of people can remain consistently calm and rational when danger approaches, and their brains can quickly devise solutions. But such individuals are indeed in the minority. An ordinary resident living in a peaceful era, who has not witnessed much bloodshed, will instinctively seek the protection of the strong when faced with the life-threatening pursuit of evolved zombies. They will also instinctively prioritize their own safety over that of others. Is this selfish? Yes, it is. But it is also the most intuitive manifestation of human nature. Of course, this viewpoint does not represent everyone. However, it cannot be denied that there are quite a few such people. Xiao Lu was unfortunate. He did not die in the battle against evolved zombies, but was killed by the very person he was protecting. This is a matter that evokes both anger and sadness. But whether it is anger or sadness, what can they do? Should they kill that resident to avenge Xiao Lu, to quell the anger and sorrow of misplaced sincerity? Or should they throw that person into a horde of zombies, letting them fend for themselves? Or let them truly experience the despair and pain that Xiao Lu felt at his death? If it were possible, she would be willing to take action in place of Lu Yuxiu, but she cannot. They cannot do anything. She cannot act. Lu Yuxiu cannot act. And the entire Thorn community cannot act either. Even though Xiao Lu was trained by Lu Yuxiu himself, and discipline is in place, all he can do is endure. Then they must wait for the law to provide a result for Xiao Lu's sacrifice, a just judgment. As long as the national machinery is still functioning normally and order has not collapsed, the law has its significance. She said like this. I know. I don't doubt your words. I just. After a long pause, he suddenly sighed, leaned his head on her shoulder, and covered his chest with his hand, saying, Chu, I feel very uncomfortable here. It hurts so much that he wants to cry. His mind is filled with images of Xiao Lu when he was still alive. This is only the first day of the apocalypse, and he has already lost so many brothers. What about in the future? Will he have to lose even more brothers? Xia Chu hugged him and patted him on the back. She understood the heart-wrenching feeling of suddenly losing a brother who could share life and death. She had experienced it countless times herself. Because of her own experiences, she couldn't say any comforting words. She could only pat him again and encourage him to become strong so that he wouldn't lose any more brothers. Only by becoming strong could he have the confidence and ability to do what he wanted and protect the people he cared about. Chapter 134. Cherish well inside Lu Yuxiu. Emotions surged. Yes, only by becoming stronger, strong enough to stand at the peak, could he have the capital to be the one who sets the rules of the game and protect the people and everything he cared about. Leaving Xia Chu's side, he stood up, straightened his clothes, and then reached out a hand to Xia Chu, saying, Let's go. Where to? Xia Chu asked, looking confused. As a medic, her duty was to stay with the medical vehicle. If she left her post without permission, Oli would probably be furious. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Lu Yuxiu returned to his usual calm voice and explained, It's not leaving my post without permission. There are a number of residents injured at the property hall of launching number 1 behind the hospital, and we need someone to check their virus conditions. Upon hearing this, Xia Chu immediately stood up. Is one person enough? Yes. Even if it's not enough, it has to be enough. There are only 5 medics in total, and they can't even take care of their own people. We still need to send someone to check the virus conditions for that group of ingrates. It wasn't her responsibility, and he really didn't want to take Xia Chu with him. But despite his reluctance, Lu Yuxiu still drove away from the temporary station with Xia Chu, who was carrying a medical bag, heading towards launching number 1. Little Tiger was left behind. The little guy was exhausted and had expended too much energy. He wouldn't wake up for a while and needed time to rest, so there was no need to worry about him finding someone. Both of them were tired but couldn't sleep. So Lu Yuxiu focused on driving while Xia Chu organized the medical bag in the passenger seat. The medical bag was camouflage, large and heavy, filled to the brim with medical supplies. The bag had a total of 4 layers. The first and 4th layers contained miscellaneous items, such as elastic head caps for head injuries, tubes for blood collection, medical tape, safety pins, and other supplies. The second layer contained instruments, including scalpels, blood pressure monitors, thermometers, hemostatic forceps, probes, small tweezers, and other surgical equipment. There were also Yenti devices for examining the ears, nose, and throat, and tracheal tubes for hand and nasal ventilation, all neatly arranged. The third layer was filled with medicines, disinfectant wipes and iodine for disinfection, hemostatic bandages, sterile dressings, bandages for wound dressing, triangular bandages for immobilizing injured limbs, and so on. In addition, adrenaline, medical morphine, and saline were also prepared. In her previous life, after Lu Yuxiu and the others had all left, she had saved an old military doctor who had been bullied in a slum. The old doctor was a treasure of a man who was obsessed with medicine. He looked shabby and lived in a makeshift shelter made of branches and leaves. But who would have thought that the old doctor had hidden a batch of medical equipment and medicines? Although most of the medical equipment was broken. She wasn't skilled at first and was very slow, but after practicing for most of the night, her speed had improved significantly. Medical supplies were a crucial strategic resource in the apocalypse and would only become scarcer over time. Fortunately, she had stocked up on plenty of medicines. She believed this medical backpack would accompany her for a long time in the future, and she needed to cherish it well. As the car turned the corner, they were close to launching number 1. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared ahead, among which were several evolved zombies that emanated a dangerous pressure. He had experienced this pressure with the evolved zombies. Damn it, such a large group of zombies along with a few hidden evolved ones. We can't just rush through in the car. The only option now is to fight. Chapter 135. Miscalculation. The zombies were coming. Lu Yuxiu suddenly slammed on the brakes and shouted, "Xia Chu, protect yourself." Lu Yuxiu had initially wanted to leave Xia Chu in the car, but the zombies didn't give him that chance, rushing toward them at high speed in a terrifying swarm. Xia Chu was momentarily taken aback, not yet lifting her head from the medical kit when a huge meme flew out of the car and slapped onto the faces of those zombies. "Enough, you ugly and foolish creatures. Your aunt is here to represent the divine and eliminate you all." JPG, the cartoon Xia Chu, with her high ponytail and holding a spiked whip, opened her mouth, and with a flick of the whip, a fire dragon sword. The zombies suddenly froze as if hit by a paralysis spell, and the hidden few evolved zombies, comparable to aliens, also revealed themselves with loud thuds. Lu Yuxiu, his hand holding the gun, trembled, causing the bullet to stray off course. It was supposed to penetrate the head of the first zombie, but ended up hitting the third one on the left instead. Fortunately, he didn't waste a bullet. Speaking of which, no matter how many times he watched Xia Chu's ability, he still found it ridiculous. There were many ability users in the 8th Army, but none were as bizarre as his Xia Chu. However, this was a good opportunity. His eyes lit up, and he said to Xia Chu, "Let us go. We'll kill them all." "All right." Xia Chu cheered as she opened the car door and jumped out, taking out the death.She from her space and charging towards the frozen zombies with a murderous aura. "If you want to play tricks, I'll chop off your heads." JPG, with a large red peony flower in her mouth and a bow tied to her ponytail, the cartoon Xia Chu declared. The moment the meme slapped onto the zombies, the heads of the first few zombies suddenly exploded like ripe watermelons. The previously stiff zombie group was startled awake by the sound, instantly returning to normal, no longer rigid. And they excitedly roared and rushed towards the two. At the beginning of summer, how could blowing up a zombie's head also have a wake-up function? If she had known that this meme would wake the zombies, she wouldn't have posted it. A miscalculation, a miscalculation. Lu Yuxiu held a submachine gun, bullets pouring out. Hitting every target, one shot, one headshot. In early summer, her shooting skills were poor, and using a gun was purely a waste of bullets. Therefore, she charged into the zombie horde with a great Xia dragon sparrow like a killing god, weaving through the crowd with agile movements. Each time she changed position, she swung her knife with all her strength, creating a gust of wind. One after another, 6 zombies were bisected, their black blood splattering everywhere, giving off a foul stench. Zombies only die when their heads are destroyed. As long as their heads remain intact, their bodies can still lunge and attack people. Thus, those half-zombies without lower bodies still slowly lunge toward her, only to be electrocuted and exploded by Lu Yuxiu's lightning ball. That's right, Lu Yuxiu was a lightning-type combatant, and the lethality of lightning was beyond doubt. Whether fighting solo or cooperating with water-type abilities, his combat power was exceptional. Even if their ability levels were not high now, their lethality was still significantly stronger than that of ordinary combatants. 2 individuals with rich combat experience, even if their initial cooperation was not very smooth, quickly passed through the adaptation period during the battle, becoming remarkably synchronized as if they could read each other's thoughts. Suddenly, a gigantic evolution zombie with 2 heads and countless arms burst out from the shadows. Taking advantage of the moment, she beheaded a zombie and changed positions. Xia Chu elbowed Lu Yuxiu's back. "Baby, a big monster is coming." Chapter 136. Divine Expressions. Chu Chu, keep up with me. While leaping into the air, she unleashed a rapid barrage that toppled a wave of zombies. Following that, a blue-purple lightning ball leaped toward the unshot zombies, crackling and exploding, sending brain matter and blood flying. However, that evolution zombie, perhaps due to its excessive arms or thick skin, remained unharmed and became even angrier. Old thing, thick-skinned, ugly and grim, not smooth at all. Xia Chu, with her sky-high ponytail, stood on her tiptoes, hands on her hips, and laughed arrogantly with her mouth wide open. Suddenly, a soft, seemingly boneless arm swung toward her from the air, and Xia Chu perfectly dodged with a backbend. Inside, she sweated for herself, thinking, "Thank goodness I dodged quickly. Otherwise, I would have been hit." She had tasted the power of the rubber zombie in her past life. Despite its flexibility, its strength was despairingly great. Getting hit would at least break a few bones. If struck in the waist without a healer present, one would be left half paralyzed and rendered useless. She had once had her ribs broken by such a strike, and the broken bones nearly punctured her lung, leaving her lucky to survive. Dazzling and charming me, I decided to show you my charm. Dressed in a fairy dress, cartoonish Xia Chu danced in the air, surrounded by floating and swirling petals. The few evolution zombies that rushed out along with the rubber zombie and the still-living ordinary zombies instantly became listless and drowsy. Lu Yuxiu felt as if he had opened up his meridians, his body brimming with power. This expression pack from Chu Chu could even heal allies while attacking zombies. What a divine expression pack. I need to have her use this more often in the future. With sparkling eyes, Lu Yuxiu raised his submachine gun and shouted at Xia Chu, "Chu Chu, I'll draw their fire. You find a way to sneak attack and cut off its head." "Okay." Before his voice fell, Xia Chu's figure flickered and she darted into the shadow beside her like lightning. Seeing this, Lu Yuxiu covered most of his abilities onto his gun, and bullets wrapped in blue-purple lightning shot out rapidly. Breaking through the air, they aimed for the rubber zombie's head. This creature wasn't lacking in intelligence. Sensing danger, it quickly pulled 2 ordinary zombies in front of itself as shields. The bullets hit the bodies of the 2 zombies, and, as it released its grip, it attempted to retreat. However, it was already too late. As soon as it moved, it felt something flying toward its head. The next second, it crashed heavily to the ground. Hearing the gunfire, Wen Yi and the others rushed in to provide support, just in time to see Xia Chu leap down from a tree and slice off the evolution zombie's skull. Then, with a flick of her knife, a crystal-like core flew up and was caught by a pale hand. Taking advantage of the moment, the zombie fell. She rolled on the ground to distance herself from the fallen body. Finally, she sprang up like a fish, wielding a knife that was nearly as long as she was, and rejoined the fray against the zombies. As she moved, her blood-stained white face glimmered under the lights, the beautifully shaped red lips forming a playful arc. With her waist-length hair flying around her, she looked both beautiful and fierce. Stunned, Jun-E was silent for a moment before excitedly shouting, "Wow, little sister-in-law is so strong in combat." When Yi drew the Tang knife from his back, covering it with golden abilities, and with a push off the ground, he shot out like an arrow. As he passed by Jun, he cast a sidelong glance and coldly remarked, "How does your little sister-in-law compare to that poisonous peony, Song Jing-Yi?" Immediately, Jun-E followed with his big knife, angrily saying, "Are you done yet? I already admitted my mistake, okay? If you have the guts, let's fight." Enough with the chatter. Conserve your energy for battle, Xiaoling Tian said lightly. After saying that, his running figure suddenly grew larger. A layer of gray-black fur covered his entire body, and sharp spikes protruded from his back, like a spiked tank crashing into the horde of zombies. Some unfortunate zombies were pierced through by those protruding spikes on his back. Yet, they still drooled foul-smelling saliva, stretching their green-black claws to grab him and take a bite. Unfortunately, those spikes impeded the zombie's movements. His fur-covered body was also incredibly tough, making it difficult for ordinary zombies to break through. As he rampaged through the zombies, Wen Yi and the others took the opportunity to harvest zombie heads with their knives. The sniper hidden in the shadows aimed and fired, taking out one zombie head with each shot. Jiang He and the others weren't idle either. One person attracted a massive, mound-like liquor covered in suction cups, while two others provided support. The last one, wielding a knife covered in golden abilities, quickly climbed up the liquor's lizard-like tail, reaching the liquor's head in no time. With a swift motion, the knife fell. A fierce roar erupted as the liquor's head cracked in two. A light blue crystal core sparkled. But at that moment, no one had time to collect the core. The battle continued. A bullet grazed Xia Chu's wrist, the burning sensation making her quickly shift to the side. Then, she felt a sharp pain in her scalp, unable to suppress a yelp. Following, there was a gust of wind from a knife passing by. Her long black hair fell to the ground like petals scattered by a heavenly maiden. That was a close call. If it weren't for him being beside Chu Chu, she might have had her scalp ripped off by a zombie pulling her hair. "Okay," Xia Chu responded, continuing to slice and stab with her knife, each strike precise and sharp, the buzzing sound never ceasing. This was the sound of the gust of wind created by her powerful swings. She had wanted to cut her hair for a long time. Having long hair in the apocalypse was truly inconvenient and troublesome to manage. Before coming here, she had tied her hair into a bun and hidden it under a hat. During the battle, her hat fell off and her hair accidentally came loose, which led to her being grabbed by a zombie. If she had short hair, such troubles wouldn't have occurred in battle. "Sister-in-law, your combat power is amazing." Seeing Xia Chu slice a zombie in half with a single blow, Jun-E couldn't help but praise her. He then asked, "Have you trained?" In her past life, she had trained, and her combat experience was accumulated through countless battles. She needed to consider how to achieve the greatest victory at the least cost while protecting herself. Through repeated exploration and accumulation, she became someone whose every move was a killing blow. Unfortunately, in her past life, she was crippled and lost an arm due to her nuclear ability being wasted. So no matter how powerful her moves were, her poor physical condition dragged down her combat effectiveness. Her originally perfect combat power was reduced to barely a third. Thankfully, in this life, her body was intact, allowing her to unleash her full combat potential. Glancing at Jun-E, who also delivered lethal blows, Xia Chu smiled and said, "You're strong too. What is this? A mutual compliment session?" Lu Yuxiu teased as he kicked a zombie away with a whip kick. Chapter 138. "Shut up, come over, and support me quickly. I'm about to be done for." Normally, they would have exchanged some banter, but after witnessing Xiao Lingtian's state, Lu Yuxiu and the others didn't dare to. The few men turned to Xia Chu and shouted, "Chu, sister-in-law, hurry over and lead the emperor out." "All right." In early summer, without saying a word, Xia Chu swung his knife left and right, taking down the few zombies surrounding him. He charged towards the direction where Xiaoling Tian was and shouted, "Emperor, hold on, I'm almost there." Just as his voice fell, a gigantic meme flew through the air and slapped onto Xiaoling Tian's face. With raised eyebrows, fluttering eyelashes, and delicately pinching a willow branch with her orchid fingers, she compassionately said, "Don't be afraid, my child. The divine is here to save you." JPG, dressed as Guanyin, Xia Chu lightly waved her hand, and a droplet of sweet dew fell from the willow branch. "Hold on, I can't." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoling Tian suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What the hell? What time is it to still be slapping him with memes? Is he wishing for him to die? Wait, something seems off." This feeling of being full of power, this hunger that makes looking at zombies seem delicious. Gulp. His eyes gleamed green as he stared at a zombie with its mouth wide open, panting heavily and drooling. He couldn't help but swallow. "It smells so good. This zombie smells so delicious. I want to eat it. I really want to eat it." His tongue brushed over his dry lips, and Xiaoling Tian excitedly shouted, "Delicious, here I come." Before the words were even out, he lunged towards the zombie. At the beginning of summer, when everyone turned their heads towards the noise amidst the danger, it seemed that the situation with the emperor was not right. Not just seemed, it was indeed wrong. Just as the thought crossed their minds, before anyone could react, Xiaoling Tian pounced like a hungry tiger on a sheep and knocked down a zombie. In his ancestral state, he was tough and resilient, and the zombie couldn't harm him. Instead, he grabbed the zombie's neck with both hands and twisted and pulled with all his might. He forcibly yanked the zombie's head off, like pulling a radish. Wow! Everyone was shocked by Xiaoling Tian's strength, but what shocked them even more was yet to come. Holding the zombie's head, Xiaoling Tian brought it to his mouth with a greedy expression. This was simply going to turn the world upside down. A group of people, exasperated, wanted to rush towards Xiaoling Tian, but there were too many zombies. They didn't know if it was their noise that attracted even more zombies. Well, rushing over was hopeless. They could only shout, "Emperor, you madman, that's a zombie head, not a watermelon. You can't eat it. Throw it away quickly." "Wow, Emperor, stop it." "No, wait, stop talking. Sister-in-law, hurry up. The Emperor wants to eat a zombie head." I'm almost there." Xia Chu was about to go crazy. That expression pack was indeed for healing, but the power was too strong and went overboard. She had to rush over to stop the Emperor. Otherwise, if he really let the zombie bite him, she was afraid he would want to kill her once he returned to normal. Taking a deep breath, Xia Chu accelerated again, her entire body shooting towards Xiaoling Tian like a flash of lightning. She couldn't even bother to chop the zombie. Fortunately, she was fast enough. Aside from her clothes being torn and ripped by the zombie's sharp claws, she wasn't injured. This smell, Xiaoling Tian sighed in delight while holding the zombie's head. It was really fragrant. Chapter 139. Not bad flavor. He opened his mouth and took a bite, then paused. The texture was completely different from what he imagined. It was not soft at all, but rather dry and hard. Licking it, it was a bit spicy, a bit numbing, and a bit salty. What the hell? What kind of divine zombie head is this? It even had a flavor of its own. Just as he was confused, a hurried and slightly cool voice sounded in his ear. "How does it taste?" With his mouth too busy to speak, Xiaoling Tian held the zombie's head out to Xia Chu, using his eyes to suggest, "Not bad, want to try?" Xia Chu looked at him, finding it hard to express her feelings. Could it be that adding too much health would make someone's brain not function properly? She glanced disdainfully at the head in his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "Just throw it away. What you have in your mouth is beef jerky." No wonder it tasted off. It turned out to be beef jerky. With a loosened grip, the head fell to the ground. Before Xia Chu could express her happiness for his actions, she saw him stretch out his hand and his bulging mouth moved, mumbling. The two indistinct words made Xia Chu's mouth twitch. She didn't quite understand what he was saying, but that didn't prevent her from grasping his meaning. Every time a descendant transformed, it came at the cost of burning physical strength and energy, and there was no other way but to supplement with a large amount of high-calorie food. Xiaoling Tian was in such a situation now. She took out a bag of spicy beef jerky from the space, weighing about 20 pounds, and handed it to him, saying there was plenty of meat, so he didn't have to hold back, and that she would go get busy first. Okay. He nodded eagerly, holding the bag of jerky, with a smile in his eyes. In early summer, Xia Chu was ready to leave with a knife, but felt uneasy and reminded him, "If it's not enough, come find me. Just don't go pulling off zombie heads again." After saying that, she handed him a box of imported dark chocolate. This stuff is expensive. A box of 12 pieces, 300 G, priced at 840. Lu Yuxiu had once stocked her up with 3 million worth of chocolate, with various flavors. To be honest, she had never eaten such expensive chocolate before. Usually when she craved it, she would go to the supermarket to get some bulk gold coin chocolates, which she thought were pretty good. Every time Mu Qingyan saw her eating, she would complain, saying she was being stingy for buying something that even kids in a slum wouldn't eat, and then would buy her Dove chocolates instead. She couldn't tell the difference, feeling that Dove and gold coins were about the same, just a bit more bitter. She thought it was her taste that was off. But after trying the pure cocoa dark chocolate that Lu Yuxiu had stocked for her, she realized she couldn't handle it at all. Perhaps she had suffered too much bitterness in her life. She didn't like any bitter foods. Lu Yuxiu said it was good for her health, but she didn't care about that. After all, she had spring water in space, and no matter how good the chocolate was, it couldn't compare to what her space produced. She was worried about those chocolates. Then the incident with the Emperor happened, and it was just right to offer him the chocolates. As the saying goes, a hand that feeds you makes you soft. She didn't believe that after eating her meat and chocolate, the Emperor would still have the nerve to argue with her about the emoji issue. However, it was really a close call this time. Before she thoroughly researched the use of emojis, she had to be cautious about using them with her teammates, preferably not at all. Otherwise, if incidents like the Emperor's happened a few more times, Lu Yuxiu and the others would go crazy, not to mention her fragile little heart couldn't withstand such stimulation. She made it just in time today. What if she had arrived a few seconds later and the Emperor had already bitten off the zombie's head? Chapter 140, Exhausted. Who knows if the Emperor, after biting off a zombie's head, would revert to being a primitive zombie. With a deep exhale, Xia Chu vented her intense emotions through the act of chopping zombies. Shaoling Tian's behavior of biting off a zombie's head not only scared Xia Chu, but also shocked Lu Yuxiu and the others. Everyone felt a surge of pent-up frustration that needed to be released. Since they couldn't vent it on their comrades, they turned it on the zombies. Thus, everyone unleashed their powers without holding back, launching fierce attacks on the horde of zombies. One by one, zombies were either shot in the head by snipers hiding in elevated positions or had their heads chopped off by those wielding melee weapons, or their heads split in half. The scene was bloody and brutal, enough to give anyone nightmares just from a glance. The cooperation between Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu was extremely tacit and trusting, and it was no worse than that with Wen Yi and the others. After all, they had fought together countless times in their previous lives. Among a group of men, in addition to the tacit understanding she had, there was also a level of trust that she currently did not possess. Bullets whizzed past their ears, yet they remained unfazed, continuing to do what they needed to do. At the beginning of summer, she was startled by a bullet that whizzed past her, instinctively stepping aside. At first, a few snipers didn't pay attention to her shock, until she, in her attempt to dodge the bullet, failed to notice the long tongue of a licker coming from behind. After falling into danger and being rescued by Lu Yuxiu, the snipers began to avoid her. They were determined not to let any stray bullets scare her again. At the beginning of summer, with fewer worries, Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu's teamwork was both tacit and trusting. With a group of people unleashing their full strength in the slaughter, the speed of killing zombies became increasingly faster, until they faced the evolved zombies. All the ordinary zombies were dealt with, and there wasn't a single living one left. The group then sat on the ground like the dead, gasping for breath. They were exhausted, nearly dead from fatigue. Besides the exhaustion, the weakness from depleted energy was also very tormenting. Xia Chu felt so exhausted that she couldn't even feel her arms and legs. She stared blankly into the darkness ahead, thinking that her physical fitness was too poor and she needed to train. After her body refinement, her strength was not bad and was stronger than most warriors. Lu Yuxiu had tested her before, and her full power punch could reach 500 pounds. If she struck at the weak points of a human body, she could kill someone with one punch. But having strength was useless. Her physical fitness was too poor. However, she couldn't blame herself. The only exercise she got was laying out a yoga mat on the floor of her rental apartment and practicing yoga by following videos. She had never even been to a gym. It was quite sad to think about. In both this life and the last, she had lived like a man, lacking any of the delicate grace of a girl. "Are you all okay?" A few snipers came over from their hiding spot and asked. In early summer, she had no strength to speak, only nodding slightly to indicate that she was okay. "You all take a good rest, and we'll wrap things up." One of the snipers seriously dropped a line and took out clips and plastic bags from his backpack before turning around to get busy. The other snipers moved in a similar manner, just with different items in hand. One of them pulled out a small hammer. In early summer, he saw him carrying a hammer, glancing at the street littered with corpses. Then, with his long legs, he walked to a spot with the most heads and, with a fervent expression, began to smash the zombie heads with the hammer. Chapter 141. I'm still researching. In early summer, she touched the colorless crystal core in her pocket and handed it to Lu Yuxiu, who had sat down beside her. How was the harvest of the crystal core? Attribute crystal cores can only be absorbed by ability users of the same attribute. The colorless crystal core is different. It is a universal, attribute-free crystal core that can be absorbed by ability users of any attribute. The higher the purity, the better the absorption effect, and the faster the recovery of abilities. The crystal obtained by Xia Chu at the beginning of summer doesn't have a high purity. After all, the apocalypse has just begun, and the level of evolved zombies is just SOSO. There are some specks of impurities inside, but it's better than nothing. Don't give it to me. You can use it yourself. I can't absorb the crystal core. She had tried to absorb it when she first got the crystal core, but unfortunately, she couldn't absorb it at all. That expression pack of hers is not a supernatural ability. It seems more like another form of energy. Lu Yuxiu, hearing this, was not polite and took the crystal core, absorbing it while saying, "Not much. It's considered good if you get 1 out of 10 ordinary zombies. Evolved zombies have a slightly higher rate, but not every one of them has it. The effort and the reward are completely disproportionate. They have killed thousands of zombies through hard work, but they have barely obtained 100 crystal cores, which is not enough to distribute. Relying on the crystal core to improve supernatural abilities is unreliable. It's better to find ways through combat." He sighed and brushed off the crystal powder from his palm. He pulled Xia Chu's trembling arm over to massage it while asking, "What happened to the expression pack you sent to the Emperor?" Once this topic came up, the exhausted men instantly revived, crowding around with eager eyes on Xia Chu, mainly because every expression pack sent was different, and she had no idea what ability each represented until it was sent out. All right, since I didn't get an answer from Xia Chu, everyone turned their attention to Xiao. "What about you? Didn't you say you were done for? Why did you think of biting a zombie's head after getting hit by an expression pack?" Xiao, with a face full of grievance, complained, "You should ask Lin Mimi. How would I know that her expression pack could change my sense of smell while replenishing my blood?" Change sense of smell? Xia Chu quickly took out a small notebook to take notes. However, her right hand, holding the knife, trembled too much to hold the pen. Seeing this, Lu Yuxiu took the pen and notebook from her. Then he looked at Xiao, signaling him to elaborate. Xiao didn't waste time, sitting cross-legged on the ground, eating the jerky that Xia Chu had given him while he began to explain. "The moment the expression pack hit my face, it disappeared. Then I felt a warm flow gathering in my internal organs and moving through my limbs. It felt very comfortable. You've all seen me when I was exhausted. But Xia Chu's expression pack eliminated my exhausted state. I just felt hungry. That kind of hunger that makes you want to gnaw on yourself was even more maddening than the feeling of exhaustion. My mind was full of things I liked to eat. Then I felt like the zombies were a cream cake piled with seafood, so fragrant that I couldn't help but pounce on it." He spread his hands, summarizing, "You don't need to ask me what happened next. You all saw it. Chapter 142. Cream seafood, we saw it. But we only saw you ripping off the zombie's head, like pulling a radish and sending it to your mouth." Gu Sheng glanced at him indifferently. A cream cake combined with seafood, isn't that a dark cuisine? The Emperor's taste is rather unique. He was genuinely curious about what the Emperor saw in the zombie's head. Why only pull off the head? Xia Chu and the others were also curious. Under the gaze of so many bright eyes, Xiao felt a bit embarrassed and bit his lip. He asked, "Can I not say?" "No," Lu Yuxiu declared sternly. "If you don't explain in detail, Chu won't be able to conduct a systematic study and classification of her expression packs. What if she uses the wrong expression pack and ends up repeating what happened to you today? Once these words were spoken, Xiao Tian knew he couldn't escape. To be honest, Xia Chu's ability with expression packs was somewhat bizarre and often malfunctioned in a way that was both amusing and frustrating. But that didn't mean her expression packs were useless. They were just suitable for pranks. On the contrary, if used correctly, her expression packs could be quite effective, especially as a supportive tool. He sighed and softly said, "See bamboo shoots, still covered in cream." Xia Chu looked completely bewildered. Forgive her for being a country bumpkin who loves making and saving money and is very strict with herself. She really didn't know what sea bamboo was. It was a seafood name she had never even heard of. Seafood that grows in the sea and looks like bamboo shoots? When she voiced her confusion, all the men were taken aback. Lu Yuxiu turned to look at her with a speechless expression, thinking, silly wife, sea bamboo is just a nickname. The common name in Dingwa is elephant trunk clam. In early summer, she obviously knew about those troublesome geoducks. They're the kind of seafood that is delicious and nutritious, but looks very awkward and hard to describe. She had eaten them before. Mu Qingyan liked to eat them, but she didn't dare let anyone know that she loved them, so she liked to buy them and take them back to her rental apartment to cook. Covering them in cream is such a dark way to eat. Xia Chu fell silent as well. The people from the Thorn Society, except when they were serious during missions, were not very serious at all in non-mission states and in battles. Instead, they were full of mischief. As soon as they saw the expression on Xia Chu's face, a few of them looked at each other with teasing glances, ready to poke fun at her. However, just as Gu Xing opened his mouth, Lu Yuxiu, who knew their nature all too well, shot him a fierce glare. It was a look that said, "If you dare to bully my wife, I will not hesitate to take you down." Well, they couldn't provoke them, so they chose to avoid trouble. Furthermore, Xia Chu was a girl, and they really couldn't joke around too much. The key was that Xiao Yu was protective of her, and they didn't want to provoke her to the point where Xiao Yu would drag them into a sparring match. Thus, they redirected their targets towards Xiao Lingtian. Gu Shang said, "Emperor, I didn't expect you to be such a lewd person." Xiao Lingtian replied, "Why is it lewd that I love to eat geoduck?" When you chimed in, "Loving to eat is not the problem, but what else with the way you slather it in cream?" Xiao Lingtian retorted, "Is there a problem with that?" Junie said, "Yes, a big problem. I heard that men who like to eat geoduck are not very confident in their abilities and think of making up for it in other ways." After saying that, he playfully placed his hand on Xiao Lingtian's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, bro, even if you admit you're not good enough." Before he could finish, suddenly his arm was gripped tightly, and he was thrown over the shoulder, landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 143. I can smash too. A sharp pain shot through his back, and Junie stared at the dark sky for a while before cursing. What the hell? Xiao Lingtian stood over him, his tall and slender figure casting a large shadow under the streetlight. He looked down at Junie, coldly saying, "You're the one who's useless." Not feeling that was convincing enough, he added, "I'm very capable, way more than you." Junie immediately sprang up, rolling up his sleeves in anger. "You're the useless one, you big useless guy. Let's have a fight. Not tired, are we?" Lu Yuxiu looked at the two, saying, "Well then, let's go help Xiao Ba and the others smash some zombie heads and collect crystal cores." "I can smash too." Xia Chu gathered a few zombie heads nearby. She took out a big iron hammer from her space and smashed it down with a loud thud. The skull shattered, revealing dry, tofu-like brain matter and a bright red crystal core the size of a baby's fingernail. Everyone was stunned by her decisiveness and her luck. Several men stared at her up and down for a long time. Sure, she was pretty and had a good temperament, but they had seen beautiful and kind women before. Not to mention, there were several girls in the 8 armies who had both looks and abilities and were also nice. Yet none of those girls had her luck, right? Could it be that this girl was truly the daughter of heaven? She had premonitory dreams, space, and she picked 2 zombie heads that both had crystal cores. One of them was an extremely rare, attribute-less crystal core. "Your luck." Gu Sheng sighed and gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I'm impressed." Xia Chu was also surprised by her own luck. Daughter of heaven. She had been notoriously unlucky in her past life. Her space was stolen, and even smashing 100 zombie heads wouldn't yield a single crystal core. During large official team missions, While others collected crystal cores from the zombies and beasts they killed, she often could only collect team rewards. The crystal cores, well, she could only exchange points and rewards with others. Before her ability cores were destroyed, all the crystal cores she needed were obtained through trading. Honestly, she didn't know how her luck could be so good now. Xia Chu was excited, looking at the few remaining zombie heads with bright eyes, eager to see if she could smash another one. Before her words fell, the hammer struck down. With another crack, the skull shattered. A few men saw that tiny bit of green in the crumbled remains, their jealous expressions twisted, yet they were as happy as a 200-pound man. Clap, clap, clap. A group of men applauded like seals, their eyes shining with excitement. Lu Yuxiu, my wife, you are amazing. Xiao Ling Tian, Lin Mei Mei, you are a living lucky fish. I will worship you from now on. Gu Cheng, the daughter of the heavens, is not going anywhere. Vanye, we've hit the jackpot. Jun E and the others, sister-in-law, you are my real sister-in-law. I beg for your protection. A group of men was overly excited, and Xia Chu's eyebrows were filled with joy from the compliments. My goodness, smashing one yields another crystal core. How is she so incredible? She pressed down her uncontrollable smile and waved her hand, feigning indifference, saying, it's fine from now on. The job of smashing skulls will be mine. It could increase the chances of obtaining crystal cores. Absolutely. The group of men unanimously agreed. With such a red pair of hands, if they didn't let her smash, who would? Chapter 144. Surrounded in the property hall thus. Xia Chu was in charge of smashing skulls, while a group of men split into two teams. One team was responsible for vigilance to prevent zombies from appearing, while the other team specifically transported the skulls to Xia Chu. The youngest, Jun E, was excluded from both teams and squatted beside Xia Chu to help extract the crystal cores from the brain matter. The group worked seamlessly for over an hour, and the final result was that they harvested more than 60 crystal cores. Compared to the thousands of skulls, this number was indeed not much. However, compared to the earlier results of Lu Yuxiu and the others, it could be considered a great harvest. After all, it was still the early stage, and zombies with crystal cores were few. Looking at the colorful crystal cores washed clean in the bag, the group smiled with satisfaction. This harvest was truly good. The plan was great, but there was no time to rest at all, because the property hall was surrounded by alien plants. High-end villa districts and first-tier cities have one common feature: good greening. Not only should the greening be good, but it should also be designed with style, pursuing a combination of art and environment, and merging culture with nature, fully reflecting the owner's nobility and personality. Like the well-known high-end garden community, Xia, famous for its landscape, has supporting facilities such as leisure pavilions, flower beds, rockeries, water pools, fruit orchards, ancient trees, etc. In addition, it raises various animals, striving to create a harmonious path between humans and animals. Launching number 1 is a high-rise residential community, and the houses here are all large units with one household per elevator. Those who can afford such houses in the center of Longsheng are not short on money. Their requirements for the environment are also high. Therefore, although the greening of Longsheng number 1 is not as stunning as the landscape of Xia, it is still decent. Light comes from darkness. Darkness not only gives rise to light, but also easily breeds evil and nurtures wickedness. Alien plants, while not exactly evil, they are not friendly to humans either. The extraterrestrial virus that integrates into the soil and is absorbed is beneficial to plants and animals, promoting their growth, altering their inherent genes, shortening the time needed for evolution, and allowing them to enter the ranks of major evolution ahead of time. In the late apocalyptic period, high-level alien plants are genuine overlords, not inferior to high-level supernatural beings and alien beasts. Compared to the picky alien beasts, alien plants are truly not choosy. As long as it's something that can rot and be absorbed, whether human, beast, or zombie, they welcome it all. This would be fine, but the key point is that alien plants have various strange abilities, especially plants like lavender, benzoin, forget-me-not, lilac, jasmine, rose, violet, mint, etc., which originally had effects like calming the mind, aiding sleep, relaxing nerves, and relieving physical fatigue. After mutation, their original effects are amplified countless times. Unfortunately, Longsheng no. One has planted quite a few forget-me-nots, benzoin trees, osmanthus trees, jasmine, roses, and mint. Additionally, there are many climbing plants, such as trumpet vine, wisteria, soft-stemmed yellow cicada, horn vine, and ivy. They bloom brilliantly and flamboyantly, as if afraid others wouldn't notice them. Each flower and plant has its own scent, whether light, fragrant, sweet, or rich. Chapter 145. Breeding individually smelling one. Even if the intensity of the scent doubles, it remains within the range that the human body can tolerate. However, if all the scents mixed together, it would be a disaster for human olfaction. As soon as the group entered launching number 1, they smelled the dense aroma in the air. The scent was too strong, unreasonably so. At the first opportunity, Xia Chu quickly handed out masks and cotton balls to Lu Yuxiu and the others, reminding them to stuff the cotton balls into their nostrils and not to forget to wear the cotton masks, just in case. However, the group was still overwhelmed by the strong fragrance in the air, leaving them in tears, lethargic, and drowsy. What to do? Should they charge out directly to save people? When he felt his eyelids starting to droop, worried that he might fall asleep without caring, he pinched the tender flesh on his thigh hard. The pain brought him back to consciousness. It was a tactic that had never failed them. Once, when they were being hunted down abroad, they didn't even have time to rest while escaping with their mission objective. When they were extremely tired, they relied on this method to keep their brains awake. But now, this tactic was ineffective. As soon as the pain subsided, drowsiness returned. Before he could finish speaking, he couldn't help but yawn several times in a row, and physiological tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He wasn't the only one in this situation. The whole group was not doing much better. Xia Chu rubbed her eyes and said weakly, "There are too many exotic plants, and using force doesn't guarantee the safety of the people inside." Speaking of which, whose idea was it to gather people in the property hall? Hundreds of living people gathered in the property hall are like a pile of ready-to-eat, delicious food right in front of them. Even if she were in, she would surround the property hall and treat the humans inside as food to be raised. When hungry, they could just take one out to eat, satisfying their cravings while also providing nutrients for their growth. It's a win-win situation. Only a fool wouldn't do it. Newly evolved have low intelligence, and so do exotic beasts, but that doesn't mean they are stupid. In terms of instincts, humans are truly no match for the plants and animals living in the wild. So what if their intelligence is low? Strong instincts are enough. Instincts will tell them how to act and what will be beneficial. Even if they escape the fate of being eaten by, the long-term captivity has caused serious psychological issues. They are completely unable to adapt, or one could say they cannot accept a normal life. In the end, many choose to commit suicide in despair. Li Shaoqing and the others are likely being treated as possessions by this batch of prepare to be raised. Perhaps some are injured, but currently, absolutely no one has been killed by the oldest in the Thorn dormitory area. A big poplar tree with an intelligence comparable to that of a 6- or 7-year-old child once said that newly evolved wouldn't think about eating in the short term. This is because they are busy absorbing what is beneficial for them from soil. Once they finish absorbing, they will be attracted to the blood and flesh of warm-blooded creatures and develop a desire to eat. This is also the reason why I did not harm people during the early apocalypse of the previous life. As for why Li Shaoqing and the others are not resisting or making any noise to alert them, from her estimation, they must be overwhelmed by this strong, unbearable smell, causing them to fall into a deep sleep or faint. Looking at the oval-shaped building surrounded by dense, Xia Chu felt her hair thinning. Even more so than her, Lu Yuxiu was at a loss. Chapter 146. Hard to capture. Dangerous. He stared at the oval-shaped building for a while before turning to Xia Chu and explaining. The entire Longsheng number 1, where the property hall is located, is only 2 stories low. The hall inside is also large, capable of accommodating quite a few people and convenient for escape. Settling here was not our intention. It was the rescued residents who gathered here automatically. We are all surrounded. First, see if you can communicate. If not, we will launch a strong attack. Xia Chu nodded and prepared to rush out of her hiding place, but was quickly grabbed by Lu Yuxiu. What are you doing? After all, the mutated plants that could domesticate humans were not foolish. It's too dangerous. Lu Yuxiu didn't want her to go out because he couldn't guarantee that he could protect her once they were outside. The mutated plants were not like zombies that could be taken down with a single shot to the head. If danger really struck, he wouldn't have time to rescue her. I'll go with you. Afraid she would disagree, he added, 2 people can keep an eye on each other. In early summer, before she could refuse, she forced herself to stay awake, feeling the tender flesh of her thigh, her eyelids swollen and bruised as she listened to Wan Yi and the others. Immediately, they passionately expressed their shared resolve and determination to face difficulties together. What if we all go out and end up getting wiped out? Lu Yuxiu took off his gear and, with a tense body, refused to let them accompany him. I'll go out with Xia Chu, and you'll stay here just in case. He reloaded his gun and put it back in its holster, the big machete strapped to his back, and said to the crowd, "This is an order." With the order given, what else could they say? They could say nothing. Soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. And the group could only nod. Lu Yuxiu extended his hand to Xia Chu. Chu, we're going out. Xia Chu placed her hand on his, and the 2 of them held hands as they emerged from their hiding place. Under the streetlight, their shadows stretched long. As soon as they appeared, countless voices fell upon Xia Chu's ears like the sound of drums. Here come 2 more. Should we catch them? Where did these 2 come from? That smaller one smells so good. I want to roll in her arms. I like her scent too. How about we catch them and smell her slowly? No way. The bigger one has a fierce and dangerous scent, even more dangerous than those inside. It's hard to catch. The voices were old, carrying the weight of life's experiences and wisdom. For some reason, this weathered voice gave Xia Chu an inexplicable feeling that negotiations with the would be successful. She wasn't afraid to deal with as long as communication was possible, there was nothing that couldn't be negotiated. At most, it was just a matter of interests not aligning, which would take a bit more time to sort out. As long as she could offer these enough benefits, she wasn't worried they wouldn't let her go. "Hello, sir. I'm Xia Chu. Can we talk?" At the beginning of summer, she didn't waste any words and went straight to the towering ginkgo tree to gently inquire. Her intuition told her that the weathered voice of the elder came from the ginkgo tree, which should be the king governing all the extraordinary plants in this area. Silent. Very silent. Deadly silence. At the beginning of summer, there was no rush. Patiently waiting for the ginkgo and this batch of foreign plants to react. Lu Yuxiu stood beside her in a protective stance, his muscles taut, ready to spring into action at any moment, exuding a fierce and deep aura. Chapter 147. Can I call you Mom at the beginning of summer? The direct target's voice indeed startled a group of exotic plants. Even the ginkgo was taken aback. If she hadn't run up to it, the ginkgo could have deceived itself into thinking it wasn't being addressed. But that wasn't the case. Her target was very precise. It was indeed itself. Compared to the surrounding plants that had never seen much of the world, it was truly well-informed and was one of the earliest to awaken consciousness. This year, it was over 230 years old, with its own name, Ingchun Spring Blossom. It was named so because a spring blossom was blooming next to it when it was born. Its mother named it after that flower. The ginkgo tree is known as a progenitor tree, with sayings like 30 years to bear fruit, 300 years to flourish. And the grandfather plants trees while the grandson harvests the fruit. It was born in the mountains, and when it was a small sapling at 3 or 4 years old, a young boy came into the mountains to gather firewood. He was captivated by its tall and elegant figure. It accompanied the young man for over 50 years, watching him grow from a boy into a young man, then marry, have children, age, and eventually pass away. Meanwhile, it grew from a small sapling into a large ginkgo tree. However, it didn't like this place. Everywhere was suffocating concrete, and the air was poor. But now an opportunity had arrived. It lowered its head, carefully scrutinizing the petite female human. It had to admit that the aura of this female human surprised it. After living so many years, it had seen countless humans. But apart from human infants, this female human was the only one whose aura was a gentle white. Just as humans have their preferences, so do plants and animals. The aura of this female human was the most favored by flora and fauna, as soft as water, non-aggressive. The old ginkgo felt a stir in its heart, its aged voice trembling slightly. What do you want to discuss? The golden, frizzy-haired tree person tiptoed and danced like a little swan while loudly chattering. This is too much to ask. She had no idea where the ginkgo's home was. nor did she think it would know. The most critical point was that such a large tree must have extensive roots, and digging it up would be a monumental task. Please spare her. I brought out a cup of spring water. Xia Chu hesitated and said, Old sir, do you need this water? As soon as the water was brought out, the ginkgo and the surrounding exotic plants all froze in place. This water, it smelled so fragrant, so appealing to plants. Every root, every leaf, every branch, including every fiber, was clamoring for it. For me, don't think a cup of water can buy me off. I won't agree to be your dad. JPG, the golden, frizzy-haired tree person, shot a sideways glance at the large-eyed ginkgo with a proud expression. But I can call you Mom. JPG, the golden, frizzy-haired tree person grinned widely, looking like a 1,000-pound fat man. Clang. Xia Chu, who had originally been speechless, was so shocked that she dropped the cup from her hands, staring with her mouth agape, unable to react for a long time. She was genuinely taken aback. Chapter 148. Negotiation successful. A group of exotic plants struggled to stretch their roots and branches to absorb the water from the ground. Unfortunately, the weather was too hot, and the ground temperature was too high. As soon as the water touched the hardened ground, it nearly evaporated. None succeeded. The ginkgo wasn't so easy to talk to. It angrily dropped a branch down onto Xia Chu's shoulder, exclaiming, Hey, I'm talking to you. Being my mom is a good deal, so why is your psychological endurance so weak? A perfectly good cup of water was wasted because of you. How great it would be for us to drink more. The tone was filled with a sense of disappointment, akin to an old father chastising a prodigal son. Early summer. Dear Mom, another cup please. Don't think about leaving if you don't come. Look at my 18 cute poses. JPG, the golden afro tree person struck a pose like a golden rooster standing on one leg and shouted loudly. Horse treads on a flying swallow. JPG, the afro tree person stretched its arms in a soaring position, one leg bent and one foot lightly tapped, looking as graceful as a young girl. Even more astonishing is that behind it, there's a phantom wearing a feathered dress, waving long ribbons. White crane spreads its wings. JPG, thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara. JPG, Lingbo Weibu. JPG, crossing the river on a single reed. JPG, stop, stop, stop. Don't send any more, I'll get you water. Water. Xia Chu was overwhelmed by a series of emojis, feeling dizzy. Seeing that the ginkgo tree still needed to sprout, she quickly shouted to stop it. After saying that, she brought out a bucket of water, asking if that was enough. Lu Yuxiu, did this go well? As expected, her chu-chu is the best. Enough. The ginkgo responded joyfully, eagerly placing a branch into the bucket. Actually not enough, heartbroken. JPG, the frizzy-haired tree person cried loudly. It should be insufficient. This is just a taste. Big Head looked at the negotiation results. With a slight smile, she asked the ginkgo, which was slurping the water, how it tasted. The ginkgo was so beautiful that the whole tree trembled. Its large size made the leaves rustle in the absence of wind, sounding like rain. In the quiet early morning, it was particularly clear. Although these plants didn't belong to the same family as it, they were all part of the plant kingdom. As the oldest elder among them, it had to take care of these little ones who were still naive. Hidden in the shadows, when Yi and the others, who had pinched their thighs until they were swollen to resist drowsiness, suddenly perked up when they saw the ginkgo carrying the bucket to water the exotic plants one by one. Sister can do it, they thought. With one move, they easily dealt with this batch of exotic plants, and they just needed to wait for an easy pickup, with the spring water as a base. The exotic plants became incredibly easy to talk to. This led to the following negotiations going very smoothly. The ginkgo, as Xia Chu had thought, was indeed preparing to raise Li Shaoqing and the others as a precaution for food. If it weren't for the energy contained in the spring water being easier for them to absorb and the nutritional content being more abundant than flesh and blood, whether the negotiations would succeed was truly uncertain. Xia Chu, drenched in cold sweat and wanted to thank them for being so easy to talk to and for not hurting anyone, generously gifted them a batch of fertilizer and plant nutrient solution she had stockpiled for her own farming. The group of exotic plants happily gathered the nutrient solution and fertilizer, laughing heartily. Just as Xia Chu was about to call Wen Yi and the others to come in together to pick up people, the ginkgo spoke again. Mommy, Xia Chu, unable to tolerate being called mommy, interrupted it, saying, "If you call me mommy again, we'll break off our relationship." Okay, okay. The ginkgo replied with a hint of grievance, but the emoji it sent out was, "Abandoning someone after starting a relationship is inhumane." JPG, the frizzy-haired tree person angrily pulled out a large machete. "I want to represent the moon and dance." JPG, in early summer. There's something wrong, and it's not light at all. In the dim light, Xia Chu took a deep look at the big ginkgo tree. This glance was so complex it was hard to interpret, like it gathered 1,000 words yet couldn't be spoken, leaving Lu Yuxiu dumbfounded. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu waved her hand, and Lu Yuxiu immediately bent slightly and leaned his ear towards her mouth. Lu Yuxiu was very interested in the silly emoji in her mouth. Unfortunately, they could only see the emojis sent out by Chu, and couldn't see or feel those sent by plants and animals. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he asked with bright eyes, "Chu, can you use their emojis?" This idea, it seemed insignificant at first, but once mentioned, it actually had great potential. "Let's try next time." Xia Chu was excited. It would be best if she could use them. Having more different functional emojis was always good. If she couldn't, it was fine. Practice makes perfect, and everything would be discussed after the experiment. A small twig carefully poked her cheek. In early summer, Xia Chu slapped the branch away with her backhand and said fiercely, "What's the matter? Hurry up and say it, I'm busy." Ginkgo secretly complained in her heart. She is indeed busy flirting with this male human. Sure enough, regardless of the species, females tend to forget their friends when they see a handsome face. "Help us water a bit. We need plenty of water." Spring water is a good thing, but it's a treasure, so it should be used sparingly. To quench thirst and replenish moisture, it still requires a large amount of water. Okay, Xia Chu agreed readily. The government departments were still operational, and the water and electricity hadn't stopped. It was fine to give them a little water. The water now was free to use, lasting at most 3 days. Having absorbed water from the soil and air contaminated with extraterrestrial viruses, suitable only for washing things and not for drinking. To make it drinkable, a complex series of disinfection, filtration, and purification processes was needed. I wonder if Guojia has managed to produce any water purification equipment? A group of men immediately cheered as if they had been injected with adrenaline and ran out from their hiding places. Halfway through, just as the two sides were about to successfully meet, he suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. The next thing that followed was a loud, snoring sound. He truly fell asleep in an instant. Before the group could react, Gusheng yawned and tugged at his drooping eyelids, calling out to Xia Chu, "Can you make them tone down the smell? I can't take it anymore." The problem was that these smells were sleep-inducing, even more effective than sleeping pills. "I understand," Xia Chu responded, turning around to make a request regarding the scent with ginkgo. The saying "having milk is like having a mother" applies to any race. Although Xia Chu has no milk, she is spring water. Chapter 150, Calling Sister. Yinxing readily agreed to her request, commanding a group to close the flowers. For those that couldn't close, Yinxing also casually told Xia Chu, "Hold on. It's impossible to hold on. The key is that the cost of holding on is quite serious." The whole group fell into a deep sleep, and who knows if these would go back on their word and take them all out. Xia Chu and the others were not at ease. So, Xia Chu sent a bottle of essential oil and a needle to each person. The essential oil was to be applied under their noses and on their temples, while the needle was for them to prick themselves when they couldn't hold on any longer. She distributed large sewing needles, and the glinting needle tips made the group frown. But they couldn't refuse and could only reluctantly take them and put them away. However, this didn't mean they were willing to hurt themselves. Everyone except Xia Chu thought they would resolutely avoid using this thing unless absolutely necessary. A needle this big and thick would hurt like hell with just one prick. They couldn't bear it. Amid the rustling sounds, the second floor building, covered with colorful plants and hard to discern its true form, finally revealed its true face as the strange plants left. Through the transparent glass doors and windows, they could see people sprawled all over the floor inside, along with the deafening sound of snoring. Damn, if I had known being surrounded would mean I could sleep soundly, I would gladly have been surrounded. One Ye's jealousy twisted her face as she strode over to Li Xiaoqing, who was sleeping against the wall. With no hesitation, she slapped him. "Wake up, you fat lump. Your wife is looking for you." "Where? Where?" Li Xiaoqing jolted awake and shouted, and only after did he realize something was off. "Wife, I'm clearly a glorious single dog. Why was everyone still asleep? They all got hit, right?" Gu Sheng glanced at him and began waking people up one by one. "Hit? Hit what?" Li Xiaoqing's expression grew more bewildered. Xia Chu, carrying a medical kit, leisurely walked over. "Want to know?" Li Xiaoqing immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Xia Chu revealed a sly smile. "Call me sister, and I'll tell you." "Sister?" Li Xiaoqing called out without hesitation. "What's wrong with calling you sister?" "I like to call her sister. What does it matter to you?" "Don't interrupt our sibling bonding. You guys were surrounded by strange plants. If we hadn't come, you would have been treated as food and fertilizer by those plants." Xia Chu bluntly pointed to the door where the strange plants were poking their branches inside. Watching the situation, after saying this, she patted his arm. "You should thank me. If I hadn't paid a price they were satisfied with, you would be trapped in this building until you die." As she said this, her eyes were on the group of residents who were gradually waking up, their faces full of panic. Seeing her expression, Lu Yuxiu and the others exchanged glances, perfectly coordinating with her. Chapter 151. I Dare the Young Sister-in-Law is a volunteer. She is not from the army. The reward given to the strange plants is her own supplies, and this batch of supplies needs to be borne by you. Upon hearing this, the crowd present perfectly demonstrated the extremes of gratitude and ingratitude. The thorny warriors and a small portion of the residents nodded in agreement, saying it was the right thing to do. They were willing to bear their share of the supplies. However, another group of residents was unwilling to take on the burden. Not only were they unwilling, but they also directly verbally attacked Xia Chu and the others. "She willingly offers rewards. We didn't force her to give them. Why should we bear the burden? I have no supplies and can't take on any responsibility. We were saved by you, since you saved us. You should be responsible to the end. Why are you asking us for supplies now that the danger has passed? Do you believe we will report you? We didn't ask you to be responsible for our supplies. That is already enough gratitude to you. What face do you have to make such unreasonable demands on us?" "Exactly. Since you chose to be the good guys, then you should see it through. A true good person must be selfless to deserve the title of a good person." The group of residents argued back and forth, with emotions ranging from calm to sharp, unreasonable, and agitated. But regardless of the emotion or expression, they were all equally ugly, especially those who were cursing, practically wishing to insult their ancestors for 18 generations. They were so loathsome that Xia Chu and the others wished to throw them out to feed the strange plants. Due to their identities, Lu Yuxiu and the others could only suppress their anger, even if they felt like killing someone. At the beginning of summer, it was different. She couldn't be bothered to waste time talking to these people. Just one word, do it. If they wanted to take advantage of her, she wanted to see just how bold this group was. "Ingshun, tie these people up for me." In early summer, Xia Chu took out a loudspeaker from the space and shouted at the ginkgo and the vine-like exotic plants peeking curiously at the door. The cold voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, echoed throughout the hall, silencing the noisy chatter. "Little cubs, cooperate with me to show off." JPG, with a beaming smile, dressed in leather pants and a leather jacket, and wielding a barbed whip, cartoonist Xia Chu grinned widely and said, "This female human is so fierce and intimidating. One wrong move, and it's on. There's no mistaking the big boss." "All right, big boss. We'll listen to you, big boss, obediently." JPG, a group of tree-like little ones of various colors lined up respectfully, bowing deeply. "Bind us? Let's see who dares." A young man, around 27 or 28 and dressed like an elite, laughed arrogantly after a brief moment of shock. "Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish his sentence, everything spun around and he felt something wrap around him. The next second, he found himself suspended upside down, with his feet in the air. Xia Chu slowly walked to his side, ignoring the excited shouts and curses from the youth and his companions. However, upon seeing those strange plants that had rushed in and hung the youth up, along with the small group of residents who were terrified and silent as chickens, she looked down at the youth from a high vantage point, coldly tapping his face with her knife. "I dare. I'm not a soldier. I have no responsibility or obligation to serve or save you. Chapter 152. So handsome, I'm happy to help you a little, so you should be grateful to me. If I'm not happy to save you, and I throw you out to feed the zombies or the strange plants, you have no right to complain. Who told you to be a bunch of weaklings? Don't you think that that's the truth? The youth remained silent, trembling all over from fear after being hung upside down by the strange plants. Yet the expression on his face and the emotions in his eyes revealed nothing but defiance and resentment. He was tough in his words, and under different circumstances, she might even appreciate it. Unfortunately, the prize for being tough in front of her would be losing all his teeth. If he was rebellious, she wouldn't mind giving him a complete fracture. My knife has cut down at least 100 zombies tonight, including several evolved ones. And there is still a lot of zombie virus left on it. I don't have much respect for ungrateful trash with wolf hearts and dog lungs. Believe me, anger me one tea do you any good. People like the youth were common in her past life, typical self-serving individuals. In the hearts of such people, everything in this world can be sacrificed except for themselves. Even a kind-hearted person might feel guilty after harming others for personal gain. But for self-serving individuals, not only do they not feel guilty, they resent those who suffered due to their schemes for not dying in a more valuable way or not suffering enough. If she could, she would love to wipe out this group of ungrateful, vengeful, and blind individuals who couldn't see how despicable and shameless they were. Unfortunately, the national machinery was still operating normally, and social order hadn't collapsed yet. She had to be a law-abiding, good citizen. Moreover, she didn't want to dirty her hands for these people. However, not wanting their lives didn't mean she couldn't teach them a lesson. Thinking of Xiao Lu and the Thorn Warriors who sacrificed themselves for this group, Xia Chu's anger surged. A bunch of ungrateful scum. Thinking the world revolves around you. Your existence is a waste of food and pollutes the air. Why haven't the zombies bitten you to death? Before she finished speaking, she spun around and kicked the youth hard in the stomach with her right foot. The immense force caused the vines of the Lingxiao flower to immediately release their hold on the youth. He let out a miserable scream and uncontrollably flew backward, crashing heavily against the wall. You! He trembled, pointing a finger at Xia Chu, but before he could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. In early summer, she chuckled and turned, striding fiercely towards the residents surrounded by the mutated plants. Who killed the warriors that protected you? Step forward if you dare. No one moved, and the residents who met her gaze turned pale and trembled in unison, retreating in fear of this violent woman kicking them away. Lu Yuxiu's cheeks flushed with excitement, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. He could barely breathe, wishing he could act like those obsessed fans, cheering for his Chu, going mad for her, crashing into walls for her. Wasn't she incredibly cool? He had fallen in love with the way she stood up for them. When he looked over, he silently mouthed, "Sister Lin is so cool." Then he pointed at Lu Yuxiu. "Look at Xiaoyu now. Doesn't he look like a big fool?" Chapter 153. The dog licker, Gu Sheng glanced over and nodded in agreement. Like a big fool, also like a dog licker. He was the type that would want to worship Xia Chu on a pedestal. The flattering and arrogant look was simply unbearable to watch. Thinking of Bai Shuwei, he sighed, wondering if he would have the chance to see her again. He didn't even know how things were going on her side. The Thorn people had all learned lip reading, and Gu Sheng's lips were understood by Li Shaoqing and the others, who gathered around for a silent discussion. "Jun, isn't this too much?" Li Shaoqing shot him a glare. "Too much? Have you thought about the sacrifices made by Xiao Lu, Dongzi, and Jiao Jiao? If it were up to him, such people should have been taught a good lesson long ago, lest they think everyone in the world would coddle them like their parents. Even parents who have a bit of reason wouldn't spoil their children like this. What nonsense is this? If he could act himself, he would have jumped in long ago. Why should his sister have to step in for them?" His chest was still heaving. He hadn't died, and Xia Chu was careful with her steps. Jiang Hai glanced at the youth by the wall, looking like a corpse, and slowly said something. Zhang Hua, who wasn't very familiar with Xia Chu, after a brief silence, all made the same lip movement. "We will be reported." "Who cares? She is not like us who need to follow the rules. If we really get reported, we'll just stick to our story." Gu Sheng wasn't worried about this at all. He only hoped that Xia Chu would hit harder. It would be best if these people could learn a lesson and stop doing selfish deeds that harm others, and cherish their own lives and the lives of others a bit more. In this world, everyone is equally precious. No one should sacrifice for anyone else. He said this in a group of people. Fine, let's do as Orange says. If we really get reported, we'll just bear it together. While this group was animatedly discussing in lip language, Xia Chu was walking back and forth in front of crowd. Her eyes swept over them like searchlights. A few who were looked at for a bit too long showed signs of guilt, retreating while waving their hands in defense. Not me, I didn't do it, I didn't mean to, I was just too scared. That little warrior volunteered to protect me. It has nothing to do with me, really. You're lying. It was you who pushed the little warrior out. I saw it. Perhaps afraid the child would see something too bloody, she tightly hugged the child, hiding their face in her arms. When her gaze met Xia Chu's, her tears burst forth. My son didn't make it and turned into a zombie. My husband and I couldn't bear to chop off our child's head, so we tied him up, but unexpectedly, the child scratched my husband. When that little warrior broke in, my husband had already cornered me and the child. It was that warrior who saved me and the child and escorted us downstairs to join the main group. We were about to leave when suddenly we heard cries for help. Chapter 154. The herd mentality. She pointed at the bespectacled man with a gentle appearance. Shouting angrily, he tripped. A few ordinary zombies and an evolved zombie emerged from the building. The herd mentality is a very common psychological phenomenon. When perception, judgment, and cognition are influenced by the behaviors of others, most people tend to act in accordance with public opinion or the behavior of the majority. Only a very small number of people can maintain their independence. Clearly, the people in this hall were not part of that very small group. As the young mother finished speaking, more and more people who had benefited from the military stood up, condemning those ungrateful individuals. Humans are creatures easily swayed by emotions. Even if the city dwellers are inherently indifferent, they're not like the people of the 50s and 60s who loved visiting neighbors and building community ties. However, because they lived in the same community and had some interaction within the property group, they had a basic understanding of the residents there. Longqing no. One is a high-end community, but it hasn't been built for many years. This led to the new wealth of Longqing no. One lacking the depth of older high-end communities like Jinxiu New City. In Jinxiu New City, people without sufficient social status, even if wealthy, cannot buy vacant houses no matter how much cash they wave around. In Longqing number 1, if you have money in vacant houses, you can buy them. If there are no vacant houses, you can buy second-hand houses with extra money. In this situation, it has led to more nouveau riche living in Longqing compared to other high-end communities. In a highly developed social civilization today, nouveau riche is no longer a term with negative connotations. With many new industries, a previously obscure person can suddenly become a big shot in their field overnight. For these people, being nouveau riche is a compliment. However, the nouveau riche living in Longqing number 1 are truly wealthy but lack culture, quality, and decent moral values. Coincidentally, this batch of people who enjoy doing things that harm others for their own benefit are all nouveau riche. Because they have money, they say things like, "Do you know who I am?" and can do morally reprehensible things like pushing people out to block zombies. In this community, while this group hasn't offended all the residents, they have still offended quite a few. With new grudges and old grievances combined, both sides erupted into a fierce argument in front of Xia Chu and the others. The content of the argument was an array of eye-opening and astonishing remarks. As both sides argued more intensely, it was already reaching the point of physical confrontation. In early summer, she pulled out her pistol, disengaged the safety and chamber round, then raised it and fired a shot at the ceiling. Bang! The gunshot ceased, and everyone except for the thorny figure turned their heads to look. The excited and angry emotions under Xia Chu's ice-cold gaze calmed down. "Do I need to make some space for you to argue slowly?" she asked with a smile. A group of people shook their heads, and Xia Chu was somewhat worried that their fast shaking might cause them to lose their heads. "Since you don't need it, then everyone quiet down." Slowly pointing the gun at those people, she said, "Now listen to my orders. Those who have harmed soldiers and those who haven't, split into 2 teams. Don't think about trying to trick me. I don't want any casualties. Do you understand?" "Understood." This time, the response was quite quick. It had to be, as anyone facing a gun, with a group of equally armed soldiers glaring at them, would be unable to remain fearless. In less than 2 minutes, these residents had formed their lines. Chapter 155, Does It Hurt? 2 lines. The long one could wrap around the hall several times. The short one, although it couldn't wrap around, it still had quite a number of people, with over 30 in total. Xia Chu was momentarily stunned, then turned to beckon Lu Yuxiu with her finger. He immediately trotted over, bent down, and leaned in to listen. The whole set of actions was remarkably smooth. How many have been sacrificed? She asked softly. Have the wounds been treated? Yes. The water you asked me to bring has been given to them. There's not much of a problem. Are the families of those soldiers here? Yes. Once a person is dead, they cannot be brought back to life. It's not realistic to pay with a life for a life. Do you think compensating the families of those soldiers with supplies is a feasible method? No problem. Lu Yuxiu looked down at her, his handsome face tense, and nodded heavily. Compared to a life, supplies really aren't much. But at this point, they could only strive to secure as many benefits as possible for the families of those soldiers. In early summer, she glanced at those people and turned to ask him, Should I go or should you? Lu Yuxiu raised an eyebrow and replied, I'll go. You take care of your business. He was a man. How could he let her take the brunt of everything? Earlier, her actions had been too sudden, so sudden that they didn't have time to react. She had placed herself in front of them, standing opposite the residents. It wasn't that she couldn't stop it, but stopping it would waste all her efforts. However, he couldn't let her continue to bear the burden of being the villain alone. This wasn't something she should have to carry. If someone had to be the bad guy, it should be him. Don't worry, I won't let your efforts go to waste. Seeing her silent and not speaking, Lu Yuxiu's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone filled with unpredictable danger. Xia Chu nodded and said, Then I'll go check on the injured. With that, Xia Chu straightforwardly left and went to the table in the corner, then opened the medical kit and took out the medical instruments and medications, arranging them neatly. Upon seeing this, Li Shaoqing hurried over and said, Sister, let me see the injury. After saying that, he lifted his shirt, revealing a gaping wound that stretched across his entire abdomen. How did you get hurt in the abdomen? Xia Chu asked, pointing to the long table nearby, indicating for him to lie down. Without any hesitation, Li Shaoqing quickly lay down, feeling unlucky. In early summer, after a quick check of his injuries, he nodded in agreement. It was indeed unfortunate to be pulled into this state by a mutated cactus, not to mention the wounds. Even the thorns embedded in the flesh were enough to make anyone scream. It was truly commendable that he held on without crying out in pain or pretending to be weak until now. One could say he truly was a thorny person. They all seemed like emotionless machines. Does it hurt? Xia Chu glanced at him, and that look was somewhat cold and had a hint of malice. Li Shaoqing had a bad premonition, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly felt wrong. He honestly shook his head, feeling nothing. It wasn't a lie. He genuinely felt no pain. Even after being injured, he had no sense of discomfort. If it weren't for the excessive bleeding and the strong smell of blood, he wouldn't even have realized he was hurt. Then there is no need for anesthesia. Since it doesn't hurt, let's save some anesthetic. This stuff is scarce, and the stock won't last long. Every little bit saved counts. Not using any, the soldiers waiting in line to treat their wounds stared in disbelief, unable to believe what they were hearing. Chapter 5 and 6. Good job. In early summer, she was busy using tweezers to pull out the hardened spines that had pierced into Li Shaoqing's flesh, one by one. It was necessary. They couldn't waste the medicine, and they understood that. Several injured soldiers breathed a sigh of relief together. Each time a spine was pulled out, Li Shaoqing's body trembled with pain. Seeing their expressions, he endured the pain, contorting his face as he gasped and asked, Sister, what level of injury in your mind requires anesthesia? My goodness, what kind of cactus thorn is this? How come I didn't feel it going in, but it hurts so much coming out that I want to scream like a groundhog? You definitely don't need it. Even if you did, I wouldn't give it, because I can't control the dosage of the anesthesia. Being an anesthesiologist is not something just anyone can do. It requires a very high level of professionalism. It also involves making different adjustments based on each individual's condition, whether the anesthesia should be deeper or shallower, the choice of medication, and so on. This tests the anesthesiologist's skill. Many doctors do not handle anesthesia, so, as a non-professional, it's better not to overestimate oneself and challenge such a highly technical task. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu threw the last sewing needle, which was about the same length as her hand and had tiny barbs on it, into the plate. After taking a deep breath, she put down the tweezers and used the disinfectant on his wound, then patted him, telling him to bear with it, because she was going to stitch him up. The wound she pulled out was too long and wide, so stitching was necessary. I can hold on, Li Shaoqing said, his teeth chattering. Oh my. The thought of stitching without anesthesia was terrifying. But there was no choice. Fear had to be endured because the medic was not a professional. Good job. Xia Chu praised him and began to focus on stitching him up. She was skilled at this and had practiced it. Wearing a mask, she stood in front of the table, her hands moving quickly, her eyes focused and serious. She worked almost nonstop, treating one injured resident and soldier after another. While she was busy, Lu Yuxiu and his team were also progressing smoothly. A group of soldiers, armed and looking fierce, stood in formation, claiming to negotiate but actually threatening. Only someone truly reckless and unafraid of death would dare to refuse their demands. Clearly, this group of selfish individuals, willing to throw others under the bus to save themselves, were not as brave as they pretended. So, when Lu Yuxiu made his request, the more than 30 individuals immediately nodded in agreement. Exchanging supplies for their lives was a very profitable deal. However, their supplies were not easy to obtain. Once this matter was over, they would complain to the superiors of these soldiers. What is the duty and mission of a soldier? It is to serve the people and the country, with the noble mission of sacrificing the small self for the greater good. Sacrificing for a mission, even if the reason for the sacrifice is somewhat related to them. Can they be blamed? They were just ordinary people who hadn't seen much bloodshed. It was reasonable for them to be scared when encountering terrifying creatures like evolved zombies and mutated plants, and to fear doing something wrong. They could only blame those soldiers for being too weak. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who make the same choice in the face of danger share similar values. If only Lu Yuxiu and the others had mind-reading abilities, they would know what those 30 people were thinking. If they did, they would surely let them experience what it meant to be worse than dead. Chapter 157. The situation is bad. Unfortunately, they did not have that opportunity. Of course, those 30 people also did not have the chance to complain. Because the sun had disappeared for a week, when it reappeared, even more dire circumstances arose. The rampant mutated plants and zombies destroyed important facilities such as water, electricity, communication, and gas pipelines, and also occupied cities that originally belonged to humanity. Once a prosperous dragon city, now resembled a city hidden in dense forests. Although the air had become much fresher, standing by the window revealed a sea of green or vibrant plants. However, this was not something to be particularly happy about. With communication being intermittent, most areas of the Great Ding State had been overtaken by plants and had entered a state of water and power outages. Thanks to the advance notice from Guojia, households had stocked up on water. It was just a matter of how much. In the short term, ensuring basic water use was not a problem. The biggest issue was cooking. In this era, aside from a few remote places still using gas cylinders or induction cookers, most cities had installed natural gas. A broken gas pipeline meant no cooking could be done, and induction cookers were useless without electricity. What to do? Eat dry rations. As for building a firewood stove to cook, sorry, not many people in this era knew how to do that. Moreover, even if they did, no one was willing to go outside to gather firewood. There were too many mutated plants and zombies that attacked on sight like bloodthirsty creatures. 80% of the city had been overtaken by mutated plants and zombies, completely falling. Countless high-rise buildings were damaged due to the destructive nature of the plants, some leaning, some collapsing, and so on. It was a scene of chaos, with plants rampaging everywhere. Those zombies that hadn't been cleared away also had the opportunity to escape their confines and find hiding places due to the destruction of numerous buildings and the rapid reproduction and growth of mutated plants. The military and police, along with recruited civilian ability user teams, took on the task of clearing away mutated plants, zombies, and the undead. These people were indeed strong fighters. But no matter how strong they were, they couldn't overcome the limited numbers. Even if they worked around the clock for 24 hours a day, under the circumstances of needing to rescue ordinary residents while also protecting themselves, What they could do was truly limited. What to do when residential areas were no longer suitable for habitation? They could only send people to safety zones. However, due to the short preparation time, even if the safety zone was expanded and covered a large area, it couldn't accommodate hundreds of thousands or millions of people all at once. The situation outside was dire, and the temperature was abnormally high. Under heavy pressure, so many people with different personalities crammed into a space much smaller compared to the entire city. It was a wonder they could coexist harmoniously. Thus, violent incidents occurred frequently. But this was not the worst part. The worst part was the big boss. Taking a deep breath, Xia Chu asked the serious and solemn Li Tao in front of her, "Is the news true? How could it be? Did they not hold on, or?" Lu Yuxiu also asked in disbelief. The remaining few, although silent, wore expressions of disbelief and concern. Had the sky above them vanished? "I am even less willing to believe it than you. But the news is true," Li Tao said, his expression heavy and his eyes dim. "The situation over there isn't good." A group of people exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Chapter 158. The Truth of Rebirth. Li Tao continued. "We can't interfere with the matters above, nor can we change anything. Right now, the Chong and Zhao factions are evenly matched, plus a neutrally faction, which barely maintains a fragile balance. But balance will eventually be broken, and regardless of which side wins." His voice gradually became heavy. "Conflict will begin. By then, whichever side it is will be drawn into it. And the military will be the first to bear the brunt. We need to prepare early." Silence fell. The air seemed to be thick with tension. In early summer, Xia Chu pinched her brow. At that time, she chose to report the information regardless of her own safety, hoping that the Guojia machines could intervene and lead the whole nation to unite and fight against this difficult end of the world together. Then, they would strive in the darkness, waiting for the arrival of light. It must be said that Guojia did well in the early stages, and the residents of Dinghua also performed admirably. Although the casualties were not few, compared to the hell on earth in her previous life and the drastically reduced population, the situation in Dinghua in this life was simply as good as it could get. In this regard, everyone who had made efforts for this cause benefited. She was unclear about the benefits others received, but Lu Yuxiu and the others had all advanced to level 2 in their abilities. As for her space suddenly upgraded precisely at midnight 2 nights ago. It jumped from an initial state to level 2 at rocket speed, skipping level 1 entirely. She also fainted from the shock brought on by the evolution of the space while treating the injured. Originally, the space had nothing but a spring. She had to dig the land herself and plant crops. Even the ponds for raising fish and aquatic products were dug out by her with an excavator over 2 nights, then filled with spring water. Now, the space could be described as a small world with endless black soil. Although the ecological chain was incomplete, mountains, forests, grasslands, lakes, and rivers had all appeared. The large quantity of seeds she had hoarded alone, and later hoarded together with Lu Yuxiu, finally had a place to be planted. Those flowers, grasses, and trees densely planted in the ground would make anyone without a phobia of density feel their scalp tingling and goosebumps rising. Finally, they no longer had to be crammed together. They had enough space to grow and reproduce freely. The evolution of the space was a great joy for her, and she always thought it was her reward, until she heard Li Tao's words at that moment. New information suddenly appeared in her mind, accompanied by a series of rapidly flashing images like slideshows, revealing the truth to her. The reward for the evolution of the space was indeed meant for her, as the space was her possession. But it was also not just for her, because in the future, she would rely on the output of the space to support countless people. Rebirth was not for nothing, and the space did not recognize a master for no reason. As Stefan Zweig said, all gifts bestowed by fate have long been marked with a price in the dark. Otherwise, why would a powerless cripple, who contributed nothing to the country or the people and barely survived for years, be given a second chance by heaven? Was it because she was disabled? There were plenty of disabled people in the later stages of the apocalypse. Was it because she lived sufficiently clearly and rationally? She wished she could be clearer and more rational, but she didn't have the capital to act willfully. So why? It was because the space was an ancestral possession of the Xia family, and the Xia family had only one direct bloodline, her. Only she. After nurturing that pearl with her breath for many years, could allow the space to recognize its master and evolve step by step, maximizing its utility and developing the space's uses. Chapter 159. Self-rescue. The existence of the space could not prevent the apocalypse from coming, nor could it end the apocalypse early and change the entire world. However, it could genuinely leave a spark of hope for humanity. Unfortunately, in her previous life, her foolishness caused the space to fall into Mu Qingyin's hands. That woman was even more foolish, lacking a broad perspective, filled only with thoughts of her feminine charm and romantic affairs. After obtaining the space, she not only failed to utilize its potential, but also raised a group of self-serving opportunists. Those opportunists, having lost Mu Qingyin's endless supplies as a backup, sparked large-scale wars in March of the year following Mu Qingyin's death, fighting over limited resources. The once thriving Blue Star, which had already lost many people, was propelled toward its end due to that war. The few humans who survived the war, for various reasons, abandoned their struggles in the face of despair and chose to commit suicide. The value of life lies in having pursuits, ideals, and goals. Without these, it ultimately amounts to nothing. What is the meaning of living, especially in a world without clean water, where obtaining even a bit of food requires risking one's life? Between people, only defense and vigilance remained, and mutual support had long become a joke in this dark era. Living was truly more difficult than dying and required courage. With the suicide of the last pure-blooded human ability user, humanity's former glory was no more, and civilization was buried. Blue Star became a paradise for new humans evolved from plants and animals, as well as ancestral humans. In the years of recovery, Blue Star, devoid of humans, regained its splendor. This time, the masters were the plants, animals, and new humans. The new humans revered nature and strength, rejecting all civilizations and technologies left behind by humanity. Blue Star embarked on a development path that was completely opposite to technological civilization. If this could be maintained, it would not be a bad thing for the planet. However, good times do not last long. Cosmic civilizations emerged, and due to its rich resources, Blue Star became a hunting ground and garden for those civilizations. Captivity, imprisonment, rebellion, war, and bloodshed once again stained Blue Star. In the final desperate counterattack by all living beings on Blue Star, they killed several high-ranking generals from one advanced civilization and several from lower civilizations. This counterattack was undoubtedly successful, but the cost was that Blue Star underwent large-scale bombardment by the interstellar fleets of the cosmic civilizations. Blue Star is a main planet with intelligent life. Such a planet possesses its own planetary consciousness. The dissipation of planetary consciousness signifies the death of the planet. Thus, in order to save themselves, they reached an agreement. Blue Star used its last conscious power to reverse time, while the artifact's spirit relied on the breath Xia Chu had nurtured for many years. Following the time river that Blue Star's consciousness exhausted all its strength to reverse, they found Xia Chu's soul, which was about to dissipate, and used all their spiritual energy to assist her rebirth. They hoped to change their own fate and that of all living beings on this planet through her power. It was not that they held Xia Chu in high regard. Rather, the space was an ancestral possession of the Xia family, and Xia Chu was their only choice. Only Xia Chu, as a direct bloodline of the Xia family, could be considered the true master of the artifact spirit space and successfully allow the space to recognize its master. They relied on the power of the artifact's spirit to withstand the perfect integration of two souls and two memories. Chapter 160. A bigger play. Having two souls in one body is no trivial matter, even if the two souls are essentially the same to some extent. But if something goes wrong, it can also collapse, leading to chaotic thinking and madness. If that truly happens, both the Blue Star consciousness and the artifact spirit would have worked in vain, and their self-rescue plan would also fail. Fortunately, because they had been nurtured by Xia Chu's breath for over 20 years, their plan succeeded. Xia Chu was uncertain whether the Blue Star consciousness had fallen into a deep sleep or had dissipated. However, she thought it should be in a state of sleep, because a planet without consciousness requires a long passage of time and growth to develop a rudimentary awareness before intelligent life forms can emerge. And now, Even though many intelligent life forms on this planet had died, quite a few still survived. This indicates that the consciousness of this planet still exists. After they conveyed these messages and images to her, and informed her of what she needed to do in the future, it fell back into a deep sleep again during a brief moment of clarity. She wasn't sure when it would wake up again. Maybe it would wake up soon because of her efforts, or perhaps it would never awaken during her lifetime. Thinking about what the had told her, Xia Chu despaired and slumped into a chair, covering her face and sighing. How on earth was she supposed to continue? If the big boss were still around, she might have some hope. After all, the big boss was like a stabilizing force. With him around, the Ding Kingdom wouldn't fall into chaos. But now that the big boss was gone, the other bosses would soon start a civil war for power. By that time, who could she turn to for help in finding industry leaders and elites that could promote human civilization and advance technological progress? The key was that she would need to support a large group of people in the future. Where would the resources come from? She would have to rely on her hard work in planting and harvesting. The Blue Star consciousness, and were really putting her in a difficult position. Forget it. She would just go all out. She had the courage to report on the apocalypse back then, and she dared to take a big risk this time as well. At worst, she would just die. Of course, if she died, she had to take Lu Yuxiu with her. She was such a selfish person. Who told Lu Yuxiu to be unlucky and provoke her? Lu Yuxiu thought, just a second ago, Xia Chu was despondent and worrying him. But now she looked like a little demoness who was in love, yet had malicious intentions to devour him whole, and it made him extremely happy. His heart raced. Baby, be a little more reserved. He pinched her cheek and pretended to be serious, coldly scolding her in her ear. Why was she looking at him with such loving eyes in public? What did she want to do? Couldn't she wait until they were alone to look at him like that? At the beginning of summer, did she do anything indiscreet? I really want to ask him, but thinking about how he tends to overthink and imagine things when he's with her makes me hesitate. Xia Chu decided to let it go. She didn't want to get herself into trouble. Lu Yuxiu, this man, was truly both amusing and exasperating when he acted childish. Oh, she replied lightly and glanced around the room at the people, some with serious expressions and others with furrowed brows in silence. Finally, her gaze landed on Li Tao's face. She spoke astonishingly. Grandpa Li, do you have any way to convince Commander Fong to withdraw from the power struggle involving Boss Chong and the others? What kind of ridiculous title is Grandpa Li? Also, what did she mean by what she said? Chapter 161. The Clever Use of Emojis. Xia Chu's words were like a shocking wave that drowned everyone in silence. People looked at her in disbelief, unable to accept what they had just heard. It wasn't even chaotic yet, and this girl audaciously wanted them to be independent. Was she afraid they were having too good a life and wanted to find some excitement to become thorns in the sides of a few bosses? Li Tao's lips moved slightly. He wanted to ask her if she even knew what she was saying. But looking at her serious expression and recalling her reports about the apocalypse, the words that almost came out became a reason. I need a reason that can convince me. Emotionally, he firmly believed he couldn't be persuaded. But rationally, he told himself he would be persuaded. Everyone looked at Xia Chu in silence and shock, and Lu Yuxiu was no exception. His gaze towards her, besides shock, also carried a hint of helplessness. Clearly, he had never thought Xia Chu would be bold enough to go this far. To put it nicely, she was saying she wouldn't participate in the power struggle among the bosses. To put it bluntly, she was inciting them to break free from the control above. In feudal times, such behavior was called declaring oneself a king, a crime punishable by death. Now, it was hardly different. Are you serious? He asked. In early summer, she pinched him. Does she look like she's joking now? Seriously, very seriously, extremely seriously, there has never been a time more serious than now. In early summer, Xia Chu repeatedly used the word serious 4 times to express her determination. Under the gazes of the crowd, who thought she must be crazy, she sighed deeply and said with great grievance, if I could, I wouldn't want to say this and make you all think I'm insane. Unfortunately, for the future fate of humanity and this planet, I have to say it. Words alone couldn't convey the message. So let me show you what we will face in the future. As her voice faded, the slideshow images that the spirits in her mind had been playing for her transformed into animated, voiceover meme faces plastered onto the faces of everyone in the room. No matter how terrifying the words were, They couldn't match the shock of seeing the images with their own eyes. Thanks to her unique ability, she felt immensely relieved to possess the power to turn images into memes. Indeed, as the memes appeared on their faces, the expressions of the crowd shifted from confusion to seriousness, agitation, anger, sadness, grief, despair, and so on. Bastards, what time is it? And you're still focused on immediate interests? So many people have died. Why don't you go die? You can't trust their words. They are bad guys with a grand conspiracy, wanting to kill you so their base can monopolize resources. It's over. The war has begun, a bunch of idiots. How did you even survive? The crowd shouted in despair, with some shedding tears of hopelessness. With limited resources and a small surviving population, is there still hope for humanity amidst such widespread war? Bastards, you damn idiots, I want to kill you. A group of people began to lose control of their anger and despair, their faces twisted as they reached for weapons, preparing to unleash a massacre. Xia Chu wiped away a cold sweat, feeling extremely relieved that they hadn't brought weapons due to the meeting. Otherwise, it would have been a case of friendly fire. Soldiers have loud voices, and when one person starts shouting, it makes everyone's ears buzz. A group of people shouting. The intensity was even greater than the music played by the middle-aged men and women doing square dancing. Chapter 162. The big movie in such a loud environment. The noise inevitably leaked through the gaps in the tightly closed doors and windows. Even the walls started to tremble slightly. It didn't really matter since they were all from within the Thorns organization, and no soldiers were left at the meeting room door. But coincidentally, Fang Laoda and the others were looking for Li Tao. So, a soldier took them straight to the meeting room. Then, they heard the ghostly howls and screams from inside, and saw the windows trembling slightly. The curtains were drawn, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Fang Laoda's face darkened as he asked the soldier leading the way, "Didn't you say old Li and the others were in a meeting? Does it look like they're having a meeting in there? What kind of meeting turns into this? It looks more like a dance party." The soldier was confused. He thought it was indeed a meeting, but the current situation, he couldn't make sense of it either. It was quite special. Releasing the immovable doorknob, Fang Laoda nodded in agreement. The door was locked, so it must be something special. He didn't bother to ask further and raised his hand to knock on the door. A group of men was still caught up in their emotional outburst, shouting and yelling, while the only one not caught up in it, Xia Chu, heard the knock on the door. She ran to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Fang Changjung." "Since when does Thorns have female comrades with enough rank to attend meetings?" Fang Changjung was puzzled, but Xia Chu was excited to open the door. This person really has a knack for timing. Not long ago, she was thinking about asking Old Li to urge Commander Fang, and now he just appeared. The timing was perfect, just in time to let them in to watch a big movie about the future. "Hello, leaders, please come in." As soon as the door opened, Xia Chu politely invited them in without even getting a good look at who they were. Fang Changjung and the others glanced at the chaotic scene inside, where people were shouting and jumping around and raised their eyebrows as they appraised Xia Chu from top to bottom. She was a very beautiful and elegant girl. Even though she was in military uniform with a tidy, short haircut similar to a man's, it didn't detract from her beauty. But with their years of military experience and keen eyes, they could tell that this girl was definitely not one of their colleagues. With a cold face, Fang Changjung asked, "What is your name?" "Young lady, can you tell us what Old Li and the others are doing?" A group of them combined had several hundred years of experience, yet they were acting like madmen, shouting and yelling. Was this reasonable? "My name is Xia Chu." Xia Chu first introduced herself before awkwardly closing the door and softly explaining, "They're watching a big movie." Fang Changjung twitched his lips. "What is this?" "It's hard to explain, but I invite you to watch it too." Xia Chu didn't waste time and sent another batch of memes their way. Initially confused by her meaning, the group quickly found themselves drawn into the meme-filled big movie as they watched the images plastered onto their faces, barely having time to be shocked. Then, they started mimicking the expressions and emotions of Lu Yuxiu and the others who had been affected earlier. They joined the frenzied shouting and roaring, wanted to grab guns and shoot. Not long after they entered the big movie, Lu Yuxiu and the others gradually emerged from it, regaining their senses. But everyone was in a bad mood, their faces reflecting fear. They were exuding a defeated aura. "Are you all right?" Xia Chu softly asked Lu Yuxiu. Lu Yuxiu's reddened eyes fixed intently on her. It was at this moment that Xia Chu realized that Lu Yuxiu's emotions were off. His gaze, which had been filled with deep affection, gradually shifted to tender pity, and finally to sorrowful grief. Chapter 163. Past lives and present lives. The complexity in his gaze made her eyes warm and her nose tingle. What's wrong? It was her fault for suddenly showing them the big movie, but there was no need for him to look at her like that, right? It made her want to cry. How annoying. Lu Yuxiu's lips moved slightly, and just when Xia Chu thought he was going to speak, he suddenly hugged her tightly. He used so much strength that she almost couldn't catch her breath. Xia Chu wanted to reach out and push her away, but warm, wet liquid dripped down from her neck. It made her heart skip a beat. Did her lily wearer cry? You. Before she could finish her sentence, a hoarse, pained voice with a hint of choking came from beside her. Why didn't you tell me? The sudden question caught Xia Chu off guard. The arms holding her tightened again. I saw it all. What did you see? We are all dead. Early summer. In early summer. Xia Chu didn't think much of it, only believing he was referring to the extinction of humanity. Unable to help herself, she softly reassured him. Don't be afraid. We can change this. Be good and empty your mind, okay? No. Remembering the scene she had seen in memes, his eyelashes trembled. Was it an illusion? No. Illusions couldn't be this real. Compared to illusions, he was more inclined to think about their past lives. His meeting with Xia Chu was not beautiful at all. She was pulled out from a pile of dead plants and beasts. Yet he still fell in love with her. He fell for this girl who had lost her left arm. Her right face was disfigured, yet her eyes remained pure as ever. She harbored hatred, appearing cold and unapproachable on the surface, but deep inside, she always preserved a piece of pure land. She spoke little. They saved her, but couldn't get a single thank you from her. Yet she expressed her gratitude through her actions. She was a very contradictory girl. They said she had a heart of stone, yet she was willing to show kindness to children and the elderly. They said she was soft-hearted, yet she was decisive in killing. As time spent together increased, his understanding of her deepened. Then, uncontrollably attracted to her, he began to like her and wanted to pursue her. In the end, he fell deeply in love with her, sacrificing his life to save her. He had no regrets about losing his life for her, but a sense of regret lingered in his heart, because she had never said she liked or loved him. Even when they were close, and she broke down and cried under his pressure, she still wouldn't say it. Did she care? Yes, she did. But no matter how much she cared, it couldn't compare to the smile in her crescent-shaped eyes. He had promised to love and protect her for a lifetime, yet he had broken that promise. Later, what is wrong with you? Noticing his trembling, Xia Chu hurriedly asked, is something uncomfortable? Shall we find Dr. Zhou for checkup? I'm not uncomfortable. Lu Yuxiu opened his scarlet eyes and looked down at Xia Chu, who was full of worry in his arms. How wonderful! His Xia Chu was healthy and safe in his embrace. No disabilities, no disfigurement. Knowing this, why was he still lost in the past? Grasping the present was what he should do. This lifetime was different. He was just temporarily lost in the illusion of the memes and couldn't escape. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xia Chu didn't want him to know about their past lives, so she let him think he didn't know. However, those who had bullied Xia Chu in this life better not let him run into them. If he did, he would make those scum wish they were dead. He swore on his life, faith, and the military uniform he wore. Xia Chu let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but want to educate someone, saying not to scare her next time, as she was very worried. We were also very worried. The crowd, who had been squatting beside her and finished a whole melon, echoed in unison, mimicking Xia Chu's tone. Chapter 164. Malicious. Early summer. As summer approached, Xia Chu turned her head like a robot and met a pair of eyes filled with playful mockery. Even with her thick skin, she felt a rare emotion called embarrassment rising in her heart, and her face flushed bright red. The faces of this group of men were even thicker than hers. She couldn't out-talk them, so it was better not to seek humiliation. Thus, she buried her face in Lu Yuxiu's arms, as if this could hide her shyness and awkwardness. However, the skin of her neck and the rosy earlobes exposed outside her clothes made everyone's amusement spread, and they all cast teasing glances at Lu Yuxiu. Xiaoyu, your wife is shy. Hurry up and comfort her. Lu Yuxiu gently patted Xia Chu's back, feeling sweeter than eating honey unfazed by everyone's teasing gazes. Instead, he glanced at Fang Changjung, who was still immersed in despairing howls in the emoji world, and turned to ask Li Tao, "Old Li, are you ready?" Mentioning this topic made Li Tao particularly irritable. He was definitely prepared. The problem was that this matter was even bigger than the Yushan incident, and he felt immense pressure and despair. To be honest, I don't want to do it. But I can't get past my conscience if I don't. However, if I do, I feel like I'll go bald. Forget it, if I go bald, I go bald. At worst, I'll shave my head. But if I go bald, I won't be beautiful or handsome. Before he could finish, Qin Mosh slapped him, causing him to stumble forward and smack his face against the wall. During those 3 hours of unconsciousness, Li Tao, Qin Mosh, and the others were fed spring water by Lu Yuxiu. They were fortunate enough to awaken their abilities, and those without powers became mutants. Qin Mosh was one of those mutants with strength abilities. To put it bluntly, a slap from him at half strength could knock down a wall. He managed to control his strength to about half, so Li Tao wasn't embedded in the wall. He turned a blind eye to Li Tao's screams and the blood gushing from his nose, coldly and ruthlessly saying, "You seem to have a misunderstanding about your appearance. Trust me, you've always been ugly to the point of despair. I've endured you for many years." Li Tao? Is this even human language? In early summer, Lu Yuxiu and the others. Today, I just realized that old Qin has quite the sharp tongue. Li Tao tilted his head as he approached the table, pulled out a tissue, and tore it in half. He stuffed one piece into his nose to stop the bleeding while angrily shouting, "I'm cutting ties with you. I'm done with you." "Who are you cutting ties with?" Fang Changjung, who had just come out of the emoji movie, was still in a daze when he instinctively asked upon hearing this. "Old Qin, that guy's jealous of my beauty and handsomeness. Try to ruin my looks." Li Tao instinctively replied, "That's really malicious, so malicious." His tone was filled with indignation. "That is indeed quite malicious." Fang Changjung nodded in agreement, then added, "What exactly was that just now? How could it be?" Perhaps unable to find a suitable adjective. He paused for a few seconds before glaring at Xia Chu and asking, "Is that your ability?" People who have long been in high positions naturally carry a certain authority, which cannot be clearly defined but indeed brings pressure. Unfortunately, Xia Chu was not an ordinary person. Not to mention her mental strength was already stronger than everyone present. Chapter 165. Protection. Just speaking of her past life experiences, it was destined that Fang Changjung's authority would be useless against her. Thus, she calmly said, "Yes, what you saw was indeed presented through my ability, but I am merely a medium. Those are the warnings given to us by the Heavenly Tao. I hope we can make changes and save ourselves based on that warning." Heavenly Tao? Save ourselves? Fang Changjung sneered, his sharp eyes fixed on her little girl. "Do you think I would believe you?" "You will believe me," Xia Chu said confidently. Fang Changjung frowned. "Explain. Is the ability scientific?" "No, it's not scientific. It exists." "Are zombies scientific?" "Similarly, not scientific, yet they also exist. As for atavistic humans, don't get me started. A primate mammal shouldn't contain any animal genes in its body. Yet it happens to show beast-like characteristics, which is also not scientific." With her hands raised, she concluded amidst the suppressed laughter of Lu Yuxiu and the others, and the contemplation of Fang Changjung and the others, with so many unscientific things happening. It's actually not surprising that the Heavenly Tao appeared to warn us. Fang Changjung and the others were speechless. Shattering and reshaping one's worldview is no different from breaking all the bones in a person's body and forcing them to stand up. There is indeed no difference. But the facts do not allow them to escape. Li Tao was a ruthless person. He did not care at all about the huge waves rising in Fang Changjung and the others' hearts. He directly stated, "The reason Guijia will enter Level 1 alert before October 1st is also due to the warnings from the Heavenly Tao. Now that the big boss is gone, the struggle for power will soon begin. I'm not afraid to tell you. The apocalyptic warning was conveyed to me by the Heavenly Tao in the form of prophetic dreams. After verifying its authenticity, I chose to report the information. This time is no exception. I merely borrowed Xia Chu's power to perfectly present the future I saw." The reason Li Tao was shouldering all of this was not out of greed for the credit, but to protect Xia Chu. A person who can see the changes in the future, if discovered by someone with ulterior motives, could attract all sorts of monsters and demons. Xia Chu does have the ability to protect herself, but she's still too young, lacks experience, and is too soft-hearted, making her an easy target for manipulation. If not for her presence, the current situation in the Ding Kingdom would be different. He must protect her. No matter what, he has to keep her safe. Lao Qin and the others share the same thoughts, which is why they didn't interrupt him. He willingly takes on this burden, and they are equally willing to bear this sweet burden of Xia Chu. This is humanity's, and even this planet's, only hope for self-salvation. Xia Chu did not know his thoughts, but she did not feel that Li Tao had taken credit for her achievements. On the contrary, she understood and appreciated Li Tao's protection and care for her, and she was deeply moved. Grandpa Li was a good person and a very charismatic old man. It should be said that the leaders of the Thorns group all had considerable charisma. Even Chen Dong, a man with an absolute political mindset, had his own shining points. No wonder in her past life, Lu Yuxiu and the others loved, respected, and thought of them for many years, simply because they were worth it. What she could see clearly, Lu Yuxiu and the others understood as well. No one spoke up to refute Li Tao's words. They all quietly watched Feng Changzheng and the others, waiting for them to accept the facts and make decisions. Chapter 166. Choice at the beginning of summer. Feng Changzheng and the others were not very willing to believe what Xia Chu said. Li Tao was different. After years of being colleagues, they knew him well enough. He was a person who liked to get things done and disliked boasting. Although his words sounded nonsensical and unclear, everyone understood the deeper meaning behind them. The group from Thorns exchanged glances and then turned their attention to Feng Changzheng and the others, signaling that they had made a decision. After speaking, Li Tao added, "You can choose not to join, but we will leave." This was both a threat and an olive branch. Although the 8 armies had considerable military strength, the real combat power lay with Thorns. Due to the uniqueness of Thorns, Li Tao, who managed Thorns, and Feng Changzheng, who commanded the 8 armies, were of equal rank. However, Li Tao had advantages over Feng Changzheng in certain aspects. He could communicate directly with superiors. Feng Changzheng could not. Additionally, Thorns had its own equipment depot, stocked with the best gear, while the 8 armies used standard equipment. Only 6 teams across the entire Ding Kingdom, including Thorns, could enjoy this privilege. Once Thorns left, the 8 armies would inevitably get caught up in the power struggles of several bosses. At that point, the 8 armies would become pawns without control. They could resist, but the cost of resistance might be unbearable. If they joined, they would be part of the same family as Thorns. Resources such as information, weapons, and other materials could be shared, benefiting both sides, a deal that only brought profit and no loss. Now, it all depended on Feng Changzheng's choice. What choice did Feng Changzheng have? He couldn't let Thorns leave. If it weren't for Thorns on the first day of the apocalypse, the entire 8 armies wouldn't have suffered just a few casualties. Moreover, as they had been colleagues for many years, he knew Li Tao very well. Rather than letting him lead Thorns away to start anew, it was better to follow him and fight vigorously. If Thorns got the meat, they would at least get the soup rather than watching without even a drop to drink. He was also a ruthless person, willing to delegate power decisively. He said, "Okay, I will delegate the 8 armies to you, but my only requirement." Stop. Li Tao interrupted him with a twitch of his lips, looking at him with annoyance in his bewildered gaze. At a time like this, thinking about retiring early and entering a state of leisure is quite bold of you. Come, there is no time like the present. Since everyone is here, let us discuss how to move forward and also divide the work in detail. Thus, a group of people began a meeting that lasted more than 3 hours. During the meeting, everyone expressed their opinions and arguments frequently erupted. It was certain that they needed to establish a safe zone, but the new safe zone could not be in Longcheng. Before the apocalypse, Longcheng had absolute geographical and economic advantages, but after the apocalypse, this place was not conducive to development. A safe zone without farmland, unable to cultivate or raise livestock, relying solely on stockpiles or supplies distributed from above, could not last long. Therefore, they needed to develop their own farmland and breeding grounds. Only then could they be self-sufficient amidst the power struggles of several bosses. The place they had in mind was Ningjiang County, over 100 kilometers from Longcheng. "Is Ningjiang confirmed?" Li Tao asked solemnly, staring at the area circled in red on the map. "Confirmed." The group raised their hands in unison. At this moment, No one participating in the meeting could have imagined that the place they had circled would one day become a sanctuary in the hearts of all intelligent beings on Blue Star, a place they longed to live in. However, that was a story for another time. Once the location of the new safe zone was determined, the group began discussing the construction of the safe zone, migration, and the search for professionals and elites from various fields. There was no urgency about constructing the safe zone and migration. Both of these tasks would take time. Therefore, the only pressing matter at hand was the urgent need to recruit talent. Then the question arose. None of the people present were involved with academia, research, medical, mechanical, weapons, electronics, mathematics, or other industries. After a long silence, Lu Yuxiu boldly suggested, "How about we take a trip to the capital?" The Ding Institute was originally located in the capital, where the top scholars and industry elites of the Ding Kingdom were gathered. They might not be able to find people elsewhere, but they could definitely find the talent they needed in the capital. Lu Yuxiu's proposal was bold, but it struck a chord with everyone present. Feasible. Qin Mozui was the first to express agreement. Following him, voices of support echoed one after another, and finally, all eyes turned to Li Tao, who had remained silent. "Old Li, don't tell me you're backing down," Chen Dong joked with a smile. "Backing down isn't the issue. It's just that Li Tao raised his eyes, scanning the crowd, and then asked who is going. Not to mention the dangers they would encounter on the long journey. The present and future capital would undoubtedly be a place fraught with peril. It would be great if they succeeded, but what if they accidentally got trapped inside? I'll go with Xia Chu." Once again, it was Lu Yuxiu who expressed his intention first, not only standing for himself, but for Xia Chu as well. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu was briefly taken aback. Originally, the task of planting and breeding was assigned to her, and she had agreed to it. But she didn't expect Lu Yuxiu to suddenly change his mind. What could she do? She could only follow along with her husband. Raising her hand, she said, "I have no problem. But who would take over Xia Chu's responsibilities in the planting and breeding area? It's indeed important to have people who can advance human society and civilization without regression, but planting and breeding are equally important. Without enough resources to ensure those people are well-fed, warm, and clothed, how can they have the strength, energy, and intellect to conduct research and experiments? Xia Chu is not the only option. Let us not forget that there's a forestry school next door where the teachers and students are professionals. Aren't they better than Xia Chu, who is only half-trained? But those people can't communicate with the... So what? Are weapon users just for show? What happens when they're used up? Who knows when production will resume? Then we can rely on cold weapons and abilities. Being overly dependent on hot weapons doesn't help enhance abilities. Do you really have to bring Xia Chu along? Yes, and don't forget her quirky emoticons. At certain times, they can alter people's perceptions and illusions. The moment Xia Chu's emoticons were mentioned, everyone fell silent. Xia Chu sighed. Her expression pack was now almost as unwelcome as a natural disaster. Lu Yuxiu, however, smiled pleasantly, suggesting that Xia Chu could stay, and everyone needed to cooperate with her research on expression packs. Chapter 168. Heading to the capital. Apart from Feng Changzheng and a few others who were not familiar with expression packs, everyone else who had participated in Xia Chu's experiments shivered in unison. Their expressions extremely serious. Li Tao, in particular, said earnestly, "I've thought about it, and I believe what you said makes a lot of sense. Professional matters should be handled by professionals." Although Xia Chu can communicate with alien plants, her understanding of farming and animal husbandry is indeed not as good as that of professionals from agricultural and forestry universities. After saying that, he felt it was inappropriate, as it seemed to imply that he looked down on Xia Chu. After all, it was he who initially suggested that Xia Chu take over the planting and breeding tasks. Saying it this way now seemed excessive and would hurt the young girl's self-esteem and pride. That wouldn't be good. So, he quickly looked at Xia Chu with an apologetic expression and said, "Xia Chu, I didn't mean anything by this. It's not that I think you're inadequate. Just..." Seeing him about to ramble on, Xia Chu smiled and interrupted him. "You're right. I really can't compare to those professionals. You don't need to worry about hurting my self-esteem. I really appreciate your straightforward and honest character. Good girl." This was exactly what Li Tao wanted to hear. He solemnly praised her and added, "That's fine. Let's bring Emperor Wen Yi and their wives along." It's better to have more people for support. But we can't have too many, as our task this time is to dig the wall's foundation. Too many people would make us a larger target. 3 pairs of young couples are just right. They won't raise suspicions. Moreover, among these 6, except for Jiang Xiao, who is an ordinary person, the rest have their own strengths. Their abilities can complement each other perfectly. Additionally, he wanted to take advantage of the relatively peaceful situation to let the few of them enjoy a honeymoon while carrying out their mission. It would be hard to find opportunities for solitude in the future. That's how he put it. No one present opposed his proposal. With the candidates determined, this topic was settled. Next, the group made detailed plans for their mission. In fact, there wasn't much to prepare. Xia Chu's storage space contained everything for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Not to mention 6 people. Even 10 times that number, she could afford to support. However, the situation was different for Emperor Wenyi and Xia Chu, as well as Lu Yuxiu. Their families were here, and they needed to communicate with their families before leaving, which would take some time for farewells. Jiang Xiao and Ruan Mengmeng also needed to inform their loved ones, or else the elderly would worry. As for Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu, the former was a true orphan, and her close friend were scattered all over the country. Not to mention farewells. With intermittent communication, it was challenging to stay in touch. Lu Yuxiu did have a small aunt, but her family was overseas, and it was unclear whether they were alive or dead. However, that didn't mean they had nothing to bring. Little Tiger and the stubborn ginkgo tree that had attached itself to them were still waiting for them to pick them up. These 2 had to be taken along. Otherwise, no one at the base could manage them. It was a busy time, and even the usually steady and imposing dog general was being driven crazy by these 2 leading a group of small bears and monkeys. Leaving them behind would definitely cause chaos. So they had to lighten the burden for everyone. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the fully armed 6, along with 3 animals, bid farewell to the crowd and left the base, embarking on their journey to the capital. Chapter 169. The Fall of Huanan at the end of October. The sun was as fierce as ever. Along the way, apart from people in various uniforms busy clearing alien plants or repairing roads, ordinary people were rarely seen on the streets. Most had gathered in the school playgrounds of each district for unified training. This included Luo Changsheng. However, the most exhausted and hardest hit with the highest casualty rates were those partnering with active duty officers and security personnel conducting a citywide search. These individuals not only had to search for survivors and escort them to safe bases, but also deal with all the crises encountered during the operation. Medical workers were on standby 24 hours a day, and the most common vehicles seen on the streets were military police armored vehicles and ambulances. Armored cars were also quite common, as they left the base and headed towards the elevated road. Xia Chu and the others saw more than 30 ambulances rushing towards the main hospital with injured individuals. Currently, those who needed ambulances were mostly severely injured, as lightly injured personnel did not leave their posts. Medical resources were being consumed at an alarming rate every day. No one could guarantee how long they could rely on their stockpiles. Therefore, Xia Chu and their team's mission, which was supposedly just a search and wall-digging task, actually also carried the responsibility of gathering as many supplies as possible. The public safety in Long City, except for the chaotic first few days after the apocalypse began, had basically stabilized now. The main reason was the presence of station troops. While military power may not be prominent in peacetime, it becomes evident in times of chaos. However, compared to Long City, those cities without station troops, although not completely fallen, were in dire situations. Even if Guojia had given everyone a heads up in advance, even if residents had stockpiled supplies, and even if the 3-hour coma period had passed, the government departments and units could only operate at maximum capacity. The prolonged darkness and lack of water and electricity over 7 days had plunged them into a desperate situation. The Long City government received daily requests for assistance, but could only choose to support nearby areas. They were truly powerless when it came to distant places. Additionally, with alien plants running rampant, infrastructure had been severely damaged. Road clearing and repairs were also conducted based on proximity. This made the travel of Xia Chu and the others quite challenging. They basically had to alternate between elevated highways and national roads. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they entered Huanan territory. Thanks to the fact that it was still dark late in the evening, even without lights, the visibility did not seem dim. In stark contrast to the relatively peaceful environment of Long City, where zombies were hardly seen, Huanan could be described as a zombie stronghold. Huanan had fallen. Tens of thousands of zombies roamed the streets and alleys of Huanan County, while on a spacious road, an armored police vehicle was charging through. There were 5 people in the vehicle. One was on the roof, shooting, while 3 others leaned out of the windows, firing at the zombies. Amid the bang-bang-bang sounds, sparks flew as heads were shot, immediately being engulfed by the dense crowd of zombies. The driver demonstrated excellent driving skills, skillfully maneuvering through a sea of haphazardly parked vehicles, garbage, and an endless swarm of zombies. The air was filled with the stench of decay, gunpowder, and blood. In early summer, Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu exchanged a glance. The former picked up the walkie-talkie to inform Wen Yi and the others in the vehicles behind them that they were preparing for battle, then slammed the accelerator and charged towards the horde of zombies. In Chapter 170, Look at Me, Lu Yuxiu leaned out of the car window, aiming his submachine gun, and fired a barrage of bullets. Fireworks erupted, and amidst the booming sounds, the bullets, trailing light, struck the heads of the zombies. Wen Yi and Xiao Lingtian in the back were equally relentless. Under the fierce firepower, a small gap appeared in the dense horde of zombies. The people inside the armored vehicle were caught off guard by the unexpected support, and the driver was clearly momentarily stunned. The vehicle slightly swerved and scraped against a car parked nearby. The vehicle shook and charged directly into the horde of zombies. Just then, Xia Chu's gaze fell on the 3rd floor of a building adjacent to the armored vehicle's location. The houses on this street were old-style buildings, even after exterior renovations. The overall layout remained unchanged. The 1st and 2nd floors were shops, and the 3rd floor was residential. Starting from the 3rd floor, there was a platform that connected the entire building. The platform had been segmented by the residents and was filled with flowers, plants, and trees, many of which had mutated into abnormal plants, their branches and leaves thriving excessively. Among those plants, Xia Chu spotted a zombie. She thought she had seen it wrong, but just as that thought emerged in her mind, the zombie revealed itself from behind the lush vegetation. It was an evolved zombie, standing over 2.5 meters tall, with agile limbs and pale red eyes, having devoured countless of its kind. It peered down at the battle below and leaped down, targeting the armored vehicle. Xia Chu quickly grabbed the horn next to her seat, poked her head out, and shouted, "Get down!" The people in the armored vehicle reacted quickly. Before her words were finished, they had jumped off the roof and rolled to the ground. With the help of Lu Yuxiu and the others' firepower, they moved away from the zombies' attack range. In a rolling position, they threw out one ability sphere after another. At the same time, the tall zombie slammed heavily onto the armored vehicle. As the target escaped, the zombie let out an angry roar towards the sky. Evolved zombies have absolute control over lower-level zombies. In an instant, countless zombies launched a fierce attack on those few people, and the scene became chaotic. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu threw the ginkgo tree, which had shrunk and was no longer as tall as her arm, out the window, saying, "Yingchun, it's your turn." The ginkgo tree instantly grew larger upon hitting the ground. Then its roots branched out and intertwined, charging straight into the zombie horde towards the evolved zombie. "Don't say anything. Just watch me." JPG. The treeman baby with green hair on top and a pair of raised eyebrows curled up the corners of its lips. Its eyes filled with 2 parts arrogance, 3 parts disdain, and 5 parts melancholy, wearing a big, ostentatious expression. In early summer, it wildly swung its branches, sending zombies flying, creating a scene as spectacular as dropping dumplings. Immediately after, it grabbed Little Tiger and threw him towards the vehicle where Jiang Shao was. "Little Tiger, along with Little Black and Little Gold, protect your sister Jiang Shao well." With a swift motion, it struck down the head of the nearest zombie. The sound of the head hitting the ground attracted the nearby zombies, who swarmed towards early summer like a hive of bees. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu slowly started to release a series of memes. "Kids be good." JPG, dressed in an Ultraman costume, Xia Chu with her braided hair raised her long, dark finger, squinted her big eyes, and smiled broadly, making a shushing gesture. As the meme flew by, the zombies froze as if under a paralysis spell. Chapter 171. Not embarrassed? Are you ready? I'm about to strike. JPG Xia Chu struck a pose like a golden rooster standing on one leg and shouted loudly. The dragon in the sky regrets. JPG, with her left leg slightly bent and her right arm curved inward. She traced a shimmering green circle with her right palm and thrust it out. A wave of green light engulfed the horde of zombies from top to bottom. And those zombies, appearing as if immobilized, began to attack their own kind, with fangs and claws flying, turning the scene into a bloody chaos filled with roars. The dragon soaring in the sky. JPG. Xia Chu leaped into the air, her dark palms striking down from above. And the flying meme exploded upon contact with the zombies, causing the already frenzied zombies to become even more insane. Seeing the dragon in the field. JPEG dobiting stick technique. JPG. Ba. The poor nun here is polite. JPG. A gigantic golden Buddha statue appeared behind Xia Chu as she pressed her palms together. The series of memes and the damage they inflicted on the zombies left the five who jumped out of the armored vehicle in a daze, feeling as if they were hallucinating. Their minds were filled with questions. Who am I? Where am I going? What am I going to do? Where are the boundaries of the universe? What is the meaning of life? And why am I here, looking like a silly statue with my mouth agape? From the moment Xia Chu released the first meme, Lu Yuxiu and the others, who had switched their guns for large machetes, directly entered a frenzied mode of zombie slaying, cutting through several zombies with a single swing. As when he chopped away, he reached the front of the five, who were standing there dumbfounded, and shouted, "Brothers, don't just stand there, quickly take advantage of the zombies' confusion and chop them down. Aim for the head too." Oh! The five nodded blankly. Throwing aside their empty guns, they pulled out military knives and ran towards the zombies, stabbing at their necks one by one. The military knife is indeed lethal against living people, but using it to cut zombies' necks, regardless of whether the five felt tired or not. Xia Chu and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Yuan Ming Ming, using this thing to cut necks, aren't you embarrassed? The five responded, "We only have military knives." Hearing this, Lu Yuxiu called out to Xia Chu, "Chu, lend him a few knives." "How can I do that?" The five looked overjoyed but still pretended to be shy. At the beginning of summer with a sound, he swiftly dealt with the few zombies in front of him with a single knife and rushed over here. Before he got close, he handed over 5 large machetes, one in them back. The 5 people, whose eyes sparkled as they reached out for the knives, dimmed with disappointment upon hearing this. It was only natural. Being willing to help them by returning the supportive weapons was already a great advantage for them. They shouldn't be too greedy. "Thank you." "No." Bang. At the beginning of summer, before she could even say a word of thanks, several zombies came flying at her like bombs. Their speed was so fast that she didn't have time to dodge, and in a moment of desperation, she could only curl her neck and bend her legs to squat down, watching helplessly as the zombies flew over her head and crashed heavily into the wall, their heads bursting open. "I Trebation am amazing." JPG, the tree baby with hands on its hips, shouted expressionlessly. It was just that she dodged quickly. Otherwise, she would have had a face-to-face encounter with the zombies. Anger rising, Xia Chu shouted at the ginkgo tree, which was wildly swinging its branches, "Chun, aim better. If you dare to whip zombies toward me again, I will chop off all your branches." Chapter 172. Over the top, the branches of Chun, which had been wildly swinging, suddenly stiffened, and its excitement felt like it had been doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving it bone-chillingly cold. I was wrong. Trembling with fear, JPG, the tree baby, which had been so full of itself just 10 seconds ago, now wilted, its green hair turning into messy straw yellow, perfectly reflecting its current mood. Admit your mistakes, but don't change your bad habits. JPG, Xia Chu, with her hair ablaze, expressionless, caught the straw yellow little tree man and gave it a good beating. Chun instantly went crazy, bouncing and wildly swinging its branches, sweeping across a large area, limbs and flesh mixed with heads flying everywhere, creating a bloody and terrifying scene that would give anyone nightmares. Survivors upstairs, peeking through the windows to observe the situation, turned pale as if they had seen a ghost, covering their mouths and fleeing from the windows, jumping onto their beds and wrapping themselves tightly in blankets. In just a few seconds, they were drenched in sweat. The combined effect of the emojis was stronger than that of a single one. Xia Chu threw out a series of emojis. Although they couldn't eliminate the zombies in one go, they bought time for a group of living people to win. The result of the cooperation between a group of people and a tree was that in just over 10 minutes, more than half of the zombie horde was wiped out. Jiang Xiao and the three little ones were also busy. She and Xiao Jin were smashing the heads of the dead zombies with hammers to find crystal nuclei. Xiao Hu and Xiao He followed closely behind Jiang Xiao and Xiao Jin, and if any careless zombies got too close to them, the two little ones would either smash the zombie's head with their claws, or whip it away with their tails, or open their huge mouths to bite off its head. Quite brutal and ferocious. When one of the zombies started attacking the living instead of its kind, Xia Chu knew the emojis had lost their effectiveness. She didn't panic and threw out 3 more emojis. Just as she was about to throw the 4th, she suddenly felt dizzy, and stars began to swirl before her eyes. She hurriedly propped her body up with her knife, thinking to herself that it was over. She had pushed too hard, and her energy couldn't keep up. This was bad. Little Yuer, before she could say, "Catch me," her body went limp and she collapsed. Just after decapitating a zombie. Ruan Mingming caught sight of this scene out of the corner of her eye, screamed, and rushed over to catch Xia Chu. Chu, what's wrong? Xia Chu is in trouble, Xia Chu said weakly, leaning against Ruan Mingming's embrace. Hearing Ruan Mingming shout, Lu Yuxiu and the others instantly changed their expressions and loudly asked, Mingming, what's wrong with Chu? I have no energy left. Xia Chu leaned against Ruan Mingming, speaking in a weak and intermittent manner. As she spoke, Ruan Mingming picked up Xia Chu horizontally and walked towards the 2 beasts and 1 person who were smashing heads and digging for crystal nuclei. This battle was not as easy as before. The power of the 3 emojis was limited, so the 8 people who were overwhelmed by the zombies ended up getting injured. By the time the battle was over, Lu Yuxiu and the others were in better shape, at least able to stand steadily, but the 5 others were not so lucky. They didn't even care that they were covered in blood and flesh remnants, lying there without the strength to even move a finger. This was still with Ying Chun providing support nearby. Otherwise, those 5 wouldn't say they were all wiped out, but they wouldn't have survived without losing limbs either. Chapter 173. Complaining Old Iron, are you all okay? Ying Chun, shaking its 2 root feet, ran over to Lu Yuxiu and the others. 3 branches rested on the 3 of them, while 5 branches poked at the 5 on the ground. Big brothers, are you about to die? Its tone was filled with schadenfreude, eagerly expecting them to die soon. However, none of the 8 could understand its words. But looking at its leaves, shaking like it had epilepsy, Lu Yuxiu and the others, who understood it to some extent, knew that it wouldn't say anything nice or have good intentions. This was a tree without shame, with a particularly nasty mouth. Its heart is particularly dark too. Every time there was a mission, it hoped they would bring it the bodies of fallen soldiers so it could absorb them and gain weight. It had made this request once, and was then severely punished by Xia Chu, losing many leaves and branches in the process. That made it learn its lesson and not think about the bodies of fallen soldiers again. Don't think we can't understand your words. So you can act on your bad ideas. Do you believe I'll tell Chu on you? Lu Yuxiu brushed off the branch resting on his shoulder and looked at it, his gaze deep and calm, like dark ink spreading in clear water. This male in early summer really has a big heart, but it's quite bad. It hasn't done anything wrong. So why is it being reported? It recalls the last 2 times it was reported to Xia Chu after it had a wild time in the thorns and the price it paid for that. The tree decided not to play with you anymore. A male that can't even make a joke is really boring. The tree will go help Xia Chu dig for crystal cores. That dog man doesn't even need to connect emotionally. Anyway, it has figured out that this group of people with Xia Chu has a peculiar preference for human corpses. They would rather burn them to ashes and bury them in a box than make it fat. Since that's the case, why should it waste emotions trying to please Xia Chu's male for a corpse that won't come? In the future, it would be better to build more emotional connections with Xia Chu to trick it into getting more water. Thus, a tree joined the team digging for crystal cores. With its many branches, it dug up crystal cores much faster than Ruan Mingming and Jiang Xiao with their hammers, easily cracking open 20 skulls at a time. This was controlled to ensure precision. If all the branches were released, it would be a chaotic scene. However, Xia Chu wouldn't let it release all its branches because once it did, it wouldn't be able to control itself from absorbing the crystal cores it had opened. They needed the crystal cores to enhance their strength right now, and there weren't enough for their own people, so how could they afford to let it absorb them? Therefore, Xia Chu set strict rules. Each time it could only release a maximum of 20 branches to crack open skulls. The collected crystal cores had to be honestly handed over, and rewards would be given based on the total number of crystal cores. If it dared to go against the rules and wasn't caught, it would be fine. But once caught, it would face a cutoff of water, fertilizer, and nutrient solutions, and could even be expelled and abandoned. It had finally managed to cling to her and live a carefree life, so how could it risk angering her over a few crystal cores and be driven away? Thus, every time it dug for crystal cores, it obediently handed them over. In early summer, she hadn't recovered yet. Leaning against Xiao Hu, she held a water cup and slowly drank while listening to Jiang Xiao and Ruan Mengmeng chatting. She watched as Xiao Xiong rummaged through the pile of heads, stacking them in front of the two for their convenience. Lu Yuxiu and the other men had already caught their breath. Chapter 174. Think it through, but at this moment, no one was in the mood to chat. They exchanged names as a form of introduction and then began busying themselves with digging for crystal cores. For supernatural beings, leveling up their abilities wasn't an easy task. It required not only rich practical experience, but also a sufficient number of crystal cores. Both were indispensable. Lu Yuxiu and the others were fine. They often carried out team missions. The main combat personnel, support staff, and even those responsible for logistics had detailed divisions of labor, so they didn't worry about missing any crystal cores. On the other hand, the 5 from Zhou Lingfeng were different. After battles, they had to escape quickly, leaving no time to dig for crystal cores and collect loot. Now that they were safe and didn't have to worry, if they didn't seize the opportunity to make some profit, it would truly be a disservice to their narrow escape from death. At this time, it was already past 9 in the evening, and night had fallen. However, the post-apocalyptic environment was particularly good. All factories, large and small, had ceased operations. Most places had lost power, with only a few areas still having electricity. Air pollution and light pollution had become history. The current usage of automobiles was also low, and the emissions containing 150 to 200 different compounds had reached the historically lowest levels. Additionally, due to the flourishing growth of mutant plants, the environment and air on Blue Star had never been better. In early summer, I saw the blue sky as a child, but later I mostly encountered gray, hazy skies, and smog. Now, the sky is a bright blue during the day and twinkling with stars at night. Even the Cowherd and Weaver Girl stars, the Milky Way, and the Big Dipper can be clearly seen. For those born after the millennium, it is not an exaggeration to say that very few have seen these stars without using professional telescopes. Tonight, there is a bright moon, and the moonlight and starlight fall from the horizon. Although it cannot light up the darkness as bright as day, there is enough light to see all objects within 5 meters. Furthermore, the overall abilities of the supernatural beings have improved, including night vision. Therefore, people were not hindered by this not-so-bright light. Instead, they acted quickly, taking more than 2 hours to clean up the entire battlefield. The zombie bodies were divided into 2 parts. One part was piled in an open area to be burned, and the other part was given to Yingchun to absorb and thrive. After absorbing non-zombie corpses, Yingchun was not very interested in the tasteless zombie bodies devoid of fresh blood and flesh. When it was thrown onto the pile of corpses by Xia Chu, he instinctively wanted to refuse. However, Xia Chu, as if possessing mind-reading abilities, chillingly remarked, "Think it over. Following me will definitely not yield many fresh corpses for you to eat. Relying solely on fertilizer, nutrient solution crystals, and water, are you sure you can grow into a dominant force?" Xia Chu had plans for Yingchun. For a base to survive long-term, safety was paramount. But the arrival of the apocalypse had turned safety into a joke. Right now, with the absence of zombie beasts, zombie plants, and alien beasts, if all these things were to appear, the crises humanity would face would encompass 2 major categories: those in the sky and those on the ground. Flying creatures, whether zombie beasts or alien beasts, should not be underestimated as long as they can fly. Ground-dwelling beasts and reptiles are relatively easier to detect. However, those creatures that move underground cannot be prevented by human strength at all. On the other hand, plants that take root underground are different. Their characteristics dictate that as long as they have enough nutrients, their roots can continuously expand outward. Chapter 175. Yingchuan's ambitions. High-level alien plants are even less restricted by the environment and soil. As long as they wish, they can expand endlessly. Covering the entire underground of a city is nothing to high-level alien plants. Wherever there are high-level alien plant roots, all lower-level underground creatures cannot escape their perception of any activity. In early summer, she planned to cultivate Yingchun and Daliu into 2 high-level, allowing them to serve as underground radars in the new safe city. She didn't want to hide her expectations from Yingchun and directly expressed her hopes for it. Am I to become the guardian tree, then? Yingchun shook its branches, its voice filled with shock. A ginkgo tree born in the mountains, grown in the countryside, and rooted in the city. Because of a cup of water, it shamelessly clung to this human female named Xia Chu. Then it lived a carefree life without worries about food and drink. It thought this was the pinnacle of its tree life. Unexpectedly, Xia Chu had such high expectations for it. She actually wanted it to become the guardian tree of a city. That was too much of a compliment for it. However, it felt proud. It would bring honor to the ginkgo clan. It would also become the only ginkgo tree, like the historical figure Qin Hui in human history, to be remembered through the ages. Xia Chu nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, from now on, the entire safe zone is your territory. Are you willing? What benefits do I get? Let me be clear. I can agree to your conditions, but I won't work for free. Don't worry. As long as you fulfill your duty as the guardian of the tree, as long as I live, the benefits will be yours. I want to be remembered through the ages like Qin Hui." What do you think? What are you talking about? Remembered through the ages? That's quite an ambitious goal. Exactly. But pairing Qin Hui with being remembered through the ages just turns it into a joke. In early summer, Xia Chu looked at the forsythia, excitedly shaking its branches on the pile of corpses, twitching the corners of its mouth, and letting out a long sigh. Forsythia? It's not shameful to lack education. Just read more and learn knowledge. Do you know what kind of person Qin Hui was? He is one of the 10 infamous traitors in history. He did not leave a good reputation, but rather a stench that lasts for millennia. Huh. Forsythia froze. This was different from what it knew. Covering its ears, I'm still just as sad. Big cry. JPG. The straw yellow tree person baby's tears gushed out like a fountain. Not listening, not listening. The 8 big characters encompassing the 7 colors of the rainbow and black were spinning in circles. In early summer, Yingchun cried so hard that it gave her a headache, and the 8 colored big characters made her dizzy. Shaking her head, she frowned and gently comforted it, saying, "Stop crying, and I'll find a great writer to write a biography for you, so you can be remembered forever. Okay? Huh. What is a great writer? Can they eat?" Starting to have thoughts. JPG. The 3 chubby little ones, 1 black, 1 white, and 1 gold, slowly curled their lips. Their chubby paws clasped together like a roly-poly as they bowed to Xia Chu with their pigtails pointing skyward. "This has nothing to do with you. Go play by yourselves." Yingchun flicked its branches, pulling the 3 into the embrace of Lu Yuxiu, Wenyi, and Xiaoling Tian, ignoring the furious howls of the 3. It said to Xia Chu in a voice full of flattery, "Make me look handsome and charming in the writing, okay?" "All right," Xia Chu replied with a complicated expression, giving it a definite answer. As long as no fundamental mistakes were made, whatever it said was fine. After all, it was the writer who would have a headache writing the autobiography, not her. Chapter 176. Curiosity. All right, then I'll take care of this pile of corpses and tonight's vigil. Unaware of what she was thinking, Yingchun happily tapped its branches against its trunk, saying, "Sleep well, good night." Before the words faded, it loosened all its twisted roots. The roots, thick and thin, slithered like snakes, swiftly and nimbly penetrating through the wounds on the zombie's body. Then, everyone witnessed a scene that could only be described as horrifying. The originally shriveled and dehydrated corpses, after the entry of Yingchuan's roots, within 2 minutes became nothing but wrinkled skin. Even though it wasn't the first time Xia Chu had seen such a scene, she still felt a bit nauseous. She turned around and called out, "Let's go, leave this to Yingchun." We'll go in and rest, and also have something to eat. They had only eaten lunch, and now they were starving and weak. She really couldn't hold out any longer. So, a group of people along with 3 beasts entered a bedding store along the street. The shop was quite large, and aside from a display bed that the owner hadn't managed to move, the walls had rods for hanging fabrics and some scattered cardboard boxes, packaging bags, and other trash. There was nothing else. The door had originally been locked, but picking locks was no challenge for Lu Yuxiu and the others. Once inside, Xia Chu took out a battery-operated lamp from her space. Under the bright light, she immediately saw the injuries on the 8 men. The injuries on Lu Yuxiu and the others were not too serious. However, Zhou Lingfeng and the other 5 looked rather tragic. Their arms, faces, abdomens, and legs were all scratched and bleeding from zombie claws. Fortunately, the wounds were normal in color and hadn't been infected. Come, meeting his fate. Let me treat your wounds. Xia Chu took out a first aid kit and smiled as she waved at them. Thank you. The 5 didn't stand on ceremony. They thanked her and came over one by one to have her treat their wounds. Seeing this, Lu Yuxiu, Wen Yi, and Xiaoling Tian naturally asked Xia Chu for cooking ingredients and tools to start preparing dinner. Ruan Mengmeng and Jiang Xiao took the washing supplies to wash the 3 filthy ones. They were covered in zombie brain matter and the stinking blood that had turned dark. Not to mention Jiang Xiao and Ruan Mengmeng were disgusted. Even they themselves felt disgusted. Amidst the busyness, Xia Chu and the others began to inquire about the situation in Huanan. The apocalypse had only come for about 20 days. And even if there were no troops stationed in Huanan, it shouldn't have fallen this quickly under normal circumstances. Yet, Huanan had indeed fallen. In such a situation, it would be a lie to say they weren't curious. Upon hearing their questions, Zhou Lingfeng and the other 5 fell into silence, their expressions turning extremely grim. As soon as Xia Chu and the others saw this expression, they knew there was something hidden behind it. But no one spoke up to urge them. Instead, they patiently waited for them to say something. After a brief silence, Zhou Lingfeng spoke up, saying that Huanan did not have stationed troops, and the main combat personnel were only the group of security officers they had. Due to those 3 hours, many colleagues in their team had also turned into zombies. In such circumstances, even if everyone was mobilized, there were limits to what they could manage. With no way out and no choice, they could only fight. But reality did not give them the chance to fight. Darkness had come. At this point, Zhou Lingfeng sighed deeply, his expression heavy as he continued. Darkness easily breeds evil. 7 consecutive days and nights of darkness, along with the suspension of water and electricity, had left everyone in turmoil. Chapter 177. Natural disasters and man-made calamities. This was not actually the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that the big boss of Huanan did not survive those 3 hours. Without the big boss, the second and third bosses did not unite in this critical moment, but instead started fighting among themselves. Zhou Lingfeng became more and more enraged as he spoke. Not only that, but they were also forcing people to line up. Whether they were from within the system or the superpowered mutants recruited from outside, everyone was deeply embroiled in it. Every day, they were exhausted from searching for survivors and fighting zombies, and there was no rest when they returned, as they had to deal with the capable assistance of the 2 bosses. Over time, no one could bear it. Then, chaos ensued within Huanan. Once the internal situation was chaotic, they could not take care of the outside. As a result, no one was searching for survivors, and no one was killing zombies. The infection rate of zombies was rapid, and they could quickly evolve by devouring their kind. They had sharp senses, and even the slightest sound or hint of a human could attract them in swarms. More and more survivors hiding at home, for various reasons, joined the ranks of the zombies. Later, you all saw the outcome of one misstep leading to another, which was how Huanan ended up in its current state. In early summer, they all fell silent. The collapse of Huanan was largely due to human factors. Indeed, no matter how well Guijiao prepared in the early stages, it could not withstand the dark side of human nature being fully unleashed by moral laws and other rules. Natural disasters and man-made calamities came together, resulting in the current situation. Should we sigh? Actually, there's no need. We were long prepared psychologically. Should we hate? Hatred is useless. Those who once had the chance to survive have already become zombies. In the future, even more people will become zombies. Rather than wasting emotions on hate, it's better to do our utmost to change things. The heavy expressions of the five made Lu Yuxiu feel a bit pained to look at, and he said solemnly, "What are you planning to do? Take it one day at a time." Zhou Lingfeng forced a bitter smile, wiping his face. "Don't laugh at us. We have no supplies and no weapons, and the only vehicle we had was destroyed by that evolved zombie. After today, forget about protecting family and those survivors. We might not even be able to protect ourselves. You didn't stock up on supplies?" Jiang Xiao asked, trying to suppress the anger in her eyes, feigning indifference. "We did." Lei Yun glanced at her. They weren't fools. How could they remain indifferent and unaware while Guijia released information across the internet? He explained, "Because we refused to take sides, we offended both bosses. We were expelled from the base, apart from our clothes and a few bottles of water. All the food was confiscated." Zhou Lingfeng said lightly, "We saved what we could when we encountered supplies." In early summer, they exchanged glances. Despite lacking supplies and weapons, they were still willing to save survivors, which showed that these few had good character. Lu Yuxiu was silent for 2 seconds and asked, "How many survivors? Apart from you, how many main combat personnel are there?" "There are less than 200 survivors and 39 main combat personnel. We are divided into groups of 5 to search different areas. The other 4 are protecting the survivors at the temporary shelter." "So where are you staying now?" "In the supermarket on the first basement level of Wanzhou City." "All right. That's enough questioning for now. There's no hope for Huanan, but this group, led by Zhou Lingfeng, still has a chance. Helping them out a bit would be good. However, there's no rush. We could discuss the specifics after dinner." Chapter 178. What type? Dinner was plentiful, with shredded pork with eggs, a large basin of sauerkraut fish, 20 kilograms of vacuum-packed braised beef, a basin of vacuum-packed braised pig's trotters, and a small basin of pickled radish. The beef and pig's trotters were ordered from a restaurant before Lu Yuxiu rejoined the team, while the pickled radish was made by Xia Chu herself. She had pickled more than 10 jars of such pickles using jars not much different from those of others. The staple food was steamed buns and white rice. Without electricity, the rice cooker couldn't cook rice, so they used a medium-sized wooden barrel to steam it, enough for 30 people's normal portion. Originally, there was only to steam so much rice since the 3 women in the team didn't like eating flour products much. So, when Lu Yuxiu steamed the rice, he made a bit more, planning to shape the leftover rice into rice balls for them to eat the next day. However, he underestimated Zhou Lingfeng and their appetite. There was nothing left, not even the vegetables and sauce in the basin, as the 5 used their steamed buns to dip and eat it all. After finishing the meal, the 5 were so full they were burping, and outsiders could see they were stuffed, but they looked relaxed and satisfied. Once they were full, it was time to discuss serious matters. The first topic was the distribution of the crystal cores. Jiang Shaojin, Ying Chun, and the others had dug up a total of 132 crystal cores, among which there were 98 attribute crystal cores, 25 non-attribute crystal cores, and the remaining 9 were level 2 attribute crystal cores. This was considered good luck. Lu Yuxiu took out all the crystal cores and divided them into 2 portions. Pushing one portion in front of Zhou Lingfeng, "We'll split it in half, no problem, right?" "That's a big problem," Zhou Lingfeng replied. "But the distribution method needs to be changed. We only need these, the rest are all yours." Lu Yuxiu glanced at the crystal cores Zhou had picked and turned to Xia Chu. "Psychic type?" It was a question, but he used an affirmative tone. Among Zhou Lingfeng's 5 team members, he had seen the abilities of 4. But Xia Chu was the only one he hadn't seen use his powers during the battle when the gun ran out of bullets. He had only used cold weapons in hand-to-hand combat. However, it was precisely the 5 types of crystal cores Zhou Lingfeng picked that corresponded to their abilities, with one being a light yellow psychic type. He didn't think Zhou Lingfeng would pick the psychic type just to fill in. Therefore, it could be inferred that Xia Chu, who had never used his powers, must be a psychic type. He just didn't know whether his psychic ability was offensive or supportive. Xia Chu and the others all looked at Xia Chu with burning eyes upon hearing the sound. Xia Chu was a delicate and shy young man. Compared to their captain Zhou Lingfeng and several comrades like Lei Yun, he didn't have much of a presence. He also didn't talk much. Seeing Xia Chu and the others looking at him with such intense gazes, he let out a sound and lowered his head, blushing. This was just too shy and bashful. In this era of rapid technological and informational advancement, young people like Xia Chu were truly rare. In early summer, Jiang Xiao and Ruan Mengmeng were both charmed by his shy demeanor, smiles appearing in their eyes. "What type is it?" Xia Chu asked with a cheerful smile. Since the apocalypse began, not many people have awakened their abilities, but there are still quite a few. Compared to other abilities, mental and lightning types are rare. Among the dark abilities, corrosion, vaporization, disintegration, and the healing, him, and enhancement abilities of the light type have not been seen at all. Chapter 179. Invitations so far. There have been 2 cases of mental abilities and 1 case of lightning type in Long City. Furthermore, both cases of mental abilities in Long City are attack types, with no auxiliary types. One of the mental ability users is an ordinary resident who has now been recruited into the 8th Army, living a difficult life with the other mental ability user. Mental ability users, regardless of type, are powerful weapons in the mid to late stages of the apocalypse. They are worth recruiting. Upon hearing this answer, several people laughed. Lu Yuxiu even directly dug into the wall, asking Zhou Lingfeng if he knew about Thorn. Ordinary people might be confused by the word Thorn, not knowing what it meant. But the 5 military veterans, including Zhou Lingfeng, knew. It's not an exaggeration to say that Thorn, along with 5 other highly mobile and combat-capable teams, is a sacred place in the hearts of all soldiers. A soldier who does not want to become a general is not a good soldier. Similarly, a soldier who does not want to join one of the 6 teams is also not a good soldier. Before Zhou Lingfeng and the others transitioned, they had also signed up when talent was being selected for the 6 teams, dreaming of joining one of them. Unfortunately, they didn't even pass the preliminary selection, and their dream of joining the team was shattered. "Are you from Thorn?" he asked with bright eyes, and Xia Chu and the others' eyes also lit up. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuxiu felt reassured. He smiled and said, "I sincerely invite you to join Thorn. If you are willing, I will arrange for someone to come and pick you up immediately." Zhou Lingfeng instinctively wanted to agree, the words almost on the tip of his tongue. But images of the Huanan base flashed through his mind. Such a small place like Huanan had become so chaotic due to interests. He was worried that Thorn might face the same situation. To be honest, they were just small players with no grand ambitions. Everything they had done since the apocalypse began was simply to survive. They had no right or desire to participate in the power struggles above. If joining Thorn meant facing the same issues as in Huanan, why would they willingly jump from one fire pit into another? Thinking this way, he hesitated, unable to say the 2 words of willingness that were on the tip of his tongue. Thorn members undergo extensive training, learning many things, such as micro-expressions and psychology, which are compulsory courses. Therefore, seeing his expression, Lu Yuxiu and the others knew their concerns. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ling Tian gently said, "Don't worry. The current situation in Long City is good, and what you are worried about won't happen. Even if it does, it's not a problem. Old Li and Old Qin are not pushovers, and with Old Fong, who has been dragged into this, with these 3 powerful figures holding the guns, Long City won't fall into chaos. In Long City, it is not allowed for ability users to oppress or insult ordinary people." Lu Yuxiu paused and added, "Ordinary people will be arranged for work, and ability users will be integrated into the military and security teams for unified training. Crystal cores will be distributed based on labor. To ensure fairness, there is a dedicated inspection team. If there is oppression, humiliation, or bullying, whether it's ordinary people or ability users, anyone can go to the inspection office to file a complaint." Chapter 180. The source of the crew cut once verified. Those who violate the rules will be punished. Of course, there is no absolute fairness in this world. There exists a gray area between black and white. I cannot guarantee that Long City can achieve absolute fairness. However, the leaders of Long City have a heart for doing practical work. Compared to power and interests, they prefer that the base they manage can last long and become a safe haven in the hearts of the people. Silence, a long silence. In this seemingly stagnant silence, Xia Chu and the others felt drowsy and couldn't help but yawn. "Tired?" Lu Yuxiu chuckled lightly and asked Xia Chu in a low voice. They really had stayed up too late. "There's a room at the back. Go sleep. We're here." "Okay." Xia Chu was not polite and turned to Jiang Xiao and Ruan Mengmeng, saying, "Xiao Xiao, Mengmeng, let's go to sleep." "Let us go." The two were not shy either. As soon as Xia Chu finished speaking, they stood up with Xiao Jin and Xiao Xiong. Thus, the three of them said goodbye to the others and took their three pets to the back room. This place seemed to be where the boss usually rested. It was small, only 3 or 4 square meters, and had no windows. The three did not mind the small space. Quickly setting up the bed that Xia Chu had taken out from her space and placing the 3 pets on it before starting to clean themselves. Their clothes were dirty, and they were covered in sweat. If they could, they would love to take a nice shower, but unfortunately there was not even a restroom in the shop. To solve their physiological needs, they had to go to the public toilet at the small garden at the end of the street. So, the three could only wash themselves little by little with a towel dipped in water. At this moment, the convenience of having short hair appeared. Seeing Xia Chu squatting in front of the basin with her head in the water, Jiang Xiao could no longer hold back her curiosity and asked softly while wiping herself. Chu, you look so good with long hair. Why did you cut it to a crew cut? Ruan Mengmeng arrived at Thorn later than Jiang Xiao. By the time she came, Xia Chu already had short hair. When they first met, she found it strange that a girl would cut her hair as short as her own emperor, almost to the scalp. It was only because of Xia Chu's high looks that she could pull off such a hairstyle. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to try it herself. Yeah, speaking of hair, Xia Chu sighed. I had long hair just 2 days before Meng Meng came. My ideal length was to the ears. I didn't plan to cut it this short. Who would have thought that Lu Yuxiu's dexterous hands would be so clumsy when it came to cutting hair? The main reason was that her filter for Lu Yuxiu was too strong. She thought he could do anything, and nothing could stump him. He confidently assured her that he would give her a beautiful hairstyle. She believed him and even let him find hairstyle pictures online using satellite signals. And they spent over an hour choosing a short hairstyle that was elegant yet fashionable. Lu Yuxiu's dormitory didn't have a full-length mirror, and even if it did, it couldn't provide the same view as a hair salon. She wasn't clear on how exactly Lu Yuxiu cut her hair, but as he was cutting her long hair, which was almost reaching her waist, gradually shortened. First, it was her back, then her shoulders, and finally just below her ears. Chapter 181. Have you laughed enough? When it reached just below her ears, she realized something was wrong. The ends of her hair were uneven, looking like a dog had chewed on them. Her face darkened immediately. Lu Yuxiu tried to appease her, saying that it would look good once it was fixed. Then, she foolishly believed his words again. As he continued cutting, her ears were exposed, and the hairstyle looked even more chewed up, in a worse state than before. She couldn't take it anymore and gave Lu Yuxiu a beating, extracting a truth from him. He couldn't hold it together and admitted that he couldn't style her hair to be presentable unless he shaved it all off. Speaking of shaving, he confidently promised her that he was good at it. It should be noted that most men in the army tend to keep their hair very short. There was no choice. The military in Dinghua had regulations about hairstyles, and if hair exceeded a certain length, it had to be cut. However, the training intensity in the army was high and the tasks were heavy, leaving no time to visit a barber regularly. Ignoring it wasn't an option. So what could she do? She had to do it herself. Thus, she developed the skill of shaving her hair very short. Summer was initially against the idea of having very short hair, but the haircut Lu Yuxiu gave her made her so unattractive that she couldn't go out, so reluctantly. She agreed to let him rescue her hair by turning it into a buzz cut. After hearing Summer's words, Ruan Mengmeng and Jiang Xiao couldn't contain their laughter. They only held back their laughter out of consideration for her feelings, instead shaking with suppressed giggles. Xia Chu wasn't angry in the early summer, mainly because she had already been laughed at by the thorny guys the day she got her hair cut into a buzz cut. However, as the two continued to show no signs of stopping, Xia Chu, who was drying her hair with a towel, couldn't take it anymore and glared over. Have you laughed enough? Do you believe I will give you a buzz cut while you are asleep? Her deliberately softened voice was filled with threat. No. Jiang Xiao was laughing so hard she could hardly catch her breath, yet she still managed to stutter out, "Stop laughing. I don't want a buzz cut." After all, she was a little fairy. A woman without long hair couldn't be considered a little fairy. To maintain her fairy persona, she absolutely did not want an ugly buzz cut that showed her scalp. Although Ruan Mengmeng didn't care much about hairstyles, she didn't want such a short buzz cut either. So she held back her laughter and gave Xia Chu a thumbs up. Although I haven't seen you with long hair and can't imagine how beautiful it would look. I still want to say that you don't look bad with a buzz cut. Not only do you not look bad, but you also look very elegant and beautiful. This was the truth. Jiang Xiao nodded in agreement. The buzz cut lacked a bit of softness but added a touch of heroism, completely revealing your features and making your appearance even more striking. The key was your good temperament, your confident, elegant, and resilient aura combined with your extraordinary looks easily left people in awe and shock. If I had a face like yours, I wouldn't just dare to get a buzz cut. I'd even shave my head. She had seen many beautiful girls and didn't consider her own looks to be bad. She could score around 85 points, if not a perfect score. But a girl like Xia Chu, who was both beautiful and uniquely charming, she had truly never seen before. At the beginning of summer, a buzz cut was already enough to challenge her bottom line. As for a bald head, she respectfully declined. After putting away the toiletries, she poured the dirty water from the basin into a large bucket and stored it in the space to be disposed of in the morning. Xia Chu climbed onto the bed and hugged Xiao, who, yawning as she said, "Hurry up and sleep." The two quickly laid Xiao Xiong and Xiao Jin down beside her. The three were truly tired, and within a few seconds of lying down, they fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 182. Long-term companionship. The soundproofing in the shop was poor, and listening to the snoring coming from the inner room, Lu Yuxiu and the others outside consciously lowered their voices. "Are we sure?" "Sure. The olive branch has been extended this far, putting aside everything else. The sincerity is absolutely sufficient. The key is that the future Lu Yuxiu envisioned for them is too beautiful in this chaotic and dark era. To be able to live well as a person without worrying about anything beyond their tasks and not having to worry about their families. This is stable happiness for them. Clearly, the current state of Huan and cannot provide them with this stability, and happiness is even more absurd to talk about. As for Long City, before experiencing it firsthand, they held reservations. The Ding Kingdom is so large with so many bases, they actually didn't need to pin their hopes on Long City. They could choose to go to other bases as well. But still, as the saying goes, Long City has thorns, and those thorns have Lu Yuxiu and his group. And they chose to trust Lu Yuxiu and the others. Zhou Lingfeng smiled slightly. "The next matter will need your help. We have no problem here." Lu Yuxiu looked at Zhou Lingfeng, then at Lei Yun and the other four, and asked, "But can you make decisions for everyone?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Lingfeng understood immediately. He sighed, "I know what you're worried about, but what you are concerned about doesn't actually exist. Reality hasn't given us, or those survivors, a choice. The survivors we saved are all ordinary people, mostly children, the elderly, and women. Strong young men, in the process of fighting zombies to protect their parents and families, have mostly been infected. Those who survive without infection are mostly injured and unconscious. Those people are now relying on our 30 or so people for protection. Their daily needs are also our responsibility. If we leave, their chances of survival are slim. But now, they have a better choice. So trust me, they will definitely be willing to leave with us. Then there's no problem." Lu Yuxiu didn't waste words and directly turned to Xiao Ling Tian, Great Emperor. "Contact Orange and have him arrange for people to come and support." Xiao Ling Tian responded, took out his laptop from his bag, turned it on, and connected to the satellite signal. Then, through the encrypted channel of the Thorns, he sent the news about supporting Zhou Lingfeng and his group, as well as the current situation in Huan and using coded language. 2 minutes later, a big smiley face symbol appeared on the computer screen, along with a line of garbled text and several numbers that outsiders couldn't understand. Seeing this, he smiled and made an okay gesture. Orange would personally lead the team over, and the guarantee given was that they would arrive at 5:30 a.m. sharp. Zhou Lingfeng and the others checked their watches. It was now 1:38 a.m., and there were only about 4 hours until 5:30 a.m. Long City is more than 200 kilometers away from Huanan. Before the apocalypse, it could take 2 hours on the highway or 3 hours on regular roads. But don't forget, this is the apocalypse. Transportation is severely hindered, and strange plants are rampant along the way, covering more than 200 kilometers, let alone a few hours if they had to walk it themselves. They might not even make it in 2 days. Yet the people from the Thorns are managing to time it to 4 hours. This speed is truly too fast. Should we say that they are indeed worthy of being from the Thorns? After a moment of silence, Zhou Lingfeng and the five thanked them in unison. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. You're welcome. Wen Yeswang laughed heartily and distributed 10 crystal cores corresponding to Zhou Lingfeng's Group S abilities, saying, since you've chosen to join the Thorns, we are family now. And what a family does is stay together. Chapter 183. Looking after Xia Chu, we need crystal cores ourselves, so we can't give you too many. These. He pointed to the distributed crystal cores and then pushed another 5 attribute-less crystal cores over, saying, consider this a welcome gift from our family. Thinking about it this way, the 5 happily accepted the crystal cores. Thank you, we really need these, so we want to be polite this time. Xiaoling Tian smiled. No one is taking advantage here. We can't use these crystal cores. The attributes are mutually exclusive, and keeping them is useless. Since that's the case, it's better to give them to you to enhance your strength. Enough talk, hurry up and absorb the crystal cores. Seeing that Zhou Lingfeng and the others still wanted to say something, Lu Yuxiu directly patted Xia Chu's shoulder. Young man, you have unlimited potential. Remember to feel the energy flow when you absorb them. As a mental type ability user, apart from relying on crystal cores to increase their level, they can also accumulate through daily training. Specific training methods will be taught to you by dedicated personnel when you arrive at the Thorns. There are 2 mental type users in Long City, one named Wei Zixiang and the other by Jiayu. The former is an ordinary person who has never undergone any military training and was recruited into the 8th Army, living a tough life every day. The latter is a master's student specially recruited from a military academy, currently 22 years old. He was recruited into the Thorns at 18 and originally belonged to high IQ talent. After the apocalypse, he awakened his mental abilities, greatly expanding his brain capacity. His IQ has increased even further. The training methods for mental type abilities were developed by him. Xia Chu is an auxiliary type, fundamentally different from the main attacking mental types. However, once the principle is understood, 100 principles can be integrated. With by Jiayu's intellect, he will definitely be able to find a suitable training method for Xia Chu. Lu Yuxiu and the others have high hopes for Xia Chu's future. Those who remained in the Thorns, like Li Tao, also shared this optimism. Due to the proliferation of strange plants, the infrastructure in the Ding Kingdom has been almost completely destroyed, and so have the base stations and optical cables. It's not easy to repair them and restore signals in the short term. In this age of advanced technology, the impact of signals on humanity is enormous. This includes various monitoring equipment. Losing monitoring equipment is equivalent to losing countless pairs of eyes. They cannot detect dangers from the sky or the ground. If they can't even discover them, how can they respond in advance? Such a situation is too dangerous and causes too much anxiety. However, auxiliary mental type abilities can perfectly solve this issue. Even if their power is weak in the early stages and the monitoring range is limited, that's okay. They can upgrade. They can gather the strength of the entire Long City and use crystal cores to create a high-level auxiliary mental type ability user. By that time, they will have the capital to respond to crises in advance. Those dangers from the sky and the ground will no longer be threats. Instead, they may become great opportunities for harvest. Upon learning that Lu Yuxiu and his group had recruited a mental type user and more than 10 other ability users, Li Tao's eyes lit up with excitement. Just before Gu Sheng and the others set off, they took time out of their busy schedules to see Li Tao and Qin Misjudges off at the door, especially that auxiliary mental type user. We guarantee to complete the mission. Gu Sheng saluted with his chest out as soon as his feet touched the ground. Chapter 184. Departure. Be careful on the road. Okay. Waving his hand, Gu Sheng climbed into the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, and they set off. Traveling at night is very dangerous, as in the dim light. You never know where danger might come from. It could be along the way, or it could be from those hidden groups, or even zombie-like creatures. To ensure the success of this trip, Li Tao generously allowed Gu Sheng to bring along a considerable amount of weapons. Although the majority of the accompanying team members are ordinary people, one should not underestimate their combat capabilities. The attack power of early-stage ability users is limited, but soldiers with strong military training have combat strength that is not inferior to that of untrained ability users. On the contrary, they're often much stronger. Among the 58-member team, there are only 6 ability users, 20 mutants, all of whom are of the strength and speed types. Gu Cheng, one of the 6 ability users, has a gold-type ability, making him the strongest in combat and holding the highest military rank. Naturally, he is the commander of this mission. With rich combat experience and solid military skills, he is a competent commander. During the 4-hour journey from Longcheng to Huanan, he can always detect danger at the first moment with his keen intuition. He then issues commands that are most beneficial to the entire team as quickly as possible. The soldiers, accustomed to following orders, will immediately cooperate and unleash their maximum potential. They easily resolve the crisis. In such team combat, the coordination and understanding among soldiers provide a significant advantage. However, as it is still the early stage, the power of the military team combat has yet to be fully realized. It is in the mid to late stages that they will truly display their might. In her past life, Xia Chu, no matter how powerful and unruly she was, as an extraordinary ability user who was almost cocky enough to challenge the heavens, still did not dare to provoke military teams. When it came to one-on-one combat, extraordinary ability users were indeed formidable. However, in team battles, no matter how strong your extraordinary ability team was, it could not compare to the tacit understanding and trust of a military team. The members of the extraordinary ability team came from all walks of life, men and women, young and old. They chose to join the team for various reasons. Primarily for personal gain, the team followed a pyramid system. Those with strong abilities could dominate all others in the team, while those with weaker abilities often faced oppression and humiliation. This pyramid structure led to most extraordinary ability teams being unable to unite. In a team battle, if you didn't choose to betray a teammate with whom you had personal grudges, that would be considered merciful. Expecting the other side to be completely open and dependent on each other was pure fantasy. But military teams were different. They trusted their teammates and could confidently turn their backs to them. They were willing to face all dangers for their teammates, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. They were unafraid because they knew their teammates would take care of their families. The commitment to stay together was not just talk. Promises made had to be remembered at all times and upheld with their lives. They were protective, kind-hearted, and just rarely provoking trouble. But this did not mean they were afraid of conflict. If someone truly sought trouble with them, they were not afraid to confront it. In every base's extraordinary ability team, there was a saying, better to provoke zombies and beasts than to provoke military personnel, because provoking one meant provoking the entire military. Therefore, when Xia Chu, who had a biological clock that woke her up at 5 in the morning, learned that Gu Sheng was leading a team to rescue them, she knew there wouldn't be much for them to do next. So, she cheerfully brought out pots, bowls, and various ingredients, directing Lu Yuxiu and the others, who hadn't slept all night but were invigorated from absorbing crystal cores, to prepare breakfast. Chapter 185. Save us at 5:05 a.m. Gu Sheng led the convoy down from the Huanan and Tan Expressway entrance. In the midst of the morning glow, they headed southwest along Huanan's South Street into the main urban area of Huanan. Given that they had to rescue several hundred people and might need to save others along the way, Gu Sheng decided to forego using all-terrain vehicles for this trip. Instead, he chose military trucks with large space, high chassis, and durability against impacts. Zombies didn't need rest. Only death could make them stop completely. Thus, before Gu Sheng's convoy entered the densely populated zombie area, the zombies that wandered the streets all night were drawn in by the sound of the vehicles. They swarmed toward the convoy. Nearly a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and compared to the sluggish and unresponsive zombies at the beginning, the current zombies were much more agile. At the very least, they could run and perform slight jumps. Gu Sheng stood at the window, observing the situation with binoculars. When he saw the massive horde of zombies, he clicked his tongue. The situation in Huanan was worse than he had imagined. No wonder Xia Yu and the others easily dug people out. Knowing in advance that the apocalypse was coming and being prepared, the local management had truly become blinded by power and lost their minds. It was beyond saving. He pressed the intercom with one hand and quickly and calmly issued combat orders. Just as his words fell, the gunners and snipers pulled the triggers of their weapons. Amid the sound of gunfire, bullets, accompanied by light and sparks, struck the foreheads of the zombies. Power type and speed type extraordinary ability, users jumped out of the vehicles. The former wielded two meteor hammers connected by long iron chains, each weighing 40 kilograms, sweeping through large groups of zombies with an unstoppable force. The latter, taking advantage of their speed, ran towards the densely populated zombie area with their equipment packs, tossing out grenades that exploded with thunderous booms. Zombies, after all, were not made of iron and could not withstand the power of firearms, so they were blown down in waves. Some of the unluckier ones were even blown to pieces, with limbs flying into the air under the force of the blasts. Amid the smoke and dust from destroyed buildings, ordinary soldiers were also busy, swiftly and decisively using machetes to finish off zombies that were still barely alive. The soldiers, having honed their skills at killing zombies, delivered fatal blows without hesitation. Heads rolled off necks, bouncing across the ground like watermelons. The country had not abandoned them. Soldiers had come to save them. Residents, who had been living in daily fear, hiding at home and not daring to go out at the slightest noise, looked through their windows to see the overwhelming battle outside, their worn faces revealing expressions of joy. The green color, representing the honor, responsibility, and mission of the country, was the most beautiful color in the world, a redemption for all the people of the Ding country. The feeling of waiting to die in fear and despair day after day was too unbearable and too overwhelming. Now, they saw the color that represented hope and rebirth. This intense emotional impact moved the survivors to the point of tears. Save us, we are here. Chapter 186. Need cooperation. Windows that had been tightly shut were opened, and figures appeared at the windows. They waved clothes, bed sheets, and other items, loudly calling for help, making their presence known. Gusheng looked up and noticed there were quite a few people. Seeing those young men, Gusheng felt reluctant to intervene. Before the apocalypse, the country had already released survival guides and informed people of the zombies' weaknesses. As long as they followed the guidelines, it was too difficult to eliminate zombies and escape if they weren't surrounded by several of them. However, now, after all this time since the apocalypse began, these young and strong men hadn't even thought of going out to assess the situation. Instead, they had been holed up at home for so long, only concerned about their own front yard. Was this still manly? They had no courage or guts at all. According to his usual temper, he wouldn't care if these people perished. But there were also many elderly, children, and women among the survivors. Not to mention, children were hope in the future. He couldn't bring himself to abandon them. Sighing, he took a loudspeaker from the vehicle and turned it on. We come from Long City. We are not rescue personnel. We are only passing through Huanan on a mission. After so many days of the apocalypse, you haven't even thought of saving yourselves by heading to the Huanan safe zone. We have no obligation to rescue you. He said this mainly to give these people a warning in advance. They shouldn't assume that just because they were soldiers, their protection was guaranteed. As if their lives didn't matter, and they were expected to charge forward without complaint and sacrifice themselves for the survivors. That feeling was very unpleasant and very infuriating. But the survivors didn't think about it either. Now that it was the apocalypse, who could truly protect whom, even if they were willing to sacrifice themselves? If the survivors couldn't stand on their own, once these soldiers were gone, who would they rely on in the future? People must be saved, but before saving them, these survivors must first understand their position. They have a mission at hand and are not obligated to save anyone. Wanting to save is a matter of kindness, while not wanting to save is a matter of duty. This way, there will be no feelings of resentment later. The people desperately waving from the window were stunned by his words. Their emotions completely collapsed, displaying all sorts of reactions like crying, shouting, and cursing in despair. Some even grabbed nearby objects to throw down. Gu Cheng was annoyed by the noise. Are these people fools? At a time like this, instead of trying to prove their worth and persuading them to save others, they're making a ruckus and cursing. In a situation where circumstances are stronger than people, they can't even pretend to be humble. It's really concerning for their intelligence. Raising his voice, he shouted into the loudspeaker, "If you want to live, then shut the hell up." His authoritative voice spread to every corner of the street through the loudspeaker, mixed with the sounds of gunfire and explosions, stirring people's blood. Upon hearing that there was still hope for survival, they immediately quieted down, no longer daring to cry or curse. Countless eyes were fixed on the military trucks on the street and the soldiers in green uniforms battling zombies. We can save you, but we need your cooperation. Pointing to the vehicles and soldiers behind him, Gu Cheng spoke loudly into the loudspeaker. You see, we only have these few vehicles and these people, and there's so many zombies around that need to be dealt with. Even if we are capable, we can't spare anyone to save you right now. So, you need to help yourselves. You must rely on your own strength to get out. I will send a team of soldiers into the first building after entering the community to start supporting you. Did you all hear that clearly? Afterward, fearing that some might not have heard him, Gu Cheng repeated what he had just said into the loudspeaker. What if zombies attack us? A voice shouted down from the building. Boss, why do I feel like this person is an idiot? A soldier who was fiercely chopping off zombie heads passed by Gu Cheng and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Gu Cheng kicked him, focusing on his work, careful not to get distracted and end up face-to-face with a zombie. What can be done about the foolishness? Just endure it. Raising the loudspeaker again, Gu Cheng shouted. Are those 2 holes in your head just for decoration? Are your hands useless? Use the mop stick and fire extinguisher at home. If you can't kill zombies, what are you afraid of? Can you at least hold the mop stick against the zombies to avoid being grabbed? Don't waste the bottled water you've finished at home either. Cut the bottleneck and put it on your arm to avoid being scratched by zombies. If you can't put a bottle on your lower body, don't be afraid. Don't hesitate to wear down jackets and thick pants. It's better to ruin a few pieces of clothing than to ruin a life. If you don't have any of that, you must have a quilt, right? Wrap yourself up quickly. Trust me, zombies aren't as scary as you think. Pay attention and you should be fine. Of course, if you happen to encounter an evolved zombie, then you can only count yourself unlucky. He could take people away, but arranging manpower to search and rescue building by building, floor by floor? Sorry, they truly couldn't spare the manpower or the time. This was a test. If at this point, these people didn't dare to step out of their homes to save themselves, then there was nothing more to say. Just 2 words. Wait for death. Those who hesitate and are afraid, lacking any decisiveness, cannot be saved by anyone. He didn't expect to gain anything from these people. Similarly, he didn't want to take on burdens for himself. But children must be protected. Black Beauty, you lead the team. Take care of the children, the elderly, and the women. The officer nicknamed Black Beauty, whose real name was Wu Jinwei, didn't waste words. With a swift strike, he chopped down a zombie in front of him and skillfully maneuvered out of the encirclement. Then, with a wave of his hand, he commanded a small team to gear up and follow him. Understood. In the fighting team, 10 figures quickly withdrew to the front of the vehicle, grabbed their gear, and under Black Beauty's lead, rushed towards the entrance of the community. In that brief moment, several zombies were dealt with, and Gu Cheng, covered in blood, picked up the loudspeaker again and shouted, "Be alert. Our people have already gone to assist. Those who want to leave should act quickly. We have tasks to complete, and we don't have time to wait for you." Gu Cheng turned off the loudspeaker and charged into the horde of zombies with his machete. Watching the zombies continuously converging from all directions, he sighed inwardly. Damn it, how can there be so many zombies here? It was definitely impossible to reach by 5:30. He could only hope that Xiao Yu and the others would come out to look for them when the time was up. It was a beautiful thought, but unfortunately, his wish was destined to be unfulfilled, because Xia Chu and her group were encountering the same situation. They had made too much noise the previous night, which not only alarmed the residents in the nearby buildings, but also reached the ears of those who were slightly farther away. There were bold individuals who didn't want to stay at home waiting for death. After struggling for several hours, they chose to pack their bags and leave their houses. Unfortunately, they ran into zombies and screamed in terror, running for their lives. But the zombies, attracted by the sounds, gradually gathered towards the direction of the noise. Where could people escape to? Due to the distance, Xia Chu and her group initially didn't know about these events. However, Chun was aware. Having absorbed energy from several hours of zombies, it felt a delightful shiver throughout its body, uncontrollably enlarging its previously shrunken form. A ginkgo tree, 50 to 60 meters tall, with yellow-orange leaves like gold, stood in the middle of the street. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it covered the sky and the earth. The perspective of plants is different from that of humans. Humans can only see with 2 eyes, but plants can see with every leaf. A tree full of dense leaves, growing so high, had a 360-degree view. As long as it wanted, it could see everything in the sky and on the ground. Even if Chun couldn't see, it could know what was happening through the messages conveyed by the surrounding plants. Originally enjoying the show, Chun suddenly felt a heaviness in its tree heart, pressing down so much that it couldn't breathe freely. After a moment of silence, it hesitantly spoke. Chu, I need to tell you something. In a community about 500 meters southeast from here, a horrific incident is happening. The key point is that the living people in that community want to escape, but are unfortunately attacked by zombies. Those people are currently surrounded by zombies, with more and more zombies being attracted to them by the scent of the living. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu swung his toothbrush and shouted at the busy crowd. Someone had escaped but was surrounded by zombies, and we rushed over. If we were late, it would surely be a complete disaster. We packed our things and immediately set off for the rescue. Lu Yuxiu immediately issued the order. Everyone moved quickly, slinging their gear packs over their shoulders and checking them again. Xia Chu ran over to gather the pots, bowls, and ladles. When Yi walked to Jiang Zhao's side, gripping her shoulder and asking, "Are you scared?" "Not scared." Jiang Zhao nodded, her eyes firm as she replied, "Don't worry about me. Little Jean is here to protect me." When Yi gave her a deep look before turning to Lu Yuxiu, "Is everyone ready?" Lu Yuxiu asked as he noticed everyone had stopped moving and was looking at him, finally confirming with a question. "All right, let's go." Lu Yuxiu swung Little Tiger onto his shoulder. Little Tiger immediately wrapped its front paws around his neck, sitting steadily on his shoulder, as the man and Tiger led the way towards the door. At the beginning of summer, he ran towards a car, but I quickly stopped him, saying there was no need for a car and that we could just run there faster. While saying this, I kicked Chun, and he took the lead. "All right, everyone follow me." Chun reacted quickly, swiftly twisting his roots into 2 strands and moving rapidly in an alternating fashion. In the blink of an eye, he had left a group of people far behind at a breakneck speed. Chapter 189. Safety First. "Hey cutie, wait for me to slay for you." JPG the Golden. Explosive-haired tree man blew a kiss, and a bunch of red hearts spun around on top of his head, thumping with excitement. In early summer, it's good that this old, unkempt, and illiterate tree has gone bad. Unfortunately, she doesn't have time to fix it now. Everything will wait until she has free time. In early summer, Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu were running ahead at full speed, while Wen Yi and Xiaoling Tian were shouldering their own furry companions, pulling Jiang Xiao and Ruan Mengmeng along behind them. The 5 people, Zhou Lingfeng and his team, who had been supported with crystal cores and weapons by Lu Yuxiu, were now brimming with confidence, feeling as if they could run so fast their legs were leaving afterimages. They covered the 500-meter distance in just 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Chun was already showing off its branches with great power. Zombies were violently knocked away, and living people were gently rolled into safe corners and gathered together by its branches. From a distance of 5 or 6 meters, Xia Chu could see the bewildered expressions of the survivors still lingering with fear. Upon seeing this scene, the little tiger let out a roar and jumped down from Lu Yuxiu's shoulder. In an instant, the small, tiger-headed cub transformed into a towering creature over 2 meters tall, with a tail extending over 6 meters. Following there were the similarly transformed little monkey Xiao Jin and little bear cub Xiao Jin. The transformation process was comparable to a sci-fi blockbuster, leaving the bewildered survivors even more confused. The combat power of the 3 enormous beings was off the charts. Before Xia Chu and the others even had a chance to act, the zombies were already mostly taken care of by the 3 in the tree. Everyone seemed to have nothing to do with it. A group of people stood together, appearing relaxed but actually tense. Lu Yuxiu blinked, then blinked again, instructing Chu, Mengmeng, and Xiao to check on the survivors and treat any injuries as soon as possible. If there are infected individuals, you know how to handle it. Got it. The 3 immediately ran towards the survivors with their gear and medical kits. Dottie, you guard them just in case. Okay, I'll ensure their safety. You all go ahead and do your thing. Xiaoling Tian dropped the line and quickly followed after Xia Chu. Wen Yi, take Qi Shu and Lei Yun to check the community in the right alley. I estimate there are quite a few survivors inside. Deal with the zombies wandering in the community. Ask the survivors if they are willing to leave. Any issues? No. Wen Yi waved his hand, and called for Lei Yun and Xia Chu to follow him. The remaining three from Zhou Lingfeng looked at Lu Yuxiu with burning eyes and asked, "Are we going with you?" "No." Lu Yuxiu slightly curved his lips. "I'll go to the new capital courtyard alone. As for you, go to the community across the street. If you encounter anything you can't handle, notify us via the walkie-talkie. Dottie and the others will come to support you. Safety first, understood?" "Understood." Action. Thus, the four dispersed and quickly headed towards their respective task areas. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu was extremely busy, with Jiang Xiao in charge of the health checkups. The equipment used was the latest achievement from a research lab under the Longqing Military General Hospital. Considering the insufficient number of medical workers, a large number of volunteers needed to be recruited for the task force going out on missions. In situations where it couldn't be guaranteed that every volunteer had medical experience. If the equipment was too complex for the volunteers to understand or use, it would affect the rescue efforts. Chapter 190, Emotionless. Therefore, the design of this health check device was not overly complicated. It was simply a metal handle connected to a display screen. However, the usage was extremely simple. Pressing the switch would show no response if the virus level did not exceed the limit. Once it exceeded the limit, the screen would light up and emit a piercing alarm. Among the 70-plus survivors, those who tested positive for the virus were taken aside by Xiaoling Tian to explain the situation. For those who did not test positive and whose injuries were not severe, Wan Mingming was responsible for disinfection and bandaging. For those with serious injuries, Xia Chu took action personally. Upon learning that they were infected, even if the survivors understood that there was a certain chance of becoming an ability user or a mutant, despair was still evident on their faces. This was simply because the 1 in 1,000 chance was too small. Humans are complex beings. Most would choose to survive if they could stay in a safe fortress and avoid dire situations. But once they stepped out of that environment and faced danger and death, they would make different choices. Those with poor psychological resilience would collapse and beg Xiaoling Tian to take them along. Those with stronger psychological resilience would take items from home, such as kitchen knives, fire extinguishers, watermelon knives, mops, baseball bats, etc., to choose to say their final goodbyes to their loved ones. They would rather commit suicide before turning into zombies, ensuring they would not have the chance to harm their loved ones and other survivors. When the first infected person, exhausted, quickly slashed their own neck but still opened their eyes wide to look at their family, some could not bear it and broke down in tears. Women cried out their husbands' names. Men cried out their wives' names. Children cried out for their parents. Parents cried out their children's names. The sounds of sorrowful and desperate cries echoed, causing those who heard it to feel a pang in their noses and redden their eyes. In early summer, she resembled an emotionless robot, her hands constantly tending to the survivor's wounds. When she saw someone crying excessively, she would coldly remark, "You can cry louder if you want. Are you afraid the zombies won't hear you or smell the humans? Don't you know there's a large group of food gathered here, waiting for them?" The crying crowd would collectively choke on their sobs, and those with a fiery temper would roll up their sleeves and clench their fists, wanting to curse and hit her. But often before they could act on this impulse, they were intimidated into silence by Xiaoling Tian, who held a gun. Meanwhile, Xia Chu continued her cold and sarcastic remarks as if she knew nothing. Your loved ones chose to end their lives when they were exhausted for what? To prevent themselves from becoming zombies and harming you. And you, instead of feeling their heartfelt sacrifice, are wailing loudly, attracting more zombies. Shouldn't you turn your sorrow into strength, carry their intentions, and take good care of yourselves and your loved ones to live well? I just want to ask you, what can crying solve? I won't say much more. We chose to delay important matters to come and rescue you. We don't ask for your gratitude, just that you live well. Do your utmost to face all the darkness and light that the future holds. Remember, you are not alone. You still have family and loved ones. To live, only by living is there hope. Her final words were spoken with conviction. Chapter 191. Easier said than done, silence fell, and everyone became silent. Some wore thoughtful expressions, while others sighed. A woman in her 50s, looking haggard with red, swollen eyes, tightly hugged her little granddaughter, who had just turned 1. Sighing, she said, "What my daughter says is easy, but in this world, even the young and strong find it hard to survive. How can people like us, the old, weak, sick, and disabled, endure? Xia Chu raised her gaze to look at the ant and the little girl with big, bright eyes in her arms and smiled gently. Children are the future and hope, and the schools in Longsheng are still operating normally. You can send your child to kindergarten, where there are many kids like her. The big boss of Longsheng is a woman with a broad vision, looking elegant and scholarly. Yet she's a pragmatic doer who dares to think and act. She gets along well with Li Tao and the others, negotiating everything. What she is responsible for, she never shirks, issuing commands for quick execution at the first moment. What is not her concern, she resolutely does not interfere, and Li Tao and the others hold her in high regard. The school operating as usual is entirely under her leadership. She firmly believes that talent is capital, and children are the foundation of that capital. Without children, there is no future. A country without a future has no hope. Everyone supports her initiative. The only place in Longsheng that can be called a pure land is the campus. Everyone in Longsheng is striving to ensure that the children can have a relatively peaceful childhood. Every family has children, and seeing the innocent, young faces that represent the future and hope makes everyone's heart soften. When a child shows a naive smile, the mood of those who see it also brightens. Unfortunately, given the current situation, even with everyone's efforts, children cannot be carefree like before the apocalypse. There is too much to learn. Daily physical combat training is a huge burden for children over 3 years old. Fortunately, adversity makes people grow. The arrival of the apocalypse has made the children mature quickly. They complete the assignments given by their instructors despite the pain and tears. Mainly because their parents are not around, the children have no opportunity to be willful. They can only be sensible. Longsheng accepting outsiders? Hearing that children can still go to school, those with kids at home were tempted and couldn't help but ask. Yes, Longsheng is still expanding, not afraid of too many people, just afraid of too few. Before the apocalypse, Longsheng had a permanent population of nearly 30 million, with over 16 million locals and over 12 million outsiders. The population plummeted, and when the apocalypse hit, some died while others joined the zombie army, further reducing the population. Without electricity or signal, many information technology products cannot be used, and all industries can only rely on people to operate. Li Tao and the others have big ambitions and want to restore production as soon as possible. So Longsheng needs a lot of people. Can we go? Yes. When Xiao Lingtian said this, everyone was delighted. As long as they could go, it was fine. The leadership team of the security area really made them feel at ease. Even if the leaders only showed a little concern for them, they were willing to enter the safety zone instead of seeking out Longsheng. Under the current circumstances, whether they can arrive safely is a question. If given a choice, they really do not want to face the numerous crises in Longsheng. Chapter 192, How do we go? How do we go? Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Lingtian, including Xia Chu and the 3 others. However, unlike the hopeful gazes of the survivors, the 3 of them had slightly teasing expressions. Since the appearance of female family members in the Thorn team, it has become increasingly difficult to lead their group. The status of men is unprecedentedly low. The hard labor is theirs, while the mental work of comforting others is still theirs. Yet they seem to relish it, which is hopeless. Sighing, he said, under the hopeful gazes of the survivors and the teasing looks of Xia Chu's trio, "Someone from Longsheng is coming to pick you up today." "Really? That's great. Can we go with you?" Before Xiao Lingtian could finish his sentence, slight joy appeared on everyone's faces, and they eagerly responded. They were chattering like 100 ducks quacking. The noise made it hard to understand what they were saying. Xiao Lingtian pressed his palm down to signal everyone to be quiet. The survivors, who felt like they were clutching a lifeline, were genuinely afraid of annoying him. So, upon seeing his gesture, everyone immediately sat quietly like children in a kindergarten, eagerly waiting for their share of fruit. Each one looked at him with bright, eager eyes. "I can take you, but you also have to put in the effort yourselves. Longsheng is very busy right now, so the number of people sent to pick you up won't be many. The vehicles coming cannot take so many of you. Therefore, you need to drive yourselves and follow." Additionally, while speaking, he kept observing the expressions of the crowd and noticed that there were not many signs of dissatisfaction on their faces. After a brief pause, he continued, "You need to be brave on your own. No one can protect you for a lifetime. Remember, relying on mountains means they may collapse. Depending on people means they may run away, and relying on water means it will flow away. Only by becoming strong can you take responsibility for your life and have the ability to protect those you want to protect. There aren't many people in the convoy. If there are few survivors, escorting you to Longsheng is definitely no problem. But what if there are many? Our soldiers are ordinary people just like you. Even though they have abilities and weapons, they don't have 3 heads and 6 arms or immortality. Once the ammunition runs out, they can only rely on cold weapons and abilities to deal with the dangers encountered along the way. But abilities can also be exhausted. If there are crystal cores for replenishment, that's fine. If not, they will enter a period of weakness. Soldiers in a weakened state won't be able to protect you, let alone themselves. At such times, you cannot expect them to still have the capacity to protect you. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Lingtian, whose expression was not very expressive, could be described as having a poker face. However, he had good looks and a good demeanor, appearing to be a stable and trustworthy man. His tone and attitude were not commanding or harsh, but surprisingly gentle. Therefore, he did not provoke a rebellious mentality among the survivors. Instead, they followed his words and fell into contemplation. Indeed, who can protect anyone for a lifetime in this world? In the end, one can only rely on oneself. Everyone understands this reasoning, but the problem is that they're truly scared. Those ugly zombies, not to mention killing them. Just seeing them can cause nightmares. But they cannot let fear paralyze them. The food and water at home are limited. Staying locked up is a dead end. If they want to live, they can only bravely step outside. Will you try your best to protect us? Understanding their concerns through his knowledge of psychology. Xiao Lingtian nodded emphatically and said yes. Chapter 193. Special abilities as long as they are alive. He will do his utmost to protect them. But with limited manpower, if there are too many survivors, he surely won't be able to take care of everyone. Everyone fell into a silent struggle. Xiao Lingtian, Xia Chu, Ruan Mengmeng, and Jiang Xiao did not urge them for an answer. They needed to give these people a process to adapt and accept. After being cooped up indoors for so long, it was not easy to muster the courage to step outside, only to be met with a harsh reality. You can only watch helplessly as your loved ones fight against zombies in a brutal way, and then commit suicide. The psychological impact is indeed significant. It's normal to feel fear and struggle. But as I said, this step must be taken eventually. Only by stepping out can one face all the suffering that lies ahead. Otherwise, one won't live long. In the dark and bloody apocalypse, the strong are revered. This strength refers not only to ability, but also to character. Those with weak character are not calm and rational when faced with challenges. They may either shrink back and hesitate, affecting themselves and those around them, or they may be too reckless, harming both themselves and others. Those without strength but with strong character and the ability to think critically, as long as they put in the effort, will not have a bad life. Those who can balance both aspects may not become a major figure, but becoming a small leader is a certainty. In early summer, they hoped that this group of people was the latter. Longsheng was in desperate need of talent. Regardless of the industry, as long as they had real skills, they were welcome. It's hard to say whether they were lucky or had good character. There really were such people. The latest to catch the attention of Xia Chu and the others was a young man named Yang Qing. Yang Qing was a typical IT guy, spending every day before the apocalypse in front of the computer writing programs. He made a good amount of money, but his health was poor, suffering from both neurasthenia and obesity, which were occupational hazards. After the apocalypse hit, his parents unfortunately did not survive and both turned into zombies. He was scratched while dealing with his parents and fell into a coma. When he woke up again, his health had worsened, but he had gained a new ability, the ability to hear the inner voices of both humans and zombies. However, he had always been afraid to use this ability because his brain couldn't handle it. According to him, the first time he unconsciously used this ability, he was overwhelmed by the flood of voices rushing into his mind from all directions and fainted. There are many types of abilities listed in the survival guide, but none like his. Therefore, he was unsure of what kind of ability he had and how to use it properly. Originally, when Xia Chu and the others were registering abilities, he planned to hide it. But out of curiosity about his own ability, he described it in detail, looking at Xia Chu and the others with bright, eager eyes. In early summer, Her eyes sparkled even brighter as she looked up and down at Yang Qing. Her face filled with immense satisfaction. Can you hear the thoughts of humans and zombies? What a great ability. Xia Chu clapped her hands and said happily, Your previous profession was related to computers, right? Yes. Yang Qing was puzzled. How is this ability related to his previous job? The others, including Xiao Ling Tian and the survivors, were equally confused, all gazing at Xia Chu with eager curiosity. Among the survivors, there were many with special abilities, including combat and support types. One young mother even had a unique ability in a light category known as Song of Praise. Despite having such a special ability, it didn't elicit as much joy from Xia Chu as this unheard-of ability did, making the difference in treatment quite obvious. Chapter 194. Hacking Techniques. They were genuinely curious about what made this ability so unique. At the beginning of summer, Xia Chu didn't care what others thought. She smiled and looked at Yang Qing, asking, Have you ever tried to sort and categorize the voices that flood into your mind all at once, like a computer? Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Qing had a flash of inspiration and excitedly slammed his left fist into his right hand. All right, why didn't I think of that? I know what to do now. Saying this, he closed his eyes and activated his ability. Instantly, a massive wave of voices surged into his mind from all directions. The tremendous impact almost made his brain feel like it was going to explode. His face immediately turned pale as paper, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Xiao Ling Tian, quick to react, stuffed 2 attribute less crystal cores into his hands and urged, Hurry and absorb them. Yang Qing didn't hold back. He gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain in his brain, categorizing and filing the voices rapidly according to a computer's operating model while absorbing the crystal cores. Xia Chu and the others, who were anxiously watching, noticed his color improving from a deathly pale to a healthier hue, realizing that there was no major issue, and they just needed to patiently wait for him to adapt and inform them of the results. The initial hesitation to use his ability was because Yang Qing didn't know how to operate it and was also frightened by the overwhelming voices. It felt like someone had thrown a bomb into his head, which then exploded. That kind of pain was something very few could endure. However, Xia Chu's suggestion sparked his inspiration, and he quickly found a method. It was at this moment that he realized his ability was not just limited to hearing voices. He could also invade, steal, and modify others' thoughts. Yang Qing was somewhat surprised. To be honest, just 5 minutes ago, he thought his ability was rather useless. The reason he chose to ask was not because he had high hopes for his ability, but out of curiosity. But now that he truly recognized his capability, he found that it was not as useless as he had imagined. Instead, it was quite useful. He was busy listening to those voices and categorizing them, feeling incredibly pleased. Since they didn't know when he would be able to sort things out and open his eyes, Xia Chu and the others didn't waste time waiting idly. Instead, they kept busy assigning tasks to the survivors. Lu Yuxiu and the others who went out also rescued some survivors in succession. Those survivors were similarly assigned tasks by Lu Yuxiu and his team. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled were brought over in batches by strongmen. The search and rescue operation continued. So, when Yang Qing finally sorted out his ability and opened his eyes, he was startled by the gathering of pale-faced elderly people and children who still had a lingering look of fear in their eyes. Why are there suddenly so many people? At this time in early summer, arrangements were being made for drivers, but there were too many people, and even more would come later. A few vehicles simply couldn't accommodate everyone. Most of the cars in the community were private, and even if one car was packed to the brim, it could only take a few people. Therefore, a large number of vehicles and drivers were needed. Everyone was actually quite willing to help, both for themselves and for everyone else. At such times, as long as someone has a bit of shame and their values aren't completely skewed, they wouldn't be foolish enough to go against Xia Chu and the others. It's one thing not to be able to compete, but mainly, they were also afraid of angering people, getting kicked out of the group, or being thrown to the zombies. Chapter 195, Precautions. The tasks assigned by Xia Chu were well accepted by the survivors, but they still felt afraid inside. They really wanted Xia Chu and the others to send someone to accompany them, which would give them confidence and also provide protection in case of danger. However, They only dared to think this in their hearts, as no one had the courage to say it out loud. But sending them out alone, even with the presence of mutants and abilities, was something they couldn't muster the courage to do. Therefore, they set their sights on the three who had already dealt with the zombies and were now squatting at Xia Chu's feet, munching on crystal cores. They originally thought this request would be agreed to by Xia Chu and the others, but to their surprise, it was rejected. Of course, they would refuse at the beginning of summer. Even if the three little cubs could grow larger, they were still genuine little young ones. After a fierce battle, exhausted and panting, they were too heartbroken to continue to enslave them. However, seeing the fear reflected on the faces of the survivors, in early summer, after some thought, she decided to provide them with a bit of help. She truly did not want to see anyone push others aside as stepping stones when faced with danger. Seeing this kind of thing too often can really lead to disappointment in human nature and affect one's own disposition. Thus, she sent Yingchun out. Yingchun refused, but it was useless. After all, Xia Chu held its lifeline. A threat of cutting off water if it didn't follow orders forced Yingchun to obediently follow the driver-S team and fulfill its duty as a bodyguard. Just as Yingchun left with the convoy, Yang Qing's voice sounded. "All right." Yang Qing approached with a smile and quietly shared his discovery. Then, after scanning a few of the elderly and infirm, he whispered, "There are a few people over there who need to be cautious. Their intentions are not pure." Xiao Lingtian and Xia Chu had keen observational skills. The former, due to years of training, liked to grasp the situation as soon as he arrived anywhere. After the apocalypse began, he became even more vigilant towards strangers he had just met, except for those he trusted. The latter's vigilance was a habit formed in her past life. After all, human nature is too complex and cannot withstand testing. She was willing to help others. But that did not mean she was a naive person who would easily trust anyone. She would also maintain the necessary caution toward unfamiliar people she had just met. Thus, the ever-alert Xia Chu and Xiao Lingtian saw the few people Yang Qing mentioned through his gaze. Xia Chu's gaze lightly swept over the faces of a few people before turning to Xiao Lingtian, saying that these individuals needed to be closely monitored. Once they regrouped with Cheng Zi and the others, they should remind them as well. The world has changed, and one must be cautious. If things escalate, there should be no hesitation, and they should be dealt with directly. "Yeah, you're right," Xiao Lingtian agreed, sharing the same thoughts as Xia Chu. He only valued Cheng Zi and the others. "Yang Qing, I'm asking you seriously here. Do you want to join the 8 armies?" Directly joining the Thorns was impossible. Having just met him, Xiao Lingtian didn't know much about Yang Qing's character. However, because of his gratitude, willingness to warn them, and his useful abilities, he was willing to give him a chance to join the 8 armies, as long as he could pass the test in the 8 armies. The doors of the Thorns would open wide for him. When Xiao Lingtian said this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was very serious. Yang Qing didn't know much about the 8 armies, but he knew it was an official organization. No matter when, following the official path was definitely the right choice. So, he nodded heavily and said, "I am willing. All right, once the teams regroup, I will introduce you to my comrades, who will also be your recommenders." After patting Yang Qing on the shoulder, Xiao Lingtian said earnestly, "I have an important task to assign to you. This task will affect whether you can pass the test and successfully enter the 8 armies. Are you willing to accept this task?" The test was coming. Once he passed the test, he would become a member of the military. What young person doesn't have a military dream? He had also signed up to join the army before. Unfortunately, he failed the physical exam. His eyesight wasn't good enough. So he had to honestly take the college entrance examination and go to university. But now, the opportunity to fulfill his military dream had arrived. So, he nodded heavily again and firmly said, "I am willing." "Good job, young man." Xiao Lingtian praised him happily, then leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. The perceptive Xia Chu and Ruan Mengmeng heard it clearly. They exchanged glances and both gave Xiao Lingtian a thumbs up. They were inserting a live monitor among the survivors, one that could even eavesdrop on thoughts, making it impossible for the most skilled in disguise to escape detection. The emperor can do it. Jiang Shao was an ordinary person. She had no abilities but could still mutate. Therefore, she couldn't hear Xiao Lingtian's words, which were as quiet as whispers. Initially, She wasn't curious since whatever was said had nothing to do with them. But seeing Xia Chu and Ruan Mingming's expressions and thumbs up piqued her interest. What did he say? Ruan Mingming smiled and leaned close to her ear to repeat what the emperor had said. Jiang Shao. She fell silent for 2 seconds and silently raised her thumb. This internal spy was inserted quite well. With such a person in place, they could know of any conspiracy or scheme in advance. Cheng Zi and the others were really lucky. Gu Sheng felt the same way. 5 military trucks, a tourist bus, and more than 10 private cars were filled to the brim, totaling nearly 500 survivors. Among them, there were more than 30 with abilities and over 60 mutants. If these people were well trained, they could become a strong backbone. This trip was worth it. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the two parties, who had agreed to meet at 5:30 in the morning, finally welcomed the long-awaited reunion, which was several hours late. Looking at the convoy and survivors brought by each side, both were taken aback. There were too many people and too many vehicles. Traveling like this was no different from being a live target. The danger level was extraordinarily high. The key was that they still had a batch of people to pick up. Zhou Lingfeng and his group were still in Wanzhou City. What to do now? A soldier, distressed, took off his hat and squatted on the ground. With such a large team, a small mistake in the middle could lead to a complete wipeout. With such a heavy burden on his shoulders, he honestly felt a bit shaky. His teammates felt the same. No, there are too many people. We need to apply for support. Support my foot. You know the situation in Longcheng is not good. If things were even a little better, the boss wouldn't have sent just us over. So what to do? We can't manage so many people. Heads turned towards Lu Yuxiu and the others. Lu Yuxiu glanced at the endless vehicles and the survivors quietly munching on food and water. Calmly, he said, appoint team leaders. You control the general direction. Let Zhou Lingfeng and his people manage the smaller teams. Select team members from the survivors. One with abilities or mutations counts as one, and gather them all back. Chapter 197. The Fi Xiao Yuer's method was feasible. When Yi, focused on cleaning his gun, said without looking up, Yang Qing will be responsible for monitoring the entire scene. With him in charge, anyone who tries to cause trouble will be clear at a glance. Don't hold back. Anyone who disrupts team unity or disturbs order will be executed directly. In a mixed group, no one could guarantee that everyone understood what gratitude meant. While being cautious, they also had to take the initiative to eliminate hidden dangers. And so it was decided. Gu Sheng leaned against Xiao Ling Tian, gulping down a bottle of water. Having not slept all night and busy for a whole morning, his abilities were exhausted and had not yet recovered. He was now both tired and hungry, feeling weak all over. Are there any crystal cores? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Shao, who was in charge of digging and managing crystal cores, threw a backpack over. It's all yours. Look at the distribution, she said with a smile. Sister-in-law, little Cheng Zi is here to bow to you. You are truly our savior. Mosquito can find you. It's like saving the banking system in a last life. He is so happy. Gu Sheng quickly hugged the backpack, joking while opening it, and was immediately dazzled by the colorful, shiny crystal cores inside. Go absorb your crystal cores. Stop chatting all day. When he kicked him with his toe, but his face was full of pride. Of course my wife is good. No need for Cheng Zi to praise her. All right. Gu Sheng was not angry about being kicked. He held the backpack tightly with his left hand, while his right hand grabbed a handful of crystal cores. With a beaming smile, he called out to the other warriors, who were also exhausted and had not yet recovered their abilities. Flying Fish, Big Bear, Black Beauty, hurry over to get your crystal cores recharged. Damn, I almost died. I thought I would have to hold on. A few soldiers rushed over excitedly, picking the crystal cores that corresponded to their abilities and starting to absorb them. Gu Sheng was even happier, saying, you guys did well. They worked hard to kill zombies while letting the survivors dig for crystal cores, but they couldn't even replenish their abilities. Xiao Yuer and the others were lucky to have saved so much. Indeed, having a lucky little red hand in the team was great. Little red hand Xia Chu was very generous to her teammates. While Gu Sheng and the other ability users were busy absorbing crystal cores, she didn't forget the remaining soldiers. Are you hungry? Hungry, sister-in-law. We want to eat a big feast. The soldiers didn't stand on ceremony with her. Everyone in the Thorns knew that their team leader's wife was super nice to them, and she was particularly generous, always thinking of them when there was something good. Please. Xia Chu smiled and nodded, but there's no big feast. One person had 5 big steam buns, 5 big stuffed buns, a vacuum-packed pig trotter, a half-kilogram vacuum-packed beef, and half a marinated duck, plus a bottle of pickles. How about that? Thank you, sister-in-law. A group of soldiers was overjoyed. The meal was nothing short of lavish. It's no exaggeration to say that supplies in Longcheng are tight, and food is decreasing every day. A little rumor circulated within the Thorns. It was said that the emergency reserves initially set up by the higher-ups only had enough stockpiled grain for the entire population of Longcheng to last half a month. As for whether this news is true or not, they couldn't confirm, nor could they go and check. But anyone with eyes could see that the possibility of this news being true was very high. On this outing, the compressed biscuits and canned meat they brought from the logistics department were given out in limited quantities, only enough for them to eat for 2 days. Everyone dared not eat too much, fearing that an unexpected situation would leave them without food. But now they weren't afraid. Chapter 198. Supply reinforcement with sister-in-law, treating them to a feast, and given her generosity, they were sure to be well fed. The soldiers were happy, and Xia Chu was happy too. Lu Yuxiu had plenty of liquidity, and he hadn't even finished spending the money. With over 100 million in liquid assets, there were plenty of things to buy for daily necessities instead of cars, houses, yachts, or private jets. So, during the few days he didn't report back to the team, the two not only went out to purchase and stockpile supplies themselves, but also placed large orders for cooked food with major restaurants, snack shops, and deli shops. Those restaurants and delis chose to close down temporarily to fulfill their orders, serving them exclusively. They stockpiled a significant amount of cooked and instant food. To avoid drawing the attention of the survivors, Lu Yuxiu and his team rented a storefront, allowing the soldiers to take turns going in to eat. The packaged cooked food didn't have the rich aroma of freshly cooked meals, and the smell emitted was limited. Therefore, the dining process for the group went very smoothly. At the beginning of summer, they took the opportunity to have a meal. Once everyone was full, they began to arrange for the group to set off. Yang Qing, who could listen to heartbeats, and Xia Chu, who could monitor a small area like a living radar, were responsible for keeping watch and monitoring the entire scene, just in case. The external defense was handled by the Thorn Warriors and the temporarily recruited ability users and mutants led by Zhou Lingfeng. Gu Sheng and 6 ability users were responsible for communicating with the Thorn Warriors via radio to maintain overall control. Since Zhou Lingfeng's people had not yet arrived, the large convoys still had to pass through the main urban area of Huanan to go to Wanzhou City in the new district to pick up people. Xia Chu and the others were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they prepared to travel together for a while. Since they had already delayed, they weren't afraid of taking a bit more time. Before the team set off, Xia Chu replenished some firearms and ammunition for Gu Sheng and the others. The items that were not submitted belonged to their private stash. In early summer, these private reserves were used to supplement them. In addition to weapons, a batch of food was also provided to them. Originally, this was not anticipated, but it couldn't be helped when Gu Cheng and the others mentioned during a meal that the supplies in Dragon City were limited. The 8 armies and even Thorns have now started to reduce the daily rations for the soldiers. What can Xia Chu do? She can't let the soldiers bleed and fight on the front lines without even enough food to eat, right? So, she can only provide support. After discussing with Lu Yuxiu, she took out 5 tons of grain. Among them, 2 tons were produced from her space. Xia Chu made it clear that these 2 tons of grain were only for the people within the Thorn organization and were not to be spread outside. Gu Cheng immediately agreed without hesitation. In addition, she also provided 1,000 pounds each of cleanly slaughtered pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks from the slaughterhouse. She was generous, and Gu Cheng and the others were happy to receive it. However, as they were collecting the supplies, the space ability user accompanying them came over with a troubled expression, saying that his space couldn't hold anymore. He asked what to do with the chickens and ducks that couldn't fit. Gu Cheng slapped his forehead and said, "Idiot, take out some grain to transport by truck. The chickens and ducks must stay in the space." In early summer, there is a small area in the space where time is prohibited. No matter what fresh fruits, vegetables, meats, or hot food are put in, they come out exactly the same. When she initially placed orders with the slaughterhouse, Xia Chu didn't require them to seal pack items like braised duck or roasted goose. Instead, she had them slaughtered cleanly, washed the blood away, and sent them in baskets. This resulted in the meat she took out being extremely bloody, with red blood stains that hadn't yet coagulated into black. Chapter 199. Causing trouble. Having fresh meat that hasn't been sealed and is left outside carries a high risk. It easily attracts zombies and is prone to contamination. Gusheng was aware of how Xia Chu's space could preserve freshness. He had never delved into this issue and Wu Ti foolishly asked about it. However, he had a rough idea. It can be said that all of them who had been to Yushan had some understanding, as Xia Chu hadn't intended to hide it from them. Therefore, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, he didn't think to consult Xia Chu and the others, but directly provided a solution. In response, Xia Chu and Lu Yuxiu said nothing. It was just unfortunate for Xiao Wu, who had to take everything out and repackage it. Xiao Wu's space was quite peculiar. It was a primary space type, not large in area, but astonishingly high. Additionally, he had domains that could only be opened by 5th level or above space types. Whenever he placed something inside, his domain would automatically open. It wasn't voluntary. Outsiders simply couldn't enter his domain. None of his comrades, who could risk their lives for him, would forcibly break into his domain. So, he could only busy himself alone. Lu Yuxiu sighed, saying that there were still too few space-type abilities. Indeed, Gusheng also wanted to sigh. The current recruitment for space-type abilities in Longsheng had reached a frenzied level. A mobile personal warehouse not only reduces burden, but also allows for the concealment of specific numbers when resources are found, preventing jealousy and ensuing accidents. It's easy to imagine how important space types are to teams executing missions. All right, if we really encounter it, we'll find a way. Lu Yuxiu nodded affirmatively. Gusheng opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly there was a commotion outside, followed by gunfire. The expressions of the three in the store instantly changed as they ran outside. They saw Xiao Ling Tian coldly and ruthlessly shoot a middle-aged man in the head. Every soldier there, without exception, aimed their guns at the survivors. Not far away, Wen Yi was madly smashing a young man into the ground like a sandbag. The young man was already on the verge of death, blood splattered all over Wen Yi's face. His usually smiling eyes were now filled with red fury and cold brutality. The survivors turned pale and watched this scene in stunned silence. Yang Qing, Zhou Lingfeng, and the others, designated as task-performing ability users and mutants, looked furious. The little tigers had grown larger and roared angrily to the sky. Yingchun was so angry that the leaves trembled and several people on the branches were crying for mercy. As for Ruan Mengmeng, she was holding the sobbing Jiang Xiao, whispering something to her. Xia Chu quickly ran to Jiang Xiao and Ruan Mengmeng's side and asked the same question. Through their inquiries, they learned about the detailed developments of the situation. The matter was actually not complicated. It involved over a dozen ability users who, after successfully gaining rescue and being commanded by Lu Yuxiu to kill zombies, found that the zombies were not as terrifying as they had imagined. Their mindset shifted, and some became a bit overconfident. Originally, it was not a big deal, but the problem arose with Zhou Lingfeng and his group, who were also survivors. They were appointed as team leaders and gained power, while the others could only act as obedient members of the team. These more than 10 individuals were all combat-type ability users, such as fire, ice, and earth. They believed their abilities were not inferior to those of Zhou Lingfeng and his group, leading to dissatisfaction with Zhou Lingfeng's position as team leader. Wanting to cause trouble, but not wanting to confront them head-on, they found it difficult to save face, and their pride was at stake. After all, they had benefited. It was not Lu Yuxiu and the others who had toiled to clear the zombies and taught them how to deal with them while cheering them on. They couldn't even muster the courage to leave their homes, let alone kill zombies. However, they were unwilling to remain ordinary team members without power or special treatment. Thus, after a brief exchange, these ambitious individuals reached an agreement to procure some firearms and start anew elsewhere. Originally, with Yang Qing, who had the ability to listen to heart sounds, they should not have had the opportunity to conspire. But the problem lay in the presence of a dual ability user among them. Moreover, this ability user only reported one water-type ability when registering, concealing the other mental type ability branch. Heart sound transmission. Heart sound transmission and Yangqing's ability belong to the same broad category, but there are essential differences between the two. Yangqing can listen to and modify others' heart sounds, while the young man who concealed his ability can transmit thoughts to a designated target within 10 meters. This ability seemed quite useless, but when used well, it was quite effective. It was precisely because of this ability that Yangqing, who was responsible for monitoring the heart sounds of all survivors, was blocked by him. The failure to detect the problem in a timely manner gave them the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. In early summer, while they were busy inside, Xiaoling Tian and the others were also extremely busy outside. To be on the safe side, each member of their team was equipped with a gun, including Jiang Xiao and Ruan Mengmeng. Ruan Mengmeng was an ability user, and many survivors had seen her in action. Jiang Xiao's identity as an ordinary person also couldn't be concealed. As a result, those people set their sights on Jiang Xiao and the ordinary soldiers who had no abilities and were not mutated. Although the soldiers lacked abilities, they had received professional training and were skilled in various combat techniques, so it was impossible for them to succeed. Jiang Xiao was different. She had grown up in a very sheltered environment and had never encountered any dark side. This led to her being caught off guard when a young man, who was on the verge of collapse from being hit by Wen Yi, pretended to approach her and feigned illness. When she saw the young man pale and sweating profusely, about to fall to the ground, she instinctively reached out to help him, and the gun fell into his hands. The physical strength between men and women already has an inherent gap, not to mention that this young man was an ability user, which meant Jiang Xiao was bound to suffer. Just as the young man successfully took the gun, his companions instantly sprang into action, joining the fray to seize the weapons. And chaos ensued. By the time Xia Chu and the others heard the commotion and rushed out, Xiaoling Tian and the others had already subdued the situation as quickly as possible, but Jiang Xiao was still injured. She had been slapped several times by the young man and kicked in the stomach multiple times. The young man had shown no mercy in his actions, and Xia Chu couldn't determine if he was too frightened to control his strength or if he did it intentionally. But after seeing the injuries on Jiang Zhao's face and stomach, she understood Wen Ye's fury because she also wanted to kill that young man. Chapter 201. Antisocial personality Jiang Xiao cried pitifully, repeatedly shouting that it hurt. Xia Chu was worried that she had injured her internal organs, so she called Ruan Mengmeng to carry her and find a place to have her checked. With Lu Yuxiu and the others present, their presence didn't matter much. Given that, it was better to take the time to check Jiang Zhao's body. If there were injuries, they should be treated to avoid delaying more serious issues. Ruan Mengmeng thought the same, so she agreed and carried Jiang Xiao horizontally, following Xia Chu away from the scene. Lu Yuxiu and the others, who caught this scene from the corner of their eyes, felt relieved and began to deal with those people. Ying Chun, bring them over. Ying Chun was very obedient. Without saying a word, she extended the branches that were wrapped around the people and then let go. 7 ability users fell to the ground like dumplings. At the same time, 8 ability users who had violently attempted to seize the soldiers' weapons were also escorted over. As for the one in Wen Ye's hand, he had already been beaten to a pulp. Lu Yuxiu and the others felt no emotional disturbance about this. People like them, who fought on the front lines with blood on their hands, could be said to have hearts as hard as iron. They only cared about people's lives if it could shake their emotions. The death of outsiders was none of their business. Lu Yuxiu, Xiaoling Tian, and Gu Cheng looked at the more than 10 ability users in front of them. Those ability users all avoided their gaze, glancing at a man named Lu Yanwen from the corner of their eyes. Clearly, he was the mastermind. Gu Cheng pressed the gun against his forehead and said coldly, Lu Yanwen, you have antisocial personality disorder, don't you? Lu Yanwen, a dual ability user, had been executive at a top 100 enterprise in Dinghua before the apocalypse. He was a demon. Upon discovering he was a dual ability user, with one of his abilities being similar to Yangqing's, Yangqing became extremely vigilant about him. Then he invaded his heart and discovered his dark side hidden deep within. However, workplace struggles could be understood. If it were just that, Yangqing wouldn't be so angry. But when both his wife and her parents hadn't awakened special abilities, he found an excuse to lure his wife's family out and kill them. Not long after, He also killed his own parents. That would have been enough, but under the circumstances of limited supplies, the resources hoarded by each household were insufficient. Before the apocalypse arrived, his family had 6 people eating, which consumed quite a bit. The remaining supplies he couldn't eat for long on his own. Therefore, he set his sights on the neighbor's little girl. The 12-year-old girl, who was despairing because her parents had turned into zombies, was at a loss for what to do. Lu Yinwen's proactive appearance and concern made the girl feel as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she fell for it unguardedly. 6 living lives, anyone with a bit of conscience couldn't conceal that. Yang Qing was disgusted enough by him and was also amazed by his character. He never thought of hiding his dark side and directly told Lu Yuxiu and the others. Those who were successfully incited by him to participate in the gun robbery had also done much harm for selfish gain, equally dirty. Originally, Lu Yuxiu and the others didn't intend to deal with them directly, just thinking of getting some compensation and letting them go. Chapter 202 won't cooperate. After learning about the actions of these people from Yang Qing, they changed their minds. None of the 15 people could be let go. If they were released, ordinary people who had no intention of harm would suffer. However, executing them like this wouldn't work either, as survivors unaware of the truth might jump to conclusions and even think they were serial killers. Therefore, they needed to make their actions public, so the survivors would know the truth. Moreover, the truth couldn't be disclosed by them. Survivors would be suspicious. Only the words of the parties involved would be persuasive. Lu Yuxiu said this. Xiaoling Tian and the others fell silent. The idea was good, but the problem was that Lu Yinwen and the others wouldn't cooperate. With their mouths shut and their bodies tied up like pigs, Lu Yinwen and the others looked at Lu Yuxiu like he was a fool. But inside they were genuinely relieved, and their tense emotions were eased. If these soldiers wanted to deal with them directly, they would truly have no way to escape, with only death awaiting them. The survivors present wouldn't speak for them, as those survivors dared not offend these soldiers. But the soldiers' principles and sense of justice, not wanting to bear the label of indiscriminate killing, were daydreaming by wanting them to confess. The mouths were on their own bodies. They could decide what to say. These soldiers managed security and rescued people. Could they also dictate what they said? Even if these soldiers had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to force them too